Auto hunting? Oh, Yoon asked the guys if they really thought it was fun. One of the guys said it was fun to watch the character swing easily and quickly, whereupon the other added that his friend had a point, and that they could relax by watching Yi do everything for them. Unsun put the phone down and said there was nothing good about it, and decided to explain to the guys what the deal was. He asked what was the fun in having YI play for him. The guy with the brown hair told Yansen that he wasn't really the one who didn't understand anything, because Yi could only do everything for you if you set it up right. Oh, Yansen never thought he'd realize it just like that. Except it's not some game. It's all happening live. He's in the monster hunting business. Unsun told the girl that she had no aspirations for self-improvement. Jun agreed with him and asked how long he planned to work part-time at some restaurants. But Yunsen protested, saying that it wasn't just a part-time job, because he was learning how to work, and eventually he was going to open his own restaurant in the future. He was even saving up money for it. Jun wondered when he would achieve that. Wouldn't it be when he turns 30? And until then, they're not even going to travel? What's the point of them living like this? Oh, Yunsen admitted that he didn't understand what traveling had to do with it, but he offered to pretend that she was right. Then he asked Jun what she would say about herself. Jun became nervous and exclaimed questioningly. Yunsen asked, "What is she doing for self-improvement?" As an example, he decided to take Ms. An Ji-young, who has a diploma, a job, and everything else better than him. But Jun only huffed with nerves trying to think of an answer. Oh, Yunsen explained that his life goals are different, and they are not filled with hopes and dreams as she wishes. Except, is it funny to mock his efforts to improve his life as an excuse to break up with him? Oh, Yunsen asked her to stop beating around the bush and just tell him straight. Is she ashamed to talk to her friends about her boyfriend's job? Or maybe she got along with her ex. Unable to endure Yunsen's verbal attacks, Jun jumped up and slapped the table and shouted that it was too embarrassing, if he knew what she meant, of course. Everyone brags about how great their boyfriends are, but at the same time, Oh Yunsen dropped out of some college just to work as a waiter in a restaurant, and still makes a problem saving money on such a paltry salary. Oh Yunsen asked the girl if he had ever been stingy in front of her, to which the girl replied that it was only by his standards, after which Yunsen asked if she had ever told him her standards. He always does the best he can with his ambition, while her ambition is nothing but greed. Unsun wondered if she thought it was the right thing to do. Jun bit her lip after Oh Yun Chung's words, after which she asked, clenching her fist, if he knew that every time he said something like that, she felt like an arrogant egomaniac. Unsun wondered if that's how she was acting now. After all, she is exactly who she thinks she is. Jun called Oh Yunsen a bastard and splashed coffee in his face, after which she asked how he could only say such a thing. She asked him to forget the whole thing, and if that's what he wants, then let him clean his grill by himself for the rest of his life. Because she could never live like that. And a few seconds later, Oh Yunsen was left at the table all alone. He called Jun a stupid bitch, but he actually knew what Jun was trying to tell him. The weekly schedule of the Sewon Hunting Academy came on Yunsen's phone. The older one was screaming at the top of her lungs that she was going to marry some rich guy like a doctor or a lawyer or something. And this is after only studying abroad for a little while, she thinks. As if that's enough. Even though he knew Yun Chong couldn't tell Jun directly. Oh, Yunsen told the elder that they had already talked about this a while ago, about how she gets asked out on a bunch of blind dates with hunters. The elder replied that there was nothing to be done in that case because some lawyer or doctor in her life wouldn't be able to outbid a hunter. Oh, Yunsen didn't want to show Jun like he had given up. Unsen admitted to the older man that he knew what she wanted to say. She wanted him to at least pretend to be able to do it. And even if she couldn't brag about it, at least he wouldn't embarrass her. Unsen didn't want to show her the weight of cruel reality weighing on him. Clenching his fist, Yunsen asked, what should he do about it? After all, everyone starts from more different strengths, and no one can do everything in the end. The only thing he can do is to try his best, but just as suddenly, Oh Yunsen felt something strange. It was like a sonic boom. A moment later, the wall next to it exploded, showering Unsen and the older man with shrapnel. Scowling in pain, Yunsen tried to figure out what the hell had just happened and what it was. And as he walked up, he saw that right outside the restaurant, a crack had opened up. Oh, Yunsen began to panic after realizing what had happened. There was no forecast or anything like that today, so why did a crack appear here? The only other possibility is that the weather forecasters didn't recognize the crack. Oh, Yunsen rushed to the older man and started trying to bring him back to consciousness. He shouted that they should run away as there would be monsters here soon. Just as suddenly, Unsen heard a heavy step from the direction of the crack. It was a monster, a man-eating shark, 2-star class. Oh, Yunsen cursed everything because he was late. He was trying to figure out what should he do? Run away? But he immediately refuted the latter option, for he simply cannot leave his eldest here. He must protect him no matter what. And since he had already made up his mind, Yunsen decided to find out how long he could stand against this shark. Live or die fighting this shark until the hunter arrives to save them. Oh, Yunsen growled and called the bloody bastard over to him. Immediately afterward, the humanoid shark screamed loudly and rushed to attack Yunsen. As soon as it approached, Oh Yunsen dodged the shark's sharp fangs. Immediately afterward, he punched that shark head right in the side. Except it didn't quite happen the way Unsen expected it to. Unexpectedly, the shark's body was quite soft, making him feel like he had hit a sponge. The humanoid shark turned toward Oh Yunsen and knocked him back with a punch to the face. The shark then slowly approached Yunsen, who was moaning in pain. Oh Yunsen was forced to accept that he was incapable of defeating this monster. And now how could he hold out against this monster? Shark grabbed Unsen by the head and lifted him off the floor. Oh Yunsen began trying to break free, demanding that the shark let him go now. Unexpectedly, the monster still hadn't done anything to him, buying Yunsen time to think about whether he would die here like this. Except he doesn't want to die. But to defeat this monster, he doesn't even have the strength to run away. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsen saw a holographic panel overhead that said, Auto Hunt. And a second later, the prompt, Press the button to start, appeared, causing Yunsen to wonder what would happen if he pressed it. At that moment, the humanoid shark opened its mouth to eat its prey. Unsen didn't care anymore, no matter what happened. Since he's going to die anyway, so be it. He'll see what happens if he presses it. Once pressed, the button immediately turned red and said, Activated. Suddenly, the sparkle of life disappeared from Oh Yunsen's eyes. And afterward, he was down. For a reason unknown to himself, Oh Yunsen suddenly lost control of his body and couldn't move. Oh Yunsen cursed all he could. He knew that you couldn't rely on something unknown without knowing what would happen next. Oh Yunsen had no choice but to turn to this auto hunt and ask it to at least make his body move and do something to save him. Suddenly, the unexpected happened. Oh Yunsen felt as if he had become someone's puppet, but still his body managed to move. He couldn't understand exactly what was happening, but it was good to see that the one who had taken over his body was already helping him. What was even more incredible was that he had somehow miraculously started to overpower this monster. Oh Yunsung was amazed that his body could do such a thing. Gathering all his strength, Oh Yunsen's body kicked the monster with such force that it flew across the entire restaurant and crashed into the wall. Oh Yunsen's body was hunting the enemy in no time, which was simply unbelievable to Oh Yunsen. Oh Yunsen wondered if this was auto-hunting. Oh Yunsen's thoughts were interrupted by the noise of the approaching hunters, so he decided to get away so that the hunters could deal with it themselves. Suddenly his body acted on his thoughts and got into a fighting stance to continue his battle against the humanoid shark. Oh Yunsen tried to understand what his body was trying to accomplish, but the worst part was that the monster started to rise. So Oh Yunsen started to beg his body to get out of here since it had already done more than enough. Upon rising up, the angry shark monster immediately rushed towards Oh Yunsen. But Oh Yunsen's body easily dodged the man-shark's attack. Immediately after which, Oh Yunsen's body began to counterattack the shark monster. Seizing the opportunity, Oh Yunsen's body struck the shark with a dozen fist strikes, and he finished the beating with a straight upward leg kick right through the jaws of the shark monster. With a quick and powerful series of attacks, Oh Yunsen's body still managed to disarm the monster shark. But Oh Yunsen's body didn't stop and delivered a final leg kick to the shark monster. Having dealt with a superior opponent, Oh Yunsen's body took a breath. Having dealt with the enemy, the auto-hunting system was automatically stopped. Gaining control of his body back, Oh Yunsen looked at his hands, trying to accept the fact that those hands had just beaten up a 2-star shark monster. Whereupon he saw the auto-hunt button again, and wondered that with such power he could. Suddenly, Oh Yunsen shrieked at the feeling of pain that erupted throughout his body. Immediately afterward, he fell to his knee, unable to stand on his feet. Oh Yunsen abruptly felt such pain as if all of his muscles were torn and his bones were broken, and he eventually lost consciousness due to the overwhelming pain and fatigue, after which he collapsed next to the monster shark's body. Sometime later, Garam Hospital. After a long, unbroken sleep, Oh Yunsen finally regained consciousness. Realizing that he was in the hospital, Oh Yunsen suddenly remembered the suddenly opened rift just outside the wall of the restaurant where he worked. Some shark-headed monster came out of the rift, and so Oh Yun-sun decided to stay behind and protect Sang-hyuk-hyun. Thinking of the elder, Oh Yun-sung abruptly jumped up from his bunk and loudly asked, "What's up with Sang-hyuk-hyun now?" Suddenly, Oh Yunsen felt pain again, after which the woman sitting next to him explained that Oh Yunsen-shi's muscles might still be sore after what had happened, and that he should make sudden movements for now. She then introduced herself as Choi Shin-young. the second general manager of the Special Protection and Welfare Bureau. Choi Shin-young explained that she had come to see the two victims of the sudden rift, Oh Yun-sung-shi and Sang-yok-shi, and to give them compensation for the monster attack. After explaining herself, Choi Shin-young held out her business card, and Oh Yun-sung hurriedly took it. After taking a quick look at the business card, Oh Yun-sung asked Choi Shin-young if the Special Protection Bureau was related to the hunters. That she immediately answered in the affirmative, and reminded him that Oh Yun-sung should have already been informed about it during his military service. Choi Shin-young revealed that the government would be fully responsible for the damages caused to the victims of the sudden rift. She then reached for a document saying that Oh Yun-sung's medical bills, as well as the lost potential income and compensation for the restoration of Lee Sang-hook-shi's store, would also be paid. Choi Shin-young put the papers on the countertop and said that these are all the documents, including the bills for compensation. If Oh Yun-sung signed the confirmation, they would try to pay everything as soon as possible. Oh Yun-sun remembered the compensation and thought of the fact that it was the government that was responsible for the sudden rift because they weren't vigilant enough. Oh Yun-sung awkwardly apologized and asked the general manager, "How is Seon-hyuk-hyun doing now?" To which she replied, "He just fainted from the sudden shock." Fortunately, after the examination, no problems were found in Seon-hyuk-shui. Upon hearing this, Oh Yun-sung was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Choi Shin-young said that she would further explain a few items from the compensation list to Oh Yun-sung and asked him to look at the documents. Since Oh Yun-sun was hunting the monster, they would pay him a bounty according to the monster's threat level. Oh Yun-sung complained that 500,000 won wasn't enough because his life was at stake. Choi Shin-young grinned and said that she couldn't help him because the reward was based on hunting standards. But in return, Oh Yun-sung turned the page, and Choi Shin-young told him that the monster he fought, the shark monkey, was being taken over by him, which means Oh Yun-sung will be able to sell it himself at the hunter's store. But since there's still no license in Oh Yun-sun's name at the hunting store, they created a temporary account and transferred ownership to him. After finishing her explanation, the general manager asked if Oh Yun-sung-shi had any questions. Oh Yun-sung asked how much he could sell the monster's body for. He decided to ask this question because 500,000 won was too small a sum. Choi Shin-young admitted that she had no idea. But most likely, the carcass of a basic level 2 monster would be priced rather cheaply. Like Oh Yun-sung said earlier, it really is too little money considering he had to risk his own life. Normally, that would be the case, but Choi Shin-young smirked and said that instead of her offering options, wouldn't it be better to find out for yourself? Hearing about this, Oh Yun-sun felt a little uneasy. Sometime later, thinking back to the general manager's last words, Oh Yun-sung wondered, why the hell did she confuse things even more? Oh Yun-sun isn't even going to work as a hunter, so what's the point of him going to a hunting store? Just as suddenly, Oh Yun-sun remembered something, namely about auto hunting. Thinking about it, Oh Yun-sun saw that the button was still there. He had originally thought it looked like he had imagined it, but it was still here, except why had it turned gray? Oh Yun-sun still remembered that the interface was gray and assumed it was because there were no enemies near him. Then poked at the button without seeing any response. Since the auto hunt didn't respond, Oh Yun-sun decided to just lie back down. He would still find out sooner or later if it was his imagination or not. Oh Yun-sun decided not to think about the auto hunt, and instead, he decided to find out how much that monster was worth. According to the general manager, a level 2 monster should be quite cheap, so he didn't expect much. But upon seeing the price, Oh Yun-sun almost cried out, 4 and 5, 4 and 6. Could it be called cheap? And how much should hunters earn, since it wasn't enough for them? Suddenly, a price of 600 million won caught Oh Yun-sun's eye, causing him to wonder why the price was so much higher. After that, he noticed that the shark monkey had a caught status next to it, which meant that the monsters that were caught were much more expensive. Just as suddenly Oh Yun-sung remembered the last words of the general manager again, she said that the corpse was cheap, but she offered to check everything by himself, which means that the monster he beat up could be. Oh Yun-sun decided to check his list immediately. Immediately afterward, he saw that the monster's status was caught, and the gender was male. Seeing this, Oh Yun-sun couldn't help but shriek as this monster was indeed caught alive. And since that's the case, that means he just made a lot of money. After being discharged from Guram Hospital, Oh Yun-sun went to a company that required a live monster, shark monkey. Wiping his sweat due to his nerves, the representative thanked Oh Yun-sung as everything looked pretty good. He then admitted that it was not easy to get a live specimen, as they were getting some pretty aggressive guys, and the only one on the list was unreasonably expensive, as much as 1.5 times the normal price. And that's when the monster on Oh Yunsen's list showed up. Oh Yunsung assumed that when he talked about the aggressive overpricing guys, the representative was referring to the 600 million won monster. Meanwhile, Oh Yunseong signed a document confirming that he is providing the shark monkey alive, and that the company will pay 420 million won to the seller. Walking out of the building, Oh Yunsen still couldn't believe how many won he suddenly got and started zeros and zeros, and the representative bowed and thanked Oh Yunsen. After making a nice profit, Oh Yunsen shopped at the store, after which he drank a can of soda. He just sold a shark monkey for 420 million and got 320 million after tax. It was even too easy money. He had barely accumulated 100 million in the past 9 years on a part-time basis. And after catching just one monster, he immediately received just over 300 million. Although it was nice to earn money, but for some reason, Oh Yun-soon felt like he had just lost something. It felt like he had lost his purpose in life in the blink of an eye. Now he's not even sure what he wants to do. Oh Yunsen even thought about opening his own store as he had planned. Or he could try to become a hunter. But is that really possible? He had barely beaten a level 2 monster before ending up in the hospital. Jun recently said that he could never become better living the way he lives now. Remembering this, Oh Yunsen squeezed the jar and ordered Jun to stop bad-mouthing and get out of his head already. After all, he's now making possibly the most important decision of his life. After briefly thinking about it, Oh Yunsen shouted out that money was great, and therefore he wouldn't mind giving it a try. After all, what's so hard about becoming a hunter? Meanwhile, everyone will just have to watch him, because he's not going to back down. Oh Yunsen decided to begin his training to become a hunter. He stood in front of a punching bag and began to contemplate auto-hunting. It was blue at first, but it turned gray in the hospital. Could the difference be how close the enemy is to him? In the end, Oh Yunsen concluded that the auto-hunting interface can realize when an enemy is nearby, and so he decided to give it a try. Oh Yunsen got into a fighting stance and looked at the pair, mentally said that it was his enemy. Immediately afterward, the gray interface turned blue again and auto-hunt appeared on it. Oh Yunsen was pleased to see that everything was working, meaning that it was reacting to anything he labeled dangerous to him. Now Oh Yunsen decided to give it a test and pressed the auto-hunt button. Immediately after that, his body started moving on its own and beating the pair rapidly. After many punches, Oh Yunsen's body attacked the punching bag using all its strength in the punch. After that, the body finally stopped pounding the training bag and Oh Yunsen regained control. But as soon as Oh Yunsen regained his body, he roared again after a second, feeling unbearable pain, after which Oh Yunsen painfully collapsed to the floor. As it turned out, auto-hunting was too hard on his body. Auto-hunt is activated whenever he senses danger, and he can turn it on by simply pressing a button. It is only turned off after he has destroyed the enemy. Except the problem is the damn muscle pain. Oh Yunsen twitched due to the suddenly increased pain, after which he spat back on the floor. He decided that if he wanted to use auto-hunting, he needed to train his body first. Auto-hunting rules only activates when it senses danger, uses techniques that are comparable to his physical fitness. If the enemy is defeated or Oh Yunsen tells himself to stop, it shuts down. If Oh Yunsen's body reaches the limit, auto-hunt is also disabled. Auto-hunt will never exceed the body's physical limit. After practicing for some time, Oh Yunsen still managed to train his body. Oh Yunsen took a deep breath, after which he destroyed the training bag with a single blow. Satisfied with the results, Oh Yunsen clenched his fist and said that he was finally ready. Now would be a good time for him to become a hunter. Who's a hunter? A hunter is a person who hunts monsters that invade this world through the cracks. When recruiting a hunter, the government sets the highest standard of knowledge, endurance, and survivability. The people in the Hunter Academy were shocked, for right in front of them, one guy was beating the trainers at a speed barely visible to the eye. To his luck, Oh Yunsen was able to pass the written test on the first try, and now it all depends on the physical test. Not really, though, since he has auto-hunting, he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. He's the only one with a problem. It's hard for Oh Yunsen to move the way his body moves during auto-hunting. If he had used auto-hunting, the practice pair would have been reduced to splinters in no time. That's the difference between Oh Yunsen and auto-hunting. He doesn't know if auto-hunting will ever disappear, or even when it might happen, which means he needs to be prepared for it to happen one day. Oh Yunsen decided to start, for he still had a long way to go. The next day, the instructor said he would now hand out the results from the last physical test. When he called out a name, the named person should come out to him. The instructor called out Park Seong-jun Shi first. It had been 4 months since Oh Yun-sung had decided to become a hunter, and he had put a lot of effort into it, so it would be nice to get a passing grade at least. The instructor called Oh Yunsen's name, which immediately put him out of his thoughts, and handed him the result sheet. Looking at the sheet, he saw that he had gotten 98 points, except that the threshold score is 100. The first time he came here, he had 63 points, and in 4 months his score had increased by 35 points. The standard of the hunter's license is second-level monsters, which means that Oh Yunsen's body should be almost on par with that shark head. Oh Yun-sung was quite happy with these results, because if he continued at the same level. Meanwhile, the instructor called out the names Kang Jaekyun Shi, Yu Dongwon Shi, and Lee Yun-hyun Shi. The instructor called Oh Yun-sung Shi's name last, which shocked him. Afterwards, the instructor told him that in Oh, Yunsen would be transferred to a special class to take the hunter's license exam at the end of the year. He would be able to find out more details later, so he should stay after class. Oh Yunsen couldn't believe what he heard. After all, he didn't even get a threshold score, but he still got into a special class. A little later, the hunter test takers gathered in the academy's gymnasium. The instructor said that there were a few newcomers and a few familiar faces gathered here. The instructor introduced himself as Kim Soon-guk, the coach of the special class. He explained that the test was only 4 months away, and so he suggested that the students do their best to each take the license test. One of the students smirked and asked if it was too much to say that everyone would pass. At least there was even someone who didn't pass the threshold test. The instructor explained that points are not the only thing that hunters are evaluated on. The instructor asked that Kang Jae-kyung not think for others when he was not asked to do so. He then asked Kang Baek-kyung if he understood him. Kang Jae-kyung craned his neck and replied that he understood. Kang Baek-kyung was only arrogant because he was able to pass the physics test with a score of 135. Oh Yun-sung assumed that in referring to someone who passed the test below the threshold, Kang Jae-kyung was referring to him. Just as suddenly, Oh Yun-sung noticed Kang Jae-kyung glaring at him with arrogance. Oh Yun-sung wondered why things were like this. Kang Jae-kyung is acting like an asshole, even though they don't even know each other. And what's even weirder is that Auto Hunt has turned on, even though there aren't even any enemies near him. Suddenly, Oh Yun-sung realized that it was all because of that asshole, except he doesn't have time to worry about him because he has one goal in mind, namely to figure out as quickly as possible how auto hunting works and become a hunter. The special class is divided into 4 training programs. Physical training is mandatory to overpower the monster. Survival training is required for exploration outside the crevasse. Weapon training is necessary to learn how to use weapons against monsters. And finally, the instructor explained to the students that they wouldn't become good hunters just because they could kill a couple monsters. They could only become a great hunter if they learned to control their prey. The instructor asked if he would be wrong in saying that they all entered their academy to become hunters. Except why would they want to become a hunter? One of the students raised his hand and said that he had heard that hunters get a lot of money, which made the other kids laugh. Kim Sung-guk praised him for his honesty and said that students make as much money as hunters. Except, where does that money come from? The instructor pressed a button on the remote control. Immediately afterward, an image with defeated monsters appeared on the screen. The instructor said that most of the income comes from the monster carcasses. Except how does one get paid for such a ruined monster? The sight of such an abomination nearly made many students vomit. The instructor explained that this was why they needed this part of the class. For the sake of their future rich lives, they would have practice to maintain the integrity and preservation of the monster. It would be a physical training practice using the monster mannequin. The instructor asked the students to look at the doll standing in the ring. This doll is a punching bag that will help everyone to practice. Her specialty is that she recovers from damage and gets back up to speed quickly. The monster sinister dummy is level 1 to 3. Of course, it's not just a punching bag that can only take hits. Even though it's hard to get used to, it's still a monster and will go up against anyone who attacks it. When the teacher had finished his explanation, he invited the students to try it out one by one, and then asked if there were any who wished to do so. The first to volunteer was Kang Jae-kyun, satisfied that he had scored 135 points, and since that was the case, the person with the highest potential should be the first. Entering the ring, Kang Jae-kyun stood proudly in front of the sinister monster mannequin. Kang Jae-kyun said that this weak dummy would fall apart after one weak punch from him and punched him. But to his surprise, the sinister mannequin blocked his attack. Immediately afterward, the dummy struck Kang Jae-kyun with a retaliatory strike, which he managed to dodge. Kang Jae-kyun got angry at the bastard who dared to hit him and kicked him with his foot, after which he began to mercilessly beat the so overly bold monster with his feet. The rest of the students watched awkwardly as Kang Jae-kyun beat the mannequin, urging it to die. He wasn't going to stop until he completely destroyed that fucking puppet. Kim Sung-guk ordered Kang Jae-kyung out of the ring and told him he was disqualified. Kang Jae-kyung interjected, asking what the man meant and what the hell. Kim Sung-guk interrupted the student, reminding him that the purpose of their lesson today was to preserve the value of the monster, which he had obviously forgotten. Kang Jae-kyun shrieked in anger and climbed down from the ring. Kim Sung-guk sighed and said that he should understand why he was disqualified. And since Kang Jae-kyun is out of the ring now, the instructor asked if there were any more people who wanted to join. Immediately afterward, Yansen raised his hand and said that he wanted to give it a try. The instructor agreed to let Yansen enter the arena and said he would be the next. Suddenly, Kang Jae-kyun pointed his finger at Yunsung and said that just because he wanted it didn't mean he could do it. He's worked hard for this himself. But why the hell does some guy who didn't even get a passing grade want it? Kang Jae-kyung asked the coach if it would be better to give him a second chance. Unexpectedly, the instructor became serious for the first time and pointed out to Kang Jae-kyun that he was disturbing the class, and therefore he had to ask him to shut up. Seeing the expressions on the instructor's face, Kang Jae-kyun stopped, and after a few seconds, he agreed to stop doing that. Kim Sung-guk again said that Yunsung was next in line and asked the man to come to the ring. Walking past Yunsung, Kang Jae-kyun gritted his teeth in anger. Kang Jae-kyung already holds a grudge against Yunsung. Standing in front of the ominous mannequin, Yunsung began kneading his wrists, while thinking about how he had blocked Kang Jae-kyung's punch. Moreover, Kang Jae-kyun had almost completely broken the mannequin, but now there wasn't even a scratch left on it. Noticing Yunsung's slowness, Kim Sung-guk told the one that if Yunsung had prepared, they were ready to begin. After which, Kim Sung-guk announced the start of the trial. Just as suddenly, the dummy jumped up to Yansen and struck first, but the latter managed to dodge. Immediately afterward, Yansen knocked out the sinister mannequin with a single punch. The students, including Kang Jae-kyung, were amazed at what they saw, while Kim Sung-guk was pleasantly surprised. The students began to discuss what had just happened, because all they saw was that the mannequin just picked up and fell over. Meanwhile, Yansen was unhappy with the dummy fight, as by turning on Auto Hunt, he could use her moves as an example for himself. But it's unlikely he'll be able to do that with such a weak opponent. Disappointing that he can only do it once, except he could try again. Instructor Kim Sung-guk applauded the student and praised him for his excellent example. This was exactly what he was going to teach the others. The instructor asked if everyone had seen it. Yansen calmly found the vulnerable spot and immediately attacked. If he was lucky, he might even be able to grab it. That's how flawless his technique was. The instructor reminded everyone again that monsters are money, and if they all wanted to become as independent as the best hunters, they should try to do all the things they had just seen. One of the students raised his hand and turned to the coach and said that everything had happened too fast, so he couldn't see anything, so he asked to be shown again. Kim Sung-guk asked Yunsung if he could repeat what he had just done, to which he replied that he didn't mind, except that he wouldn't mind if the difficulty was increased. The instructor explained that at the moment, the sinister puppet was at level 1, making it rather weak. But would it be okay if the difficulty was increased? The instructor explained to Yansen that even a 1-level increase might be too sudden. Yansen replied that he would be fine, but even if he failed, he would like to try again. Kim Sung-guk didn't dare to delay the fight any further and took out the remote control, after which he asked for Yunsung to tell him if it suddenly became too difficult for him to fight and press the button. The panel on the chest of the sinister puppet scrolled like a drum, finally showing 2 stars indicating the monster's transition to the 2nd level. Kim Sung-guk asked Yunsung to stand in front of the sinister mannequin for as long as he is able. Looking at the enhanced puppet, Yansen wondered if this was the level of that shark ape, or the standard that all hunters should strive for. He had managed it last time when his body was completely out of shape, which meant that such monsters wouldn't be a problem for him now. All he has to do now is memorize as many auto-hunting moves as possible. The instructor asked Yansen to prepare for battle, then pressed a button on the remote. As soon as the instructor announced the start of the battle, the sinister mannequin immediately rushed towards Yansen with a speed many times faster than what he had shown in the first level. Looking at how his body dodged the blow, Yansen was surprised at how much faster the puppet had become. When he fought against the shark monkey, it was over much faster, but 2nd-level monsters should be much stronger and faster. After dodging several punches from the sinister mannequin, Yansen's body grabbed the latter's fist. Immediately afterward, he kicked the mannequin's leg, throwing it off balance. And lastly, Oh Yunsen's body gave the dummy a punch to the chest. Using auto hunting for Oh Yunsen was like a walk in the park. After Oh Yunsen's kick, the puppet hit the floor and was completely knocked out. The students' mouths dropped open in shock, because just now, this guy had managed to deal with a level 2 monster without any problems. They wanted to know what kind of guy it was for whom the second tier wasn't much different than the first. Kang Jae-kyun was trying to figure out who this jerk really was. He couldn't even pass the threshold score, yet he still made it to the second level. Kang Jae-kyun was fully convinced that it was all staged, and the coach had originally colluded with that bastard. Not only the students, but also Coach Kim Sung-guk was surprised to see that Oh Yoon-sung was much more experienced than he originally thought. After which he admitted that, as an instructor of this academy, this was the first time he had seen someone defeat a level 2 dummy so easily. Oh Yunsen thanked the teacher for the praise. The instructor suggested that the others give Oh Yunsen Shi a friendly clap, and they immediately began to give their fellow student a friendly applause. One of the students asked Oh Yunsen if he had studied any martial arts, to which he honestly replied that he had not, after which he said that he had learned almost nothing and just practiced a lot on his own. Upon hearing this, everyone recognized that this guy was really cool and started asking if they could call him Hyung once it got too loud in the gym. Kim Sung-guk asked for silence as they needed to focus on the class. He then asked everyone to line up and take turns entering the ring. After handing out instructions, Kim Sung-guk approached Oh Yoon-sung and asked if he could stay for a conversation after class. After class, conference room. After finishing with the rest of the students, Kim Sung-guk gathered with Oh Yoon-sung in the conference room, after which Kim Sung-guk offered tea to the latter. Kim Sung-guk said that it's been a week since he's been in this special class, and asked how he was doing and if the tasks he was doing were manageable. Oh Yoon-sung replied that everything was fine, except that he couldn't understand why the instructor put him in the special class. The instructor replied that it was very simple, because Oh Yunsen had all the skills and more. His overall scores are slightly lacking, but overall he has everything in line. There was not a single indicator that was lacking. Oh Yunsen has trained every part of his body equally, and today, they just saw the end results of the workouts. Suddenly, Kim Sung-guk became serious, and said that he had a proposal for Oh Yunsen that would be beneficial to both of them. A short while later, the students clinked mugs of beer in honor of the fact that they had all finally passed the test. As they gathered at the chicken restaurant, the students began to gorge themselves on the chicken, talking about various topics. A fellow student asked Oh Yoon-sung-hyun why he doesn't drink, to which Oh Yoon-sung replied that he had decided that he wouldn't drink until he passed the test. A fellow student shrieked that this was exactly what was expected of a Hyungnam. Afterward, a girl from the group addressed Oh Yunsen as an appa, and said that he looked cool when he fought the mannequin at the academy. She asked if he had decided which firm he would go to after he graduated from the academy. Of course, Oh Yunsen had heard of firms. Firms are groups that hire multiple hunting teams or something like that. Oh Yunsen admitted that he hadn't thought about it yet, which surprised those around him. Immediately after which, a fellow student suggested that he had already received an offer. She admitted that, in her opinion, a person like Appa should have already received many offers from different places. It wasn't until the words of fellow student Oh Yunsen that he thought about it. Plus, he had recently been told the same thing. Oh Yunsen asked the instructor in what sense is this proposal beneficial to him? Kim Sung-guk said it was an offer from which he would lose nothing, and asked if he wanted to hear it. Father Yunsen asked what the proposal is, and Kim Sung-guk revealed that he actually planned to stay here as an instructor for the time being, and then open his own agency. Oh Yun-sung was a little surprised to hear about the hunting agency, and Kim Sung-guk said that's why he's looking for famous hunters to work for him, except that the ones worth their money have long since been snapped up by other agencies. Kim Sung-guk tells Oh Yun-sung that he's hooked on him, and therefore he would like Oh Yun-sung to join his agency, which he will establish in the future. Oh Yun-sung asked if he wanted him to be a hunter, to which Kim Sung-guk replied that they needed a skillful hunter, like Oh Yun-sung. Oh Yunsen asked the one to take his time and asked why him, since he wasn't even a hunter yet, and his scores were too low right now. Kim Sung-guk pointed to the document and said that Oh Yun-sung's balls are not what got him. Looking at the results of all the students, it is immediately apparent that Kang Jae-kyung has the highest score of 135, while Oh Yun-sung has the lowest score of the group at 98. Oh Yunsen's physical balance is absolutely flawless. It is literally the most perfect body that has been trained without any negligence. With such a body, Oh Yunsen could even be called a national athlete, although even a world-class title would not be enough for him. After hearing instructor Kim Sung-guk Kim speak about his body, Oh Yun-sung suggested that it was because he trained him using auto-hunting, and even the moves he showed in class. Kim Sung-guk explained that Given Oh Yunsen's current body potential, it could be called a technical feature. That's why he decided to make this proposal. Kim Sung-guk suggested simply calling it First Love, whereupon he laughed. Oh Yun-sung, on the other hand, laughed awkwardly in response. Kim Sung-guk agreed that Oh Yun-sung is still not a hunter because he's just a plan for the future for now, because Oh Yun-sun still has to take the final test. But it's not a problem either because it can be easily solved if only Oh Yun-sung accepts his offer. Oh Yun-sung is interested in how his problem can be easily solved. Kim Sung-guk said that it's really very easy because he just has to pass the final test to do it. Kim Sung-guk handed Oh Yun-sung the sealed papers and said that this was all the information he would need for the final exam. The state puts a lot of money into the final exam for a hunter's license. Even the warden does not know the content until he prints out the document. Oh Yun-sung asked the instructor how he did it, to which he replied that he had his own methods that Oh Yun-sung sure could not even imagine. But what's more important is that the contents of this document are 100% correct. It even says how you can handle some parts of the test. With this document, Oh Yun-sung Shi will be able to pass the exam with the highest score. If Oh Yansen agrees to accept his deal, he'll make him a hunter who will always be better than the others. Kim Sung-guk offered Oh Yun-sun a handshake if he would agree to work with him. Noticing Oh Yun-sung's hesitation, the co-student asked if he was listening to her. Oh Yun-sun apologized by explaining that he was just thinking, and the co-ed asked him not to hover in the clouds while they were here talking. Everyone here is talking about how they train. They wanted to find out from Oh Yun-sun how he trains and what his regimen is. Oh Yun-sung replied that he was still practicing on his own, but just as suddenly, Kang Jae-kyun loudly asked if he was serious. After all, he had said the same thing he had said the moment he felled the dummy. Kang Jae-kyung slammed his mug down on the table and shouted that he was bullshitting them. He then said that he shouldn't lie to them and admit that he was actually taking private lessons because he had a lot of money to spend. Kang Jae-kyung said that actually Oh Yun-sung just wants to make himself look like a genius, that he can do well even without training. Oh Yun-sun apologized to Kang Jae-kyung for taking it that way. He couldn't understand what was wrong with this guy. Kang Jae-kyung asked if he thought he just wanted to hear an apology. He thought Oh Yun-sung was just mocking him. Oh Yun-sung assumed that Kang Jae-kyung had had too much to drink and told the others that he would be the first to leave, whereupon he stood up and walked towards the exit holding the awkward stares of his fellow students. Except that Kang Jae-kyung couldn't keep his cool anymore. Kang Jae-kyung grabbed Oh Yun-sung and slammed him against the wall, demanding that the son of a bitch not ignore him. Even if Oh Yun-sung has the best moves, Kang Jae-kyung doesn't care because he's much stronger than that bastard. He can subdue this guy just by grabbing him and throwing him to the ground. As Oh Yun-sung suddenly turned to Kang Jae-kyung, which suddenly gave him goosebumps. Oh Yansen admitted that he didn't understand and, moreover, didn't want to understand why he was doing this. But did he really want to fight him right now? He then reached out to Kang Jae-kyung, causing him to shriek, and said that maybe he could understand him since he was about his age. And before he decides to fall on a man he can't even handle, he should think twice. Oh Yun-sung ordered Kang Jae-kyung to let him go. Startled by how drastically Oh Yun-sung had changed, Kang Jae-kyung retreated and spat on the floor. After calming down Kang Jae-kyung, Oh Yun-sung apologized to the guys for what happened and thanked them for calling them. Stepping outside, Oh Yun-sung looked up at the sky and once again got lost in thought. He thanked instructor Kim Sung-guk for the offer, but still turned it down, then stood up and asked if he could leave. Kim Sung-guk was surprised that Oh Yun-seong had refused his offer so quickly. He said he was disappointed in Oh Yun-sun and asked if he seriously believed that becoming a hunter was so easy. Oh Yun-sun clenched his fist and said that the opportunity to become a hunter. He then turned around and told the instructor that he never believed he could easily become one. Yet he's made the choice to become a hunter himself. He doesn't want it to fall on someone else's shoulders. As soon as Oh Yun-sung walked out of the conference room, a smirk suddenly appeared on instructor Kim Sung-guk's face. Afterward, he called Chang-hoon and said that apparently he had found them the perfect candidate. When asked who it was, Kim Sung-guk replied that he was a newborn chick who hadn't even become a hunter yet. But he could say one thing for sure, and that was that this guy could become one of the best. A little while later, the final test is only a month away. Oh Yansen decided that he must be prepared for any difficulties, and he must overcome all his weaknesses. His problem at the moment is overall physical strength, which means he should focus on that. Suddenly, Oh Yansen noticed something that clearly shouldn't be there. A small yellow panel suddenly appeared next to the auto battle button. Inspecting the panel a bit, Oh Yansen speculated that it might be a slot for things, like some potions. Except it has nothing right now. And so Oh Yansen wondered, what does it want? Just as suddenly he realized it wanted his bottle. Oh Yunsen held out the bottle to the yellow square, and the bottle immediately began to blur until it disappeared. Immediately afterwards, she appeared inside a yellow square. Oh Yunsen was pleasantly surprised looking at something like this. You can insert various items here, but how do you use them? As soon as he thought about it, the prompt, activate slot 1 by blinking once while looking directly at the slot, appeared above the box. After reading the clue, Oh Yunsen looked at the slot and blinked. Suddenly, a stream of bottled water gushed from his mouth. Then he got down on all fours and started coughing up water. Oh Yunsen was angry that a whole bottle of water had been poured down his throat like that. He asked, "Who is going to regulate this?" He then noticed that the number next to the bottle had decreased, which meant he was able to figure something out. The only problem was that it had decreased so much at once, and yet getting that slot suddenly made him want to try something. Oh Yunsen scored different things and started experimenting with the cell. Because of this, he was able to figure out how the slot worked and wrote down the rules for it. He can only put one product in a slot, and he can also take it out. He can add anything to the slot, but only if it is fit to eat. He can activate the slot for auto-consumption, and most importantly, auto-consumption is available even when auto-hunting. This slot is like a bag that won't get in the way on the road, and if he can use it while car hunting, then he can save time on preparation and snacking. You just need to fill it with energy or protein bars. With this, he will be able to increase the power and duration of auto-hunting, which is pretty good. 1 month later, the hunter's license exam, the day of the final test. Instructor Kim Sunguk told the boys that they had arrived, whereupon they climbed out of the black bus. Last to come out was Oh Yunsen, who has changed quite a bit in the last month. Even a fellow student remarked that Appa's body was much better, to which the latter replied that he had just changed his training regimen, after which Oh Yunseong cast a glance at Kang Jae-kyung. After looking around a bit, Oh Yunsen was surprised that there were a lot more people here than he expected. Instructor Kim Sunguk explained that all these people were here to recruit their own hunters once the results were announced, especially small or medium-sized firms, or those who are weak in hiring compared to large agencies. That doesn't mean they're just going to sit back and wait for things to settle down. So they're waiting for the rookie test results. But even knowing this, the crowd gathered much larger than usual this time. Kang Jae-kyun immediately thought of recruitment, prospects, and priority, whereupon he roared and showed everyone his muscles. While some of the fellow students were begging Kang Jae-kyung to stop, Oh Yun-sung decided to stretch out on the sidelines. Suddenly, a bright red car arrived at the gathering place, drawing all attention to itself. Everyone around shrieked as they recognized who was inside the car, for it was Lee Jae-hak himself. Everyone was amazed just to see him here, and many people were seeing him live for the first time. Even Kim Sunguk didn't expect him to come here. Lee Jae-hak is a lone hunter known as the best in the business, a no-nonsense man whose successes are on par with a mid-sized firm and his younger sister. Recently, there was a rumor that she was going to take a test, and since she's here, it must be true. This test is going to be tough for Kim Sunguk's students. Lee Jae-hak told his little sister that they had finally arrived, then asked if she liked it here and if she was worried, to which the latter replied that she wasn't worried one bit. After which she asked the Appa to just observe, because the results were already clear. Lee Jae-hak raised his glasses and asked if she was sure. Sister replied that it was obvious that she could pass the first rank test. Lee Jae-hak told her that she was as confident as ever. Afterward, he suggested that she should be able to handle her skills, to which she replied that her skills would naturally be sufficient, and asked if those people were taking the test. If so, just by looking at them, she could tell that they were only rank 3. Kang Jae-kyun was surprised to hear that, and the co-student said it was too rude. Lee Jae-hak immediately apologized for his little sister's tongue being too long and apologized on her behalf. Suddenly, he noticed another one behind the participants that was clearly different from the others. At the same moment, Oh Yunsen noticed that everyone was talking about something and wondered if he had missed something. Turning around, Oh Yunsen noticed that Lee Jae-hak was still here and wondered what he was doing here. Suddenly, Lee Jae-hak appeared at his back. Approaching Oh Yunsen, Lee Jae-hak said, "This is just unbelievable." Everyone was shocked by Lee Jae-hak's antics and tried to figure out when he had just managed to approach Oh Yun-sung. Oh Yun-sung asked the older man if he needed anything. Lee Jae-hak approached him so quickly that he didn't even notice anything. Lee Jae-hak admitted that the more he looks at Oh Yun-sung, the more amazing he looks. Then he asked Oh Yunsen what he did to get a body like that. Oh Yunsen asked why he was asking about it. He couldn't understand why he was suddenly approaching him. Lee Jae-hak smirked and said he didn't immediately realize that it might sound intimidating. Afterward, he reached out his hand and asked Oh Yunsen if he would mind if he touched his body. Oh Yunsen was simply petrified after hearing such a thing from Lee Jae-hak. Lee Jae-hak's sister wanted to go underground as soon as possible because Appa was embarrassing her again. Lee Jae-hak said that he didn't have any ulterior motives and that he just thought, oh, Yoon-sung's body was amazing, which clearly didn't make him look good. Lee Jae-hak admitted that he was just curious to know how the man exercised and asked again if he could touch him. Oh Yansen replied that there was no problem with that, whereupon Lee Jae-hak thanked him loudly. Immediately afterward, he started groping Oh Yansen's muscles, saying that it was just crazy. During the process, he asked how Oh Yansen was able to pump his muscles so evenly. Kang Jae-hyun admitted to the coach that he hadn't even considered Lee Jae-hak swinging this way. Upon hearing Kim Sung-guk being called a trainer, Lee Jae-hak said it was just unbelievable and asked if he was the one who trained this guy. Kim Sung-guk admitted that he is indeed Oh Yoon-sung's coach and is training him. Immediately afterward, Lee Jae-hak asked how he was training him, as he was interested in such a regimen. Kim Sung-guk was surprised at such a question from Lee Jae-hak and blurted out a bit that the point was, Lee Jae-hak suggested that there was clearly some sort of catch, and since that was the case, he apologized to the coach and said they shouldn't discuss it here. Lee Jae-hak handed Kim Sung-guk a business card and asked him to contact him when he had time. He then held 2 fingers up and told Oh Yansen again that his body was just fine and that he wanted to hear a couple tips from him. Lee Jae-hak honestly admitted that he wasn't sure if Oh Yansen had any abilities, but even without them, he would be able to rise in the hunter rank just by maintaining his body condition and gradually improving it. Then he grabbed his sister by the neck, making her almost choke, and walked away. Looking back, Lee Jae-hak asked the guys to try their best, for he hoped that they could all do well in the exam. Lee Jae-hak asked his sister to go to the exam, but she only wanted to know why he was acting like that again. Oh Yoon-sung asked the coach if Lee Jae-hak behaved like that all the time, to which he replied that he didn't know. The only thing he can say is that Lee Jae-hak is incredibly eccentric. In any case, they should be on their way by now, since the start of the exam is coming up. Unsul asked her brother why he was making such a big deal out of it, as suddenly the one turned to her with a serious tone and told Unsul that she might have a hard time, and therefore she should be on her guard if she wished to get the first place. A while later, a voice came from the speakers announcing that the exam was about to begin. He then said that the candidates who had been issued hazmat suits should go to the instruction room. Already in the instruction room, a voice greeted the candidates about to take the final exam and then introduced himself as the chief operator, who would explain all the details of what was going on. The main operator said that she would now tell them all about the range test that would soon begin. Everything will take place on a field inside the dome, where they will fight monsters that are chosen randomly. The field inside the dome simulates different environments and includes monster creation. Inside the dome, everything is made to match the real hunt as closely as possible. For this reason, before the exam, they had everyone confirm that they were responsible for their own injuries. Of course, medications will be available to any of the participants, but they still have to prepare themselves, right? From what they heard, some of the participants started to get very nervous, but in no way Oh Yansen or Unsul. The main operator announced that the exam was about to begin. Since it was, she would tell them a few more things before they entered the field and met the monsters. Over the past 28 exams, the threshold score has gradually increased. Despite this, the cracks continue to become more and more dangerous, causing hunter losses to skyrocket. Even a few monsters with distinctively high mental abilities were discovered, which caused enough requests to change the format of the exams to start coming in. The simulation of a sentient monster, though incredibly difficult to recreate, the organization managed to include the strongest and most evolved monster possible. This time, the location of the exam chose the jungle, and participants will have to hunt for 72 hours without any outside support. And this monster is, all of them, the goal of those involved is to catch each other. All the participants were stunned when they heard that they had to catch each other. To capture a person alive, everyone thought that the words of the main operator were complete nonsense. The chief operator reminded that, as previously agreed, everyone would have to go out into the field to hunt and trap each other. The suits they wear are the most common suits that hunters wear, and they are modified for the test. It's the minimum necessary protection, and it's also what will hold them back. These suits can absorb a certain amount of shock, but once it reaches its threshold, it immediately stuns its host with an electric shock. Each of the participants can use this effect when hunting. One participant told the main operator that no one had ever heard of such a thing being used in a test before. The chief operator grinned and said it was probably the first time it would be used in a test. But facing the unknown is also part of a hunter's job. Most of the participants were not happy to hear about the one-on-one capture, and for some, it meant that all the preparations against the monsters were going to waste. Oh Yansen accepted that the location for the test is the jungle, and the trappers and prey are humans. Technically, it's a battle royal for survival, a death match in which everyone hunts each other. The last one to survive is the closest to passing the exam. As the auto hunt button suddenly lit up beside Yansen, after which he felt a clear rejection from Lee Jae-hak's sister. Lee Unsul still clearly remembered her brother's words that it would be difficult for her to take first place. Looking at Yansen, Unsul wondered if he was really better than her, after which she abruptly turned around, refusing to accept it. It was just ridiculous to her, and therefore she must prove Appa wrong about this guy. After the briefing, the candidates followed to the field entrance for the exam. As soon as the participants approached the entrance to the field, the main operator announced that the anonymous costumes had been activated. 1 point was awarded per person. Yansen assumed that if he managed to grab a person who had a lot of points, he could take all his points. In that case, he shouldn't just hunt, but instead, he should hunt down those who have already scored points. Only the 10 people with the highest scores in 72 hours will be allowed to take the final exam. Upon entering the dome, Yansen was surprised, for he had not expected that there would actually be a real huge jungle here. The blue sky, the wind, and even the obstacle, it really is a real jungle. The chief operator announced that all contestants had entered the field, which meant that the final exam had begun. Yansen scattered and jumped straight into the depths of the jungle. Just jumping headfirst into the hunt is a waste of time, which means the first thing he has to do is familiarize himself with the terrain. He also needs to find something to keep his stamina up. Suddenly, a hunter appeared in Yansen's path, clearly not expecting to encounter an opponent so soon. Yansen immediately activated auto-hunting, whereupon his body ran up to the participant at a higher speed and disarmed the hapless hunter with a single uppercut, immediately followed by an electric shock charge. Yansen was surprised and even a little frightened by such an abrupt encounter. He assumed that this hunter panicked because this was his first real battle. However, it was also a first for Yansen himself, although maybe even those times helped him. He even has a suit, which is a lot easier than fighting with his bare hands. In any case, he just got his first score, which was successfully captured by one of the cameras. Meanwhile, in the spectator lobby, the man who was looking for hunters to join his firm noticed that the level of participants was increasing every time. But did things change too much? The woman standing next to him said that the first changes were always the most chaotic. And besides, they weren't planning to announce any unusual simulations like this one. Afterwards, she asked if it was all fun. The man said she had 2 weird hobbies. After that, they turned their attention to Lee Unsul, who is Lee Jae-hak's younger sister. She is currently fighting against 2 hunters at once. Lee Unsul poked the first contestant with her wooden sword, causing her to knock him out immediately. But the second hunter took the opportunity to pounce on her from behind. Lee Unsul manages to avoid the contestant's attacks with ease. Immediately afterwards, she knocked him out with a wooden sword to the back of his head. The woman recognized that Lee Unsul was quite capable, and that she was already ranked first in points. The man was surprised to hear this and asked if this was her usual condition. The woman admitted that she's not sure about it herself, but from the rumors, she's made a deal with the organization to awaken her skills. Except she doesn't have much faith in that. There was one rumor that Lee Jae-hak had been skipping work and training his younger sister for 3 months. Now the man understood the reason why she could fight a level 3 monster even in her normal state. The man laughed loudly and said that after such a demonstration of skills, he now understood why there were such rumors surrounding her. The woman said that it was true, and that was why everyone here was looking at Lee Unsul, not wanting to even glance at the other participants of the final exam. Upon hearing this, everyone around her coughed awkwardly as she was right. In order to remove the awkwardness hanging in the air, the man laughed and said that it was all natural that everyone was only thinking about Lee Unsul, since she was their super rookie, and that was why everyone was interested in her. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-guk ignored everyone around him and watched Yun-sung's progress. Suddenly, Lee Jae-hak came up to him and said that Yun-sung was already a good hunter who was doing everything he had been taught. It's worth it for Yunsen to accumulate experience, so his basic knowledge will become an even greater advantage. Afterwards, Lee Jae-hak admitted that he didn't recognize Kim Sung-guk in front of the students, so that they wouldn't feel uncomfortable. He said that it had been a really long time and addressed Kim Sung-guk as Sanuk Sunbae. Kim Sung-guk said that everything was fine, and besides, it really has been a long time. After which he said that he had heard about his recent exploits. After which he said that he saw his sister's broadcasts, and that she was incredible. Lee Jae-hak laughed and said that the man flattered him. Lee Jae-hak pointed to the screen with Yun-sung and reminded him that Sunbae disciples are also not ordinary empty nesters. His sister was already showing signs of talent, so he decided to keep an eye on her. But this exam won't be easy for Unsul, and the Sunbay student will be a major obstacle in her way. However, this guy, Lee Jae-hak, wondered if he was someone the Sunbay was trying to teach that skill 7, but Kim Sung-guk asked Jae-hak-shi not to comment on it. Lee Jae-hak realized that he had said too much and apologized to Sunbay for his rudeness, after which he revealed that he would continue to look after his little sister, but he would also look over the affairs of the apprentice Sunbay. Lee Jae-hak admitted that he was incredibly curious to see who would take the top spot, after which he apologized for having to step away. As soon as Lee Jae-hak withdrew, Kim Sung-guk thought about the fact that the exam had just begun, and, of the 72 hours, only the last 24 hours will leave only the most skillful participants. Oh Yansen must hold out until then to have a chance to pass the exam. Kim Sung-guk was going to observe Oh Yoon-sung-shi's exam to see his true potential. 68 hours from the start of the exam. The two men were discussing the fact that the exam should be over in 4 hours, except that chasing a skilled recruit was terribly boring. The man in green said that in any case, Lee Unsul would win first place. And since that was the case, he wouldn't mind trying his luck and offering her something after the exam. His interlocutor said that he was hoping for nothing, because he wouldn't even be able to meet her. He said that everyone should give their best anyway, whereupon the door to the spectator lobby opened, and the man in green said it was time to change. But to their surprise, no one paid any attention to them, which clearly puzzled them. As they looked at the screen, they were amazed, for it was a few minutes ago, Oh Yansen was gathering plants to make something to eat. He would then place dumplings, made from the plants, inside his slot. These dumplings have analgesic and invigorating effects, as well as a sufficient number of calories. The tips he had learned at the academy were really useful. If he hadn't memorized it then, it would have been much harder for him to survive in this jungle. With the knowledge he gained, he was even able to make the gear for the suit from improvised materials. Of course, if it weren't for the auto-hunting slot, it would be inconvenient to carry around dumplings. Suddenly a faintness came over Oh Yansen and dizziness began to set in. He felt very drowsy. After all, it was already unknown how long he had been hunting without even taking the time to sleep. In this jungle, there is no change of day and night, causing him to lose his sense of time. Oh Yansen wondered when the final exam would be over already. He wished he could just go home and fall into a soft bed. Starting to fall asleep, Oh Yansen ate one of the dumplings and bit his lip to wake himself up. With a glint in his eyes, Oh Yansen said to himself, "Wake up!" If he didn't keep hunting, he would be captured. He told himself idiotically not to give up. Oh Yoon-sung suggested that there wasn't much left until the end of the exam, which meant he should concentrate. Suddenly, the auto-hunt button turned red, forcibly putting Oh Yansen into an auto-hunt state. Immediately afterward, his body dodged a punch from the suddenly appearing contestant. Oh Yansen was trying to figure out how this had happened since he hadn't even sensed any presence until the auto-hunt turned on. It meant that this woman had come here to capture him, which was why she had tried to conceal her presence beforehand. Lee Unsul praised Oh Yoon-sung for his reaction, and recognized that he was much better than she had expected, and the latter in turn was surprised at the sudden praise. Calling Oh Yansen by name, Lee Unsul asked if he would be able to withstand her attack. Oh Yansen was surprised that this girl knew his name, as he suddenly remembered her. This is the girl who showed him some animosity during the briefing. Oh Yansen has no idea what it was, but this girl clearly doesn't like him. Oh Yansen even assumed that this girl is quite adventurous. And if that's the case? Oh Yansen beckoned her with a gesture and smirked. Lee Unsul was stunned by Oh Yoon-sung's insolence. She called him a defiant bastard and rushed to attack him with her wooden sword, but he managed to dodge her lunge. After which, Oh Yansen dodged a few more of her attacks and blocked the wooden sword with his hands. Right after that, Lee Unsul gave him a vertical punch from top to bottom, but Oh Yoon-sung blocked it as well. Lee Unsul was surprised that he was able to parry it. It could only mean that he was probably worth something. Lee Unsul was displeased because the protective gear made by Oh Yoon-sung from vines prevented her from accurately hitting his weak point. The opponent was much faster than Oh Yansen could have anticipated. She attacked him before he could respond with an auto-hunt. It suddenly occurred to Oh Yansen that now was the time to speed up. Lee Unsul asked Oh Yoon-sung how much longer he could last, which surprised him greatly, because it meant that she could accelerate even more. Lee Unsul sharply parried Oh Yoon-sung's hands, immediately after which she aimed directly at his head. Meanwhile, the people in the spectator lobby were screaming because of the madness going on there. Some of them shrieked that if she fought a junior from their team, she would still defeat him. This was clearly not the level of a normal participant. Everyone wanted to know if they were wrong in calling this Lee Unsul's normal condition. But even more surprisingly, Who was the guy who was able to fight her? In the middle of the exam, he had taken the lead several times, which meant that these two were now fighting for supremacy. Lee Unsul told Oh Yun-sung that he was very stubborn for continuing to put up with her antics. She then asked if he really didn't understand anything. Lee Unsul suggested that he not complicate his life and end it already. For the past 3 hours, the top two candidates have been battling each other one-on-one, and now only 20 minutes remained until the end of the exam. Oh Yansen mentally praised his opponent as her strength and agility are really high. Meanwhile, the protective equipment had already become useless, and his stamina was at rock bottom. Oh Yansen was trying to figure out if he had another way out. Otto Hunt tries to do something, but his exhausted body just won't give in to it. Lee Unsul admitted that Jaehak Appa was right, because before the fight, she didn't even think that Oh Yun-sung would turn out to be that good. He would have definitely managed to take first place if only he hadn't met her. Lee Unsul said that she would deal with his defense first, right after which she jumped up to Oh Yunsen and shattered his protective gear, then blocked his vision for a second. Suddenly, it vaporized. Oh Yunsen remembered that Lee Jaehak had done the same trick recently, and so he managed to spot his rival before she disarmed him from behind. Lee Unsul was surprised that Oh Yun-sung managed to notice her running behind his back, but it was already too late, as Oh Yunsen didn't have time to react to the attack. Oh Yunsen wondered, was this really the end? He had surely lost, so why wouldn't he give up? After all, if he did that, he could finally rest. He felt that his opponent was not someone he could defeat right now. But if he retreated now, then Kim Sung-guk did not expect to suddenly hear Oh Yun-sung ask such a question. What do you do if you are in danger while hunting? Oh Yansen explained to the instructor that, according to him, the key factor that increases the chances of survival is thorough preparation. But what if the danger came suddenly? What would he do in that case? Kim Sung-guk said that this is actually a fairly common question. But there is no single answer, because hunters will always face danger, whether it's isolating your team, battling outnumbered opponents, running out of supplies, or being challenged by the food you found. Kim Sung-guk told Oh Yun-sung that he should always be prepared for every possible situation, but there is still something that has always helped him himself. And his advice would be, bear with it as best you can. Even if the situation seems absolutely hopeless, one should only bitch and step forward, and then he can see that there is still hope. Oh Yunsen seized the opportunity and grabbed his opponent's wooden sword. He remembered his teacher's admonition he must endure, and endure it by all means. If he managed to lose with a cheat like auto hunting, then what was he good for? Oh Yunsen ate some vegetable dumplings to replenish some of his strength. Lee Unsul was astonished, for Oh Yun-sung had just clutching the wooden blade tighter. Oh Yunsen told her that they would still see which one of them would have the last laugh. He would deal with that annoying wooden sword first. Having said that, Oh Yunsen raised his hand and destroyed his opponent's weapon with one blow. Lee Unsul was trying to figure out who he even was. After all, he had just appeared out of nowhere. This test was supposed to be a stepping stone to achieving her goal, and Oh Yunsen was supposed to be a mere pebble in her path. While she's the younger sister of Lee Jaehak himself, can she really give up because of some worthless guy? Lee Unsul asked if he thought she would lose in a place like this. Then she brought her fist back up. Suddenly, her foot slipped. Things were bad, for fatigue was already beginning to take over. Seizing the opportunity, Oh Yunsen pulled his opponent's arm and was already attacking her with his other arm. He suggested to finish this already. Lee Unsul began to mentally panic because she wouldn't be able to dodge this blow. Almost everyone watching this fight was amazed at what was happening. Lee Jaehak sighed as his sister underestimated the opponent and lost, while Coach Kim Sung-guk held his fists for his student. After receiving a kick from Oh Yun-sung, Lee Unsul deflected, but even that wasn't enough to defeat her. Oh Yunsen mentally whined, for he expected him to end her with this blow, but instead, she continues to struggle. The electric shock still hasn't hit her, which means he hasn't finished her off. In addition, his fatigue is taking its toll. A bad thing because her will to survive is incredible. He needs to finish as quickly as possible, and his next punch should be the decisive one in this fight. Suddenly, an alert from the main operator sounded. 72 hours had passed since the exam began. The exam is over. The chief operator asked all participants to stop any of their actions and follow instructions. And she also thanked all the participants of the final exam for their hard work. After the end of the final exam was announced, Oh Yun-sung let go of Lee Unsul and fell asleep, causing him to fall to the ground. The main cameraman announced that Lee Unsul and Oh Yun-sung were the contestants with the highest scores. They both passed this exam while ending their battle in a draw. Those who watched the battle were stunned that Lee Unsul had lost, and Oh Yun-sung was the only one left. A man asked if it was the case that only Oh Yun-sun, who had the highest number of points, passed. The woman next to him replied that this was not the case, and that the total number of points earned by each participant would be announced later. She reminded that the purpose of this exam was to identify the best test takers. The man assumed that in that case, Lee Unsul still had a chance to win, as the main operator suddenly announced that they would now announce the overall ranking of the contestants. Everyone in the audience immediately looked to see who had taken the first place, and as it turned out, it was Oh Yun-sung, who had beaten Lee Unsul by more than twice the points. Everyone had to admit that Oh Yun-sung was really good. He came out of nowhere and immediately took the first place, and not only that, he defeated the main candidate, Lee Unsul. The only thing everyone in the audience wanted to know was, where the hell did this guy come from? After the challenge, all participants went to the break room. Suddenly, the door to the restroom was violently opened and a question was heard. Is Oh Yun-sung Shi here right now? Immediately afterward, 3 men who wanted to sign a contract with the new star tried to break into the restroom. The man in the suit loudly congratulated Oh Yun-seong on passing the exam, and the first one said that their team would like to propose to him once in a lifetime. But the second man complained that he was the first one to get in because they were discussing who would do it after whom, and asked why he was cutting in line, calling him an idiot at the same time. The other one was not going to give in either, because he was being told for his manners by a man who didn't respect any boundaries during work. But the other was not going to give in either, for he was being spoken for his manners by a man who did not observe any boundaries at all during his work. The contestants were slightly embarrassed by what was happening next to them. One of the participants turned to the hires and said that Oh Yansen is not really here. Immediately afterward, the entire break room abruptly fell into silence. Realizing that they were too late, the mercenaries began to demand that they hand over the bastard who had dared to take their loot without even warning them. The only thing that was clear was that the man couldn't have gotten far, so they would still have time to capture him. They were going to find Oh Yansen whether he was alive or dead, though no, they still needed him alive. A woman from their company apologized for what's going on here. The participants even became a little uncomfortable, because these people are willing to go out of their way to attract the first place winner. But it's worth it. After all, as those said, Oh Yansen was the most unexpected winner in recent times. The contestant in the yellow sweatshirt cursed and said that it would be difficult for them if all the attention was only on him. Meanwhile, in the break room, Lee Unsul was still sitting there and had to listen to all of this. He was nothing to her, and she could clearly see that he wasn't that good. She refused to accept the fact that some newcomer could be dangerous. By fighting Oh Yun-sung, Lee Unsul was going to prove Appa was wrong about him. While the representatives of the firms were trying to find Oh Yun-sun, he had long ago fallen asleep half undressed in the restroom. That same night, the location of the final hunter's exam. Stepping outside, Oh Yun-sun clearly didn't expect it to be so dark, and after all, he had only taken a little nap in the restroom. Glancing at the time, Oh Yun-sun was surprised that it was already 3 in the morning, and since it was, he should obviously call a cab. Suddenly, the headlights of the car blinded Oh Yun-sun. Looking closely, Oh Yun-sun saw that it was the guy he saw before the exam. After thinking for a bit, Oh Yun-sun remembered that his name was Lee Jae-hak. But what did he want at this late hour? After finding Oh Yun-sung, Lee Jae-hak called out to Lee Unsul, which surprised Oh Yun-sung, as he was increasingly unable to understand what was happening. After which, Lee Unsul leisurely climbed out of her brother's car. Although there were tears in her eyes, but Oh Yun-sun immediately remembered her. After all, this is the ruthless girl he was fighting with not so long ago. Lee Jae-hak told Oh Yun-sun that his younger sister owed him a debt, which made Oh Yun-sun realize who she was. Lee Jae-hak turned to his younger sister, and the latter shouted out, embarrassed, that it was indeed a good experience. After which, she bowed and thanked Oh Yun-sun for the lesson. Stumbling back a bit, Oh Yun-sung said that she shouldn't do that, because he didn't really do anything like that. But instead of backtracking, Lee Unsul decided to apologize also for being so rude to him before the exam. Oh Yun-sung, on the other hand, tried to reassure her that it was okay. Immediately afterward, Lee Unsul returned to the car where she continued to sob. Lee Jae-hak said that although his little sister is harsh, she's certainly not bad. If his sister did something that seemed extremely rude to Oh Yun-sung, he apologizes. Plus, by going up against Oh Yun-sun, she was probably able to realize that this world is huge and unpredictable, and if she gets through it, she can become even better than she was before. Afterward, Lee Jae-hak shook Oh Yun-sun's hand and congratulated him for passing the exam and winning first place. Oh Yun-sung thanked his senior. Looking around, Lee Jae-hak assumed that Oh Yunsen had nothing to get home on, and since that was the case, he was willing to give him a ride. Of course, Unsul would sit in the back. Hearing this, Oh Yun-seong became nervous, because if that happened, he would just die of shame. Suddenly, Oh Yunsen got a text message on his phone. Looking at him, Oh Yun-seong thanked Lee Jae-hak for the offer, but still declined, since he had already found someone who could give him a ride. Lee Jae-hak recognized that it had come like thunder, and that it made sense that Oh Yun-seong was already waiting for someone. In that case, he suggested that Oh Yun-seong meet up sometime. Immediately afterward, Lee Jae-hak got back into his car and drove away. Oh Yunsen turned around and asked the instructor if he could give him a ride home, but the man complained that he had already waited so long just because he wanted to talk to him. And now, he had to give him a ride. Kim Sung-guk wondered how he had the nerve to do such a thing. Oh Yun-sung smiled and held out his fist to Kim Sung-guk, suggesting that he should ignore these small things, because he had passed the exam brilliantly. He would let the coach put his name on the academy's flyer if he wanted to. Kim Sung-guk laughed and said that he would accept such an offer. He then admitted that he was afraid to imagine how much profit it would bring him, and winked at his student. Oh Yun-sung and Kim Sung-guk bumped fists, after which Oh Yun-sung asked if Oh Yun-sung knew that the things the coach taught him helped him pass the exam. Kim Sung-guk laughed and replied that Oh Yun-sung definitely did great. With his finger pointing at the bus, Kim Sung-guk suggested we move out. He had an important conversation with Oh Yun-sung that would be more convenient in the car. As they drove away from the exam site, Kim Sung-guk noticed Oh Yun-sung flipping through his phone and assumed that he had received a huge number of offers. Oh Yun-sung replied that he had, except that he would have to read it all for ages. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsen's attention was caught by YZ Hunt, Team Seoul, a million hunters, as well as Team DI QR Corporation and even Team Maruchan. Even Kim Sung-guk was a bit surprised, since already 3 of 2 F4T had already proposed to Oh Yun-sung. 2 F4T or 2 firms and 4 teams are elite national hunt teams that only the best of the best can enter. 8 months ago, Oh Yunsen wouldn't even dream of being a hunter, and already these top teams are trying to get him in their ranks. Kim Sung-guk asked the student if he had already decided where he wanted to go, but instead, Oh Yun-sung asked the instructor if it was time to tell him what he was up to. Kim Sung-guk smirked and said that he had figured it out. Oh Yun-sung reminded Kim Sung-guk how he wanted to discuss something with him. And at that moment, he offered him a deal. Oh Yun-sun assumed that Kim Sung-guk's purpose at that moment was to test him. Kim Sung-guk apologized for that incident because it was important for him to understand what kind of person Oh Yun-seong was. Because in addition to his physical strength, he also had to learn his human qualities. Oh Yun-sung asked the teacher why he was testing him, but instead of answering, the teacher said he would ask Oh Yun-sun Shi directly. Kim Sung-guk asked if he had heard of the concept of purity and core among hunters. Chan-hoon Specialty Medical Center, the site of energy injections into the core. The doctor said that 40% of the core has already been injected. After a while, he notified that the first stage had been successfully completed and that he was ready to begin the next stage. Looking at the results, he said that everything was just fine, as this guy turned out to have just an incredible level of absorption. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-guk sitting behind touched his stomach, pondering the injection. The core is the energy to further improve the body. A person gets it as soon as he becomes a professional hunter, and purity is a state of the body in which there are no additives of any kind. Kim Sung-guk was a little surprised that Oh Yun-sung knew all this and pressed a few buttons on the vending machine. Oh Yun-sun told the teacher that he remembered all this from the lectures. Kim Sung-guk summarized that, just as the latter said. By becoming a professional, Oh Yun-sung would be able to refine his body by injecting this energy called core, through which he would be able to raise himself to the so-called superhuman. Kim Sung-guk offered Oh Yun-sun a drink, and then said that there were 2 ways of reinforcement. For the first method, it is worth procuring the ingredients needed for the enhancement and paying for the insertion procedure itself to put the kernel into the body. For the second method, a hunter who has already gone through this procedure transfers his power, just like in martial arts. Kim Sung-guk suggested that Oh Yun-sung Shi had already noticed something common in all the suggestions he was receiving, and it was most likely a detail about improving the improvement. The first method, which is what people usually choose, is quite resource-intensive and incredibly expensive. It's hard to say that this is a price that any hunter could pull off. This way, hunters both accept the deal and work for firms or teams for several years. Mr. Yansen suggested that this method does not work for less successful people. Kim Sung-guk agreed, then added that there was another way out, and asked if that wasn't the case. Oh Yun-sung suggested that in that case, as Kim Sung-guk suddenly said, that it had been 13 years ago. Kim Sung-guk revealed that he was the best candidate that very day, just like Oh Yun-sung said. Oh Yun-sung almost choked on what he heard. Back in the day, Kim Sung-guk was quite famous, and for a full 9 years he worked as a hunter, but everything fell apart at the snap of a finger. It was poison. He was too relaxed at that moment. Sure, he had it easy, but he was beaten like some kind of fool. It was too late to take the medicine, and his entire body, except for the core itself and its energy, had suffered terribly. After that, he did everything he could, but he was never able to become a hunter again. And it didn't matter what he did back then. After all, there was no progress. Eventually, he made a decision and resigned. Fortunately, he had saved a lot of money during his time as a hunter. He had plenty of money to live on, but he still wanted to work. He was particularly interested in training young hunters. Oh Yun-sung asked him why he had chosen that, and Kim Sung-guk admitted that maybe it was because he was too disappointed in himself. He was disappointed for not being able to become the best of the best, the strongest hunter, and so he wanted to find that person who could finish his case. Afterward, he said he thought he'd already found the right person to take his course. Oh Yansen was amazed at what he heard and asked the instructor to wait a little longer. But the instructor turned to Oh Yunsun Shi and said that his core was his unfulfilled dream. Kim Sung-guk asked Oh Yun-sung if he could take it on. The doctor's call awakened Kim Sung-guk from his thoughts, whereupon he turned to his buddy again. Kim Sung-guk apologized for not listening to the one as he was thinking and asked if the procedure was already over, to which the doctor replied that it was almost over. Afterward, the doctor asked where the hell did Kim Sung-guk find this guy? I surprised him. Afterward, the doctor suggested that Kim Sung-guk take a look at everything for himself. The doctor said that Oh Yunsun had an absorption rate of 64%, which is unbelievable. Kim Sung-guk asked if such a percentage was common. The doctor then explained that the absorption rate of the second-hand core averaged 60%, since it had already stabilized in the human body. Except that this was the second injection. He had given him one injection with another core that he had purchased in advance with his own money. Kim Sung-guk was shocked by what he heard. He asked why he did it, but the doctor apologized to him for his self-rule. After that, he assumed that Kim Sung-guk probably thought that Oh Yun-sung-shi would be the strongest hunter, but he somehow doubted it. That's why he thought that he couldn't waste Kim Sung-guk's energy so easily, until he saw this guy's talent with his own eyes. After all, he knows how much energy Kim Sung-guk has put into all of this. That's why he decided to test Oh Yunsun. As Kim Sung-guk already knew, the absorption rate of the core he had acquired was around 20%. If the absorption rate stopped at below average, he planned to discourage Kim Sung-guk. Otherwise, he would waste everything. Except Oh Yun-seong's absorption rate is 64%, causing him to admit that he underestimated him too much. Kim Sung-guk realized that Oh Yun-seong had received a double dose of, except he looks physically stable right now, which means suddenly the doctor noticed that the readings had increased and shrieked that Oh Yunsun's absorption rate was 100%. Absolute absorption. Kim Sung-guk grabbed the microphone and asked Oh Yun-song how he was feeling, if he had any pain sensations, and if the side effects were bothering him, to which Oh Yunsun replied that he was fine, except that he felt a certain heaviness. The doctor asked Oh Yunsun to let them know when it would stop, immediately after which they would administer the next part. After that, he said that Oh Yunsun's absorption rate was excellent, so they could continue step by step. Of the 1,500, Oh Yunsun had already taken 1,300. An ordinary hunter would have to undergo 10 such injections for such a result. This could no longer be called an ordinary talent. It was simply ridiculous. The doctor asked Oh Yun-song to relax, but Oh Yun-song refused. Afterward, he said that, before doing so, he should thank Kim Sung-guk for providing him with such an experienced professional and giving him his energy. This is the kindness for which he can never repay his teacher. For that, he should be indebted for the rest of his life. Although he can't pay him back in any way right now, but after he reaches the heights as a hunter, he will definitely make it up to him. Kim Sung-guk smiled awkwardly, because it was so similar to Oh Yun-sun's behavior. Kim Sung-guk says that he understands everything, and maybe right now he's asking for too much. But until Oh Yun-sung-shi becomes a great hunter, he won't stop training him. It may not be much, but he is grateful to Oh Yun-sun for accepting him. Oh Yun-sun replied that he was honored. Suddenly there was an alarm, and the ground began to shake. Something like this can only be a warning of the rift that has just opened up. After the alarm began, the hunters quickly packed up and bussed to the rift. Seeing a newcomer on the bus, The group captain assumed that it was the same Yansen, who had won first place in the final exam. Just why doesn't he have any clan or company emblem? Doesn't that mean he's going to work on his own without outside support? This is simply unthinkable. Even though he's a beginner, but even so, he shouldn't be so reckless. Although, he got first place in the exam, and it's people like that who cause trouble because their pride is just too much. If that's all true, then they as veterans should knock a newbie's head in with a couple tips. Meanwhile, Yansen was listening to a briefing about the monsters from the rift that had opened up near the control center. The monsters discovered are gray ants, level 2 to 3, of which there is an entire colony. The gray warrior ants come in motion at the signal of the centurion ant. The goal of the hunters is to find the centurion ant as quickly as possible and destroy it. After listening to the briefing, Yansen realized that once they arrived, their main goal would be to find the ant, and, a couple hours ago, Chung-hoon Clinic. Kim Sung-guk asked the student how he was feeling. Yoon-sung replied that he felt stronger, but his shoulders were stiff and his body felt heavy. Kim Sung-guk explained that it's because the core hasn't lived in Yoon-sung's body yet, since the procedure has just ended. And to get rid of the discomfort, he needs to use his power as often as possible. Yansen reflected on his teacher's recent words. He must use his power. And if he did, why wouldn't he give it his best shot on his first hunt? Near the control center, a whole colony of ants was climbing out of the rift. Looking through his binoculars, the hunter shouted that the gray ants were in range, whereupon the commander ordered them to prepare for battle. Suddenly, he noticed Yansen nearby and mentally wished him to fail. The commander shouted to Yansen to keep his equipment to himself, unless he was trying to show everyone how new he was at this. As he came closer, he asked if the man had been injected with the core at all, and if he knew what to do with it. The commander asked if he had ever used his aura. Yoon-sung immediately replied that he hadn't. The commander blurted out that he thought so. If he didn't have the money to afford it, he should at least get himself a good weapon. Afterward, he asked Yansen what he was going to do with that junk in his hands. Yoon-sung said that he understood and admitted that he should have prepared more thoroughly. The commander wondered if he had definitely understood everything. In any case, a rookie without a team shouldn't be in the front line and cause trouble for the other hunters. So Yansen should sit in the back and not cause them any trouble. But Yansen had his own opinion about it. He replied that he didn't think he could use a gun here, which surprised the group commander. After that, Yansen hid the knife and ducked down. The commander asked what he was doing, but instead of answering, Yansen got down on all fours into a low start running posture. The commander was surprised that he suddenly felt an aura from Yansen, except Yansen had just talked about how he had never used it before. Immediately afterward, Yoon-sung rushed straight to the gray ants. He does not need a weapon against the gray ants, because the auto hunt assures him that he does not need a weapon against them. The hunters who saw him running toward the ants with bare fists shouted in unison that this was madness and that he must be crazy. The commander cursed and immediately ordered reinforcements to be prepared. Meanwhile, Yansen had already reached the first ants, and one of the ants immediately attacked Yansen with its front foot, but he easily managed to dodge. Immediately afterward, Yansen grabbed onto the ant's foot and attacked the ant with his legs with a burst of speed. Immediately afterward, Yansen had to dodge the attacks of other ants nearby. But thanks to the auto-hunting enabled, Yansen's body successfully grabbed the ant's front leg. Immediately afterward, he ripped out the ant's limb thanks to an attack on its thigh. Following that, Yansen chopped up a gray ant using its own limb. While Yansen was dealing with this ant, the other ants took him in a ring. But Yansen's body couldn't be frightened by the surroundings and immediately rushed into the thick of the ants. The hunter watching Yansen could hardly believe what he was seeing. He even asked if these ants had a second level. And even the commander cried out in shock, because a rookie who didn't even have milk on his lips was already able to single-handedly destroy the ants. As suddenly the hunter noticed something strange in one of the ants, then cried out that it was a centurion ant. A level 3 gray centurion ant stepped out to Yansen. Immediately after that, all the ants received a mental signal and quickly ran to fulfill the centurion ant's order. The hunters started to panic as the ants started to get bigger and bigger. They need to act as soon as possible, because if the ants fill the whole area, they will be in big trouble. Looking at the centurion ant, Yansen wondered if it was trying to avoid a skirmish, or did it have another purpose? Anyway, he's already signaled the rest of the ants. Looking at such a huge gray ant, Yansen immediately realized that it was a centurion ant. A disgusting yellow slurry began to flow out of the ant's mouth. Immediately afterward, he started spitting it at Yansen. Yansen hadn't heard the instruction about the centurion ant being poisonous in time, but he decided to dodge just in case. Immediately afterward, he sped up and jumped on the centurion ant's back. Yansen started pulling the centurion ant by its head, causing it to scream loudly. After a few seconds, Yansen still ripped off the head of the leader of the gray ants. The hunters watching were amazed at what they saw, for such a thing could not happen. The hunter commander originally thought Yansen was just an ordinary, reckless rookie. But this guy isn't just some rookie, he's a real monster. Everyone started talking about how the newcomer had just ripped off the head of a centurion ant. Except that their heads shouldn't be ripped off so easily. And after all, this guy should be completely clean, and he clearly didn't use aura. Could it be that this guy is the new Lee Jayhawk? The squad leader ordered the hunters to stop talking and get down to business, for the centurion ant that was leading them had just been killed. The ants have lost their leader, and now they are sure to be furious, and so they must find the ants that have broken away from the colony and capture them. The commander ordered all the hunters to split up and capture as many ants as possible, lest the newcomer take all the laurels for himself. As the other hunters would take care of the common gray ants, Yansen thought about taking a breather. Though it was all too easy, hunting had never been particularly difficult for him. In addition, the discomfort in Yansen's core finally disappeared. Checking the core, Yansen found that he only had half of his energy left. Since he already had some energy left, Yansen decided to join the other hunters as he suddenly heard a shout. As if out of nowhere, a new monster appeared, pouncing on one of the hunters and clawing at his neck. The hunters were terrified because this is not an ordinary gray ant, and in the briefing did not mention such a creature. Yansen wondered about what was going on here, as suddenly the commander was nearby, scared since she was here. They were attacked by none other than the queen of the gray ants. And the worst part is that the ant queen possesses level 4. The commander ordered that no one should be nervous. After all, they are bronze hunters, and they are definitely unable to overpower level 4 monster. Therefore, they should call for reinforcements and leave this place immediately. However, they must now save the hunters near the ant queen, which means they must prepare to attack. Immediately afterward, the hunters began shooting the queen ant. Taking advantage of the fire support, the yellow-suited hunters managed to capture the wounded man and began to retreat. One of those hunters mentally cursed, for he didn't even think that they would meet the queen of the ants here. He almost died there. Suddenly, the hunter noticed that the queen ant had caught up with him. The commander could not believe his eyes, because despite the incessant firing, the queen of the ants remained unharmed, as if they had not attacked her. After catching up with the hunter, the ant queen pierced it with her hand and pointed it in the direction of the hunters. The commander ordered the firing to stand down as the ant queen took one of their men hostage and began using him as a meat shield. Since the hunters had stopped shooting, the ant queen swung her arm, throwing the hostage at the hunters shooting at her, and rushed towards the hunters behind her. Seeing the approaching queen, the hunters started shooting at her again, only she was too fast, and after a few seconds, he had already neutralized the 2 gunmen and aimed at the hunter commander. Now the commander realized that the ant queen had been targeting him as the enemy leader from the beginning. He'd never even considered that they would fall so quickly. He realized that this was his end, for now the queen would seize him. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, Yansen jumped out and kicked the ant queen away. Yansen asked the commander if he was all right, and the latter thanked him in a trembling voice for saving him. Suddenly, the commander realized that Yansen shouldn't be here, and he asked why he hadn't left, since he had given the order to retreat. To which Yansen replied that he had originally not followed Sunbae Nim's plans. So, he thought about the fact that this time he could also help him without any authorization. Plus, they should keep a closer eye on this ant queen. With an auto takedown attempt from Unsun slips a leg kick to the side of Queen's head, but it didn't seem to hurt her much. In fact, he felt as if he had hit a piece of iron when he struck it. Yunsung wondered if he had pissed her off even more. The commander asked Yunsung if he was planning to just attack the queen, to which Yunsun replied that that was what he wanted to do. The commander assumed he was just out of his head and asked if he had any idea what it was, to which Yunsun replied that it was an ant queen that was a level 4 monster. After which, the commander asked if he really wanted to attack, knowing that. He wanted to know if he really didn't understand what was going on. After all, it was simply unthinkable. The commander invited Yunsun to look at her, because after all the efforts of their squad, the ant queen was unharmed. The 3rd level monsters were no match for her, which meant that they didn't stand a chance here. No matter how strong Yunsung is, this is only his first hunt. He should get a little bit of the atmosphere and realize the horror that is going on here. Yunsun admitted that in a way from also wants to get the hell out of here, except they have one problem, and that is the one thing that is unlikely to let them do it. If they really want to leave, someone needs to stall the ant queen a bit. Well, or not a bit. because there are still wounded here. Yansen turned to sunbathe him and asked him to follow the plan and get out of here. Meanwhile, he'll try to stop the queen of the gray ants. After which, Yansen smirked and said that hunting a level 4 monster would actually be a great opportunity for him. But that was only if he was able to endure it all. The commander of the hunters could no longer doubt that this newcomer was a complete madman, and wondered if the one was really just going to fight her. It's clear that someone still needs to restrain the ant queen, but how can he be so calm around this thing? The commander clenched his teeth, realizing that they have no other choice, and therefore, he is willing to let the newcomer do what he has in mind. He's willing to let a monster fight a monster like him. The commander agreed with Yansen and asked him to buy them time by which they could call for reinforcements, after which he ran, ordering the hunters to leave the place immediately. And if they weren't injured, they should help the others with it. He shouted that they should flee while Yansen would restrain the ant queen. As she prepared for battle, the gray ant queen shouted loudly. Immediately afterwards, she rushed towards Yansen, who was already preparing to strike her. As soon as the ant queen was within range, Yansen immediately struck her in the side. Immediately afterward, he had to dodge her punch, which managed to pierce the ground. Yansen was once again surprised by the ant queen's strongest armor, as his attacks were unable to affect her in any way. Before Yansen could bounce back, Queen Ants kicked him with a leg kick, but still Yansen blocked the kick. He had narrowly avoided a great deal of damage by exposing himself to such a blow. Yansen thought that leaving the auto hunt on was a good idea, for otherwise he would have died. He decided that he had to do something before his strength ran out completely. Immediately after her attack, the ant queen flew into the air and rushed towards Yansen once again. As suddenly, Yansen felt a surge of energy. This was his chance for him to be able to do some damage to the queen. Yansen jumped up and began to strike at the queen with his aura. Just as suddenly, 2 more hands appeared from the queen's torso, with which she grabbed Yansen's hands. Things were bad, and so Yansen had to give the queen of the ants a leg kick. Immediately afterward, he had the opportunity to wrench his hands from the queen's grip and bounce away. He had already used some of his energy on all of this, which was very bad for him. After all, it's not just a level 4 monster. The ant queen's attacks aren't as powerful as he thought. However, the problem is its armor. Also those hands on his stomach, which should make him even more cautious in combat. Right now, it's going to be pretty problematic for him to make a decisive hit. And besides, he doesn't even have a third of his core energy left, which means he can't last much longer. Meanwhile, the hunters managed to rescue the wounded and return to headquarters. The commander tells us that they have managed to regroup, but they have taken a lot of damage. The good news is that they have already called for backup, so they just have to wait a bit and then join them. One of the hunters asked if it was okay to sit here like this, while the newcomer they had left behind fought. The other hunter agreed and asked if they should help him. After all, they still had people who could fight. He had easily defeated the centurion ant, and it was likely that it was still alive, which meant they should move out. The commander admitted that he didn't want to say this, but they were all powerless against that thing. If they thoughtlessly went there, they would only suffer heavy losses. No matter how many of them there are, there's nothing they can do, so they can only hope that the help will be highly skilled hunters. The new guy has been doing everything on his own from the beginning, so they don't have to help him at the risk of their own safety. And besides, the level of the gray ant queen was higher than that of the centurion ant. The commander asked his subordinates if they knew why she was level 4, although her abilities are superior to those of ordinary ants. But the main problem lies in the fact that queen ants can fly while humans are incapable of doing so. Since the ant queen had decided to take off, Yansen assumed that only now was she taking him seriously. The ant queen swiftly attacked Yansen from the air, but the latter, though barely, still managed to dodge. Immediately after which, the ant queen abruptly turned around and once again attacked Yansen at a tremendous speed. While battling the queen of the ants, Yansen was able to realize how much more dangerous flying monsters are from ordinary monsters. If the ant queen continued to attack with the same pressure, his neck. Suddenly, the ant queen accelerated, thanks to which managed to damage Yansen and flew up again. Yansen couldn't help but shout out that this was already annoying him. He relies on auto-hunting to survive, except his energy is already almost at 0, while the ant queen is too agile, causing him to have no point in even trying to escape. Yunsung is trying to figure out what to do. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on the auto-hunting panel, and Yunsung had to blink while looking at the panel to change the mode. Yunsun was surprised by this and assumed it was his new ability. But what was it for? While Yunsun was pondering about auto-hunting, the queen of the ants rushed toward him once again. Whatever it did, he had no other choice. And besides, Auto-hunting always got him through, and so Oh Yunsen blinked, looking at the panel. Immediately afterward, the auto-hunting mode changed to attack mode. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsen's core began to pulsate, spilling energy throughout his body. Oh Yunsen could feel his body trying to gather all the energy left in it and concentrate it into one point. Due to the concentration at one point, Oh Yunsen's core energy formed an energy blade. Immediately afterward, Oh Yunsen managed to chop off the Ant Queen's head with a single sweep of his hand. Turning around to the corpse of the Ant Queen, Oh Yunsen was finally able to exhale as he was able to kill her after all. Meanwhile, reinforcements had already arrived on the battlefield, and the hunters who had come to the rescue immediately rushed to the Ant Queen. One of the newcomers asked the commander of the Bronze Hunters if he was in his right mind to leave everything to some newcomer, to which he replied that he had no choice. The commander shouted to Oh Yunsen Shi that they were here to help him and asked if he was okay. But when they arrived, they were surprised to see Oh Yunsen still alive and sighing heavily. And what's most shocking here is that he managed to defeat a level 4 Ant Queen. Everyone was amazed to see the Ant Queen, but even after seeing Oh Yunsen here, they couldn't fully believe that he had killed her. The hunter commander, although he assumed that Oh Yunsen was a monster, but he actually managed to deal with the queen herself. The newcomers were not happy with what they saw. They felt that there was a catch, and most likely some troop they had not been informed about had arrived here first. The hunter asked Oh Yunsen what had happened here and demanded that he explain himself at once. The commander couldn't understand why they had such a reaction, as he suddenly realized that it was because they hadn't seen Oh Yunsen Shi in action. The commander suggested that the hunters calm down for starters, as suddenly a hunter from another group came up to them and said that they could rest assured that it was indeed the merit of Oh Yunsen Shi. After that, he smirked and said that they had arrived a little earlier than their team, so they had a chance to see everything with their own eyes. If they didn't believe his words, they could see everything thanks to Yunsen Shi's camera footage. Well, or they could provide them with their record. The hunter who came to the rescue asked who they were, as he suddenly recognized the emblem on their shoulder pads. It was none other than the hunters from QR Corporation. A short while later, Oh Yunsen was just finishing his workout, during which he was lifting the heaviest barbell. Kim Sung-uk walked into the room and complained that after working so exhaustingly with his energy flow, Oh Yun-sung had only just recovered, and immediately raring to practice. Kim Sung-uk asked his student if he thought he was overdoing it a bit. He suggested that he take a rest, to which Oh Yun-sung replied that he feels weird when he doesn't do anything, which made Kim Sung-uk laugh because he's still the same. Oh Yunsen thought of the ability that appeared when fighting the Ant Queen called Attack Mode, the essence of which was something like a boost, after which a huge amount of energy was released. Apparently, his limit at the moment is a high-level skillet that is overworking his energy flow, which is why he needs to train more, and then he can access the rest of the auto-hunt features. And with auto-hunting, the possibilities are endless. It all depends on the effort you put into it. Since Kim Sung-uk couldn't get Oh Yun-sung to rest, he decided to accept it because he really believes in what he's doing. And now he decided to talk to him about the main thing. Kim Sung-uk suggested that Oh Yunsen talk to him about the results of his first hunt. Kim Sung-uk gave Oh Yun-sung his energy and now has started working as his manager. Since he was willing to do so much for him, Oh Yun-sung thought about telling the coach about the car chase. Oh Yun-sung turned to Sung-uk Hyung-nim and said that he wanted to tell him something. Namely that he actually... Kim Sung-uk interrupted Oh Yun-sun and asked if he would like to tell him how Yun-sun-shi was able to fight so well. He then asked if he was sure that he really needed to say it right now. Oh Yun-sung admitted that he didn't fully understand what he wanted to say. Kim Sung-uk said that, in any case, Oh Yun-sung must have his own reasons. A past he doesn't want to reveal, a secret training method, or maybe the fact that he is the genius of this century. Either way, who cares? After all, that was not something he considered when choosing a candidate for energy transfer. Skill and talent depended heavily on luck, and he was lucky in that too. That's why he knows what's really important right now. If there is nothing inside, it doesn't matter how fortunate a person is, they will still fail and fail. Oh Yun-sung smiled and said that he probably wasn't the right person to handle Sung-uk Hyung-nim. Spreading his arms to the sides, Kim Sung-uk asked if it was true. After all, there was nothing he could do about it. He had made a mistake, and it was all his fault. Kim Sung-uk winked and said that when he was completely sure that they trusted each other completely, then he would ask Oh Yun-sung again, and then he would calmly answer him. Anyway, they wanted to see just how much they got for the first Oh Yunsen hunt. A total of 67 monsters were killed during the first hunt. 65 of them were of the second level, and one each of the third and fourth levels. The total amount was 53,550,000 won. After deducting all taxes, the cost of each soldier ant was 550,000 won. A third-level centurion ant was 4,100,000 won, and a queen ant was 13,700,000 won. From all the bodies, they managed to collect 66 ant glands and 1,400 of their exoskeletons. All of this is currently on the hunter's market and can be auctioned off at any time. Afterward, Kim Sung-guk said that Oh Yun-sung should look at it personally and handed him the sheet. Kim Sung-guk said that he hasn't put it up for auction yet, but if the person wants it, they will sell it. Or they can do as written. Kim Sung-guk asked Oh Yun-sung what he would choose. Oh Yun-sung happily shouted out that he would choose the second one. Kim Sung-guk then folded his arms across his chest and said that he had guessed that he would say that. Suddenly, Kim Sung-guk remembered the time and asked Oh Yun-sung if he had an appointment. He replied that it should be somewhere around that time. Immediately afterward, Kim Sung-guk's phone rang. Hearing something, he was even surprised. Kim Sung-guk was surprised because he should definitely be fired this time, and Oh Yun-sung apologized for his ignorance. Kim Sung-guk said that QR head, Yoon Kang-chul, apparently went straight to Chung-hoon's clinic. 12 years ago, southern border. This is where Karkadon, a level 6 monster that was underestimated in its time, came into existence. The situation then was akin to a national disaster. However, one warrior gathered an assault team and overpowered him. It was a feat that ranked 5th and 2nd in the world and Asia respectively. Hunter himself was rewarded with a platinum rank, the highest at the time. Currently, he is an advanced hunter, strategic director, and head of the best firm in Korea, QR Corporation. And that person is Yoon Kang-chul, who was just on his way to meet Oh Yun-sung. Yoon Kang-chul smirked and said that he understood now. He then admitted that Oh Yun-sun had exceeded his expectations. He said he was happy to meet him and introduced himself to Oh Yun-sun. Oh Yun-sun replied that he was also happy to meet him and also introduced himself. Since they had exchanged pleasantries, Yoon Kang-chul offered to talk to Oh Yun-sun, but the latter immediately turned him down, right after which he explained that he wanted to change places. The doctor's work would be interfered with by their talk while they were here. Hearing Oh Yun-sung's tone, the doctor, who was trembling with fear, tried to reason with him. Suddenly, Yoon Kang-chul lowered his head and admitted that he hadn't even thought about it and apologized to the doctor. Yoon Kang-chul admitted that it was completely his fault because he was the one who assumed that the doctor was the one looking out for Oh Yun-sung-shi. Oh Yun-sung said that the doctor is just a doctor. Yoon Kang-chul asked where they were going to go, to which Oh Yun-sun replied that there was a cafe on the first floor. Yoon Kang-chul agreed to go there, then added that they should have met there right away. As soon as those two left, the doctor's soul flew out from his body in relief, as he remained alive after his encounter with Yoon Kang-chul. Calling for the elevator, Yoon Kang-chul suggested that Oh Yun-sun get down to business right now, if that was okay with him, of course. He admitted that he hates long and pointless conversations. Oh Yun-sun agreed with the head of QR Corporation and admitted that he hated it too. Since the latter agreed with him, Yoon Kang-chul turned to Oh Yun-sun in a serious tone and invited the latter to join his QR Corporation. Oh Yun-sun still couldn't understand the invitations from the strongest corporations and firms. He asked if the fact that he was a newcomer should play a role. Yoon Kang-chul revealed that the team members, who achieved the same as Oh Yun-sun on his first hunt, are the right hands he trusts the most. And after meeting Oh Yun-sun in person, he had gotten rid of all doubts, and now he had full confidence that he could easily surpass him in 10 years. Fame, skills, whatever it is, he's willing to support Oh Yun-sung-shi if he joins QR Corporation. Oh Yun-sung thanked Yoon Kang-chul for the offer and said he had no desire to become part of their corporation. Yoon Kang-chul stared at Oh Yun-sun, unwilling to let him go so easily. Originally, Oh Yun-sung didn't even plan to hunt alone, but during his last hunt, he realized something for himself. Namely, that following the commands of others is not for him. He doesn't want to restrict auto hunting in any way. If he agrees and joins a team, it will be only after he has reached the limit of his auto hunting capabilities. Oh Yun-sun revealed that he already has someone supporting his solo hunt, and that he believes that continuing his solo career with him is much more beneficial to himself. Yoon Kang-chul looked Oh Yun-sun straight into his soul, but in the end he sighed, having been forced to back down. Yoon Kang-chul admitted that since that was the case, there was nothing he could do to help him. And since that was the case, he said goodbye to Oh Yun-sun and entered the elevator. Suddenly, he asked Oh Yun-sung in a serious voice if he would like to become the second Lee Jae-hak. Thinking that he had heard what he heard, Oh Yun-sung interjected Yoon Kang-chul's question, and the latter said that was what he meant to say. His goal is to create a second and then a third Lee Jae-hak. Yoon Kang-chul suggested that Oh Yun-sung probably knows this, but still reminded that the eponymous top national hunters 2F4T are not that important to others. Chinese Elite 10, England's Glorious 7. There are plenty of infamous teams and firms in the world, but what people most often mention in the news is their personal favorite, but not the actual reality. Yoon Kang-chul suggested taking Korea as an example. Which person more newsworthy than 2F4T? Who could it be? Oh Yun-sung replied without hesitation that it was Lee Jae-hak, to which Yoon Kang-chul replied that he was right, because Lee Jae-hak is a genius of all time. Some even call him a genius born of a miracle. Lee Jae-hak is a star infamous for successfully defeating a cracking tornado level and being called a one-man army. And Yoon Kang-chul's goal is precisely to nurture a second Lee Jae-hak, to create a star and a team that no one will look down on. While Oh Yun-sung pondered over Yoon Kang-chul's last words, the latter held out his contact information to him. Yoon Kang-chul reiterated that his goal is to raise heroes. Therefore, it is quite logical that he wants to maintain relationships with all potential candidates. The company's plan can no longer be changed, but there will always be room for qualified people in it. Within 2 months, the rifts will become more numerous, and even then he will send a certain team of hunters with enough potential directly to their center. Oh Yansen was surprised that he was going to send the newly formed team straight to the epicenter. Yoon Kang-chul explained that there was an unforeseen variable in the form of the Ant Queen back then. However, this time, he planned to send someone with more worthwhile skills than just bronze-level hunters. Oh Yunsen reflected on the fact that the closer you get to the center, the harder the hunt becomes. And the center itself is staffed with high-level veterans. And yet, Yoon Kang-chul is going to send newcomers there. Yoon Kang-chul suggested that Oh Yun-sun should join the other hunters in the group, if Oh Yun-sun she would allow it. He said not to worry, because they would not have to sign any contracts, and they would divide the spoils according to the work they had done, and Oh Yun-sun she's freedom would not be affected in any way. Oh Yun-sun reflected on the fact that this undertaking would be very dangerous, but at the same time, it could prove to be very profitable and useful to him. Working together at the center of the rift is a great opportunity to familiarize himself with the QR Corporation's hunting tactics, which is a good opportunity. Yoon Kang-chul said that he would go for it and asked that Oh Yun-sung still contact him. The business card does not have any work number on it, but directly his personal number. Oh Yun-sung released the elevator button, immediately after which the door closed and the elevator drove down. Oh Yun-sung was finally able to breathe freely after such a tense conversation, but he still thought of hunting in the center of the rift. Meanwhile, Yoon Kang-chul was pondering about the fact that he, the ever-mighty Yoon Kang-chul, couldn't make it to the elevator with some newcomer. Yes, and the whole situation had caused him to feel like he was being interviewed, and trying to get the upper hand on an interviewer who was hesitating whether or not he should close the elevator door. Yoon Kang-chul smiled, realizing how that boy had tricked him. He clearly had a temper. As Yoon Kang-chul suddenly remembered that it wasn't the doctor he saw standing behind Oh Yun-sun, in that case, could it be this person? As soon as the elevator door opened on the first floor, right after that, Yoon Kang-chul saw Kim Sung-guk. Kim Sung-guk bowed and greeted Yoon Kang-chul, after which they parted ways. But after a few seconds, he remembered who that person was. Yoon Kang-chul asked Kim Sung-guk to wait for a while because But the elevator door was already closing and Kim Sung-guk winked at Yoon Kang-chul. Yoon Kang-chul understood now. He couldn't do that because he hadn't seen him since he retired. It was another genius who reached the same level as Lee Jae-hak 4 years ago, Kim Sung-guk, which means he's the man behind Oh Yun-sun. Yoon Kang-chul laughed as that guy really managed to surprise him. His refusal, and now this information that had come to light. After talking for a bit over food, Kim Sung-guk said that he thought it would be good if Oh Yun-sung went there, but Oh Yun-sung protested because he is not going to sign any contract with QR Corporation. Kim Sung-guk asked if he had forgotten that it wasn't required. He then suggested that Oh Yun-sung himself wanted to experience what it was like to hunt at the epicenter of the rift. He then pointed his finger at Oh Yun-sun and said that it was just obvious. Oh Yun-sun was forced to admit that he really wants to do this. He wants to go there and experience it for himself. Suddenly, Kim Sung-guk started eating donuts like crazy. Afterward, he chided them and said that they had too little time, as there were only some 2 months left. And since Oh Yun-sung wants to go to the epicenter of the rift, he has something to show him. Kim Sung-guk asked Oh Yun-sung to follow him. Next, Kim Sung-guk and Oh Yun-sung headed to the fortified room. Kim Sung-guk said he had a question from his lecture and asked the student what classifications the use of core energy is divided into, to which Oh Yun-sung replied that according to the teacher, they are divided into 3 types. The first type is Kiai, a method of combat in which core energy using the body itself, or weapons and aura, increases strength. It mainly involves martial techniques. The second type is PSI. These are unique abilities that manifest due to everyone's innate talent. There are many variations of psi abilities: mental influence, ignition, freezing, and others. It is very difficult to find people who use such abilities, as most everything depends on genes alone. And the third type is tech. Unlike innate talent, this technique is passed down from generation to generation, and only a small fraction of secret organizations have managed to combine it with core energy. It can be taught, but the possibility is extremely slim. Kim Sung-guk confirmed that this was correct, after which he said that he would now show the KI technique he had developed. And he'll only do it once, because Oh Unsun has to be as careful as possible. Kim Sung-guk channeled his aura into his feet, then touched the wall with one foot. But what struck Oh Unsun was this. Kim Sung-guk then took his other foot off the floor and walked along the wall, eventually climbing to the ceiling. Kim Sung-guk said that he called this technique body maneuvering technique. This is what Oh Yun-sung-shi has to learn in the next 2 months. Oh Yunsun was amazed at what he saw. He asked how he could do this. Learn it. Kim Sung-guk jumped to the floor and asked if he had been watching closely. To which Oh Yun-sung replied that it was just amazing. Kim Sung-guk chuckled, shaking the dust off his chest. Whereupon he said that if they were going to go national, he should change his name to something cooler. Kim Sung-guk suddenly vomited blood, and then Kim Sung-guk ran over to help him. Afterwards, Oh Yun-sung's attention was drawn to how Kim Sung-guk's veins were swelling horribly. Kim Sung-guk said that it looked like he had overdone it a bit, but he was fine because he had brought medicine with him. Kim Sung-guk took out a vial and drank the contents, during which Oh Yun-sung reprimanded him for being too overstressed, and that he shouldn't be so dismissive of his body. Kim Sung-guk asked, then how can he teach Oh Yun-sung if he can't show it by example? And the hunt will take place in the center of the rift, making its outcome almost impossible to predict. In addition, Oh Yansen will have to compete with the QR Corporation hunters, and if he wishes to stand at the top, he needs to have the appropriate skills. Oh Yansen had nothing to reply to the teacher. Kim Sung-guk suggested that we leave it at that, and before Oh Yansen forgot his demonstration, he offered to break it down further. Kim Sung-guk asked what Oh Yun-sung thought of the walk, to which Oh Yunsun replied that it was quite skillful and like defying gravity itself. Besides, he wouldn't say that's how all normal people walk. Kim Sung-guk said it's a bit wrong because, like he said, it's not some skill or trickery. And Oh Yun-sung himself should know that it's impossible to play with gravity. Every person has their own unique way of walking, a gait that matched their physique. He noticed this obvious fact and thought that it would be a waste of his abilities to walk like a normal person, that is, without using his aura. This was how he created a walking style that could benefit his body aura, and in the eyes of others, he became able to defy gravity for a while. Kim Sung-guk said that if you increase your skill level, then supposedly Oh Yun-sung will be able to use them whenever and in any environment. And of course, that's impossible without the technique he developed. Kim Sung-guk took out his phone and threw a certain file to Oh Yun-sun. Kim Sung-guk then explained that this was a description of a technique demonstrated earlier. Now, starting tomorrow, he will begin to show Oh Yun-sun the basic movements. Oh Yun-sun asked the teacher not to exert himself, but to sit down and rest. But the latter said that Oh Yun-sung was worrying too much and that he was perfectly fine. Then he explained that Oh Yun-shin-shi should train hard and then have a good rest. He's going to leave so that he won't be disturbed. Oh Yun-sung suggested that Sung-guk Hyungnim's veins couldn't handle his energy. Even so, he showed him a technique he had personally developed. From the very transfer of his core, he had only been using the last bits of chi he had left. With auto-hunting, only seeing a skill once can learn it, but even so, Oh Yunsun wasn't going to stop training hard because of his unwillingness to become a puppet of auto-hunting. He knew that he shouldn't rely on her too much. And now, in order to honor Sung-guk Hyungnim, he must learn the skill himself. He has 2 months to do it, and he should be able to pull it off no matter what. 2 months later, a huge rift opened up over the city. Yoon Kangchul said that this was a storm-level fault, and then asked what Oh Yunsun felt like looking at it. After all, compared to ordinary faults, this is an extremely dangerous place, and among other faults, it is the most dangerous. Oh Yun-sung agreed with Yoon Kangchul, for it was indeed strikingly different from the one with the gray ants. Yoon Kangchul chuckled and asked, why don't they visit the camp near this rift? Upon arriving at the camp, Oh Yunsun couldn't help but say that it looked like there was a pretty big operation going on, which was immediately confirmed by Yoon Kangchul himself. He said that in addition to the hunting team, there were hundreds of support staff, as well as professional logisticians, equipped with special communications equipment and ready for all kinds of situations. Yoon Kang-chul admitted that he believes all of this will help them minimize any future losses. Oh Yun-song saw that Yoon Kang-chul wasn't just bragging because the operation was really big. Now Oh Yun-song had a rough idea of what 2F4T was all about. Yoon Kang-chul offered to introduce Oh Yansen to the others. This is the new team he mentioned earlier, QR's ambitious project, an alpha team made up of top freshmen. Yoon Kang-chul told the hunters that they had a new visitor and reminded them that he had previously talked about him. Afterwards, Oh Yunsen greeted them and introduced himself. Almost ignoring Oh Yunsen, Team Alpha's leader and a few others said hello to Oh Yunsen. Oh Yunsen had expected things to turn out this way for him. These guys were clearly not happy about outsiders like him joining their squad. Yoon Kang-chul said he would step back and ask them not to be shy one-on-one. As long as the hunt didn't start, they could chat with each other. As he thought, the Alpha team was skeptical of Oh Yunsen. They're used to working together, and that's probably why they can't easily accept an outsider. But there's nothing they can do about it. In any case, he should bring Oh Yunsen into QR Corporation. Yoon Kang-chul believed that Alpha's amazing teamwork coupled with the company's system support could definitely make Oh Yunsen change his mind. And then he would be the leader of Team Beta, which would be created shortly after Alpha. That's why he had them pitted against each other. Plus, if you breed a healthy rivalry between the two teams, the growth of each would be incredible. Meanwhile, Team Alpha's hunters tried to ignore Oh Yunsen. The team leader turned to Oh Yun-sung and said hello to him once more, after which he introduced himself as Team Alpha's leader, Jang Yeon-chul, after which he smirked and asked Oh Yunsen where his equipment was, since he only sees basic defense equipment on him. Oh Yunsen inquired, wouldn't that be enough? To which Jang Yeon-chul replied that it's not enough, but still, they're going to the center of the rift. And of course, weapons and defense gear are purchased at personal expense. But basic gear is a bit. Jang Yeon-chul explained that if Oh Yun-sung suddenly got into trouble for not having the proper equipment, he would just be a burden to them. Everyone here at least had a level 3 defense equipment. So Jang Yeon-chul suggested that Oh Yun-sung try his luck and try to borrow it from others. The hunters from Team Alpha started laughing at Oh Yunsen, because there were hardly anyone here who was willing to give up their equipment right before a hunt. One of them even jokingly asked, why don't they just go to the CEO and ask him for help? Jang Yeon-chul admitted that he didn't even know what to do and suggested that Oh Yun-sung go to the supply department. But Oh Yun-sung refused Jang Yeon-chul and said that his equipment would arrive soon. Jang Yeon-chul was surprised at what he heard and interjected that just as suddenly a shout of delivery for Oh Yunsen-shi was heard. The delivery man apologized for being a little late. He asked Oh Yunsen not to worry as there was no problem. According to their master, it had been a long time since he had had the opportunity to work with such a high-quality shell of the gray ant queen, so he had worked hard. Oh Yun-sung said that there was nothing wrong with being late after all. He had gotten the equipment before the hunt started. The delivery man chuckled and said he was lucky that the inspection department had finished their inspection quickly. The hunters of Team Alpha were amazed because the van was labeled Hatha and Anvil, and they are the best hunting equipment company. And the Ant Queen's shell is about level 4 in terms of protection. The delivery man asked Oh Yun-sung why he shouldn't take a look at the equipment himself, since it wouldn't take long, and he was personally confident that Oh Yun-sung would be satisfied with the quality, and then he pressed the button. Oh Yunsen said that even though he was late, if the quality of the equipment was better than what he had asked for, then he was satisfied. Of course, he could buy something ready-made, but he was aching to wear something made from the materials he'd gotten on his first hunt. Alpha team hunters gathered in front of the Hatha and Anvil truck to see Oh Unsen's gear. A girl from the squad asked if everyone had come here to see the equipment. Her companion replied that it was amazing. The girl from the squad asked if everyone had come here to see the equipment. A few minutes later, Oh Yunsen donned his new protective gear and stepped out of the van. A girl from Team Alpha told Oh Yun-sung that he was like a different person now and asked if this was his first official outfit. The rest of the team congratulated Oh Yun-sung on his cool outfit, but not Commander Jang Yeon-chul. He was angry as he wanted to put the boy in his place, but he didn't seem to succeed. Even so, he'll still see what happens next, since Oh Yun-sung is still a stranger here. Oh Yunsen said to himself that it was simply unbelievable. It was the first time he had put on such a costume. In this protective suit, Oh Yunsen felt so comfortable, as if he had only used it all the time. He'd heard that since it was a special order, it was even given its own name. Looking at the hand, Oh Yunsen saw the inscription, Reginae Amit, which is Latin for the embrace of the queen. Oh Yunsen was pretty sure that Sunguk Hyungnim had come up with that name. He was probably trying to show off. But be that as it may, he is completely satisfied with this suit. He was going to do his best without holding back. After gathering themselves, the hunters climbed into the mobile base and headed for the center of the rift. Commander Jang Young-chul indicated the start of the briefing and asked to verify the data provided. 3 giant whippersnappers were discovered. 2 were level 4 monsters, while the third was level 5. They would start their attack with a level 4 monster, but if the others arrived, the plan would change. Their target is 3 giant whippersnappers, and they will capture them one by one. Jang Young-chul ordered the hunters to take harpoons for the monsters and split into 2 teams. Not counting Oh Yun-song, the 10 members of Team Alpha would split into 2 teams of 5. Thus, Oh Yun-sun wouldn't even have a chance to participate in the hunt. Jang Yeonchul explained the plan to the hunters. The baits should lure the monsters out and lure them into the area. Then the ambush team would use harpoons to immobilize the monster. After that, their attack team would have to deal with the rest. Jang Yeonchul reminded that they shouldn't let their guard down because it was a level 4 monster. They must take it as quickly and cleanly as possible. Finished with the explanations, Jang Yeonchul turned to Oh Yun-sung and said that since they had started the operation, he wanted to clarify one thing. Namely, that right now, Oh Yunsen is redundant in this operation, so he only has to watch from the sidelines. He explained to Oh Yansen that he would now be on his own, and asked him not to give them any trouble. A giant level 4 whippersnapper was roaming around the city. As the prey suddenly appeared in front of him, the whippersnapper immediately attacked the hunter, but the hunter managed to dodge his attack, after which the hunter baiter began to run away. Everything went exactly according to plan. He lures the scourger, barely dodging his attacks, which means their alpha team is the best, and the CEO was worried for nothing. Jang Young-chul notified the others that everything was going according to plan and that the target would soon reach the appointed time. Then he asked if everyone was ready. The hunters had long ago taken up ambush positions and were just waiting for the right moment to fire their harpoons. Jang Young-chul shouted into the radio for them to fire the harpoons now, and the men sprang into action. The hunters pierced the monster with harpoons and, well entrenched, began to hold the monster in place. The leader ordered the hunter attack the legs of the giant whippersnapper, immediately after which he would finish it off. The hunter kicked the monster's leg with all his might, and then started to run away so that it wouldn't crush him. As soon as the monster fell, Jang Yeonchul immediately jumped off the roof, and a second later, he pierced it with his sword, killing the first of the 3 whippersnappers. Jang Yeonchul was pleased because, as it turned out, even a whippersnapper could be easily incapacitated if they attacked its weaknesses. They had already eliminated one, but if they could capture the remaining ones? Suddenly, Jang Yeong-chul was shouted over the transmitter to be more careful. Immediately afterward, Jang Yeong-chul received a strong tentacle kick in the back. Unexpectedly, another whippersnapper came to the place of their ambush and attacked him. Jang Yeong-chul was trying to figure out how this was possible. After all, it was clearly said during the briefing that there was only one whippersnapper in the area. One of the hunters of the capture team asked what they should do, to which the other replied that they should rescue the commander. Just as suddenly, the hunter heard some sound and turned around. They suddenly had not one whippersnapper, but 2, which made the situation even more dire. The hunters knew that there should only be one monster here. So why did 2 more arrive? One of them suggested that they should just give up, since there was no way they could save Jang Yeonchul while fighting 2 monsters in parallel. Oh Yansen told himself that he could no longer linger here and lowered his visor. It was time to begin the hunt. The giant whipping boy grabbed Jang Yeong-chul's leg and pulled him towards his mouth. While Jang Yeong-chul mentally screamed, he shouted that he couldn't just die here. Getting closer and closer to the fanged mouth, Jang Yeong-chul was trying to figure out where his team was. He mentally shouted for them to hurry up and get him out of here. I mean, it can't end this way. He doesn't want to be eaten by a monster. As if out of nowhere, Oh Yun-sung suddenly came out of nowhere and cut off the monster's tentacle that was holding Jang Yeong-chul. Afterward, Oh Yun-sung caught Jang Yeong-chul and grabbed the base of the signboard. Jang Yeong-chul was surprised that it was Oh Yun-sung who came to his rescue. But how was he going to fight 2 whippersnappers at once? Jang Yeong-chul didn't want to continue fighting. He just wanted to get out of here alive. Oh Yun-sung warned Jang Yeong-chul that he was about to be shaken up. But no sooner had he realized what he wanted than Oh Yun-sung left Jang Yeong-chul. Immediately afterward, Oh Yansen and himself bounced off the sign a moment before it was destroyed by the giant whipper. Right before the whippersnapper did so, Oh Yun-sung caught Jang Yeong-chul, immediately after which he ran down the whippersnapper's tentacle. Oh Yun-sung realized that he had no chance of winning with a trailer in the form of Jang Yeong-chul. which meant he needed to find a safe place as quickly as possible. Oh Yansen bounced off the whipper's tentacle. As Oh Yansen suddenly caught up with the second whippersnapper, Oh Yansen knew he wasn't fast enough to get away from them. And right before the whippersnapper hits them with his tentacle, Oh Yun-sung and Jang Yong-chul flew into the window of the building. Oh Yun-sung shouted to Jang Yong-chul that it was too dangerous and that they should run. He asked Jang Yong-chul if he could move, immediately after which they ran to the other end of the floor. Having gotten far enough away from the monsters, the hunters finally had time for a breather. Jang Yong-chul mentally shouted that he had survived, even though he was sure he was going to die. Oh Yun-sun asked Jang Yong-chul Shi if he was okay. Jang Yong-chul thanked Oh Yun-sung for saving him and asked how he was doing. Oh Yun-sun replied that he was just out of breath and that he needed some time to rest. It was really dangerous, but they managed to escape at the end. Jang Yong-chul asked how he had managed to slip between the whipper's tentacles, to which Oh Yun-sung replied that he had managed to learn something from somewhere. To Jang Yong-chul, it sounded as if there was nothing special about it. Except how could he say such a thing with such a level of skill that he had just learned it somewhere? Alpha Team Group A contacted the leader and asked if he was all right. Jang Yong-chul replied that he was alive and asked what was going on at their place. To which those replied that everyone was able to regroup, after which they apologized for not saving him. After all, another whippersnapper had shown up and it was too dangerous. Jang Yong-chul clenched his teeth. This was clearly not the time to be angry with them. He said that he understood that, then added that the operation had failed and that they should return to the base. Oh Yun-sung asked if that meant their hunt was over, which Jang Yong-chul immediately confirmed. He explained that two whippersnappers had shown up at the same time, so hunting them was not possible. Jang Yong-chul clutched his head and wondered how he could explain this failure to the CEO now. Meanwhile, Oh Yun-sung stood up and shook off the dust. Jang Yong-chul asked where he was going, to which he simply replied, outside. Jang Yong-chul questioned what the man had just said, because Oh Yun-sung must have heard that they were going to the base. Oh Yun-sung reminded the commander that when they got out of the transport, the commander himself had emphasized that he was just a bystander. That means it's none of his business whether they retreated or not. Since Jang Yong-chul is injured, he should hide and wait for the rescue team to arrive. Now Jang Yong-chul was on his own, and just in case, Oh Yun-sung asked the other one not to cause trouble. Up until now, Oh Yansen hadn't activated auto-hunting. He tried to engage that skill, but the ending kind of bogged him down. It looks like that's his limit at this point. At least he had seen the result of his training, and now it wasn't about who would do it better. He had no reason to hold back anymore. This is the hunting zone, the place where the strong devour the weak. And to achieve his goal, he is willing to use everything he has to achieve his goal. Owenson pressed the auto-hunt button, signaling the start of his hunt. The main headquarters of QR Corporation. The members of QR Corporation were watching the operation as well as Oh Yun-sung. Here, Hunter Oh Yun-sung had successfully rescued Agent Jang Yong-chul, and they were currently able to take shelter in a building nearby. What they all saw was unbelievable, those movements. Oh Yansen was moving between the tentacles as if nothing had happened. The survival of Oh Yun-sung and Jang Yong-chul was confirmed. Both were now safe. The survival of the rest of the Alpha team was also confirmed. Yoon Kang-chul clearly remembered that during the battle with the gray ants, Oh Yunsen didn't pull off such moves. And as far as he could remember, this was the skill that Kim Sung-guk had used in the past. Of course, Oh Yun-sung wasn't at the level that Kim Sung-guk was at his peak, but considering that he had most likely crammed this skill into him in some 2 months, this is simply unbelievable. Yoon Kang-chul was convinced that he was obligated to bring Oh Yunsen into QR Corporation by all means. Suddenly, Yoon Kang-chul was contacted by the Alpha Squad commander, Jang Yeon-chul, and apologized because the first mission. Yoon Kang-chul interrupted his subordinate, saying that it was fine because everyone was safe for now. After which he asked, "How is the maintenance going on?" After a few seconds of silence, Jang Yong-chul still said that they reasoned that even after that, the mission would not be feasible. He explained that he was contacting him precisely to announce the failure. Yoon Kang-chul wondered if they were retreating. Of course it would be difficult, but after regrouping, Team Alpha would definitely be able to hunt the whippersnappers. They gave up after their first attempt, but if he forced them to do it, the hunters of Team Alpha would become mere puppets, without any critical thinking. In the meantime, he would have to respect their decision, but the payoff would come later. Yoon Kang-chul accepted the failure of the operation and let them retreat. after which he asked Jang Yongchul, "Is Oh Yun-seong still around?" Not knowing how to say it, Jang Yongchul acknowledged that he was no longer with him. Yoon Kangchul was astonished to hear that and asked him to say it again. Jang Yongchul said that Oh Yun-seong went to hunt the whippersnappers. He tried to stop him, but Jang Yongchul asked what were the next instructions. Yoon Kangchul replied roof, and Jang Yongchul asked what it meant since he didn't understand. Whereupon Yoon Kangchul shouted to that idiot to get his ass to the roof right now, and captured Oh Yansen on his camera right now. Immediately afterward, Yoon Kangchul threw away his communication device and cursed as things only became more difficult. One of the communications team alerted the head that Agent Chon's camera had begun filming. Yoon Kangchul tried to interest Oh Yansen by capitalizing on Team Alpha's potential. But in the end, they only got help and looked weak. As soon as Yoon Kangchul looked at the screen, he opened his mouth in shock. He was trying to figure out how and what the hell was even going on here. Oh Yunsen is now in the hunting zone in a place where the strong devour the weak, and he must use everything at his disposal to achieve his goal. Oh Unsen, using auto-hunting, jumped out the window towards the two huge whippersnappers, after which, a blade was released from underneath Oh Yunsen's wristbands with a slight click. Oh Yunsen used the blade to cut lengthwise through the tentacle of the blue scourger. Just like the instructions said, cut the tentacles lengthwise. If you cut off a tentacle, the huge scourger would just grow a new one. In order not to cut off the tentacle, Oh Yunsen leaned on it. Immediately afterwards, he jumped back, thanks to which he managed to avoid the attacks of the two whippersnappers. Not calculating his strength, the blue whippersnapper accidentally attacked his green counterpart. Oh Yunsen thought about the fact that, although the whippersnappers don't consider each other as enemies, they also don't understand how to work together. Tentacles aside, the whippersnappers themselves are pretty slow, and since that's the case, it's a good time to put what you've learned into action. Oh Yunsen bounced off the wall and, using the body maneuver technique, managed to run up the tentacle of the huge whipper. As Oh Yunsen ran towards the blue whipper's body, both whippersnappers aimed their tentacles at him, some time ago. During the training, Oh Yun-seong-sun huffed to Sunguk Hyungnim that he had decided to call it body maneuvering technique, and the latter said that he had decided to change the name of the skill. Kim Sunguk explained that the name sounds too old-fashioned nowadays, so he decided to come up with something more modern. He thought long and hard about making it sound cool and finally decided to name the skill, and he ended up calling it Spider Steps. Meanwhile, the hunters in the headquarters were still unable to understand what the hell was going on here. The recent rumors were true, and this hunter is indeed the genius of the century. But why does he do nothing but dodge? He's been able to attack the whippersnappers at their weakest points to grab them many times before. The others couldn't see it, but Yoon Kangchul could clearly see that Oh Yunsen was carefully controlling his ki, just like Kim Sunguk did. But he couldn't understand why Oh Yunsen was dragging out this fight. He's already had multiple chances to end the fight, but he keeps dodging and slashing the whippersnappers' tentacles, little by little, which only increases their numbers. While this all looks interesting, why is he doing all this? As Yoon Kangchul suddenly had a terrifying thought, what if Oh Yunsen is trying to capture these monsters alive? What the hell happened and how? The whippersnappers can't move anymore as their tentacles are entangled in each other. This Oh Yunsen is really trying to catch them alive. Oh Yunsen increased the number of tentacles and lured them into places where they would intertwine. And using the surroundings, he tangled his tentacles not only in the ruins, but also amongst themselves. For all the hunters, it was simply unbelievable, and on the verge of impossible. After finishing with the huge whippersnappers, Oh Yun-song contacted Chang Young-chul-chi and told him that he had captured both whippersnappers and asked him to report to headquarters. Jang Yeonchul thanked Oh Yun-song for his work, and the latter replied that Jang Yeonchul and Team Alpha had also done their best. After finishing the short conversation, Oh Yunsen reflected on the fact that this was his first job at the center of the rift, and it wasn't as difficult as he had originally thought. Yoon Kangchul contacted Oh Yunsen and praised him, saying that he had done a fantastic job. Yoon Kangchul thanked Oh Yunsen for everything from saving Jang Yeonchul-chi to capturing the targets alive, because without him, things could have turned out much worse. Afterwards, Yoon Kangchul asked Oh Yun-song if he was okay and had any injuries, to which Oh Yun-song replied that he was fine. Yoon Kangchul wondered if he was disappointed with Team Alpha. If there was a chance of that, he should do everything to get Oh Yunsen now. Yoon Kangchul turned to Oh Yunsen again, and thanked Oh Yun-song again for saving Jang Yeonchul, then thanked him for it on behalf of the entire QR Corporation, because in a way, he had saved their future. And so, as a token of his gratitude, he'd like to do something for him, if he could, of course. Yoon Kang-chul wanted to get Oh Yunsun no matter what. He might try to lure him with money, or give him the firm's support and information. Yoon Kang-chul didn't care what he wanted. After all, if it would help him get Oh Yunsun, he was willing to do it without any hesitation. After thinking for a while, Oh Yunsun said that there was one thing he wanted. Yoon Kang-chul asked if he could answer him. But what he heard shocked Yoon Kang-chul, causing him to question Oh Yun-sung in case he was imagining it. A short time later, the second zone of QR Corporation. The QR Corporation's hunters had finally dealt with a huge level 4 scolopendra, and that was where they were going to end up. Afterward, one of the hunters shouted to the others that the mission was complete. The team leader recognized that they had finished much earlier than she had expected. In that case, they would just have to wait for the Alpha team's results. The liaison asked the leader to wait, and said that apparently they wouldn't have to do that. The leader asked if they had already finished their mission, and the communicator said that they had finished, but apparently it was a complete failure. He heard that their luck had run out. It's a wonder the Alpha team's brats even survived. One of the hunters said that he knew it would end up like this, because no matter how many there were, they were just rookies anyway. The gray-haired man next to him admitted that it was a headache, trying to give the newcomers experience on the battlefield, while making their group do trivial things like hunting giant scolopendras. Everyone wondered, hadn't the company invested several $billion in them? This is clearly a waste of money that could have been put to better use. Their CEO hunts like they do, yet for some reason he wants to train some newcomers. One of the hunters asked if they had heard of the newcomer arriving today. He was rumored to have a unique outfit made from the shell of a gray ant queen. After that, one of the hunters recalled that the last ant queen had been seen 4 years ago, and one of the hunters even wished that they would bring something so good next time. Tired of listening to her subordinates, the commander ordered them to stop, immediately after which they fell silent. The commander explained that their general manager must have had some kind of plan. They should now patrol the neighborhood and wait for further orders. Once the others dispersed, Shin Yuhi was contacted by the general manager. He told her that a newcomer, whose name is Oh Yunsun, was coming to them right now. Hunting is dangerous. It puts you at great risk. Sometimes you can be unaware of it until you die. So the industry is changing. And when hunting, the hunter has only 2 possible outcomes: victory or death. Avoiding any risk and hunting only where safety is guaranteed has become a trend. A sense of responsibility for the safety of others, or anger at the monsters for having people like her who lost their loved ones. Maybe it was now a thing of the past. While Shin Yuhi was pondering, a newcomer managed to arrive and asked if Shin Yuhi's leader was hers. Shin Yuhi was a little surprised at how quickly Oh Yunsun arrived at her place, after which she revealed that her boss had already contacted her about him. She then introduced herself as the leader of QR's first team, Shin Yuhi, and extended her hand. After which Oh Yunsun also introduced himself and said he was pleased to meet her and shook her hand. Shin Yuhi decided to clarify if he had come to participate in the operation at the center of the rift, which Oh Yunsun immediately confirmed. Immediately afterward, he mentally assumed that she was just as likely to tell him to sit on the sidelines as Jang Yong-chul, but instead she asked why he wanted it, which surprised Oh Yunsun. Shin Yuhi said he heard her question and asked again why he came here. She then told him that she had already heard that he had successfully hunted down 2 whippersnappers and even saved a member of Team Alpha. She wondered if that wasn't already a great result for him. After which she admitted that she was confident that their CEO would reward Oh Yunsun well for such a feat. Oh Yunsun replied that if you consider what he was hunting, then Oh Yunsun realized that he had already done what he had originally planned, tested the spider steps against real monsters, and even spent a fair amount of ki and stamina. However, Oh Yunsun replied that it was not enough for him. After all, he does not want to be on a prepared stage. He would much prefer to be on a real hunt. Taking a sip of the pipe, Shin Yuhi assumed that he wanted to have a real experience, after which she remembered the recording with the commander of the Bronze Hunters. She finally agreed to take Oh Yunsun Shi with her since she understood what he wanted. After that, Shin Yuhi asked if he had any idea about the positions on the team. He should stay somewhere nearby in their team and hold a position. She's not sure if there will be more waves of monsters, but if they start, Oh Yunsun should hide or run. In other words, do whatever you want. Oh Yunsun asked if there was anything else he should be wary of. Commander Shin Yuhi replied that she didn't think so, but since he asked, she was willing to say something. She is aware of the fact that Oh Yunsun is quite talented, but all the hunters here are far more skillful than him. And though it might hurt his pride, he should listen to her. Shin Yuhi asked Oh Yunsung, lest he endanger her teammates. Oh Yunsun smirked and agreed not to put them in danger, for he understood that. Shin Yuhi smiled and said that it was a good answer and that she liked it. Just as suddenly, one of the hunters shouted to the leader that the rift was starting to shake. Shin Yuhi asked Oh Yunsen to keep her words in mind. Shin Yuhi asked the hunters what the situation was now, as the crevasse was now closing slower than usual. She was told that it was really not good, because not only the Maruchan team, but the other two teams had also exceeded the time they had to return. Shin Yuhi interjected, not just any team, but specifically the Maruchan didn't return. When the crack opens, the hunters form an intercept team to deal with the monsters coming out. At the same time, the assault team rushes in to close the crack. This is obviously a bad sign because given the number of monsters they had to hunt, they would have no trouble closing the crack. Maruchan, like QR, belongs to 2F4T, the best hunters in Korea. Although they are few in number, their skills are the best of the best. In this hunt, QR is in charge of intercepting, while the Maruchan are in charge of assaulting, even though it's bad. What happened at the center of the rift, after all? As something covered in slime suddenly flew out of the rift, one of the hunters shouted out that the signal had been identified, and that it was the leader of the Maruchan. The hunter chuckled and said that this was clearly not a good time for them, to which the second hunter agreed and added that hunting with such small things quickly became boring, and so he suggested that they get out of here as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, but suddenly something strange happened. For some unknown reason, the leader of the Maruchans began to fall from the sky, whereupon it landed with a clatter right in front of the QR hunters. The hunters were shocked by what they saw. They knew it was impossible. But then how? Shin Yuhi waved her hand and ordered all the hunters to prepare for the assault. Immediately afterward, those quickly grabbed their weapons and were ready. After which she shouted out to Oh Yunsen that she was sorry, but he couldn't go with... Shin Yuhi was surprised to notice that Oh Yunsen had suddenly disappeared. Was he hiding? If so, it was good, because if he was here, he would surely be in danger. As the hunters suddenly noticed ripples along the rift, it meant something else was coming out of there. Immediately afterward, the Gie Saints, level 4 monsters, flew out of the rift. The hunters were amazed at what they saw, for these were the holy Ga that they could only see on recordings, for these monsters rarely appear even in North America. But why did monsters from North America suddenly appear in Korea? Only one thing was clear. Since this was their first time hunting such creatures, they should be careful. Commander Shinhachi explained to her subordinates that each of them must maintain formation so that they could break through the rift as quickly as possible. Everyone was caught off guard by the leader's words. They wanted to know why. After all, it was reckless to approach a monster they were meeting for the first time. As soon as Shinhachi gave the order, the hunters along with her rushed straight towards the rift. The hunter with the firearm asked why their leader was so impatient, whereupon the hunter with the shield admitted that he had always thought she was a calm person who put safety above all else. As they looked up, they saw that there were no longer a few holy haze climbing out of the rift, but dozens, if not more, which was simply insane. Shin Yuhi contacted the CEO, and the CEO asked her to report what was happening. And Shin Yuhi said their OB1 team is starting first, and if it's possible, they'll breach the rift and close it themselves. But if they fail the mission, she wanted him to take care of the consequences. Yun Kangchul replied that he understood and wished them luck. In the meantime, orders were heard throughout the headquarters to request help from the North American team, to form up reinforcements as soon as possible, and to bring in any available artillery. Level 4 or higher, a herd mentality and the ability to take over large areas almost instantly, and worst of all, an air type. Shin Yuhi shouted to her subordinates that they should forget about capturing monsters alive, and instead kill as many of them as they can. None of the monsters should leave this place. If these monsters break out of the rift zone, countless civilians will be in danger. Therefore, they must stop them at all costs. Meanwhile, Oh Unsun has gotten a harpoon and is already running to the rescue of the OB1 team. What was happening was quite unexpected, just like with those gray ants, which was most likely for a reason. Something incomprehensible was going on with the cracks, and since that was the case, they should take care of possible emergencies. The CEO told his subordinates that he was counting on them, but the subordinate on the other side of the phone asked the CEO if they had really done everything they could. If Shin Yui's team fails, then the troops will begin an immediate bombardment of the area. Yun Kangchul mentally agreed that these actions were cold-blooded, but still, it was far better than the escape of the holy Gaz, who would start wreaking havoc in the lives of civilians. One of the hunters apologized to the CEO for being distracting and reported that they had contacted the task force. Yun Kang-chul was a little surprised as it was the emergency response team and asked to be connected to them, but the hunter hesitated to answer. He then explained that they had contacted to request permission to retreat. Other members of the reinforcements from the outside organization are also asking for a retreat. They say that this is too unforeseen and dangerous a situation, and since it is not included in their contracts, they are in no way obliged to continue such a dangerous hunt for them. They have been trying to change their minds for a while, but it can't be dragged out any longer. Hunter asked the CEO, "What are they going to do about it?" Yun Kangchul was simply furious at the antics of these hunters, and he couldn't help but shout that they were crazy sons of bitches, whereupon he shouted out that these bastards were nothing but consider themselves mercenaries. Yun Kangchul wondered if they had any idea what they were doing. It's not just any job. It's anything but preventing monsters from harming the general public. It is because of the danger of this job that there is such a job as hunters. Are they trying to fool people that they put their lives on the line? I don't care if all their limbs are torn off, but the hunters have to continue their work. It's not a case of, I can't do it if I'm in danger. It's a case of, I must do it at all costs. But since things are like this now, if the teams want to retreat, then let them leave. Hunter was surprised because of the CEO's words. He reminded that in that case, they simply wouldn't have enough human resources to fight the monsters. Yun Changshul clenched his fists and ordered the staff hunters to gather, for they would all head to the front lines now. The hunter with the glasses protested, saying it was reckless, whereupon the other explained that if someone like him, the head, went to the front line, then the chain of command. Yun Kangchul asked his subordinate, "What kind of recklessness is he talking about? What the hell is this?" He didn't care about it at all, because he was going to stop at least one monster from escaping into the world. If there are any problems, he'll take them all on himself. Yun Changchul shouted that they should do their best right now. He, on the other hand, would only be a volunteer. Meanwhile, Shin Yuhi continued to shoot the Ga Saints, except they had one problem. There are too many GA Saints, and worse, there are only more of them. And she just can't keep fighting an endless horde of Holy Ga. After all, it is simply not enough to outlast all the monsters to resolve this situation. They need to get into the rift and close it from the inside. Except that with so many monsters, not only getting in, but even getting close was nearly impossible. They'd have a chance if they could get to the rift quickly. Shin Yuhi thought to herself that it would be much easier if one of them wielded a kai, or a tech. Just as suddenly, one of the hunters shouted to the leader that right above her, immediately after that, a single Ga Saint flew over Shin Yuhi and flew onwards, straight towards civilization. Just as Shin Yuhi was about to hit him, another Saint Ga pounced on her from behind, who she was forced to distract herself with so as not to die. Things were bad. Due to the sudden attack from the back, she let one Ga Saint get away. And to make matters worse, this Saint Gay is already too far gone. Suddenly, Saint Ga was pierced by a harpoon, stopping his escape. Immediately afterward, flying the harpoon, Oh Yansen headed towards another Saint Gay flying nearby, after which Oh Yansen shot down the monster and landed with it right in front of Commander Shin Yuhi. Shin Yuhi was surprised since Oh Yansen didn't do as well as she thought earlier. Oh Yansen lifted his visor and said that he didn't run away, but just went to get some equipment that might be useful. Shin Yuhi wondered about this equipment, and Oh Yansen explained that this equipment was a harpoon for hunting whippersnappers. He took it as he thought it would give them some sort of advantage in this situation. Shin Yuhi was amazed to hear that, since he is trying to take part in the mission. Shin Yuhi explains to Oh Yansen that it's too dangerous here now. Oh Yansen replied that he was aware of that and that there was something to do here. At this point in time, every person on the account will not be redundant. Besides, he's just doing what he has to do. Shin Yuhi said that it was natural, after which she thought about the fact that she had never thought of exchanging such words with anyone else. Oh Yunsung said that based on the current situation, the best option is to close the rift as soon as possible, especially since he has a pretty effective KI technique, so he should be able to handle it. But Shin Yuhi refused Oh Yunsen and said she would go along with him since it would take at least 2 people, and all because closing the rift and fighting the GA Saints at the same time is almost unrealistic. So they should go in pairs, one to fight while the other closes the rift. Oh Yunsen asked the leader if she had any techniques for maneuvering, to which the latter replied that unfortunately, neither she nor her entire team possessed such a thing. However, this was not a case where he could go it alone. Suddenly, Oh Yunsen sat down on his knee and stretched his hands back, saying that there was nothing that could be done in such a case. Shin Yuhi silently stared at Oh Yunsen, realizing what he wanted from her. Eventually, she couldn't help herself and started laughing about it. Trying to suppress her laughter, Shin Yuhi asked Oh Yunsun to apologize since it was really very unexpected, especially since she hadn't even considered that he could be so blunt. In any case, she agreed to trust him and do it. Shin Yuhi turned to Lee Chi-huk's deputy and said that he would now be in charge of the situation here. Confused by the leader's words, Lee Chi-huk apologized and asked, what did she mean? Suddenly, Shin Yuhi climbed on top of Oh Yunsun and said that she was going with Oh Yunsun Shi to the rift to close it. Lee Chi-huk was stunned by what he heard and questioned if she was going there or if he had just heard it. Oh Yunsun started to run and Deputy Lee Chi-huk asked her to wait, reminding her that she was going there with the rookie. While approaching the portal, Shin Yuhi and Oh Yunsun were attacked by the Ga Saints flying out of the portal. Shin Yuhi warned Oh Yunsun and asked him to be more careful. Immediately afterward, Oh Yunsun slashed several Ga Saints with the blade on his wristbands, and Shin Yuhi shot the remaining ones. Shin Yuhi told Oh Yunsun that there was a rift just ahead and that they should walk right into it. Walking inside, Oh Yunsun found himself in the center of the rift for the first time. It's hot and humid just like the tropics, and the air so rarefied that it becomes difficult to breathe here. Once inside the rift, Shin Yuhi immediately began to survey the surroundings. Just as suddenly, she noticed the dead hunters of the Maruchan team and the many bodies of Ga Saints scattered around. As expected, the Maruchans made the best of it, and to close the gap, they came out on their own against the Ga Saints, and that means the Rift Breaker has to be right nearby. Rift Breaker is activated by injecting a significant amount of aura and closes the rift. Judging by the number already entered, the Maruchan is almost complete, but is only one person short. She just has to enter some. Suddenly, a huge Saint Ga, larger than all the other Saint Gas, came rumbling down to them. This was no longer just a mere Saint Ga, but a first-rate Saint Ga of the 6th level. The first-class monster of the 6th monster is the alpha essence of the Gay Saints. And it is this bastard that is responsible for the death of the Maruchan team, and most importantly, they have no choice but to defeat him. Only, would they have enough energy to fight him and charge up the Rift Destroyer? Shin Yui decided to cast aside her doubts. She just has to do it. She has no other choice. Suddenly, Oh Yunsun blocked her path with his hand and said that he would take care of this monster himself. Then he asked the commander to inject the missing aura into the Rift Destroyer. Commander Shin Yuhi reminded the newcomer that Alpha Team had been fighting here all along, and that she thought the most rational thing to do would be for her to fight the monster and for him to deal with recharging the disruptor. Oh Yunsun admitted that he knew that, but he's already used up all his core energy to get here. Therefore, his aura probably won't be enough to recharge. That's why he'd better deal with the monster. Oh Yunsun asked to rely on him. That should be his concern. Shin Yuhi said she needed 5 minutes to input the aura. She asked him to hold the monster all this time. Afterwards, Shin Yuhi said that she trusted Oh Yunsun with her life. Looking at the monster's face, Oh Yunsun could clearly see that it was as if it was mocking them and trying to tell them that there was no escape from here. Oh Yunsun doesn't have much energy left, and so he must outmaneuver his attacks with auto-hunting and act according to hit-and-run tactics. First-grade Saint Ga suddenly squealed and his body poured magma. Immediately afterwards, Saint Ga rammed a run at Oh Yunsun, activating auto-hunt. But even with auto-hunting turned on, Oh Yunsun's body wasn't capable of dodging this monster. If it wasn't for the Queen's Embrace, Oh Yunsun would have just been torn to shreds. Oh Yunsun felt as if he had just been hit by a truck. Even for a second, he noticed that Saint Ga's skin was glowing, which meant that he was raising his temperature to increase his strength. This monster is indeed incredibly dangerous, but this is far from over, and for that, he must change tactics, because hit and run doesn't work against this monster. It is necessary to change the trajectory to recharge the monster, and to do this, it should activate attack mode, and put all your remaining energy into this attack. He uses this as soon as he recharges to attack his weak point. He might die because of this, because if the core energy runs out, it's all over. If he fails to stop the monster from recharging, Oh Yunsun won't live, and if he doesn't attack the monster at its weak point, he will die. But he did say he would do it, didn't he? And that's why he has to see it through. The monster shrieked and once again ran to ram Oh Yunsun while being energized. This was the only opportunity, so Oh Yunsun attacked the monster back. Rushing past Saint Ga, Oh Yunsun lost the rest of his core energy and cowered to the side. But the monster wasn't fine either. Oh Yunsun's energy was enough to chop its right arm and part of its torso. Oh Yunsun realized what he should do next, and just as he was about to get up, he felt a heaviness. The matter was bad, for he had already reached his limit and Oh Yunsun's body. Just as suddenly, Saint Ga squealed again, and his massive carcass flew into the air. Oh Yunsun mentally cursed as the monster he had barely wounded was planning to run away. Except Oh Yunsun wasn't going to let the 6th level monster go. and so he took his harpoon and shot the St. Ga. Immediately after that, Yansen started pulling St. Ga on top of him, but he started to resist. Yansen's body couldn't take it anymore. And if things continue like this, he'll simply lose St. Ga. At the same moment, Shin Yuhi shouted that everything was ready. She had already charged the Rift Destroyer, and it had activated. Immediately afterward, the Rift Destroyer began to close the rift from the inside. Shin Yuhi shouted that the rift was closing and that they should leave quickly. Except Yansen wasn't going to just leave that injured bastard behind. Just as suddenly, Yansen noticed that this monster was trying to get out of here at all costs. And since that's the case, why doesn't he use this holy gate to get out of the rift? Yansen lowered the rope so that Saint Gay was able to take off again. After which, Yansen bounced off the ground and offered his hand to Commander Shin Yuhi. Catching the commander's hand, Yansen advised her to hold on tightly, for they would be breaking through the barrier now. And after a few seconds, they finally did return to their world. Shin Yuhi shrieked they made it out. They were back, even though they were now high above the city. Yansen reminded the commander that they weren't done yet, and that they still needed to deal with the first-class Saint Ga before he went berserk. Besides, he had already injured him. Yansen advised Commander Shin Yuhi to aim for the spot where the harpoon was sticking out of. He said she could do it with the aura bullet. Shin Yuhi offered to think about how they were going to get down after this. But they had too little time for that. Therefore, Shin Yuhi shot the monster in the wound. Immediately afterward, they flew with Saint Ga into the nearest building. Roughly flying into the room, Yansen and Shin Yuhi rolled on the floor before finally stopping. And a second later, Saint Ga fell to the floor below where Yansen and Shin Yuhi were because of his weight, then continued downwards. Barely believing what was happening, Shin Yuhi said that they were able to do it. But since there was no response from Yansen, Shin Yuhi lifted the visor of his helmet. Realizing that Yansen had just passed out, Shin Yuhi sighed, for she had already thought of a worse outcome. Shin Yuhi wondered, is Yansen striking or is he being judicious? All she probably knew was that she just couldn't understand this kid. Shin Yuhi told Yansen that he did well. It was a great hunt. Yun Kangchul looked thoughtfully at the landing spot of the 6th level St. Guy. The hunters reported to the CEO that they had confirmed the rift had closed, and that the hunt for the remaining holy gaze is underway right now. The medical character will be ready very soon. After which, Yun Kangchul looked at the slain St. Ga, thinking that Yansen and Shin Yuhi had managed to do it after all. A while later, Yansen finally woke up, and looking at the ceiling, he already realized that he was in a hospital. Why did he suddenly feel so uncomfortable? Trying to get up, Yansen felt pain in his bandaged arm. He assumed it was because of that first-class gay. Suddenly, a certain acquaintance told him that he had already heard about how after battling a 6th-level monster, that one was able to still pull him out of the rift. Yun Seong shrieked with joy because Kim Sunguk Hyungnim had come to see him. Kim Sunguk told Yansen that he looked pretty good for someone who had slept for 2 days. Kim Sunguk asked Yun Song about his body, after which he said that he had no idea how furious Chang Hoon had gotten after he diagnosed Yun Song. Yunsen chuckled and said that he was very grateful to him. Kim Sunguk admitted that he was happy to hear that. Afterward, he said that they would have some business to attend to soon, so Yunsen should get well soon. Immediately after which, Kim Sunguk handed Yunsen a box. Yun Song asked Kim Sunguk about the contents, but the latter wasn't going to spoil the surprise. And once Yun Song saw the contents, he was amazed. There are 5 ranks of hunter. The lowest, bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. They depend on the results of 2 seasons and an annual evaluation. In general, it is the face of the hunter, reflecting his power, wealth, and so on. In his own box, Yunsen saw a silver badge. Kim Sunguk took the badge out of the box and said that it had been sent over from last time, and that he was going to present it after the hunt. Suddenly, Kim Sunguk tossed the silver badge to the side, hitting the trash can, surprising Yun Song. Afterward, Kim Sunguk asked him not to worry about it since this badge is worthless, which surprised Yun Song. Kim Sunguk explained that the badge was for killing a gray ant, and that it was useless now. But it didn't make Yun Song any clearer. Kim Sunguk wondered if the man was really unaware. For badges up to the gold rank, fake metal is used, but beyond that, real metal is used. Even the platinum badge is made of a metal like Platinum Plus, and pulled out a second box. Upon hearing about the plus, Yun Song suggested that Kim Sunguk interrupted his thoughts by saying that the committee worked quickly here and sent him away for the rest of the day. As soon as Yun Song got the box in his hands, Kim Sunguk said that it was the highest platinum rank that only the top 20 hunters get. Kim Sunguk winked at Yun Song and congratulated him because now he's a ranker. Sometime later on the train, Standing on the train, Yansen noticed the TV tape out of the corner of his eye. Mr. Yoon Kong-chul was asked again, according to him. A certain hunter named Park Kong-kong made a huge contribution. Mr. Yoon Kong-chul replied that this was true, and that without him, things would have been much worse. Noticing that they kept talking about a certain Park Gang-kan on TV, Yansen asked the teacher who he was. Kim Sung-guk asked what the man himself thought about it. After all, it's obviously Yoon-sung. Kim Sung-guk asked if that name sounded cool. He personally came up with a nickname for him. Yoon-sung asked the teacher to stop for a moment and asked why he did that, to which Kim Sung-guk replied that it was necessary for the public. They will see Park Kang-kan instead of Yoon-sung in the ratings. But if he wants to, he can just reveal his identity and become like that guy, a public persona. The host asked if that meant that they could attribute Park Kang-kan-shi and Shin Yoo-hee-shi to the Rift case, to which Yoon Kang-chul replied that it would be absolutely true. After all, it was only because of their teamwork that they were able to avoid public casualties. The presenter admitted that there was something about it that bothered him, which made Yoon Kang-chul interested. The host revealed that some people disagreed with Park Kang-kan's status, and that history has never known such a fast debut of a ranker. The host asked Yoon Kang-chul what he thought about it, but instead of answering, Yoon Kang-chul asked, "What difference does it make?" After all of Park Kang-kan's accomplishments are recorded on QR Corporation's camera, which they can see for themselves. Oh, and if we're being honest, he wasn't even responsible for the center of the rift. Yet he rushed there at his own risk in a moment of danger. When faced with danger, this guy immediately requested help, but along with brave men like him, there were other people out there that did not behave in the best way. He's not going to judge anyone, but unlike those who put their safety and wealth first, Park Kang-han-shi is the only hunter who has earned his title. Yoon Kang-chul asked, "So why do they give him ranker status? And is it only because of the annual results that he can become one?" The ranking system is there to show that hunters are people who are willing to face evil and protect our society. Kim Sung-guk grinned and said that Yoon Kang-chul never changed, after which Yoon-sung summarized that in the end, QR Corporation prevented the rift. Kim Sung-guk explains that they're actually out for Park Kang-han, or Yoon-sun-shi. Therefore, they should reward him so that they don't sink in other people's eyes. Park Kang-han-shi is now a household name around the world. He's the long-awaited star, or the second Lee Jae-hak, Park Kang-han. Kim Sung-guk wondered how he got such a nickname. If Yoon-sung reveals his identity, he will be able to make a decent amount of money from the interview. Kim Sung-guk then asked if it was too soon to close the leak in the dam. Yansen refused, for since he was allowed to hunt of high difficulty, it was better for him to concentrate on it. After all, if he doesn't show what he can do, his grade will drop. That's the leak in the dam he has to close. Kim Sung-guk recognized that this was exactly what was expected of Yoon-sung. He did, correctly giving him a pseudonym, after which he said there was great news and reached for something. Afterward, he held out a concert to Yoon-sung and told him that the Hunters Association had sent an invitation to Park Kang-han. They are gathering the best hunters in the country to create countermeasures against the rifts. Yansen thought that fame and popularity was certainly great, but if he suddenly gets cocky, recovery will have to be postponed, and so will training. Yansen decided that he needed to get even stronger and focus on improving his skills. Yansen was about to enter the building when a security guard stopped him and apologized for stopping, then explained that to enter, he needed to show his pass and invitation. The guard asked Yansen if he could produce them, whereupon Yansen reached for the above. After running through the paperwork, the guard saw that this guy's name was Yoonsen, and that he was a hunter. And since that was the case, he asked for a badge to be attached. But as soon as he did, the guard was almost speechless, for it appeared that none other than Ranker Park Gangkan was standing in front of him. Yoon-sung said it was him. Hearing this, the guard couldn't help but shriek that it was indeed Park Kangkan, which inadvertently attracted the attention of passers-by. After realizing what he had done, the guard immediately apologized, and Yoonsen admitted that he had had enough of this. Suddenly, a man came out and greeted Yoonsen and introduced himself as Bai Ji-hyun. Because of the awkwardness of being called, Yoon-sung introduced himself by his real name. Bai Ji-hyun noticed that he had come alone, so he asked Yoon-sung to join them. Bai Ji-hyun didn't think that the newcomer, Yoon-sung, would actually be Park Gangkan. According to rumors, he still hadn't joined any group, so suddenly someone behind called out to Yoonsen. To the surprise of others, this person turned out to be Lee Jae-hak. After getting closer to Yoonsen, Lee Jae-hak said that they haven't seen each other in about 6 months. Then he said that he often missed such meetings, And now that he came here, he didn't recognize anyone. Lee Jae-hak asked Oh Yun-sung, is he here alone too? If so, it's not even a bad thing, since he'll be able to sit next to him since he feels like Oh Yun-sung would be uncomfortable being alone at the event. Lee Jae-hak apologized to Bae Ji-hyun for interrupting them and asked if he would mind if he picked up Oh Yun-sung, to which the latter replied that it was okay, not daring to provoke Lee Jae-hak. Lee Jae-hak shouted, "Let's go!" and grabbed Oh Yunsun with him and dragged him inside. In passing, he wondered, how would they sit? Or just in the middle? Or even where no one would see them? The people around them were still astonished since it was Lee Jae-hak himself, and from the looks of it, he was familiar with Oh Yun-sung. After getting away, Oh Yunsun thanked Lee Jae-hak for saving him, and the latter asked Oh Yunsun what he was talking about. After all, he was the one who had rudely snatched it away. Afterward, Lee Jae-hak admitted that he was familiar with it, and that's why he pulled Oh Yunsun out of there. Oh Yunsun replied that even if that was the case, Lee Jae-hak was also uncomfortable among the crowd. Lee Jae-hak said it was nothing special. As an example, it is like a pack of wild dogs surrounding an animal. But when a lion appears, they all run away, hence the question, what animal will stand still when a lion approaches? The answer is that it is a different lion. Lee Jae-hak asked if Oh Yunsun understood what he meant. Oh Yun-sung smiled and said that he was flattered, for if he were a lion, he would not ask another lion for help. Lee Jae-hak laughed and asked if that was true. If that was the case, then Oh Yun-sung was not really a lion. He's just a lion cub who will soon grow up. A short time later, the chairman thanked the rankers for coming to the conference despite their busy schedules, and since they had gathered, he proposed to start. Yang Chang-guk, chairman of the Special Protection Agency, said that as they all know by now, monsters appear strictly in certain places or areas in their supposed habitat. As an example, monsters found in North America will only be there. However, they have recently encountered those who deviate from that norm, just like the holy gods that only appear in the mountain ranges of North America. Due to the recent incident, the Protection Agency has decided to take countermeasures to summon the best hunters. It is currently collaborating with other well-known organizations, assessing the situation with all available resources. Oh Yunsun remembered Lee Jae-hak's words that he was just a lion cub that would soon grow up, after which he chuckled suddenly and said they'd talk more about it later, and admitted that he wanted to thank him. After thanking him, Lee Jae-hak told him that his sister was now in China, and that when she left, her eyes shone with confidence. All thanks to Oh Yunsun. Oh Yunsun awkwardly replied that he hadn't really done anything. If we talk about China, it is likely that its representatives will also attend the meeting. Since this is a global crisis, they should also be interested in what is going on. And it would be advantageous for Oh Yunsun to go through something like that. Oh Yunsun asked what he was talking about. Lee Jae-hak revealed that China has a fairly large gathering of everything from people to monsters. The scale of what's going on is very different from other places, and if Oh Yun-sung goes there, he will definitely feel the excitement. First, Lee Jae-hak talked about the lion cub, and then he started talking about China. Oh Yunsun didn't understand what he wanted to talk about at all. He wondered if all geniuses were like that. In any case, trying to figure out what's in his head might offend Lee Jae-hak, so Oh Yun-sung decided not to do it. Yang Chang-guk said that the defense agency would take an aggressive stance towards the rifts instead of the usual approach. Oh Yunsun looked at Lee Jae-hak and wondered what kind of expression was that. The chairman said, therefore, as of today, the Protection Agency legalizes hunters diving into the rifts. Everyone was surprised because of what they heard, and Lee Jae-hak, on the other hand, shrieked contentedly, while Oh Yunsun was uncomfortable. After all, something like this in the hunter industry meant that for further investigation and hunting, they would remain at the rift site even after it was closed. When the existence of hunters and their power became sufficient to crush monsters, humanity began to take an interest in the creatures that traverse the other side of the rift. Their exploration and colonization became possible. People were full of expectation and therefore resorted to risky actions. They began to plunge into the rift. Nevertheless, the consequences of such ignorance were dire. Destroyed. Not only the hunters, but even the army with special equipment was wiped out. They used to fight on their own turf. The only ones who survived the tragedy became psychologically unstable because of the trauma and repeated only these words. And afterwards, these actions were declared illegal, but Yang Chang-guk explained that permanent diving is still taboo because they simply cannot allow hunters to be unnecessarily endangered. This is why they have decided to carefully recruit a team of qualified hunters who will make a targeted dive. Also, the participation of the selected hunters is purely voluntary. The hunters in the audience reflected on the fact that few hunters would miss this opportunity, because diving is a dream for each of them. If you succeed in this, you'll get all the fame and fortune. Yoon Kang-chul noticed that the atmosphere in the hall had changed dramatically, and the hunter in the blue jacket began to chuckle. Yang Chang-guk continued, also during the dive, no restrictions are placed on the hunters, and any actions are allowed if they help to gather as much information as possible. And of course, all the spoils and trophies will go to the hunters themselves. Next, he was going to announce the candidates. The first group would be made up of classified hunters. Rank 1, Lee Jae-hak Nim. Rank 4, Kim Yo-han Nim. While Yang Chang-guk was naming the 7th, 9th, and other ranks, Oh Yunsun congratulated Lee Jae-hak. Suddenly, Yang Chang-guk, along with the others, called out rank 19, Oh Yunsun. Lee Jae-hak immediately realized that this was obviously not good. Not even a second later, the hall exploded with shouts from the other hunters. No one could believe that rank 19, the lowest rank, was going on the first expedition, and that Oh Yun-sung was just a recruit who had won first place in the exam. Meanwhile, some people couldn't understand why the 19th rank was named Oh Yun-sung and not Park Gang-kan. Yang Chang-guk asked everyone to calm down because they were still in the process of announcing the team, and soon everyone would be able to ask their questions. But everyone was already out of it. Everyone shouted until Cha Jae-gul, one of the two F4T, the leader of Gungan possessing the 8th rank, stood up and shouted that he objected. Cha Jae-gul took the microphone and said that he thought it was a discrepancy. Park Gang-kan, or Oh Yun-sung, is just a rookie who got his license at least half a year ago. Even though he has a rank, even so, you can't send a youngster on such a difficult mission when it's better to take experienced hunters to dive in. If the choice is based on skill and experience, then what would they say about the other hunters? What justification could there be for this? Jan Chang-guk explained that the first candidates were appointed specifically based on their survivability and awareness. They also took into account connections with firms and took those who were not members. Lastly, after reviewing the electronic media, they concluded that Oh Yunsun was sufficiently qualified. Jan Chang-guk reminded the chair that they were the ones who had not seen this and asked if there was unedited material hitherto unshown to the public. Lee Jae-hak frowned while looking at Cha Jae-gul. He is the director of Gungan and an influential hunter, and his goal is to promote those not on the list. What he's trying to say is that there's no reason for them to give newcomers a chance. And since Oh Yun-sung is just that, Cha Jae-gul hopes to exclude him easily. Cha Jae-gul chimed in that he questioned the defense agency's choice, and that it would be nice to hear some recommendations or testimony from another reputable group. Unexpectedly, there was a man in the audience who agreed to testify, and it was none other than Shin Yoo-hee from QR. Shin Yoo-hee officially declared that there was no doubt about Oh Yunsun's competence, and then added that she vouched for him with her rank. Yoon Kang-chul told Cha Jae-gul that he was too impatient. Lee Jae-hak realized that things were starting to get better because Yoon Sun-bae had said something provocative on the live broadcast, and Shin Yoo-hee with the 2nd rank had also spoken out. If Cha Jae-gul doesn't interrupt her, then everything went against Cha Jae-gul's plan. QR is on Oh Yunsun's side, and Shin Yoo-hee's skills, experience, and personal achievements are recognized. Since such a person who has distinguished himself in hunting the holy gay is making such a statement, other hunters can't help but recognize Oh Yun-sung. Now Cha Jae-gul has no more excuses. Cha Jae-gul said that he's not trying to question Oh Yun-sung Shi, but just what exactly is the skill that is important for dive hunters? It's none other than situational assessment. From what they have previously seen, he can only use melee attacks, except that hunters don't always have the advantage on terrain. But some superior aspects and skills can't be ignored. Lee Jae-hak could no longer tolerate the nonsense coming out of Cha Jae-gul's mouth. And also, the other hunters began to get angry at him, because it was obvious to everyone that Cha Jae-gul was only doing this for self-assertion. Lee Jae-hak couldn't listen to this anymore, which meant he had to say something himself. Suddenly, but Oh Yun-sung rose from his seat ahead of Lee Jae-hak. He then said that he fully understood the Sun-bae who had doubted his candidacy and apologized to them for that. And he also thanked those who supported him in this controversy. And since he has to demonstrate his competence, Oh Yunsun admitted that he sees no point in turning down the opportunity. In fact, he plans to cooperate with the defense agency as a hunter to make the dive feasible. Oh Yunsun said that he understood their concern about it, but if they would allow it, he would like to demonstrate his meager capabilities right here. Oh Yunsun asked Chairman Yang Changguk if this was allowed, to which the chairman replied that it was a great idea, because if Oh Yun-sung did it, it would probably put all doubts to rest. He said that he fully endorsed it and asked Oh Yunsun to act. The people around him wanted to see Pan Gangkang take down that arrogant Cha Jae-gil. The two foreign hunters were watching the whole time. The man in the hat was pleased with the scene, for he was about to get bored when suddenly something interesting began to happen, whereupon he asked his companion if he agreed with him. After agreeing on everything, Oh Yunsun and the others headed to the inspection room, where there were already weapons on the table. Out of several weapons, Oh Yunsun chose the 2-level Galler pistol, an anti-monster weapon that increases the wielder's strength. It is the primary weapon for few hunters, except for Psi and Tech types. Shin Yuhi was surprised by Oh Yunsun's choice, because although he didn't possess Psi and Tech, he would still be able to use it. Cha Jae-gil, on the other hand, was only more confident in his victory, because it was a regular Galler gun, which made him even interested in what Oh Yun-sung was going to do. Oh Yunsun raised his Galler pistol and aimed it at the target, a while ago a training range. The teacher told me that before and now, the main thing is to learn how to do it, and then everything will go like clockwork. But sometimes that's not enough. All hunters use their ki energy, but Oh Yun-sung will fall behind the others if he doesn't train to his heart's content. While Psi and Tech are different. After all, they are inherited or innate, so they can what ki is incapable of. Kim Sung-guk tells Oh Yun-sung that he will realize this when he sees it for himself. They don't have an ancient history of Kai like China and Japan, and there are few people in their country who have been able to pass it on to other generations, and so he decided to create something for himself. Kim Sung-guk redesigned his ki. Spider steps is the result. He had used it before, but now he wished to give it to a trustworthy person. Oh Yunsun was touched by his teacher's words. Kim Sung-guk asked for Oh Yun-sung's protective gear, then said that this would be his second lesson. Oh Yunsun shot a block that was a target, knocking him off his seat, although Oh Yunsun hurt the block. But his shot wasn't strong enough to prove his strength. Shin Yuhi was surprised at what had happened, and the other hunters began to discuss it heatedly, while Cha Jae-gil smirked as he realized that he really didn't expect much from the newcomer. If a person does not possess Psi or Tech, they cannot control the aura emanating from their body. However, Oh Yun-sung adopted the ki attack that Kim Sung-guk had developed, causing the block to begin to expand. And a second later, the block was torn from the inside. All the hunters watching Oh Yunsun were amazed at what they saw. They were trying to figure out what had just happened, because it looked like Oh Yunsun's aura had exploded, or he had used an unusual bullet. Shin Yuhi speculated that it was all about Oh Yunsun putting his aura into the bullet and supporting it. She had the feeling that in addition to the explosion, this block had also been chopped up with a sword from the inside, an infinite number of times. Except it couldn't be Psi or Tech. Could this mean that Oh Yunsun accomplished this by controlling pure Kai energy and aura? Oh Yunsun turned to the hunters and asked if he had proven himself capable of handling the task at hand. The hunters immediately stared at the dumbfounded Cha Jae-gil, waiting for his response. The chairman reminded Cha Jae-gil that Oh Yun-sung was waiting for his answer, which made him clench his teeth in anger. Chairman Yang Changguk said he hoped that Cha Jae-gil, as one of those who had asked for evidence, would voice his thoughts on what he had seen. Under pressure from the hunters, Cha Jae-gil was forced to blurt out that he understood everything about Oh Yun-sung's qualifications and the agency's decision, and admitted that his doubts were in vain. Oh Yun-sung smirked and thanked Cha Jae-gil for such an answer. Now that it was over, Chairman Jan Changguk suggested that the conference be concluded and everyone proceed to the banquet room. After a brief hiccup, the hunters headed to the banquet hall, where some of them surrounded Oh Yun-sung, while Cha Jae-gil watched from the sidelines. It was even too humiliating, and so Cha Jae-gil mentally agreed that he should have stopped back when the QR Corporation sided with Oh Yun-sung. Suddenly, the two guests turned to Cha Jae-gil, snapping him out of his thoughts. Cha Jae-gil immediately recognized Chu So-jin and admitted that he hadn't even guessed that he would be here. Chu So-jin laughed and reminded him that they had been invited. Chu So-jin is the president of the Korean branch of TENS, which has expanded its influence not only to China, but also to the whole of Eurasia. China is the best place in all of Asia, with vast territory, a variety of monsters, and lax hunting laws. Any foreign rancher would dream of going to China, but because of the law protecting local professionals, it is almost impossible for outsiders to get a hunting permit. A visa can only be obtained by signing a contract with a mega corporation like TENZ, and it's quite realistic since China has a labor shortage. QR or Gungan, Korea's best hunting groups, have been knocking on China's door, but to no avail as they are only allowed to stay for a short period of time. Except in one case, Lee Jae-hak's younger sister, Lee Unsul. She's the only one accepted in China. It was because one of the country's top 10 third-ranked Hurricane Blade Master, Jingong, had taken her on as his apprentice due to his friendly relationship with Lee Jae-hak, who had somehow been temporarily sent to China. Plus, Lee Unsul's Psy was appropriate to use along with Kijigong's techniques. After taking the first Lee Unsul, they can soon take the second and then the third Lee Unsul. And since that's the case, Cha Jae-gil wouldn't mind rubbing into Sojin's trust. Suddenly, Chu Sojin laughed and said that coming here was a great idea, because through this he was able to see something impressive. Cha Jae-gil felt abruptly embarrassed because it meant that Chu Sojin had seen his humiliation. Cha Jae-gil chuckled and assumed that he was talking about Yansen, then said that it was just ordinary ki. Chu Sojin brushed it off and explained that he wasn't interested in Yansen's techniques. He was interested in Yansen himself as a person. He then asked if it was true that Yun-sung had received his license less than a year ago, to which Cha Jae-gil replied that it was indeed true. Chu Sojin laughed loudly and said that this was simply incredible. Even though he had shown a useless technique, but he was really good at it, since he had learned it in such a short period of time. Cha Jae-gil was amazed by what he heard. From the perspective of hunters from China, it may have looked like nothing more than child's play, but isn't it a bit harsh to call such a technique useless? Trying to suppress a laugh, Chu Sojin admitted that he had never even thought that he would find someone so interesting here. After which, he asked Yupa what he would say about it. But not hearing a reply, Chu Sojin turned around and noticed that Yeop had long since left. Tired of the company of the hunters at the banquet, Yansen escaped to the street where he collapsed on a bench. Yansung wondered if he had overdone it. Although it was far from ideal, he hadn't made a single mistake. Yansen raised his hand and noticed it trembling, after which he squeezed his hand, suggesting that he was still too nervous. Anyway, he decided he'd proved himself worthy, and he could probably already brag to someone about the name of his technique, right? Just as suddenly, Yansen heard someone's footsteps behind him and immediately turned around. But at the same moment, he realized that the man had already bypassed him. The stranger motioned for Yansen to go one-on-one, but Yansen still didn't understand what was going on. Yansen couldn't understand a word of what this guy was saying, all because Yop was speaking in Chinese. Yansen assumed that since this guy spoke Chinese, it meant that people from China also attended the conference. Just as suddenly another person came running over to Yansen, who immediately called Yupa an asshole. Chu Sojin reminded Yopu that he had already told him not to go wherever he wanted, but he had decided to make trouble for him again. After finishing with Yop, Chu Sojin took off his hat and apologized to Yunsun Shi for the inconvenience he had caused. Yunsun said that there was nothing wrong with that, and instead was surprised that he knew his name. Chu Sojin replied that he had seen Yunsung's recent performance and reached for his business card. Then he introduced himself as the president of TENZ Korea, Chu Sojin. He said he had something he wanted to discuss with Yunsung. Hearing about this person's identity, Yunsun opened his mouth in shock, because TENZ, this is China's top hunter group. After introducing himself, Chu Sojin said that the brat accompanying him was his nephew, Chu Yeop. He was a good hunter, but because he was impatient, he had caused Yunshin Shi some inconvenience. Yunsun said that everything was fine, and then he asked what Chu Sojin wanted from him. Yunsun was not offended by Chu Yeop, especially since he didn't even understand what he said. Chu Sojin said that although he is the president of TENZ Korea, it's not about work matters at all right now. He said that he would like to establish close ties with Yunsung. Chu Sojin assumed that since Yunsung had already become a hunter, he should definitely have an idea about TENZ. And although the company wasn't widely known, but her owner is also a hunter, a man who entrusts centuries-old traditional techniques only to worthy students. He and Chuyup are his loyal followers, and when he saw Yunsun's demonstrated skills during a recent test, he thought, that's exactly him. He's probably the man who is worthy of inheriting their tradition. Chu Sojin once again apologized to Yunsun, this time for deciding to record his performance without permission. Then he sent it to his master, who is also his employer, and literally just now he received a reply from him. Chu Sojin told Yunsun that their divinely superior master wanted to meet him in person, as he deemed Yunsun worthy of becoming his disciple. Hearing about the divine superior master, Yunsun assumed that Chu Sojin was talking about the top 10 best in China, which was immediately confirmed by Chu Sojin, but unfortunately, he couldn't give away his master's identity right now, but Yunsung himself will realize who he is, because a man seemingly unattainable has given Yunsung his only chance, except that to be recognized as his disciple, one simple condition must be met. If Yansen wanted to become his master's disciple, he would have to forget all the techniques he had learned before. Hearing such a thing, Yansen squeezed the note with his fingers. Chu Sojin explained to Yunsen that no one was going to restrict him from learning. They only prevented students from learning other foreign techniques. As an example, with the techniques and skills he had already demonstrated, Yunsen would no longer be able to use them without master's permission, and Yunsen refused Chu Sojin without letting him finish, and thanked him for giving him a chance. Chu Sojin was taken aback by such a quick rejection, and Yunsen said that he had nothing more to say to him. Yunsen clearly understood what Chu Sojin wanted to say. You must break your ties with your current master. Chu Sojin admitted that he did, but Yunsen interrupted Chu Sojin again, thanking him for the offer, and again said that he was refusing. Chu Sojin asked if he was being serious. And just like that, Chu Sojin admitted that he understood how he probably valued his connection with his current master, but this was literally a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yunsung replied that there was no point in further discussion, and that he wouldn't agree anyway. Seeing the change in Uncle's mood, Chu Yap wondered what that guy had said to him. After hearing his nephew, Chu Sojin realized that he still had a chance to get Yunsen. Chu Sojin said that Yunsen rejected his proposal, which surprised his nephew because it was really very stupid. Chu Sojin translated to Chu Yeop that according to Yunsen, he had enough techniques already in place and that he didn't need any new ones, which angered Chu Yeop. Chu Yeop immediately started saying something in Chinese to Yunsen, and since Yunsen didn't know the language, Chu Sojin volunteered to translate his nephew's speech. According to Chu Sojin, his nephew called Yunsen a stupid coward who only spit on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because of a couple decent skills, thinking he was great, and that frogs like Mr. Yunsung in the pond eventually become useless. Yunsen admitted that he felt as if there was no point in listening to this, in which case he would leave. As Chu Sojin suddenly feathered his nephew's concluding words, training with third-rate hunters will make him stomp around. Yunsung interrogated Chu Yop about what he had just said. He demanded letting Chu Yop repeat those words while looking at his face. Yunsen was not going to quietly swallow those words. Therefore, he demanded that Chu Yop repeat his fucking words that he dared to insult Kim Sung-guk Hyungnim with. Chu Yop asked Yunsen why they shouldn't fight, since the latter had so much confidence in his techniques. Chu Sojin told his nephew that it was enough, after which Chu Sojin asked Yunsen for his nephew's words, and explained that only after experiencing their master's techniques would Yunsen surely change his mind. Since he was so willing, Yunsen agreed to fight him, and getting closer to the one, Yunsen offered the bastard a demonstration of their praised techniques. After a while, Yunsen and Chu Sojin and Chu Yop gathered in the ring. Chu Yop asked his uncle how he should do it, fast or slow and pretty, to show him the difference between the two. Chu Sojin reminded his nephew not to belittle his opponents, but the man grit his teeth and reminded his uncle that this guy was the first to decide to insult them. Chu Sojin could not deny his nephew's words, although he had actually exaggerated some points to aggravate the situation. Kai and Tech. Most hunters have techniques that are only a few decades behind them, but in China, they have entire centuries, if not millennia, of practice behind them. And to turn down such an opportunity, and the offer of the strongest of China's top 10. Chu Sojin wondered if this kid even realized what he was doing. Chu Sojin said that Yunsung was really talented after all. Chu Yop asked if he had given up trying to pull Yunsung to their side yet. Chu Sojin asked in response, would Chu Yop oppose it? To which he immediately replied that no, except this kid isn't the type to bow down to anyone. He can tell just by looking at him. Chu Sojin said that this is just fine, because after his loss, Yunsen will have to change his mind. Chu Sojin was certain that there was no such thing as a genius shining alone, and Yunsen was definitely a genius. And therefore, if he realized that there was an indefinable wall in front of him, he would definitely want to overcome it. After finishing with their preparations, Yunsen and Chu Yop walked to the center of the ring. Chu Yop told Yunsen that he would let him hit him 3 times. Suddenly, he remembered that Yunsen doesn't speak Chinese after all, and so he tried to tell him to attack him 3 times, and that he wouldn't hit until he was done. As soon as the bell struck, Yunsen and Chu Yop instantly went into battle mode. Yunsung was the first to attack Chu Yop, but he simply dodged his strike. After that, Chu Yop had to dodge a few more blows. Yunsen wasn't as bad as he thought, and admitted that he was even faster than... Suddenly, Yunsen kicked Chu Yop with his foot, managing to injure him. Chu Yop couldn't believe what had happened, as he suddenly couldn't follow this guy's movements. So he also opened up, but there was nothing wrong with that because Oh Yunsen's 3 moves had already passed. So Chuyap shouted that it was his turn to attack and punched Oh Yunsen in the chest. But to his surprise, Oh Yunsen somehow managed to block his sharp kick. Immediately afterward, he flew to the ropes at the edge of the ring. In using them, he accelerated to slam into Chuyap. In that case, Chuyap decided to act seriously. He shouted for Oh Yunsen to attack him, after which Oh Yunsen would finally be able to know the difference between the two. There was no way Chuyap was going to lose to Oh Yunsen in this fight. Chu Sojin and someone on the other side of the phone on the tripod were watching with their mouths open. Watching the two of them fight, Chu Sojin tried to understand how this was possible. Although Oh Yunsen's abilities exceeded their expectations. But still, that wasn't enough. And isn't Oh Yunsung trying to pull some kind of trick? After dodging Oh Yunsen's last attack, Chu Yop bent backwards and bounced his foot off the floor to attack Oh Yunsen at such a perfect moment. But Oh Yunsen managed to shift his center of gravity to dodge Chu Yop's punch. Chu Yop was clearly not happy with this fight because throughout the fight, Oh Yunsung just dodges his attacks like some rat. Because of which, Chu Yop began to lose patience and started attacking in all directions in an attempt to hurt Oh Yunsen. But what's more shocking is that he can't hurt Oh Yunsen at all, without any training or knowledge of technique, just the moves of a circus clown. So why then can't it hit him? Suddenly, Oh Yunsen Chu Yupa, harshly punching the one in the face. Chu Yup mentally chided himself for missing a punch, but even so, he was confident of his victory, for Oh Yunsen's punch was too weak to harm him. Chu Yup told himself that there was no way he could lose to a poseur like Oh Yunsen, and with his skills, he could defeat Oh Yunsung with just one punch. Just when Chuyap was about to attack Oh Yunsen, he noticed that he was trembling all over and was already out of breath. Chuyap tried to figure out when he had just managed to sweat so much and why he suddenly started shivering. Could it have been fatigue? No, he immediately rejected the possibility of that. Could he then start getting nervous about someone like him? Except that's literally impossible because it's never going to happen. Chu Sojin had already figured out what was going on. It might seem like Oh Yunsun was just acting chaotically. But that was not the case because it was actually a destruction technique. The same technique that adjusts to the opponent's movements. Chuyup had never encountered such superiority over him, and therefore he will feel as if he is fighting his natural predator. Chuyup shouted and began to strike at an even faster speed, but even so, he couldn't hit Oh Yunsen. Having failed time after time, Chuyup wondered what was going on. Chuyup asked what was going on since he couldn't get it. Since he couldn't do anything, Chuyup thundered as he kicked his foot onto the arena and aimed his shining palm at Oh Yunsen. Chuyup shrieked at Oh Yunsen, giving Oh Yunsen an attempt to dodge such a thing. As suddenly, instead of dodging or blocking, Oh Yunsen grabbed Chuyup's head. Immediately afterward, he prescribed what was sure to be a very painful kick to his head while tilting his head downward. After such a long fight, Chuyup found himself kneeling in the losers. Coughing up blood, Chuyup analyzed that Oh Yunsen had hit him in the face with his knee, yet he was still conscious. And that can only mean one thing, and that is that this idiot... Chuyup asked Oh Yunsen a question. Didn't that one even use his aura during their fight? Chu Sojin slapped his face with his palm upon hearing his nephew's question. Chu Sojin now understood the reason why Oh Yunsun's attacks did not significantly harm Chu Yop. It's probably all because of the last battle. The exhaustion makes it quite difficult for him to use his aura. Oh Yunsen admitted that he wasn't doing it on purpose. Chu Yop reprimanded and told Oh Yunsen to fight once more. But this time using his aura, he himself could still continue fighting. Oh Yunsen asked Mr. Chu Sojin to bring something to his nephew's attention. Since he had defeated him without using his aura, it could only mean that there was now a clear winner among them. And from what he's learned, Chuyop can only blather on and nothing more. Hearing such a thing, the defeated and morally destroyed Chuyop spat on the floor. Chu Sojin hoped that Oh Yunsung's defeat could hurt his pride, but Yop lost so easily. Without holding back his thoughts, Chu Sojin said that it was simply amazing, to which Oh Yunsun replied that there was nothing wrong with it. They are just hunters, and their goal is to fight monsters and protect civilians. While this kind of sparring between rankers makes almost no sense at all, it was all because of that provocation. Oh Yunsun admitted that it was probably because he was still immature, since he had given in to such a thing. Also, Oh Yun-seong added that there was no need for further discussion on their proposal between him, Chu Yop, and President Chu Sojin himself, or to those who have been on the other end all along. Chu Sojin immediately turned around to the phone, realizing that Oh Yunsun had managed to figure them out. Oh Yunsung asked the president to remember to pass on his words to the great man who is monitoring everything on the phone. If he has anything to say, let him contact him directly through the agency or come in person. and he also reminded that he could use to discipline his subordinates so that someone wouldn't accidentally create unnecessary conflict like they did now. Suddenly, Yansen was asked to stay a little longer. The great man on the other side of the phone said that if he heard it right, it was a stone in his garden from a newcomer and someone he had yet to meet. Chu Sojin bowed in front of the phone and asked Master to apologize. After all, it was only because of his stupid decision. He said that he had no excuse for it. The Master said that Chu Sojin did not need to say anything about it. After all, he wasn't really angry because he was able to see something interesting thanks to this. So it was fine. Chu Sojin thought about the Master's words as he had been under him for the past 30 years, but this was the first time he had heard such a thing. Master told Chu Sojin that he had tasks for him and ordered him to do this. Chu Sojin and his nephew Chuyop were dumbfounded by what they heard. Hunter Park Kangkon defeated the second-ranked monster, Habek. Park Kangkon showed his face during the hunt that went live, and after a while, Park Kangkon, in an official interview, stated his intention to obtain the first rank. Yun Kang-chul realized that Yansen wanted to focus only on this achievement, thus surpassing Lee Jae-hak, nothing more. Yun Kang-chul laughed at the thought of how this business ethic frightened him. After all, with his words, Yun-sung literally said to the press, "So stop bothering me." Yun Kang-chul winked and asked if he was an interesting person. After all, someone like him is like a miracle in their industry. If only there were more people like that. Yun Kang-chul asked President Yoo Ji-suk if he agreed with him. Yoo Ji-suk is the third-ranked hunter and also the leader of Gungon, which is a reflection of two F4T's strength. Yoo Ji-suk asked Yun Kang-chul to put his phone away if he was done, but Yun Kang-chul apologized for doing so because he thought it might interest President Yoo. President Yoo Ji-suk said that even so, he still has a lot of things to do. Yun Kang-chul suggested that the latter had already made his point. He then turned to President Yoo and asked if he really thought he would decide to sell QR to China. Yoo Ji-suk explained that they will not be selling QR to China, but to TENZ. And as he said earlier, Yun Kang-chul does not lose his property in doing so. Yun Kang-chul asked if this is really the case. After all, if it's a Korea-China third major interaction corporation, it's clear as day to him that his agreement would be equivalent to selling the company to China. In that case, Yun Kang-chul asked me to remember two things. First, Yun Kang-chul is not a puppet for them. And second, whether it is TENZ or anyone else, he is not going to sell the company he has dedicated his life to. Yoo Ji-suk asked if the other person realized what he was giving up. Hearing something like that, Yun Kang-chul made sure that Yoo Ji-suk wasn't even going to deny what he said. And after that, he thinks it's a great opportunity. Yoo Ji-suk explained that China will soon surpass them, although if you think about it, they are already far behind China. And after all, 10 years ago, they refused to take their qi seriously. They believed they would be able to catch up in no time, but what is happening now? China is already ahead of them in the core energy injection technique. And not only that, but they have already adopted many of the pluses of system and administrative infrastructure from them, because of which China has started to improve even more, improving their qi technique. Their predictions were wrong, and even President Yoon must admit it. Yun Kang-chul said that those were fine words for a man who was about to sell his company, and then he asked what decision he had come to. Raising his fist, Yoo Ji-suk replied that they would do so, through which they could learn a lot from China. In addition to their Elite 10, there were a bunch of books and other documents for the transfer of battle techniques that had been recovered over the past 10 years by TENZ Corporation. Most importantly, many corporations have already teamed up with him and shared the information they found. Starting to chuckle, Yun Kang-chul reminded him that China's hunters weren't even using this information. No material had been approved for work. Therefore, he wondered if he was in too much of a hurry. Yoo Ji-suk explained that they get the opportunity to improve in exchange for a bit of limited freedom. But Yun Kang-chul parried that they were only being pushed to do so, and all the useful documents were unlikely to go to someone outside. After which, Yoo Ji-suk continued, saying that based on them, they would be able to create their own new methods. But Yun Kang-chul once again said that he was not interested in it, and that such a decision would not be able to change his mind. Yoo Ji-suk realized that he wouldn't be able to change this stubborn man's mind, and explained that he was only trying to change his mind at TENZ's request. But in his opinion, if TENZ had nothing to do with it, it would probably be better. Yoo Ji-suk turned to President Yoon and said that he should know something. Sometimes there is a wall in the way that cannot be overcome. He had already heard the news about the results of the rookie team assembled by QR, and from the looks of it, things weren't going well for them, right? Yu Jisuk expressed his assurance that things would hardly change in the future as well. Yoon Kang-chul admitted that he hadn't even considered a wall that couldn't be overcome. And besides, it was rude of Yu Jisuk to bring up his alpha team. Yoon Kang-chul thought about the fact that although restored battle techniques sounded tempting, but at the same time, had Yu Jisuk really thought about the consequences of this proposal? After all, it's clear as day that TENZ will start interfering in any internal affairs, pushing the company under its thumb. Will Yu Jisuk agree, realizing that? It's obvious as it is. Yoon Kang-chul said, a wall that can't be overcome. Could it be something like Lee Jae-hak, who even President Yu couldn't defeat? Hearing about Lee Jae-hak, Yu Jisuk shuddered. Yoon Kang-chul brought Lee Jae-hak to mind, since any fool knows that President Yu recognizes Lee Jae-hak, and apparently the true strife in his soul was brought by none other than Oh Yoon-seong. Yu Jisuk had felt inferior before, but now with the appearance of the all-famous rookie, who was able to compare to Lee Jae-hak, his insecurity became rampant. That's why there was nothing surprising about Cha Jae-gil's behavior during the conference, because he was influenced by Yu Jisuk's intolerance of Oh Yoon-seong. Yoon Kang-chul turned to President Yu and asked for permission to say something. He doesn't know what kind of grand technique he was promised, but even with something like this, there's no way he could surpass Lee Jae-hak. Clenching his teeth in anger, President Yu Jisuk said they would look at it again. After this conversation, Yoon Kang-chul could only wait to see what would come out of it. Tens is not bad at getting people interested, and even though he didn't agree, other big firms can do it, and it's not his place to influence their decisions. Something like this would clearly take a toll on their industry, which means they need to minimize the damage. Fortunately, they still had Oh Yansen. When he thought of him, Yoon Kang-chul wondered how he would do in these troubled times. Oh Yansen smirked as he realized that tomorrow would be the first dive. He had already finished all the preparations, so he only had to wait. Suddenly, some old man said that enjoying the night sky was not much like young people these days. The old man told me that not many people lift their eyes to look at something so great, although there is a possibility that they do have something to look out for. The old man said that although he is new to Korea, he recognized Oh Yoon-seong since he saw his interview and was extremely impressed. Although people might take him for an arrogant person, he doesn't think so. Oh Yoon-seong thanked the old man for his kind words and asked if that meant he was not from Korea. The old man replied that he was, but that he often came to Korea because he had a place to live, and also, suddenly, a threatening aura began to emanate from the old man, and he said that he had wanted to see Oh Yunsen's face for a long time. Feeling threatened, Oh Yunsen asked, what did the man mean? Just as suddenly, the old man released his pressurizing aura, directing it at Oh Yunsen. The old man asked for Oh Yoon-seong to answer his question. What kind of old man was standing in front of him now? Oh Yunsen mentally shouted that this old man was obviously insane, and so he decided to activate Auto Hunt. As Oh Yunsen's body suddenly dodged an invisible attack, Oh Yunsen assumed it was a key punch. If he hadn't activated the Auto Hunt a second ago, it would have been over by now. And what was worse was that the old man attacked, using only his middle finger, as if he wanted to nail a fly. The old man smiled as he had not expected that Oh Yoon-seong was able to dodge this attack. At this point, the auto-hunting is just an attempt to avoid fighting the old man, and so he began to quickly move away from the old man. Oh Yunsen was pleased, for with his spider steps, he could keep his distance from the old man. Suddenly, the old man was at Oh Yunsen's back and said that this was quite an interesting technique. Oh Yunsen was amazed at what had happened. He tried to understand when he had just managed to do that. Oh Yunsen braked sharply and kicked the ground to create a dust cloud, but the old man simply swung his hand, managing to instantly blow away the dust veil. Taking advantage of the dust curtain, Oh Yunsen immediately began to tear his legs in an attempt to escape. But a second later, he felt the terrifying aura of the old man behind, thanks to which he realized that the old man had already caught up with him. The old man jumped over Oh Yunsen, and in the blink of an eye, he hit several points on his back, after which Oh Yunsen fell to the ground with no way to continue his escape. As he passed by, the old man recognized that Oh Yunsen had lasted much longer than he had anticipated. Furthermore, he even got him to start moving, which is amazing. If Oh Yoon-seong wished, he could even brag to someone about his confrontation with him. Oh Yunsen couldn't move. He assumed it was because the old man had hit his pain point to paralyze him. The old man said that it had already been too long. And even if he was just fooling around, he was just fooling around. And he didn't think that Oh Yunsen would make him take more than 10 steps. With a smirk, The old man asked Oh Yun-sung not to get too upset, for this was exactly what Oh Yun-sung had hoped for. They are on a busy street just as he planned. Passers-by thought there was actually a movie being filmed here, and one of the actors looked a lot like Park Kang-han, while the old man was some kind of model. The old man said that since there were so many eyes here, there was nothing he could do. And since that was the case, he offered to return to the subject. Unexpectedly, Oh Yansen suddenly started to move, surprising the old man. Oh Yansen told the old man that if the man was the person he was thinking of, now is the time to apologize because this kind of action is absolutely unacceptable. The old man assumed that Oh Yunsen had just gotten rid of his paralysis due to the circulation of energy in his body. Oh Yunsen explained to the old man that he was the one here who asked the questions, then asked the old man if he always did things without paying attention to others. Oh Yunsen mentally scolded as overcoming this paralysis was agonizing. The old man said that he just went along with Oh Yunsen's request, and that it was Oh Yunsen who asked him for a face-to-face meeting. And if things went the way he wanted them to, no matter how many people were here, Oh Yunsen would never even open his mouth. Oh Yunsen reminded him that he was actually quite talkative right now. The old man laughed and told Oh Yunsen that he was a pretty funny kid, after which he asked permission to introduce himself and said that his name was Jin Wei Beck, and as Oh Yunsen had assumed, he was the master of those guys from the Chu family. Oh Yunsen was astonished that the chairman of TENZ and also one of the Elite 10 had actually appeared to him. He had never dared to think that a person of such a status would suddenly come to see him in person. Jin Wei Beck admitted that he hadn't planned anything like this, and that he just wanted to see Oh Yun-sung's abilities firsthand, as he and his body were a complete reflection of the work he had done. Oh Yun-sung remembered how he had flatly refused to become his disciple, but he was like Lee Jae-hak, who acted childishly and came to him personally. Oh Yunsen told the old man that if he wanted to talk to him, he should apologize to him first. Jin Wei Beck was surprised to hear this, and Oh Yunsen reminded him how he and his mentor had been insulted, and he must apologize for today, a condition under which Oh Yunsen would agree to talk. Oh Yunsen explained that once he did that, they could talk as much as they wanted. Otherwise, Jin Wei Beck coughed. He asked in a sharp seriousness, how would Oh Yunsen act if he refused to apologize? And what would he be able to do in such a case? Oh Yunsen replied that if the man refused, he would just call the police. After a short pause, Jin Wei Beck couldn't help but laugh out loud. He called Oh Yunsen funny and asked him where he wanted to call. The kid in front of him turned out to be a real asshole who knows how to act even when he's completely outclassed. And that's with him standing right in front of him, which was good. It was just fine. Oh Yunsen said that if Jin Wei Beck didn't have anything to say, he would just leave. Jin Wei Beck asked him to wait, because they still had nothing to say, and holding out a box, he offered Oh Yunsen a deal. Jin Wei Beck asked if he wanted to make a deal with him. Oh Yunsen inquired why would he agree to his bet, to which Jin Wei Beck replied that he wasn't going to apologize for nothing and meet his conditions. He offered to think it over for himself. No matter how special the rabbit was among his brothers, the lion wouldn't care about it at all. Oh Yunsen asked if he's trying to say that since he's superior to him, there's no need to apologize. To which Jin Wei Beck replied that that wasn't really true, and that he just meant that he would only apologize when Oh Yunsen reached his level. Oh Yun-sung wondered if that was really the case. After all, he himself doesn't have to live up to the old man's expectations. Jin Wei Beck said that since he couldn't do anything about it, Oh Yun-sung would just hide with his tail between his legs, which is the way weak people survive. He said that he understands this very well himself. Jin Wei Beck chuckled as he looked at Oh Yunsen's sour face and asked what his answer would be about the bet between them. If Oh Yun-sung wins, he will apologize to him and his mentor and give him something. Jin Wei Beck said that if Oh Yun-sung finds out what is in that box, he will surely be surprised. Oh Yun-sung asked what would happen if he lost. He replied that Oh Yunsen would become his disciple. Now Oh Yun-sung realized that this was the reason why the old man had come to him. He asked him why he should bother to come all the way out here. Since the old man was still willing to do it, he decided to tell him about the bet, in case he could interest Oh Yunsen. They will do the exact opposite. He runs away and Oh Yunsen attacks. On his part, however, no attacks are to be made, and if Oh Yun-sung ever fouls him, he will win. Jin Wei Beck advised Oh Yunsen not to even try to take the boxes away from him, and asked him to be no stranger to any means of hurting him. Oh Yunsen agreed to the bet. Jin Wei Beck was pleased with the kid's decision, and admitted that he knew he was a nice kid, and offered Oh Yunsen a change of scenery. But the latter refused, and offered to do it here. Hearing this, Jin Wei Beck laughed and asked if the kid was too presumptuous. Jin Wei Beck said he has never lost a bet. Oh Yun-sung said that there is a first time for everything. Oh Yunsen said that since picking up the box seemed like the easier option, he decided to do just that. And to do so, he should just blink while looking at it. Jin Wei Beck told Oh Yunsen that he was being presumptuous if he thought he could do it, because there was no way he could. Before Jin Wei Beck could finish, he noticed that the box had disappeared from his hand. While Jin Wei Beck was trying to realize what was happening, Oh Yunsen took the opportunity and swung for a punch before placing his fingers on his forehead. Oh Yunsen said he met 2 whole conditions at a time, which means he won. Even though he had won, but for some reason a shiver ran through Oh Yunsen's body. This time, even the people around them started to shiver, and some even suggested that it was the weather. Oh Yunsen couldn't even move while feeling such an incredible energy. Jin Wei Beck asked, how did he manage to do that? Oh Yunsen reminded him that he himself had asked him not to fool around, and that was why he had pulled his aces out of his sleeve. Jin Wei Beck asked Oh Yunsen to explain it now, if he wasn't afraid of losing his fingers, of course. Pulling out his fingers, Oh Yunsen asked if he wanted details. If he decided not to fulfill his part of the bargain, they would just go back to the beginning. Jin Wei Beck said that this would be the very beginning, and since that's the case, what would happen if he didn't agree to go along with Oh Yunsen's tricks? Oh Yunsen replied that, in that case, he wasted his time on an old man who can't even keep his own words. Suddenly, Jin Wei Beck laughed again. He told Oh Yunsen that he had stiffed him and wasn't even scared, to which he didn't even have anything to reply. He had no idea that he, who was considered the most undefeated for the past few decades, lost to some brat. That was fine, and therefore he's willing to admit that he lost to that sly bastard. Oh Yunsung has the box, so Jin Wei Beck asked him to show it to him. Oh Yunsen used the slot to get the box out, which looked like magic from the outside. And even Jin Wei Beck was amazed by this. He immediately asked what this technique was, to which Oh Yunsen replied that he didn't have to tell him anything, whereupon the old man called him a damn bastard. Jin Wei Beck asked Oh Yunsen not to open this box for the time being, and in general, until direct use, it was best to avoid the contents coming into contact with the air. Oh Yunsen inquired if Jin Wei Beck could have slipped him some kind of drug, to which Jin Wei Beck replied that he didn't have to say anything. Not a word was said about the contents inside. And if Oh Yunsen wanted to eat the contents, he could do so right now. Jin Wei Beck assumed that Oh Yunsen was wondering if there was medicine inside, or a dangerous poison. Oh Yunsen turned away from the old man, thinking about how childish it was. Since they were done with their bet, Jin Wei Beck suggested they part ways on that. But to his misfortune, Oh Yun-sung asked what the man was talking about. After all, Jin Wei Beck still hadn't apologized. Jin Wei Beck said in Chinese that he didn't know Korean, after which Oh Yun-sung shrieked that as soon as he was cornered, he immediately switched to Chinese. Oh Yunsen offered to just apologize, after which they would finally part ways, but the man kept trying to pretend that he didn't know about any apology or reason to do so. Isn't this brat trying to tell the great Jin Wei Park to apologize? At this moment, pride surged in Jin Wei Beck and he pounced on Oh Yunsen. Jin Wei Beck's rational thinking completely gave way to his pride, causing him to attack Oh Yunsen. He did it all on instinct. Jin Wei Beck grabbed Oh Yun-sung and immediately fled. Passers-by were trying to figure out where the two men had gone. Some people wanted to take some pictures with Oh Yun-sung. Some people even thought that the old man had kidnapped him. The next morning, Oh Yunsen woke up on a bench in the park and immediately swore at the damn old man. Oh Yunsen wondered what he had done to him. And did that mean that the old man had just run away? When Oh Yunsen stood up, he noticed that there was a box lying beside him and a note underneath it. At the beginning of the note, Jin Wei Beck asked Oh Yunsen to read it to the end. He said that he had something urgent that he had to leave. He asked him not to think he was just running away because it was really urgent. Inside the box were medicines that Oh Yun-sung could use if he wanted to, but they couldn't be stored for long because they would lose their power. After that, he explained that he had adjusted his energy flow so that Oh Yunsen would be able to move more easily and his energy would circulate more efficiently. At the end, he wrote that Oh Yunsen would thank him for this someday, and that they would meet soon, so they would fulfill what they had promised each other. Judging from the note, this old guy really knows Korean very well indeed. P.S. Jin Wei Beck asked Oh Yun-sung not to misunderstand him, and he really didn't run away. Even though he knows Korean, but the old man's writing is just awful. Yu Ji-suk asked Chu So-jin if he was even aware of how much time had passed. They've been waiting for the master for hours, so how much longer should they wait for him? Chu So-jin replied that he would be coming soon, whereupon Yu Ji-suk reminded the one that Chu So-jin had said that many times before. Besides, he has a tight schedule to follow. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching. Looking at the old man, Yu Jisuk wondered if it could be that this person was the chairman of TENZ, Jin Wei Beck. Jin Wei Beck asked Yu Jisuk if he was staring at him too hard. Immediately after, Yu Jisuk bowed to him and apologized for that, and acknowledged that it was a great honor to meet him in person. After which he introduced himself as the CEO of Gungon, Yu Jisuk. In order to obtain Jin Wei Beck's knowledge, Yu Jisuk was willing to do whatever he could. Realizing what Gungon's director Yu Jisuk is all about, Jin Wei Beck said that he understands everything. Yu Jisuk told the master again that he was honored to meet him today. Jin Wei Beck said it was the same here. Anyway, since that one had seen his face, maybe that would be enough? Jin Wei Beck turned around and motioned for Chu Sujin to get out of here, and the latter asked the master in surprise, what did the master mean? Jin Wei Beck explained that he was feeling a little tired after meeting an unexpectedly smart but rude kid, and so he was going to get a proper night's sleep. After realizing that his opportunity was leaving, Yu Jisuk caught up with Jin Wei Beck and asked him to wait, because he had been waiting here for hours to see him. Whereupon he grabbed the old man by the shoulder and said that if he would just leave. Without thinking for his actions, Yu Jisuk made one of the biggest mistakes of his life. Jin Wei Beck instinctively released his aura, causing Yu Jisuk to be startled and jerked his hand away. Yu Jisuk wondered, what was that murderous look? He felt as if he was about to give up his life. After a few seconds, Jin Wei Beck's face regained its former indifference, after which he reminded Yu Jisuk that he was tired for today. Of course he recognizes Yu Jisuk's desire to learn from him, and so he decides to tell him something. Yu Jisuk is just a dog. Only Yu Jisuk was about to argue with this as Jin Wei Beck explained that dogs should only eat what their master feeds them, and not just holding onto the owner's hand. Jin Wei Beck said that he hopes Yu Jisuk remembers this, because he personally doesn't like it when dogs bite his hands. After finishing with the explanations, Jin Wei Beck along with Chu Sojin left, leaving Yu Jisuk behind. Walking outside, Jin Wei Beck said that just as he had thought earlier, this guy was not like that brat, but there was nothing wrong with that. Jin Wei Beck asked Chu Sojin if he wanted to say something to him. Chu Sojin said that this person they had met was one of the top 3 strongest people in this country, and perhaps it might have been too hard for him. Jin Wei Beck said that there was no use for him, which embarrassed Chu Sojin. Jin Wei Beck explained that the man's eyes lacked any kind of fervor, and that he was useless, and his potential was quite average. Chu Sojin couldn't understand what his master was talking about, as he suddenly recalled the master talking about meeting an interesting person along the way. Jin Wei Beck replied that he went to see that brat, Yansen. Chu Sojin said that he understood everything now, and assumed that Jin Wei Beck was quite satisfied with their meeting. After which, the latter said that everything was fine. Watching the master's demeanor, Chu Sojin realized that Yansen had managed to make a strong impression on the master. Chu Sojin asked that everything went well in Henan province, to which Jin Wei Beck replied that it wasn't an easy ride, but he still managed to get it. Chu Sojin shrieked in joy, for it was a good sign, but after a second, Jin Wei Beck said that it was now out of his hands since he had given it to that lousy guy. Chu Sojin asked if he was referring to Yansen when he spoke of the lousy man. It could only mean that Yansen really liked Master, except to give a healing orb that was considered a great ancient treasure. Sweating in embarrassment, Jin Wei Beck said that was the case. Chu Sojin suggested that Master didn't want to give away so much. July 19th, 1:02 p.m. Now Yunsong himself will be able to dive on the other side of the dimensional rift. There's only one way back. In 19 hours, a rift point will be created 52 kilometers from here, and Yansen must reach the specified location before the rift closes completely. The goal of his first dive is to reach that point alive and return to this world. Gadget detection shoulder camcorder functions without any issues. Since everything is good so far, Yansen said to start the examination. Yansen met his first group of monsters in the rift. They were viper monkeys from level 2 to level 3. Yansen turned on auto-hunting and rushed into a group of viper monkeys. As soon as Yansen approached, a group of viper monkeys immediately rushed at him. But once they were too close one-on-one, Yansen suddenly found himself starting to run backwards. Yansen was trying to figure out what was happening now and why the auto-hunter had started to run away. After all, someone like a viper monkey should be an easy target. Just as suddenly, Yansen's body reached into the satchel and pulled out the box given to him by Jin Wei Beck. Except, why is the auto-hunter doing this? As it turned out, the items inside the box were phytotherapy. Just as suddenly, Yansen's body pulled the pill into his mouth against his will. And just as he was about to swallow the pill, he suddenly stumbled. Then he crashed straight into a rock. While Oh Yun-sung was lying on the ground, the viper monkeys took the chance to surround him. Suddenly, the veins on Oh Yun-sun's body swelled up, and he began to feel extreme pain, causing him to scream. Meanwhile, Jin Wei Beck and Chu So-jin were watching the news. It had already been 20 minutes since Hunter Park Kanhan-shi had entered the rift, and operations near the said rift had been declared successful. Noticing Chu So-jin's strange behavior, Jin Wei Beck asked if he wanted to say something. Chu So-jin asked if they should prepare for the case. And why isn't Oh Yun-sun coming back? Jin Wei Beck assumed that Oh Yun-sung was just preparing for something. Chu So-jin reminded the master that they must take the treasure away from him, for this medicine contained over 20,000 units of qi. Jin Wei Beck set the bowl down and told Chu So-jin that he's just a nerd. And of course, he's not the only one who makes the wrong assumption. Jin Wei Beck explained that when it starts to be digested by the body, it's only natural that it starts to generate it, except that it was nothing more than fuel. Chu So-jin was astonished to hear Master call it just fuel. Just as suddenly, Jin Wei Beck clapped his hands together while frightening Chu So-jin. After which, Jin Wei Beck explained that once one accepts this treasure, it will immediately begin to circulate inside the body, and then the qi will disappear. Chu So-jin asked what happens to the user's body in such a case. Jin Wei Beck replied that he doesn't know the answer to that himself, but when he received it the first time, he gained control over his bloodlust. When he took the second, his body underwent changes to strengthen his weak skeletal structure. To simplify, it strengthens what the user's body needs the most. That's why he doesn't know what will happen to the body of this little brat. Jin Wei Beck suggested that there's even a possibility that Oh Yun-sung went to heaven without going through such horrible pain. But for now, they can only sit and watch. He did make a promise to that bastard, and he's definitely wondering what's going to happen next. A while later, Oh Yun-sun finally regained consciousness, even though he was surrounded by viper monkeys not long ago. Looking around, he saw a huddled group of viper monkeys and wondered what had happened here. As he suddenly realized that this all happened after the drug, he was fighting for his life against viper monkeys with the help of auto-hunting. As suddenly, Oh Yun-sun remembered the time and immediately looked at his watch. Unfortunately, he only had 4 hours left. Things were bad, for if he didn't make it back in time to the return point, he would be stuck here. Oh Yun-sun jumped towards the return point as he suddenly flew upwards. Oh Yun-sun was trying to figure out what had happened to his body. Then he would simply faint as he used too much qi. But now his body was as light as a feather. The effect of the medicine was truly incredible. Oh Yun-sun ran towards the return point while checking his new body. He became much faster than before, and he also started to feel much better being without the armor. It was too weird. Apparently, the reason for this is due to his body changes, as since his body has gotten bigger, the suit has started to seem more and more unnatural. After absorbing the medicine, Oh Yun-sun began to feel fantastic. Most importantly, with his new speed, he would be able to get to the return point on time. A short while later, with only 4 kilometers to go, Oh Yun-sun felt that he would definitely be able to get there at this pace. He was glad that he could return to the real world. Losing consciousness and barely coming back alive on his first dive is pretty embarrassing. He had prepared so much for this day, but it had all turned out to be for nothing. Plus, it was weird. Why would the auto-hunter force-feed him that medicine? The viper monkeys posed no threat to him even before taking the medicine. Suddenly, there was a flash in the sky. This was it, the flash signaling the point of return, and most likely they were all already waiting for it. Team Suk-young, one of the 2 F4Ts with a high cohesion team. They are responsible for securing the return point during this dive, and these were the people that had been waiting for Oh Yun-sun's return, which surprised him greatly. One of the Suk-young took off his helmet and asked if he was Oh Yun-sun, to which Oh Yun-sun replied that it was him and asked if they were really Suk-young team members. The commander noticed that Oh Yun-sung was not wearing equipment and asked if he was injured. Oh Yun-sun replied that he had some difficulties, but his body was fine. The commander offered to help Oh Yun-sun get to the hospital, but he declined and said they didn't have to do that. Suddenly, Commander Suk-young betrayed Oh Yun-sun by hitting him with all his might. Immediately afterward, he threw another punch that threw Oh Yun-sun off. Coughing, Oh Yun-sun asked if it was an ambush. The commander said that it was all useless as Oh Yun-sun would not be able to move for a while, and he would also never be able to use his aura again as his aura flow had to be completely destroyed. After which he said he would get his way and asked, where was that wooden box that should be with him? He asked Oh Yun-sun not to think, as if he would be able to lie, because they already had enough proof that he was the successor of the heavenly demon. After hearing about the heavenly demon, Oh Yun-sun wondered if he was related to that old man. The commander ordered Oh Yun-sun to speak, otherwise he would just die. But Oh Yun-sun interrupted him, saying that it was all because of them. After that, he rose to his feet. The commander wondered how it had happened, since he had made sure to hit the center of his aura. But even so, he managed to stand up. Oh Yun-soon thought that it was all because of people like this. This is the reason why the auto hunt suddenly fed him the medicine. The auto hunt sensed the presence of people that wished to hunt him. Oh Yunsen wondered how much more trouble this old man was going to give him. And didn't he just want to say that he had ruined his first dive because of something so trivial? Oh Yunsen asked the soldier if he thought it was some kind of martial arts fiction. And doesn't he think it will be exactly as he wished? Where's the wooden box? This is the perfect time to show it off. The commander said that it was well within the scope of what they expected of him. And so he said that they would now take Oh Yunsen by force. The commander ordered the soldiers to take the formation. Immediately afterward, Sukyung's soldiers quickly surrounded Oh Yunsun so that he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. The commander called this formation the Sky Field of the Cutting Star Trail, after which he ordered the attack and the soldiers immediately started attacking Oh Yunsun. But to their surprise, he managed to dodge all the attacks. Back on the ground, Oh Yunsun pulled out a gun and shot one of them right in the head. But because his helmet was too strong, he wasn't able to do any damage. Just as suddenly, one of the soldiers tried to knock Oh Yunsun down, forcing him to retreat. Feeling superior to the game, the commander laughed out loud, after which he turned to Oh Yunsun and explained that they knew he was far from the wimp they had seen in the video. However, their formation was clearly not something to be mocked, and that means that Oh Yunsun is finished. The commander said that Oh Yunseong looked like he was fighting against an organized team for the first time. Besides, they had already scrutinized his movements, and from now on they will hunt him down. Raising his hand, the commander ordered his prey to be subdued. Immediately afterward, the soldiers took out whips and attacked Oh Yunsun with them. Although Oh Yunsong tried to dodge them, he still received damage from them. In order to save himself, Oh Yunsong started running and shooting back at Sukyung's soldiers. But it was all in vain, and the soldiers damaged Oh Yunsun time after time. Oh Yunsun abruptly turned around and fired several times at the enemies, but all of his bullets flew past. The commander asked Oh Yunsun how it felt. He suggested that he could not get a feel for the distance to the target. While spider steps are an amazing technique, it's completely useless if he has nowhere to turn around. The commander ordered the soldiers not to give Oh Yunsun any respite by conducting continuous attacks. To do this, they must use a club with a whip, attacking him from any distance. By doing so, they will be able to confuse his sense of distance, due to which he will be unable to do anything. Galer's gun is just a trinket, especially when he won't hit anything while trying to dodge an attack. As soon as Oh Yunsong lets his guard down, they'll take control of him immediately. The soldiers continued to corral Oh Yunsun while all his shots were absolutely useless. The commander said that this was his end. Just as suddenly, the bullets fired by Oh Yunsun began to take off, after which the bullets fired by Oh Yunsun began to circle the battlefield, causing utter chaos. The commander was trying to figure out what had just happened, because out of nowhere, bullets started flying from the ground. Oh Yunsun explained that this key was called Parasite. Though this is the first time he's managed multiple bullets like this, it was much better than he expected it to be. It was simply impossible. The commander couldn't believe that Oh Yunsun had managed to predict the movements of their formation. Moreover, all this time, he hadn't even been aiming at them, and was purposely shooting at the ground. And what the hell kind of thing is called a key parasite? He'd seen Oh Yunsong shoot in a similar manner during the demonstration, but it wasn't as powerful then as it was now. To Oh Yunsun's surprise, the KI parasite didn't use up as much ki as he had expected, and yet during the demonstration he was tired even after one shot. Could his ki have increased? It was probably different, because the energy circulation in his entire body had completely changed after taking the medicine. Oh Yunsun could clearly feel his body effectively circulating energy internally, increasing its output. Oh Yunsun asked the commander why they shouldn't talk while they had the chance. Right after that, the commander asked him why someone as experienced as him would obey an evil person like Jin Wei Beck. Oh Yunsun replied that he had nothing to do with the man, much less did he even know what the commander's relationship with him was. But at the same time, he can't forgive him for trying to ruin his hunting career. The commander asked if the man was going to kill him, to which he replied that he was not going to, and besides, all the actions of Sukyung's team were recorded by his action camera, through which he can simply report the incident with the video as evidence. Oh Yunsun said that he wasn't actually going to kill anyone, after which he took a swing, and with a punch to the face, he knocked out squad leader Sukyung. Afterward, Oh Yunsun said that he was completely sure that he had already mentioned his unwillingness to be in any martial arts faction. That was the end of their band's story. The leader of the group, Sukyung, or whoever they thought was the leader all along, was arrested for questioning. It was clear that he was a Chinese hunter who had been interrogated. But he did not say anything about why he was the one who tried to kill Oh Yansen. However, judging from the investigation, Su Cheong's team had the support of the president of a major Chinese corporation, an ancient dragon master of 10,000 works, ranked 4th in the Elite 10, just as recorded on his action camera. Oh Yunsen was only involved in the investigation as a victim of the incident, and no other specific comments were made by him. Since the investigation was unable to find out the exact motive for the perpetrator's actions, this incident is still unresolved. After a short time of waiting, the one Oh Yunsen had been waiting for finally showed up. Jin Wei Beck said that's pretty interesting. If Oh Yunsen had said a little more, he wouldn't be here. Oh Yunsen said that's probably true, and they even found out who was behind the incident. Jin Wei Beck decided to speak up about what Oh Yunsen was asking. He admitted that he had thought about it over and over again. Oh Yunsen asked him to continue, and Jin Wei Beck said he doesn't think he can apologize to his master, as it's just unacceptable. Oh Yunsen didn't say anything, but coldly glanced at the old man. Jin Wei Beck said that since this happened, what is the one going to do with him now? Looking up at the sky, Oh Yunsen replied that this was correct, whereupon he rose and said that he did not think this was the proper place to talk, and therefore he asked to follow him. Kim Sung-uk's house. While waiting for Oh Yun-sung, Kim Sung-uk had already set the table, except that the thought of eating kimchi tofu alone with a man seemed wrong to him. As he suddenly heard a knock on the door, Kim Sung-uk immediately guessed that it was Oh Yun-sung, and so he was not surprised by his arrival. But before entering, Oh Yunsen said that although it was unexpected, he would like to invite one more person to their meal today. Kim Sung-uk replied that he was fine with it, as there was no reason why they couldn't do it. But seeing his new guest, Kim Sung-uk froze. He wondered if he was serious. This old man's sense of style was total crap. What's with the shirt and the sunglasses? Kim Sung-uk invited the guests inside and said that although there wasn't much there, he still offered to sit at the table, after which they all gathered around the dinner table. But in the end, all they did was sit with silence hanging in the air. Kim Sung-uk was trying to figure out what was going on, and why wasn't anyone talking? Or should he be the first to say something? Kim Sung-uk asked Oh Yun-sung what his relationship is with this person, and could it be his grandfather? He replied that it wasn't really about that, but before he explained, he urgently needs to go to the bathroom, and so Oh Yunsen stood up and stepped back. Now the only people left at the table were Kim Sung-uk and an old man with terrible fashion taste. Kim Sung-uk wondered what he should say to this old man. Suddenly, the old man was the first to speak to Sung-uk. The old man asked if Kim Sung-uk had anything to drink. Green tea would be good here. Kim Sung-uk was a little surprised at such a request, but still said he didn't have much, so he asked him to wait for a while. Afterward, Kim Sung-uk went to make tea. Feeling the old man's gaze on him, Kim Sung-uk tried to understand why the man was doing this. Unexpectedly, the old man said he just had a fantastic body structure. Kim Sung-uk apologized to the old man as he might have misunderstood him, and the man explained that he meant to say that Kim Sung-uk's body was just great. Jin Wei Beck took off his glasses and said it was much better than what he expected to see. And that's probably the reason why that brat Oh Yun-sung brought him here. Jin Wei Beck approached Kim Sung-uk and asked for his hand, but the latter hesitated and apologized, asking why he needed it. Jin Wei Beck said that thanks to Oh Yun-sung, he didn't get dragged into unfortunate trouble, and therefore he thinks this would be a great way to repay him. He said there's nothing wrong with it and asked him to just show his hand. Since the other one was so insistent, Kim Sung-uk slowly raised his hand while thinking about it. Suddenly, Jin Wei Beck grabbed his hand and squeezed it, after which a glow began to emanate from Kim Sung-uk's hand. Kim Sung-uk felt the energy begin to circulate in his body again, except that it was impossible, because he usually felt a lot of pain when he did that. After that incident, his energy flow was completely destroyed, but this old man had controlled it enough to restore the flow. Kim Sung-uk wondered who the old man really was. At the same moment, Oh Yunsen came out of the restroom. Looking at his hands, Kim Sung-uk wondered, what was that just now? Kim Sung-uk asked the old man if it was because he had just injected energy into his body, and he immediately confirmed it. It was exactly what he thought it was. And as long as the defenses he had placed around the stream were still in place, he would be able to use it, though that would only be for a few minutes at best. Hearing this, Kim Sung-uk smirked. Kim Sung-uk used the energy of his core, causing his body to increase in size, and a moment later, he was on the other side of the room. For the first time in years, Kim Sung-uk was able to use core energy normally again, even though Oh Yunsen was watching the teacher. But he actually didn't even notice any movements when he used that technique. Could it be that these were the real spider steps? Kim Sung-uk looked at his hands again. It was indeed his body, and it could once again move the way he wanted. Kim Sung-guk addressed Yoon Song-shi and Sir for coming to visit, after which he admitted that he didn't know what the matter was, but he was grateful to them from the bottom of his heart. Jin Wei Beck asked Kim Sung-guk why he shouldn't go for a walk now, and the latter happily agreed with the well-wisher. Kim Sung-guk smiled, having managed to circulate the core energy in his body unhindered once again. And a moment later, he jumped out the window. Jin Wei Beck suggested that Kim Sung-guk feels as if he has gotten back the legs that were once cut off. It's hard for someone with such potential to live like a normal person for 3 years. Jin Wei Beck decided to call it a day and put his glasses back on. Afterward, he asked Yansen if he had anything to say to him. Yansen asked if he wanted to make a deal with him, which clearly interested the old man. Since the one wanted to negotiate, Jin Wei Beck admitted that he already guessed what the one wanted to talk about, namely that person's recovery. Yunsung nodded, after which he asked if Jin Wei Beck could give Kim Sung-guk the same as him. Crossing his arms over his chest, Jin Wei Beck asked, "Didn't he mention that this thing was too damn expensive?" "Oh, and it's almost impossible to get it. And besides, he's leaving this country on an evening flight today, so he doesn't have time." Jin Wei Beck suggested that Yansen think about it and tell him what he wanted again. Yansen said all the things Jin Wei Beck said. He wants to restore the teacher's strength. The costs, however, he is willing to reimburse himself. That's his deal. Jin Wei Beck asked if Yunsung thought that if he said something, Jin Wei Beck would immediately fulfill his request. And does he know him well? And does he trust him? Yunsung answered no to the old man's questions. Afterward, he said he believed in his own worth. But before doing so, he should warn that requests such as going under him as an apprentice, he is not willing to accept. Jin Wei Beck said that there are too many buts for a person offering a deal. After which, Yansen explained that he is a hunter, not a rogue, and that's why he won't agree to something he knows he can't do. But if Jin Wei Beck insists on something impossible, the way out is over there. Jin Wei Beck huffed, creating a pause in their conversation. Then he fixed his glasses, hiding a smile, and said he agreed. After a while, the door creaked open, and then Kim Sung-guk, who was already tired but satisfied, came into the apartment, surprised at himself because he had been walking for an hour. Yansen turned to the teacher, whereupon the teacher asked where the man he had brought was. Yunsung replied that the old man had already left. Kim Sung-guk was in a bad mood because he didn't even thank him properly. And what an amazing way to cover the channels with energy. He had never even considered such a thing before. And now, he didn't even think he'd ever be able to run like this again. After drinking the drink, Kim Sung-guk said that it's for real. The last hour had been his happiest in 3 years. And to want more was excessive greed. Kim Sung-guk looked at the table and noticed that Yansen hadn't eaten and asked him to wait for a while he warmed things up. Yunsung turned to the teacher again. Kim Sung-guk inquired about what he wanted to tell him, and Yunsung said that he had talked to an old man that had been here recently, and they talked about a way to restore his body. A soul-scraping silence once again hung in the room. Kim Sung-guk bowed his head in thought, after which he suggested that this method is not free, and how could he not know it himself? For he had visited so many places in the last 3 years in search of a way to heal, but the result was always the same. It was impossible. However, that man has divine control of the aura, and if I admit it, he himself did not expect such a thing. And of course, he had already guessed who it was. Yansen had somehow managed to bring one of the elite 10 here. Yansen turned to the teacher, but the man threw his hands aside and said that such a big fish would never offer to heal him for free. And it's almost certainly a ploy aimed at keeping Yunsung away. Kim Sung-guk asked if that was the case. Kim Sung-guk turned to Yunsung-shi and asked him not to place such a burden on himself. But Yunsung turned to the teacher again and said that the price was not really that great. Kim Sung-guk slapped the table and shrieked that it didn't matter to him because he was already satisfied with what he had gotten today. Kim Sung-guk told Yunsen that the price for something like this can't be small. It is not cheap to heal this kind of disorder in the body, and he knows it very well. Yunsen said he's actually fine, but Kim Sung-guk roared and said again that he didn't need it. He said he was fine, after which he repeated again that he was fine. And so he asked why Yunsen then. Yunsen raised his hand and explained that the condition was to do it 5 times. The contract with TENZ and participation in the hunt at the Chinese base 5 times, that's it. Monster parts, profits, and other things are on the same terms as with QR. Participating in the China base hunt? Kim Sung-guk said it turns out. Yunsung interrupted the teacher and said instead that this is the deal of the century. Father Yansen reminded us that gaining experience in another country is a fantastic opportunity for any hunter. Since that's the case, Kim Sung-guk said they should study the contract and see if there are any regulations in the fine print. But Yunsung said it was too late for that, and that he shouldn't bother doing that. He has already settled with Jin Wei Beck, and now Kim Sung-guk is no longer his representative. Kim Sung-guk was stunned by what he had just heard. Unable to contain his emotions, Kim Sung-guk knocked the chair down with a punch of his hand. He then grabbed and lifted Oh Yansen by the collar. Getting close to his face, Kim Sung-guk asked if it was a joke, to which Oh Yun-sung replied that he was being completely honest. Kim Sung-guk reminded his apprentice that he had agreed to his candidacy until he became a great hunter. But now what? As soon as things didn't go well for him, the bastard would do as he pleased. Oh Yunsen explained that the situation had changed, because now he would be able to heal his body. Kim Sung-guk again said that he was doing well, after which he asked Oh Yun-sung, who is he to make decisions in his place, and why? Kim Sung-guk's face crinkled due to anger and resentment. Oh Yun-sung reminded Kim Sung-guk that when he became his mentor, he said, "Don't make me look like an idiot." But now he was starting to act stupid himself, just like a fool who doesn't know what he wants. When he came back from his walk, he drank water instead of beer. He's the same person who's been drinking it since his job went away. Kim Sung-guk asked if it was working. Kim Sung-guk removed his mentor's hand before grabbing him by the shoulders and sitting him down on a chair. Oh Yun-sung asked, giving Kim Sung-guk a look, for he had already determined for himself what he really wanted, and it was nothing less than healing, running, to get things back to normal. Kim Sung-guk clenched his teeth, trying to find the words. But Oh Yunsen asked him not to get too worked up and just start going to therapy starting tomorrow. And once he returns from China, they will be a team together again. Kim Sung-guk asked how he could know what might happen to Oh Yun-seong in China, to which the latter replied that it was no longer his concern. After that, he let Kim Sung-guk go and asked him not to take credit for his debt. And besides, the contract with TENS is a great opportunity for career advancement, while Hyungnam's healing is just a simple addition to it. Kim Sung-guk leaned over, contemplating how he should be. Afterward, Oh Yun-seong asked what could happen to him. Oh, and Kim Sung-guk himself should know that he's not that easy to beat. Even if it's not China, he'll still be fine. Therefore, Kim Sung-guk should just wait for it and believe it. After he finished, Oh Yunsen walked out of the apartment and slammed the door. Afterward, Kim Sung-guk was left alone with his thoughts and worries. Kim Sung-guk said Oh Yun-song asked to believe in him and wait for... He then covered his eyes with his hand and said with a smirk, the asshole was now making a tough guy out of himself. A week later, the day of departure, International Airport. Journalists all wanted to know about the terms of Oh Yunsen's contract with TENZ, for him to comment on being one of the first solo hunters to contract with China and other things. But Oh Yunsen ignored them and silently walked to his plane. Journalists are so out of breath because of the latest cases that they're almost bursting at the seams with work. Both the press release and the exit from the country at the same time, nobody does that. The girl wondered if he would be all right. After all, on his last dive, he had captured a Chinese hunter and turned him over for questioning. A lot of people are still talking about it. The brunette journalist replied that it was like that. That incident came as a shock to the Chinese hunters. One of their experienced Chinese colleagues lost to a Korean colleague. The girl became even more worried as Oh Yun-song decided to go to China before the situation settled down. Afterward, the third reporter said that it was as if Oh Yunsen was entering the tiger's den himself. This guy really has a heart of steel. It's been a whole week, and Oh Yun-song still hasn't received any message from Sung-guk Hyungnim. Does that mean he's still concerned about the situation? Not even a minute later, Sung-guk Hyungnim suddenly called him, so also by video call. As soon as Oh Yun-song answered, Kim Sung-guk saluted him and asked if he was late with the call. And had he already boarded the plane? But Oh Yun-song didn't say anything. Kim Sung-guk asked why he didn't say anything, because it made him feel uncomfortable. Oh Yun-sung replied that the point was that Sung-guk Hyungnim was looking too good right now, for someone who hadn't been in touch for a while. Sung-guk Kim laughed and asked if the other person really thought that. After lowering the camera a bit, Kim Sung-guk offered Oh Yunsen a look at the result of his return training, and at a pretty good pace, as if he had started working again. Since the plane was about to leave, he wanted to say a few words to Oh Yunsen. He hasn't been to China himself, and he doesn't know much. How much different China will be, and where it learned everything it knows. Holding out his fist to the camera, Kim Sung-guk told Oh Yunsen to show those bastards who was in charge. Oh Yunsen grinned and said that he understood. Shanghai, China. Shanghai Hotel. The VIP room on the top floor. Oh Yunsen's heart thumped at the sight of all this luxury. This room is too ridiculous and also unnecessarily luxurious. Suddenly, the door creaked, and then a girl entered the room. She bowed and asked Oh Yun-sung-nim how he was doing. Afterward, she said she hoped he would like it here. Oh Yunsen replied that he really liked it here, and the girl said it was wonderful. The girl introduced herself as So Yu from TENZ, and she explained that she would be his guide, and that she was in charge of making the schedule for his stay here. If he needed anything, she asked him not to be shy about it and to ask her right away. Yansen was surprised that such a young-looking girl was already a tour guide. Then he caught himself and said to himself that he shouldn't judge people by their appearance. Yunsong thanked Seo Yu and said that he only had one request for now. Seo Yu explained that she was just the person who would be responsible for his well-being while he was here. Yunsen said that he would like to meet Jin Wei Beck as Seo Yu suddenly flinched. But without noticing it, Yunsen revealed that he never had the chance to meet him after coming to China. Yusa asked what the man said, and more importantly, he called Jin Wei Beck a shield. Yunsen asked if there are any problems with that. Yushi explained that their great teacher was no friend of Yunsen, and that it was impolite to speak his sacred name carelessly like that. Yunsen was surprised by Seo Yu's words, and she also called him a great master. Yunsen wondered if this old man was leading a sect here. Yunsen explained that he is in a business relationship with Jin Wei Beck, and that's why he calls him what he thinks he should. Suddenly, Seo Yu became enraged and called Yunsong an uncontrollable bastard. After that, she got into a stance. Yunsen was trying to figure out what the hell had happened. Could it be that this old man was being worshipped here as if he was a sacred being or something? And yet, Seo Yu is ranking him lower than her. He knew it would turn out this way from the start, though. Yunsen said it was nice, which surprised the girl. Since she wanted it so badly, Yunsen offered to fight with her. But he asked for her to mean that he was ready to fight at any time. But she must also not forget her responsibility for further consequences. Seo Yu shuddered and began to pour sweat because of the terrifying pressure from Yunsong. Yunsong admitted that he wanted to fight her back the moment she released her aura, but he didn't. All because he's trying to respect the business relationship he has with TENZ. And it wouldn't do him any good to fight her, except to put her in a much more unenviable position than he is. After all, she is causing trouble for none other than the guest of her great master. Yunsen approached Seo Yu, but she was no longer as threatening as before. Yunsen asked her to listen to him carefully. If she did anything disrespectful again, then he would not treat her as a representative of TENZ, but rather as an uninvited guest. Yunsen asked if she understood him, to which Seo Yu, suppressing a shiver, replied that she understood. Afterward, Yunsen asked why she was speaking so carelessly. He by no means considers himself inferior to her, which was her first blunder. If she continues like this, he will have to inform Jin Wei Beck that the person sent by TENZ that represents them is disrespectful and that their contract is terminated. Yunsen asked if he had explained everything clearly. 7. Seo Yu said that was not the case at all, right after which Yunsen showed a second finger and said about the second miss. Seo Yu was forced to swallow her resentment, after which she bowed and said that she understood and apologized for her rudeness, and apologized sincerely. Yunsong said it was great. Seo Yu was much hotter than she looked. If he were in Korea, he wouldn't have gotten this far, but now he's in China. The culture, the order, everything is different here. He realized this when he was sparring with that man named Chu Yup. Relationships among Chinese hunters are much tougher, just like wild animals. It was probably because they had been trained in martial arts since the first monster appeared, and the frequent outbreaks of fighting between hunters played a big role in ingraining this kind of behavior into their martial arts culture. If anyone looked down on him even once, it would be over for him. If he behaved like he did in Korea, there would be no end to the challenges from other people. Yunsen asked Seo Yu to tell him if she had anything, after which Seo Yu took out her phone and said about today's schedule. Yunsong should participate in the containment of breaches to adapt to a certain standard. When the time is right, Yunsen interrupted her by saying, now. Seo Yu apologized for possibly misunderstanding him, and Yunsen asked that she take him to the nearest breach as soon as possible. After a while, Yunsen reached the breach, except, what is it? The Chinese hunters were almost ready to fight each other, just to decide which of them would go into the rift first. Father Yunsen asked if this place is supposed to be a headquarters. After all, in reality, it is more of a battleground between hunters. Seo Yu pointed to a small building behind the hunters and said that the registration desk was there. Right behind the hunters ready to kill each other was the registration desk protected by 2 soldiers, except that even in the face of armed soldiers, they couldn't stop fighting amongst themselves. Yunsen admitted that even back here in his armor, he still feels the pressure, and the turnout here is not an advanced technique, but a momentary one. Seo Yu nodded and said that it does. It creates a hyper-competitive environment where only the strongest hunters thrive. The choice of venue and the order of the event is decided by the participants personally. When hunters of similar skill level gather, it is decided who goes first. Yansen said he understood how it works. Yansen looked again at the hunters about to kill each other. And even knowing how things work around here, it's all handled a little too disorganized. Yu explained that only the weak rely on order, while Chinese hunters are strong. Yue mentally wondered, weren't these people from the Red Wind Dragon and Deadly Dragon clans? If things continued like this, the case could be problematic. These are two of the most powerful bands in Shanghai, and even getting to the bar will be oh so difficult. Unsen asked if it turns out that the person who registers before the others gets in first, to which Seo Yu replied that she did, as she suddenly noticed Yunsen's desire to barge in with the others. Yunsen just picked up and walked between the two groups of hunters as they growled at him. After realizing the mistake Yunsong had made, Seo Yu asked him to wait. But it was too late because a big guy from one of the groups got in Yunsen's way. The big man from the Red Wind Dragon said something that Yunsen couldn't understand due to his language. Seo Yu asked him to wait and explained that person as Yunsen suddenly turned to her. Yunsen asked, judging from the general atmosphere, nothing would change if a fight started before or after registration, right? Seo Yu said that was probably true, to which Yunsen said that was just fine. Yunsen apologized to Seo Yu and picked her up by the waist, which caused him to embarrass her with such a sudden gesture. Just as suddenly, the big guy they'd been chatting with recently reached out to them. But Yunsen ignored him and instead, with Seo Yu under his arm, he bounced off his broad shoulder, after which the hunters from both groups raised their gazes upward. And a second later, Yunsen along with Soyu landed right next to the registration desk. Yunsong asked Seo Yu to translate his speech verbatim. He, Yunsong, is enlisting as an assault team to contain the breach. He surprised her. Suddenly, Seo Yu wondered why he was holding her like that and blushed with embarrassment. Noticing that Seo Yu was taking her time, Yunsen asked her to hurry up and translate everything. Seo Yu asked if he had thought about the consequences of that as she suddenly got a flick from him. Afterward, Yunsen said she only had one left. Seo Yu mentally cursed as she realized where this was going. And a minute later, the first name enlisted in the assault team appeared on the scoreboard. The hunters, who not long ago were ready to kill each other, suddenly set their sights on their new target. Feeling oppressive gazes on them, Yunsong and Seo Yu turned around to look at them. Seo Yu realized that things were bad, because all these people looked like they were ready to attack and tear Yunsen apart at any moment. Meanwhile, the hunters were whispering among themselves. They were trying to figure out why the foreigner had jumped out in front of them, and it was the same bastard who had beaten up their colleague in Korea. Yunsen pointed at the whispering hunters and asked Seo Yu to translate for them. If they have any problems, have them come forward, one at a time. Seo Yu was amazed at how this man was headed for suicide. Seo Yu explained to Yunsen that the information about their master being the director of TENZ is a secret, to which Yunsen replied that he was aware of it. He surprised her even more because he knows about it, but he's still going to get into a fight. Seo Yu asked for him to look around finally, because they are in Shanghai. While these people, Yunsong added that they are not part of TENZ. Yunsen suggested that the two groups were from the Red Wind Dragon and Death Dragon clans, causing Seo Yu to tiptoe. Seo Yu was terrified after all. This lunatic is going to go up against Shanghai's two elite forces even without Tenz's support. He must be a complete lunatic. She wondered what she should do. Should she just give up and leave? Yunsen remembered one piece of advice from an old geezer who told him to go to Shanghai, which was outside the influence of TENZ. Surely there was a certain intent in that. Seo Yu tried to figure out what to do. She wasn't going to dance to his tune anyway. But despite the 5th international privilege granted to her, it was still just a job for herself. She wasn't going to waste the opportunities she'd been given, and if necessary, she was willing to push her way through any obstacles. Meanwhile, the hunters began to approach Yunsen. As Yunsen suddenly noticed how these people suddenly became silent, did it mean that someone strong had arrived? Upon seeing the newly arrived hunter, Seo Yu was astonished, for it was even Yunsen was astonished when he saw this person. Seeing her, Yunsen's heart gave a thump. Seo Yu revealed that it was the current strategic director of Red Wind Dragon. Hoju, then, is the eldest daughter of the CEO, and her name is Yanbion. Silence hung in the air. Yanbion slowly approached Yunsen, after which she began to speak, and Seo Yu translated her words. She is the one leading the Red Wind Dragon in today's containment of the rift. Seo Yu nodded and asked for it to be granted to her. Yunsen nodded in response and asked, so what? To which Yanbion replied that if he did not wish to die, he should remove his name from the table. She could tell by his movement that he was indeed a fantastic hunter, however, no matter how big it was or where it came from. The fractures here are vastly different, like night and day, and so she suggested he get the hell out of here soon. The hunters from the Red Wind Dragon clan supported Yanbion's words and started shouting for him to get the hell out of here. It turned out to be just as Oh Yunsun thought it would. Oh Yunsung assumed that Yangbion's words meant unskilled people have no business here. Seo Yu replied that it was more or less like that, and Oh Yunsung asked him to translate something for her. He thanked Yanbion for politely telling him that, and honestly, he had been expecting some trouble from the start. However, Oh Yunsun wondered if it could be that this girl here was the only one to have a normal conversation with. Oh Yunsun said he had not the slightest desire to remove his name from the table. Upon hearing this, one of the hunters of the Redwind Dragon clan called Oh Yunsun a bastard. But Yanbion showed him to stop. Yanbion asked, "And what does it all mean?" To which Oh Yunsun replied that he wasn't going to back down because he was quite confident in his skills, and he wasn't going to back down. So instead of politely telling him off, maybe she should look for a way to take him down. And try to do it for sure, and of course without breaking any laws. After Oh Yunsun's words, a silence hung in the air, until the hunters of the Red Wind Dragon clan started growling and whispering at Oh Yunsun because he dared to oppose their vice president. Now they were all certain that this damn piece of shit was only looking for death here. Just as suddenly, Yanbion ordered it to stop, silencing everyone, which is to be expected from the strategic leader of the team. She looks capable. Yanbion asked if he really wasn't ready to remove his name. Oh, Yunsong confirmed that, and then Yanbion said that in that case they only had one option. Oh, Yunsong asked, and what was that option? And Yanbion said to let him do it. Oh Yansen was warming up, standing beside a group from the Red Wind Dragon clan. The Red Wind Dragon hunters were tinkling their equipment, busily preparing for the battle of the Red Wind Dragon. Yanbion glanced back and saw Oh Yunsong calmly continuing to warm up. One of the hunters decided to contact the president about a certain problem. Namely, is she really going to include this Korean in their assault squad? After all, there's a chance he'll jeopardize the containment of the rift. Yanbion asked him what she should do with the Korean, engage in a sword fight with him. The hunter explained that he didn't mean that. Just as suddenly, Yanbion put her weapon to her subordinate's throat. Yangbion's weapon was the Red Dragon Double Blade, a sword that was inherited in the Yangbion family. It was created using several parts of monsters that had been hunted since the career of Yanbion's father. It is a weapon that embodies the very history of the Red Wind Dragon, and also represents the symbol of the hunter in the relevant Chinese industry. Yangbion asked her subordinate where he thought she was and where he was. The subordinate replied that it was a Red Wind Dragon. Yangbion said that he answered correctly, and that was why she had no need to bear her sword against some random foreigner. The hunter apologized, whereupon Yanbion asked, "Does he really think that, because of the lack of one person, their strategy will fail?" "It won't, because it can't happen." She asked if he understood that. In that case, he should get back in line and wait for the mission to begin. The hunters began to discuss that everything happened as expected of the president. It's amazing how she thought it through. While her companions were discussing her behind her back, Yanbion was mentally shaking as she hates this kind of tense atmosphere. This was her third year as a strategic team leader, but she was never used to this kind of heated environment. She doesn't have any charisma, she's really just trying to keep a straight face. And it's not about hating hunting or martial arts. She doesn't mind doing all those things. But the stares constantly trying to assess her, they're overcharging her. Except that man's different, and his name's kind of Oh Junsen. If he suddenly found himself in danger, they were unlikely to be able to help him. He should have known that by now. But what about his attitude? As soon as he found out about being part of the assault team, as he immediately changed in his face, as if his previous arrogant demeanor was just an act. Noticing Yanbion looking at him, Oh Yunsung smiled at her. This guy is definitely different. Maybe even he's much bigger. As suddenly the hunters turned to the vice president, interrupting her musings. The breach is already opening, which means the monsters are about to appear. As soon as the rift opened, a 4-level monster, the thorn bull, immediately jumped out of it. Immediately afterward, several more creatures began to emerge from the rift. As it turns out, there are several of these bulls here, not just one. Yanbion raised her blade and ordered their mission to begin. Immediately after which, all the hunters rushed towards the monsters at the same time. Yanbion wanted to see Oh Yunsen's skills. She wanted to see what he was capable of. As soon as the hunters began to approach, the thorn bull shot out the thorns covering its entire body. Unexpectedly, but one of the Red Wind Dragon hunters jumped out in front of Oh Yunsen right under the spikes, after which he began to smash them with sword swings. After that, the spear-wielding hunter dodged all the spikes flying at him, and jumping up, he instantly dealt with the bull by impaling its head. Even Yansen was surprised at how he dealt with a level 4 monster with just one strike. The hunter himself was mentally bragging to the Korean at this moment he wasn't going to give him a chance to be willful here. After all, this is the art of their proud country key, which is on another level from what he had seen before. The rest of the hunters didn't sit back either and quickly dealt with the remaining thorn bulls. Mr. Yansen assessed that the movements of these hunters are clearly not coordinated, but that the hunting is extremely efficient. And most importantly, Yanbian came out against a bull of thorns. After that, the bull started to run in her direction, but it was worth it for Yanbian to swing her blades. As a level 4 monster, it was instantly disemboweled. The hunters were encouraged by what they saw. As expected from their VP, it was magnificent. After seeing Yanbian's punch, Oyunsun recognized that she was actually incredibly skilled. And that seems to be the strength of the Chinese hunting industry. Yanbian mentally tisked. For going into battle, she wanted to see what this man could do. Thinking about it, Yanbian glanced at Oyunsun with the edge of her eye. Noticing this, Oyunsun wondered if she wanted something from him. Yanbian said that the second wave was coming soon, so she suggested taking the elevator and getting into the crevasse right away, which the others immediately agreed to. Yanbian thought about how she shouldn't have gotten involved first, but she wasn't going to give up. After all, she would still be able to see this man's skills once they were in the rift. Looking at the elevator, Yansen thought about the fact that it was the reason they were going into the rift. One of the hunters in the elevator wondered if this Korean man thought they would let him in. Immediately after, he pressed the button slamming the elevator door shut, and together with the rest of the Red Wind Dragon group, they traveled towards the rift. Just as suddenly, some of the hunters noticed that the Korean didn't go with them in the elevator. The hunter who sent the elevator said that he was just scared, and the others could only support that version. He then shouted to the Korean that they would go ahead and he could observe the situation from below for now. Yanbian wondered why that hunter didn't go into the elevator. She's sure he didn't chicken out. The Chinese hunters turned out to be much more energetic than Oyunsun had originally thought. Well, since it came to that, why wouldn't he warm up by following right behind them? The hunters in the elevator were amazed at what had just flashed over the elevator. Oyunsun jumped on the cable and ran, outrunning the elevator itself. He then jumped into the rift and told the others that he would go ahead. The hunters of the Red Dragon Society were trying to figure out what was even going on here. Only Yanbian expected anything from Oyunsun, and her intuition didn't fail her. Such a person obviously couldn't be a weakling. The hunters discussed that the foreigner climbed up there with only a thin rope using it as a support, which shows just incredible footwork. Realizing that her team's morale was beginning to plummet, Yanbian ordered her hunters to be silent. Then she asked if they had forgotten who they were, and if so, should she be reminded? Frightened by the strategic director, the hunters agreed that this was the case, because good footwork doesn't mean the hunter is really strong. After that, one of the hunters pounded his chest and said that they were the hunters of the Red Dragon Society, so they should strive forward. They should show this arrogant brat what they were really worth. Yanbian was pleased with the result, for as usual, she had managed to bring back the morale of her men. Finally, the elevator arrived at the rift. Walking inside the rift, Yanbian was amazed at what she saw, for there was a great cloud of dust moving toward them. And the worst part about it was that the cloud appeared because of the thorn bulls running toward them. Yanbian wondered if it was too late for their retreat. Yanbian ordered the hunters to get ready, immediately after which they headed straight for the herd. Yanbian was the first to attack with a swing of her blade. With that, she instantly dealt with several of the thorn bulls and destroyed the ground. Immediately afterward, Yanbian ordered the hunters to advance, and they rushed into the attack together as her strike managed to suspend the thorn bulls. The hunters of the Red Dragon Society immediately started slaying the thorn bulls one by one. Everything was going smoothly except that the cloud of dust raised by the bulls was too thick, and it blindsided, and since it did, Yanbian ordered the hunters to report the situation every 30 seconds. Immediately after that, Yanbian rejoined the attack and began to quickly maul the thorn bulls. Yanbian assumed that their dive just coincided with the monster migration. They would have to deal with the monsters first, and then install the rift disruptor afterward. After a short while of fighting, Yanbian heard signals from behind the veil from the hunters, all shouting that it was clear. Everything went just fine. She didn't expect anything less from the hunters of the Red Dragon Society, after all. Someone. And they are quite capable of handling a herd of thorn bulls. After more time had elapsed, the hunters again announced that they were in the clear. And since that was the case, Yanbian thought about the fact that once they cleaned up here, they would set up the Rift Destroyer and still have time left. Thorn bulls were well valued, and hunting them would bring them a lot of profit. Just as suddenly, Yanbian heard some approaching sound behind her. Immediately after that, the enemy attacked her, but she successfully managed to repel the invisible attack. Yanbian realized it was a bullet from Galler's gun, and looking through the veil at the silhouette, she ordered the stranger to show himself. As soon as the smokescreen cleared, Yansen could be seen behind it with his gun pointed at Yanbian. The attacker turned out to be the same Korean hunter who had followed them hunting. Yanbian asked if he had shot her. Immediately afterward, Yunsung shot at Yanbian again, but she managed to repel 2 more of his bullets. Yanbian asked, "What's with the antics, and why does he attack his own while hunting?" Yanbian thought about the fact that he attacked her in such chaos, after which she wondered if he could be the initiator of this chaos. That person is a foreigner who signed a contract with TENZ, so it would be logical to assume that he was the attacker. Yanbian assumed that the foreigner had decided to hunt for them, the Red Dragon Society. And since that was the case, she asked him not to be offended because there was a price to pay for his actions. Yanbian and Yunsung glanced over, waiting for each other's action, as suddenly Yunsung was the first to attack, firing 2 shots at Yanbian, but both bullets passed the target. Only Yanbian thought they were deceptive shots, as suddenly the bullets soared and rushed towards her again. Yunsung took advantage of Yanbian's attempt to dodge and quickly jumped up to her. Immediately afterward, he attacked her by stabbing her in the supraclavicular region with his finger. As she tried to move, Yanbian realized that Yunsen had completely immobilized her with his last thrust. Yanbian realized that in order to stop her, Yunsen had hit her key points. Except, how could this Korean have such a high level of skill? Suddenly, Yunsung lifted Yanbian in his arms, surprising her even more. Raising President Yanbian, Yunsung glanced ahead, where a new herd of thorn bulls were already running towards them. With Yanbian in his arms, Yunsung jumped onto the cliff and ran up the cliff. Afterward, Yunsung put President Yanbian on the mountain. Yanbian wondered why he hadn't killed her, but dragged her here. And what could his intentions be? Suddenly, she was filled with color at the thought of what he would do to her. Looking at Yunsen's face, Yanbian could no longer think of this man being a pervert. She wondered what he was going to do to her. She wondered what he was going to do with her. As soon as Yunsung leaned towards her, Yanbian closed her eyes, foreshadowing the worst. Unexpectedly, Yunsen simply apologized to her and asked her to wait here. Yanbian wondered, what was that just now? And looking at the back of Yunsen as he walked away, she asked, what was he talking about? Suddenly, Yunsung returned to the mountain carrying one of Yanbian's companions from the Red Dragon Society on his shoulder. After Yunsung laid the hunter down beside her, Yanbian began to understand less and less what the Korean wanted from them. Yanbian wanted to know what this hunter was up to. After a short time, Yunsen dragged all the remaining hunters of the Red Dragon Society to safety. With each hunter in her squad, Yanbian became more and more eager to find out what the Korean was up to. One of the hunters shouted to Yunsen that he was just a cowardly bastard because he was sitting in an ambush and attacked them as soon as they let their guard down for a moment. Then, the second hunter asked what the hell he was doing. Suddenly, the newly brought hunters noticed that the president was also lying beside them. Yunsen assumed it was the last hunter, and since it was, Yunsen asked the hunters if they understood him. If anyone understood, he should listen well to his words. Yanbian was anxious to listen to the Korean, for she wanted to find out what he was up to. Yunsen ordered the hunters of the Red Dragon Society to lie still and just listen. The hunter lying beside Principal Yanbian asked, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? Still, he was forced along with the rest of the hunters to listen to the silence, except that they could hear one of their men repeating clear from time to time. The shouting hunter asked, what is it that they need to hear here? After all they hear is the voice of one of their people. Suddenly, one of the clear stunned President Yanbian. The rest of the hunters became just as uneasy, for the last voice clearly belonged to their president. At last, Yunsen was able to convey to the hunters of the Red Dragon Society what was now happening from below. From behind the smoke screen below, black tentacles were occasionally peeking through, and a clear was heard from time to time. Seeing the situation for the first time, Yunsen suspected that something was wrong here, for the herd of thorn bulls were running away as if they were in panic terror. Looking closely at their muzzles, Yunsen realized that they were clearly fleeing in fear. According to the data obtained, thorn bulls are carnivorous level 4 monsters that move in a normal herd. What could have scared such powerful creatures so badly? And where, in that case, is the monster that made them flee? The hunters of the Red Dragon Society finally appeared from the rift and met the bulls by rushing to attack. In a matter of seconds, the battlefield was covered in a dust veil, with hunters occasionally shouting clear to notify the other hunters that all was well. No matter how much Yunsen thought about the situation, It all continued to seem just as strange to him, and so he decided to continue observing the situation, as he suddenly noticed that there was something odd about the voices of the Veil Hunters. There were slight differences in the voices of some of the hunters of the Red Dragon Society. Suddenly, Yansen noticed a huge black tentacle rising from under the smokescreen, leisurely creeping towards one of the hunters. And a moment later, it pounced on the hunter, piercing his neck. In a few seconds, the monster killed the Red Dragon Society hunter, but the noise still continued. Yansen felt uneasy that it was a monster imitating the voice of a victim. All this time, he has been hiding amongst a herd of thorn bulls. With his ability, he incites them to rampage and clash with hunters within range. This means that the people of the Red Dragon Society are in danger because they are not aware of the danger that awaits them. So, he has no choice, because he can't get his message across. And since the situation escalated dramatically, Yansen was forced to turn on the auto hunt. The overall situation forces him to be a little rough. Yanbyeon realized that Yunsung had done something like this just to save them, who were in danger. And in that case, the team members that are here, they're already... Yunsung approached President Yangbyeon. Yangbyeon suggested that now, if he would let them continue to fight, but together, suddenly, but Yunsung apologized to Yangbyeon again, which surprised her because that wasn't what she expected. Immediately afterward, Yunsung reached for Yangbyeon's blades. Yanbyeon was stunned. Would he just take her double dragon fang and leave them all here? Yanbyeon tried to figure out what the hell this guy was doing. Yansen mentally apologized to the commander of the strategic group for what had happened. For his auto hunt, clearly did not want him to give any of them back their mobility, nor for lending her blades without asking. That means this monster is clearly out of their league. After preparing for battle, Yansen jumped down and slid down the cliff to the ground. He was already wondering what kind of monster had decided to hunt them down. Once the smokescreen cleared a bit, Yansen saw dark creatures with tentacles on their heads and large fangs in the middle of their bodies, and before their feet lay the remains of the bodies of the bulls of thorns. Yansen assumed that these creatures were the danger, but immediately realized that there was more to it. Just as suddenly, he realized that it was now upstairs and looked up in amazement. At the same moment, a shadow flashed over the immobilized hunters of the Red Dragon Society. Yanbyeon cried out that this was simply impossible, for this monster, the monster that flew over the hunters, landed in front of Yansen, shattering the rock beneath him. It was a creature much larger than all the others. President Yanbyeon crawled to the edge of the cliff to get a glimpse of the beast, and the hunter, who hadn't noticed anything, asked what she was doing. Looking down, Yanbyeon realized that she hadn't imagined it when she saw it. One of the Deadly Four's most nightmarish deceptions. And it is a terrible misfortune for Yansen to come face to face with this monster. For among the many monster hunts are the most terrible failures and consequences. A quadruple continent monster, Deadly Four, and one of them is a badass trickster. Yanbyeon slammed her fist on the rock, realizing that this was all her mistake. For just by seeing the herd of thorn bulls, she should have given the order to retreat. But now it's over, because they're all just going to be killed here. Yansen said to himself that he finally realized who was behind all these tricks. He suggested that he might have a bit of a hard time fighting since this monster was quite large. Well, that's all right. In that case, why doesn't he go after the monster? There are no specific records of when this monster first appeared, but each time it causes nothing but disaster. Many times they have tried to kill it, but the result is always the same. The monster lives, while only corpses remain of the hunters themselves. As the name itself suggests, one of the monsters of the so-called Deadly Four, a nasty trickster. Yansen finished absorbing the medicinal herbs he had taken, and they improved his energy flow, which is a bit of a disappointment, since due to the body change, he can no longer wear the Queen's Embrace. While Yansen was pondering his enemy, smaller monsters jumped up to him, in which case Yansen clenched the double dragon fang, tensing his muscles for a stronger strike, and with a swing of his blades, he immediately cut down the trio of deadly monsters. Yansen recognized that it was pretty good, and now it was time for him to start auto-hunting. Once again, one of the monsters pounced on Yansen, but Yansen instantly chopped him down. Noticing the danger, the double dragon fang shouted to Yansen to watch out for the attack. Just as suddenly, the double dragon fang was braided by the tentacles of one of the monsters. Taking advantage of the moment, the monster grabbed the enemy's weapon and pulled it towards him. But failing to even move the man, the monster squealed in surprise. In retaliation, Yansen pulled the monster towards him, causing him to lift the monster into the air. Immediately after, Yansen exerted his strength and slammed the monsters into the ground, shattering it. After such a powerful blow, all that could be left of the monster was a scone. Having dealt with the next little thing, Yansen leisurely headed towards two more monsters. Yanbian was amazed to see the power of this man. He managed to surpass all her expectations. Not only is he strong physically, but he has skill taken to its absolute limit. Such is the limit that his muscles and formations develop in an instant, and it is only through unreal skill that he barely keeps the balance between his mass and form to control his inhuman strength. After something like that, there was no way Yanbian could not recognize the fact that this guy was simply absurd. A few seconds later, a lurching sound was heard, and the main body of the nasty cheater finally came out to Yansen. Yanbian wondered, could this man really hunt one of the deadliest monsters single-handedly? Striking the ground with its head tentacles, the monster managed to propel its massive carcass above the ground, after which he, making unpleasant noises unpleasant to the ears, headed towards his unlucky victim. Yanbian called it a powerful strike that can destroy everything. He's trying to destroy the earth to slow down the movement. The foul deceiver pulled its tentacles towards Yansen, while Yansen himself thought about the fact that they were ordinary tentacles after all, and that if they were cut, they would simply be useless. Unexpectedly, Yansen's kick failed to cut the tentacle. Instead, he only made the monster even more furious. Immediately afterward, he pulled a few more tentacles towards Yansen, striking him. A punch that successfully sent Yansen flying toward the nearest rock. Yanbian mentally shrieked because of the direct hit Yunsung received from the monster. She wondered if he could have survived after something like that, and glancing towards Yunsung, Yanbian saw that right after the blow, Yunsung calmly walked toward the scurrilous trickster. Yansen said to himself that this monster had managed to get him after all. Seeing Yunsung in one piece, Yanbian sighed, thinking about how amazing that one was. As expected of a monster like the foul deceiver, its base skin is much stronger than its lesser selves. As a result, even Yunsung can't cut through the tentacles of the evil deceiver. Yansen realized that the bastard had been watching him while he fought his smaller copies. All this time, that sly asshole had been assessing his strength. Yansen smirked slightly, for just as he thought, this fight would be quite entertaining. Yansen bounced off the ground and flew straight toward the mouth of the foul deceiver. But the foul deceiver immediately sent all his tentacles to intercept the man. Yansen ordered the monster tentacles to go to hell and struck, once again failing to damage them. Suddenly, the nasty trickster made a sound like a hoarse chuckle. Hearing this, Yansen became furious. Immediately after that, he still flew between the monster's tentacles and dealt a blow to its body, whereupon the scurrilous trickster did not lose his balance and toppled over on his back. Yanbian opened her mouth in shock, for this Korean had just managed to topple one of the deadly four. Yansen said that since he couldn't chop off the tentacles, he should just fell the monster itself, after which he asked the monster if he really thought, as if sacrificing few of his lesser versions would allow him to see all that he is capable of. Yanbian couldn't believe what she was seeing after all. Yansen had just sent the nasty trickster flying with just brute force, as something strange suddenly happened. After Yansen toppled the monster, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Rising to his feet, the nasty trickster began to growl loudly. Yanbian realized that their business was bad, for the nasty trickster was going to use his trump card. Yansen assumed that the nasty cheater started shouting like that because he was angry. And since that was the case, it was time for round 2. Yanbian shouted to Yansen to stop and not to come near the foul deceiver, for he was going to... Immediately afterward, the squeamish trickster began squealing with all his might. The squeal of the squeaky trickster was so loud and shrill that the surrounding rocks began to crumble. Even so, Yansen raised a double dragon fang, trying to block out the screech at least a little and stay on his feet. Yanbian shouted to Yunsung to stop taking risks and run away from the monster right now. Not even a few seconds later, the hunters of the Red Dragon Society began to cough up blood. And even their president wasn't okay after the squealing of a scurrilous liar. Countless Chinese hunters tried to hunt this monster, but all their efforts were in vain, and one of the main reasons was because of its sonic attack. With its many tentacles, the foul deceiver suppresses any enemies that come close to it, and using his sonic attack, he can hunt down any prey. The squeal of a nasty trickster is a dangerous attack that shakes the insides and even causes hallucinations. Gradually, the squealing of the squeamish trickster began to intensify. Miniature versions of the squeaky cheater also began squealing in Yansen's direction. Yanbian and her comrades are so far away from the scurrilous trickster, but even so they barely managed to withstand this attack, causing Yanbian to wonder how Yunsung can still stand on his feet. Yansen was still calmly holding back the monster's onslaught without even changing his face. Yanbian didn't notice any damage on him, so how was something like this even possible? Since his screech barely disturbed the man in front of him, The nasty trickster decided to intensify his sonic attack, which caused the stone rock around it to start flying apart, while the miniature versions of the nasty trickster could no longer hold on and died. But even by intensifying his shriek, the nasty trickster could hardly do any visible damage to his victim. Yansen even now looked still as completely unperturbed. So how then was he even capable of such a thing? No matter how invulnerable Yansen seemed to be right now, in reality, he could barely stand on his feet. He was already wishing he was dead because of the unbearable pain. And it wasn't even a joke. Yansen was really in an unbearable pain. He felt as if every part of his body was just screaming in pain. If it weren't for the auto-hunting, he would have collapsed screaming a long time ago. But thanks to it, he can still stand, continuing to endure this sonic assault without any hint of pain. That is why there is only one thing he can do now, and that is to endure. He must endure to the end. Gradually, the veins on Yansen's body began to swell. Against the ever-increasing screeches of the scurrilous trickster, even with the help of Yansen's auto-hunting, it was incredibly difficult to resist. All the while, Yanbyeon continued to watch them, covering her ears with her hands to soften the damage a bit. Just as suddenly the nasty trickster stopped squealing, bringing silence once again. He then sighed and looked at his still unshaken victim. What Yanbyeon saw was literally impossible. After his strongest attack, the nasty trickster was tired. After pausing for a moment, the square deceiver pushed off the ground with its tentacles and flew straight towards Yansen. Yanbyeon gasped as the monster flew into the air and wondered if it was just going to crush Yunsong with its body. Just as suddenly, Yansen staggered and fell on one knee, after which he wiped the blood dripping from his mouth. Yanbyeon mentally shrieked that he knew he couldn't be completely fine after the sonic attack. All this time, he was barely holding on. Yanbyeon shouted to Yunsong to run away from the attack of the foul deceiver, but it was already too late for escape, for the nasty deceiver was already too close, while Yansen had almost no strength. Just as suddenly, Yansen used the form of a striker, initialization spilling over the double dragon fang. Immediately after which he rushed to meet this mighty monster. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for all this time. Seizing the chance, Yansen struck the nasty deceiver with all his might with his double dragon fang. Immediately afterward, he once again managed to bring the nasty trickster down to the ground. Yansen confessed to the monster that he was tired of waiting for the moment when he would dare to make his first move. In the meantime, the foul deceiver tried to strike the ground with its head tentacles to get up. Yansen told the foul deceiver that his body was really strong since he couldn't cut through the skin, even using a double dragon fang. But just how strong would the inside of his body be? With a smirk, Yansen told the monster that his key parasite would manage to shake the monster's insides. And now he wished to see if the foul deceiver could endure it, just as he himself had endured his scream. The wretched deceiver screamed again, but this time in pain, as his body was literally being torn from the inside by Yansen's parasitic kai. The nasty trickster screamed even louder. He was already on edge. Yanbyeon, on the other hand, watched with her mouth open as Yunsong did the previously seemingly impossible. Yansen smirked, inflicting more and more damage on the vicious trickster. The monster's body couldn't hold out any longer, and even its tough skin began to tear from within. The hunters outside are already waiting. The hunters of the Red Dragon Society are clearly already late. They wondered if something had happened inside the rift. Be that as it may, not many people expected a horde of thorn bulls to come out of the rift. The gray-haired hunter said that it didn't matter, for it could be called a great victory, though he was a little surprised, to which the other replied that it really was. In addition, he had full confidence that those guys from the Red Dragon Society were just going crazy hunting them inside. One of the hunters wondered if it was possible that the Korean had done something inside. The other replied that no one would know exactly what had happened until they were done cleaning up the rift, when suddenly he noticed something in the rift. Things were bad, for the rift suddenly began to open wider. Just as suddenly, a massive black monster with tentacles on its head popped out of the rift. The dragon killer hunters were shocked by what they saw, after all. It was one of the deadly four. Only why was this thing suddenly here? No sooner had the nasty trickster stepped out of the rift than he immediately squealed, using his sonic attack on the hunters. Because it was so close, the veins on the hunters' bodies immediately swelled up, and they began to vomit blood. The group commander ordered everyone to retreat, because this monster would be able to get to them quickly, but his partner asked him to wait for a while. The commander grabbed the hunter by the shoulder and asked him what he was doing. After all, they need to evacuate now. The hunter refused and asked the commander to look at the monster's back. But the commander thought it was nonsense. The commander looked up and saw that there was a hunter on the back of the squarish hunter, thrusting 2 blades into the monster. Finally, the monster fell out of the rift and plopped face down on the ground. Since the foul hunter was wounded and had also stopped his sonic attack, the Dragon Slayer hunters dared to get a little closer to him. What they saw was simply unbelievable. For one of the deadly 4, the foul trickster was dead. Though the nasty trickster looked dead, the hunters couldn't see any serious external injuries, and so one of them offered to come closer. Approaching the monster, the commander perceived with his spirit, realizing that this monster might really be dead, and raised his hand to touch its body. As suddenly he was ordered not to even touch the foul deceiver. The commander asked what he meant, immediately after which a battle-weary Yansen appeared from behind the monster carcass. Yansen told the hunters that he was ready to repeat one more time. Don't touch the monster he was hunting. But if they dare to get close to him, he will not be responsible for what happens next. The commander sensed the killing intent coming from Yunsung, causing him to think that they needed to calm him down somehow. The hunter asked the commander, "What did that Korean man say?" After which he reminded the commander that it was none other than a nasty hunter. And about to get closer, he said that they should get rid of the wounded hunter as soon as possible and take the body of the monster. The commander did not appreciate the hunter's intentions and ordered him to stop, for he was being hunted. Hunter interrupted the commander by asking, "What difference does it make who takes all the credit?" He then asked if he thought they would ever get the chance again. The commander was clearly displeased with his men, for because of their greed, they were willing to take the kill. As they were suddenly ordered to stand still, a short girl immediately ran towards Yansen. Standing in front of Yunsung, Seo-yu blocked him and explained to the dragon killer hunters that it was a monster targeted by the hunter from TENZ, and that according to the rules, this monster is the property of the hunter who killed it and TENZ'd. After which, Seo-yu warned the hunters that if they touched even a hair on the body of the vile trickster, TENZ would have no choice but to officially adopt legal methods against the Dragon Slayer clan. The Dragon Slayer hunters were surprised to hear about TENZ, but the greed-driven hunter who had started it all knew that even if TENZ was involved, they were now in Shanghai, and TENZ had no jurisdiction here, and since everyone here was so stupid, he would handle it himself. Suddenly, the commander ordered him to stop again. The hunter asked him why he still had doubts about it. He replied that it wasn't that at all, and that they shouldn't come any closer unless they wanted unnecessary deaths. Looking into Jensen's eyes, the commander clearly understood that he was absolutely serious in saying that he would not be responsible for what happened afterward. The commander explained that if they took one more step, the man would immediately attack. He then asked his subordinate if he was going to fight the man who had managed to track down and kill the foul trickster. The Dragon Slayer's commander raised his hand and ordered the hunters to retreat, causing the ringleader of the riot to spit. Afterward, he said it was a great opportunity for them. But the commander advised him to forget about it and just look this guy in the eye. The Dragon Slayer's commander thought this was simply unbelievable. A Korean should not be able to stand, but he defends his prey and teammate to the end. After speaking, the hunters from the Dragon Slayer finally turned around and began to disperse, leaving Yunsun and Seo-yu behind. Once those people left, Seo-yu was finally able to breathe. Even though she had stood up for Yunsung, but even at this moment, she was almost certain that he might be stabbed. After which, Seo-yu turned to Yunsun and asked if he was okay, but not hearing an answer, she wondered what she should do next. Suddenly, Yunsun ran out of strength to stand on his feet and fell straight onto Seo-yu. Seo-yu asked what's going on and how Yunsung is feeling. While holding Yunsun, Seo-yu tried to call out to him to wake up. Meanwhile, the hunters of the Red Dragon Society finally made it out of the rift. That's how Yunsun's first overseas hunt ended. The fact that he was hunting one of the deadly 4, a nasty trickster, and most importantly, defeated him, left an unforgettable impression on those around him. In doing so, he shocked the entire continent. Seo-yu kept trying to get Yunsung to finally wake up, because she can't keep holding him like this. Seo-yu asks if he's still awake. At this moment, Yunsung doesn't even realize what's next for him. Intensive Care Unit. Sohwa Yen, Beijing University School of Medicine, Qigong Medicine, professor, and the brilliant medical research director of TENZ. Seo-yu greeted her uncle, and then he said hello to her and told his dear niece that it had been quite a while since they last met. Seo-yu asked her uncle how he was doing. Afterwards, she asked how Yunsung was doing, to which Seo Hwa-yun replied that he's already much better than he seems, although even he himself isn't sure how Yunsung is still not in a critical condition. Seo-yu asked what he meant. Seo Hwa-yoon replied that Oh Yun-sung was completely broken, but he couldn't understand how he had managed to hunt down a cheating bastard like that. Oh Yunsen's auditory nerves are completely destroyed, and there's no telling how much willpower it takes to endure all the damage his body takes. Seo Yu said that such a person was a monster, but So Hwa-eun protested to her, after which he said that the man was a hero. Hearing that hero, Seo Yue bit her lip in displeasure. So Hwa-yoon explained that it was a man who was hunting one of the deadly four. Seo Yue asked her uncle to stop and reminded him that it wasn't even something that couldn't be done. Because if it wasn't a master, but someone from the Elite 10, then how suddenly Seo Yu realized that if Oh Yun-sung did what an Elite 10 could do, So Hwa-en told his niece that she had the right idea, because this job could have been done by one of the Elite 10. This means that Oh Yunsen is comparable to an Elite 10, and if this truth were to become public, then there wouldn't be a single person left who wouldn't be surprised. When this person first arrived in Shanghai, the master told everyone. So why did he let that foreign bastard into China? The master laughed and said that he had just dropped a time bomb on Shanghai. Seo Yu wondered about the meaning of the master's words. So Hwa-yoon said that this Oh Yun-song was just called something similar in the Korean industry. You could even say that he is an inspirational figure, and it's obvious that this man has motivated many a hunter. Seo Yue clenched her fist, thinking that this is an exceptional person who confirms it with his skill alone, and that undoubtedly this is the preferred policy of their nation, except Seo Hwa-en knew that Seo Yu didn't want to admit it. After all, she was still too traditional. And since it came to this, So Hwa-en asked his niece, why doesn't she take it a step further? He assumed that he already knew the reason why Master had appointed her as Oh Yunsen's assistant. Even though she was excluded from inheritance, he could probably do something about her circulatory syndrome. Seo Yue turned to her uncle, interrupting him, after which she ordered him to end it already. If her uncle spoke on the subject again, she would have nothing more to say to him. Seo Hwa-yoon admitted that he didn't mean it, and that he just... Seo Yu said that it's okay, because after all, it's all business. In that case, she apologized. Raising his hands, So Hwa-eun said that everything was correct, and that they would see each other again. When Seo Yu left, So Hwa-en slowly lowered his hands. Fallow's tetralogy, a special unique trait that can enhance another's progress in exchange for her own, is a trait. SEOY. Perhaps Seo Yu could have used this trait to her advantage to easily become one of the candidates to inherit the throne, but she denied this advantage and only sought to improve herself. She then accepted the challenge like the other candidates, and she failed. The assignment she didn't complete after the first failure was the role of an assistant to some Korean who came to China. Seo Yue clenched her teeth, thinking about the fact that at this moment, there was no way for the master to order her to do this. Seo Yue hit the wall to blow off steam. She would never follow that order. She's a martial artist, not a woman who enjoys life using her body to her advantage. Yes, Oh Yunsen is indeed capable and incredibly talented, and Seo Yu is terribly jealous of him. 2 weeks later, Seo Yu said that she was happy to see him recovering and asked Oh Yunsen how his body was, to which he replied that he was feeling much better and that he could finally hear well. Oh Yunsung felt a little uncomfortable because Seo Yu's attitude towards him seemed to have changed. Seo Yu told Oh Yunsen that while he was lying unconscious, shock ran through the entire industry. Oh Yunsen asked her what she meant by that, to which Seo Yu replied that it was all about the deadly foursome, namely, the fact that his solitary hunt for the square deceiver had gone public. A man who had single-handedly hunted a nasty trickster. Not only Shanghai, but the whole mainland is praising his feat. Oh Yunsen said that he understands that, and asked if his identity has become public. Seo Yu wondered why Oh Yunsen is asking that. Could it be that he thinks that they will keep his identity secret? Since his results and accomplishments prove his worth, everyone will now respect him. That's Chinese. Oh Yunsen realized that it was all based on his results. Seo Yu added that Oh Yunsen would soon have a visitor, and Oh Yunsen inquired who it was. To which Seo Yu replied that the visitor was the deputy of the Red Dragon Society, Yanbion, after which Seo Yu asked if he had used her double dragon blade or not. Seo Yu explained that in that case, Yanbion could raise some legitimate issue regarding the use of her property without proper authorization, and that things could get a little messy because of it. Not meeting her was another way, but refusing a visit wasn't exactly polite. If she brought it up again, he should just play dumb or ignore her. Oh Yunsen agreed with his guide and promised to be more careful. Seo Yue bowed and said that in that case she would go, whereupon she left the room, leaving Oh Yunsen with some questions. Oh Yunsen wondered what had happened to her. After all, she had become much more polite than she had been before. Or is he overreacting? thinking as if she's suddenly too polite to be aggressive. In that case, it's fine, as it's a better point of view. Just as Oh Yun-sung sorted out his thoughts, there was a knock on the door and Oh Yun-sung let himself in. Immediately afterward, Yangbyeon in civilian clothes entered his room embarrassedly. Oh Yun-sung awkwardly greeted Yangbyeon. Just as he had been told, she had indeed come to see him. Oh Yun-sung reached for his phone to launch the translation app, and Yangbyeon sat down next to him, after which she was the first to hold out her phone with a prepared message. Through a text on her phone, Yangbyeon said that she heard that Oh Yun-sung's ears were really hurting. Oh Yun-sung was surprised since the message was written in Korean, after which he asked if she spoke Korean well. Through the phone, Yangbyeon replied that she had been learning to write and read for the past 10 days. Oh Yun-sung thought about it for a moment. He wondered, did she really have to go that far? Couldn't it be rude to use a translation app in China? In that case, Oh Yun-sung apologized for using Yangbyeon's weapons without any authorization. He is sorry for that. Oh Yun-sun wondered how she would react to all this. Yangbyeon said that wasn't the point, and that in fact, she should thank him for saving them all. And besides, there's something else she has to tell him. Could he, Oh Yun-sung couldn't believe what he next saw on the screen of Yangbyeon's phone. Blushing because of what she had written, Yangbyeon picked up the phone asking if he would go out with her and then get married in the future. Unable to resist, Oh Yun-sun asked, "What?" Oh Yun-sun started to pour sweat, take a walk? A date? He was trying to figure out what she meant by that. He was trying to figure out what she was up to. At the same time, Yanbyeon herself was also very uncomfortable with her words. Looking at Oh Yun-sung, he seemed embarrassed, causing Yangbyeon to wonder if she was in too much of a hurry. Yanbyeon decided that she should continue writing. She thought about how she should write it in Korean. Suddenly, due to excitement, Yangbyeon dropped the phone. And just as Yangbyeon reached for the phone to catch it, Oh Yun-sung caught the phone. After which their gazes met and Yanbyeon mentally cried out. Yanbyeon blushed dramatically because of such a close gaze. So she also grabbed Oh Yun-sun's hand. Even though Oh Yun-sung didn't mean it, he accidentally grabbed Yangbyeon's hand. Oh Yun-sung was going to say, for what had happened. Just as suddenly, Yanbyeon tightened her grip and their hands were covered in flames. Oh Yun-sun had in no way expected their hands to suddenly catch fire. Yanbyeon started to panic about what had happened and started talking about how sorry she was for it. Just as suddenly, Yanbyeon saw that she was the reason why Oh Yun-sun got burned. Panicking more and more, Yanbyeon tried to figure out what she should do. She still couldn't thank him, but she also burned him. After thinking for a bit, Yanbyeon realized that she needed to find water first. Just as suddenly, Sai Yanbyeon was released, and Yanbyeon was covered in flames. Looking at this, Oh Yun-sung realized that Yanbyeon was only using her Sai. Sai itself is an aura that arises from the user's emotions. From the last hunt, he learned that Yanbyeon creates fire with her Sai, but can't she control it? After thinking about it for a bit, Oh Yun-sung realized that things were bad, because at this rate, all of Yanbyeon's clothes would be burned. The head shouted that he didn't need her excuses and called her useless, whereupon he demanded that she leave him alone. Yanbyeon realized that they had lost a lot because of her ineptitude, including the deaths of her comrades. One of the subordinates turned to Miss, then called her vice president and asked Yanbyeon not to blame herself, for no one could think that one of the deadly four would suddenly appear there, whereupon his red-haired partner reminded him that a hunter's survival depended entirely on his skill. Though it was harsh, these guys couldn't survive because they weren't skilled enough. Yanbyeon said that nevertheless, all the responsibility lies with her, after which she turned around and walked out of here. The hunter said he felt sorry for Yanbyeon, because she shouldn't be so hard on herself. He also wondered if the master was being too hard on her. The red-haired man replied that he did. The vice president spends 24 hours a day improving each of her skills, and he worries that she'll have only herself to blame for everything to the end. Walking through the corridors, Yanbyeon thought about the fact that all the responsibility was on her, and that she had to fix it, but just how? Suddenly, Oh Yun-sun flashed through her mind, fighting against the nasty trickster. It dawned on Yanbyeon that if it's Oh Yun-sung, probably his skill is on par with the Elite 10, and if he joins their Red Dragon Society. Yanbyeon smirked, deciding what she would do. That was exactly what her path would be. She'll be able to get Oh Yun-sung to join them by seeing him off as a groom. By bringing it to them, this damage can be easily compensated for. Just as suddenly, Yanbyeon's heart began to beat, distracting her more strongly from her last thoughts. Closing her eyes, Yanbyeon told herself that this was all for the betterment of their group, and that it was time to act. First, she must learn the Korean language. Next, Yanbyeon tried on her new clothes and looking at herself wondered, is this how people dress? And then today, it was finally time for her visit to the hospital to see Oh Yun-sun. Gathering her wits, Yanbyeon was confident that it wouldn't be much different from a normal hunt. And if she was calm, she could do it. Except there was no way she could be calm in the current situation. And if she fails to stop right now, then she'll... In order to prevent Yangbyon's clothes from burning, Oh Yunsung began to act quickly. Oh Yunsung grabbed a flower pot and pulled out a plant and splashed water at Yanbyeon, thanks to which he quickly put out the fire before it was too late. Immediately afterward, he stabbed her with his finger at 3 points on her body. Yanbyeon wondered what that had just been about as she suddenly noticed that her key points were blocked. And thanks to that, her Psy finally stopped going crazy. Having dealt with the situation, Yanbyeon sighed and thanked Oh Yunsung for... Suddenly, Oh Yunsun covered her mouth with his hand without letting her finish. Then he gestured for her to be quiet. Yanbyeon wondered why he wanted her to be quiet. After which, she turned around and realized that her clothes had been burned after all. Yanbyeon mentally screamed while trying at the same time to free herself. Oh Yunsun said that he already understood everything, so he asked her to calm down. Yanbyeon realized what was wrong. If she screamed now, people would come to see what was going on, and then they would see her. Realizing the situation, Yanbyeon waved her head, showing that she had calmed down. Afterward, Oh Yunsun let her go and went in search of spare clothes. After searching for a bit, Oh Yunseong found a sweater, which he handed to Yanbyeon. Yanbyeon mentally sighed. She realized that she had already managed to make a fool of herself. And worst of all, Oh Yunsong must have already been disappointed in her because of what happened. A few seconds later, Oh Yunsun heard the snake on his sweatshirt buckle, after which Yanbyeon bowed thanks to Oh Yunsun and said that she would go. Suddenly, Oh Yunsun asked her to stay for a while. Yanbyeon stopped without realizing what he wanted from him. Looking at Yanbyeon, Oh Yunsong assumed that she didn't have any ulterior motives, which was pretty good. And since that's the case, Oh Yunsong asked Yanbyeon, "How about getting something to eat sometime?" Yanbyeon apologized without understanding what he meant. Afterward, Oh Yunsun asked if she would like to have lunch with him. Blushing once again, Yanbyeon happily agreed to it. A short while later, Oh Yunsong and Yanbyeon were on their way from the treatment center. Riding at a tremendous speed, Yanbyeon somehow managed to navigate all the twists and turns along the way, which was clearly very much terrifying to Oh Yunsong, who was already starting to dread riding with Yanbyeon. Not long after, Yanbyeon stopped abruptly and parked on the move, leaving a trail of smoke behind the car. Yanbyeon was the first to get out of the car and said that they had arrived. As she suddenly heard Oh Yunsong laughing a little, Yanbyeon asked if everything was all right, to which Oh Yunsun replied that nothing was wrong. Oh Yunsong was horrified, as this woman had never once taken her foot off the gas pedal while driving around town. But be that as it may, the place Yanbyeon had brought them to, there were people standing near the gates of the Chinese buildings to welcome their vice president back. Yanbyeon explained to Oh Yunsong that this place was the headquarters of the Red Dragon Society, which surprised him. After all, they had literally just been in the center of the city. So in that case, when did they manage to get to this huge garden? They had come to have lunch, so why did Yanbyeon bring him straight to the headquarters of the Red Dragon Society for this? Walking after Yanbyeon, Oh Yunsung looked around the headquarters. There were people practicing outside. As Oh Yunsun expected, there is work of incredible proportions being done here. This is what the Red Dragon Society is really like. Yanbyeon suddenly stopped and said that she was going to go change her clothes. Afterward, the man from the servants' quarters asked Oh Yunsun to follow him. Oh Yunsung wondered if he was taking him to the dining room. He eventually led Oh Yunsun to a room with a huge table in the middle and 3 chairs. Oh Yunsun was surprised to see such a room. The servant man bowed and said that the master would be arriving soon, and so he asked Oh Yunsun to wait. Oh Yunsun followed to one of the seats, assuming it was his place. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsun heard a bang behind him, after which the unknown person said that he didn't think the place should belong to Oh Yunsun. Feeling such a powerful energy, Oh Yunsun assumed that it was that old geezer Jin Wei Beck again. Looking at Oh Yunsun, the old man was surprised, as he had not thought that he would be so young. Oh Yunsun was really, really young. As it turned out, it wasn't that old geezer Jin Wei Beck. Oh Yunsun noticed that the old man spoke fluent Korean, after which the latter said that he had to travel to many countries to make connections. The old man asked to be allowed to introduce himself and said that he was Yang Chong Cheon, the former second rank of the Elite 10, the Holy Sword, Yang Chong Cheon. Oh Yunsun assumed that this man was the master of the Red Dragon Society. He said it was a pleasure to meet him and introduced himself, giving his name. Yang Chong Cheon said that at least he was interested in something. Immediately afterward, he pulled his flame-covered hand toward Oh Yunsun and asked if he would mind if he examined his body a little. After so much harassment from the other hunters, Oh Yunsun could no longer be surprised by any of them wanting to touch his body. Noticing Oh Yunsong's calm reaction, old man Yang Jong Cheon was surprised. Oh Yunsun replied that he was sorry for that, but he would still refuse. The old man replied that he understood, but he was actually surprised that this guy had just blocked the key he had sent at him. Oh Yunsung explained that lately, too many people have been trying to touch him. He can't let this old man do to him what old geezer Jin Wei Beck once did. Yang Chong laughed because of this and asked if he was serious. Although it wasn't really surprising because with a body like that, it would be strange if no one was interested in him. Looking at the old man, Yang Cheon, Oh Yun-sung thought about the fact that Jin Wei Beck looked like a fraud. While this man looks like he's supposed to, Yang Zhongqian said that it's actually a good thing, because a man should be able to say no to things he doesn't want. After that, he said he wanted to ask him something else. Yang Zhongqian asked Oh Yun-sung what was his impression of the place. Oh Yun-sung replied that it was absolutely incredible, and that he had never seen a structure of this scale before. Yang Zhongqian agreed with Oh Yun-sung's words. Oh Yun-sung thought that this was probably the reason why they had brought him here, showing off the incredible buildings and the sheer number of students. There was a reason why they showed them to him. Oh Yun-sung admitted that he wanted to see what this place was like, the headquarters of one of the mainland's best hunting organizations. Yang Zhongcheon agreed with Oh Yun-seong and asked what was his impression, to which Oh Yansen replied that he couldn't be sure, which puzzled the old man. Oh Yansen said that the amount of hunters' equipment, structures, and so on, their quality was top-notch. However, it's got everything he thought it would. Certainly Kai's level is superior to most hunters he's seen. But in terms of hunting strategy or other subtleties, they were no better than those from his home country. Thus, he feels he has nothing else to show except the fact that he worked in China as a hunter. The aura in the air grew heavier. Yang Zhongcheon said that it was worse than Oh Yun-sung's expectations. It was just an overly colored shell. However, he didn't express himself so aggressively. Except the young man in front of him, he's clearly not denying it. Yang Zhongchong was completely covered in flames. While Oh Yun-seong and Yang Zhongcheon were talking, Yang Byun finally came to them. Noticing her father, Yan Byun wondered what he was doing. Looking at Oh Yun-seong's calm expression, Yang Zhongcheon asked again, "Is it really just an over-decorated empty shell?" As he suddenly laughed and said, "That's basically how it really is." Yan Byun was surprised at what had just happened. She wondered if this was one way of expressing it. Meanwhile, Yang Chongcheon had long since noticed her entering the hall. Blushing, Yan Byun made a bow and told her father that he had come. Looking at Yan Byun's outfit, Oh Yunsen thought to himself that it was rather garish. Since Yang Byun came, Yang Zhongcheon asked why he wouldn't finally have lunch with Oh Yun-sung and snapped his fingers, right after which their food was brought to them. And soon the three of them were sitting at a table, set with different dishes. Yang Zhongcheon said that's pretty good. Meanwhile, Oh Yun-sung and Yan Byun were thinking about what was wrong with this seating arrangement. Oh Yun-sung coughed into his hand and revealed that he only remembered offering to grab a bite to eat with Ms. Yan Byun, and therefore he didn't understand why his presence was here. Yang Zhongcheon explained that it was because of him. He called Yang Byun to bring him here. Oh Yun-sung asked why he did it. Yang Zhongcheon asked if that child asked to date her. Yang Byun said that she was sorry, and that she was only doing what she thought was best. Yang Zhongcheon asked her not to make excuses, however, it just so happened that he was thinking the same thing, and that was why he told her to bring Oh Yansen here. Yang Zhongcheon turned to the young guest, and Oh Yun-sung asked what he wanted. Yang Zhongcheon asked Oh Yun-sung how he felt about him becoming his son-in-law. Yan Byun wondered why her father suddenly brought up such a topic. Oh Yansen said it was unexpected, after which he asked why the latter was asking such a question. Yang Zhongcheon asked if he had implied earlier that Oh Yun-sung wasn't wrong about what he said a moment ago. Oh Yun-sung apologized for his misunderstanding. After that, Yang Zhongcheon decided to ask him a simple question, namely, who does Oh Yun-sung think he is? To which Oh Yun-sung replied that he didn't think he was normal in every way. Yang Zhongcheon agreed with Oh Yun-sung and said that he is not normal, and the same goes for the Red Dragon Society. Yang Zhongcheon asked, "Isn't the headquarters of the Red Dragon Society too extravagant? Not suitable for someone like him?" Oh Yun-sung asked if he meant. Yang Zhongcheon revealed that when he was Oh Yun-sung's age, it never occurred to him that they would live in such luxury. Is there suddenly a monster in their world? And are these monsters attacking humanity? Is that what you expect to hear from a crazy person? However, unlike ordinary civilians, they are martial arts masters. And when monsters appeared, martial artists were the first to fight them using their skills. But as they hunted more and more monsters, a huge fortune was suddenly amassed. They, barely able to maintain their identity and acting as mercenaries, began a whole new life. Even if they went back centuries to a time when martial artists were highly prized, they wouldn't be treated the way they are now. So much wealth, so much power, but it wasn't what they deserved as martial artists. Oh Yun-sung said that the latter meant, like hunters, to which Yang Zhongcheon replied that he understood him perfectly. They must work as hunters, that is, hunting monsters and protecting civilians from danger. The Red Dragon Society, which was just a small dojo out of nowhere, has now become a group of hunters that is known all over the world. But they grew up too fast, and because of that, they lost their true nature. Yansen asked, "What does the latter mean by true essence?" To which Yang Cheon replied that it was the reign of the strong. Yanbyeon bowed quietly, not daring to intrude into the conversation between her father and Yun-sung. They must recreate the lifestyle for martial artists. They need to constantly strive to improve themselves. Meanwhile, respecting and submitting to those who are stronger. Yang Cheon asked Yun-sung if Yun-sung understood what he was talking about. Since Yun-sung must have spent countless days and nights to reach the level where he is now. The Red Dragon Society has gotten so big, but unfortunately they haven't had anyone of Jensen's caliber for too long. A squad that fell powerlessly against a lowly trickster is already proving his point. But this is a group of hunters recognized worldwide. Doesn't that sound like some kind of joke? Suddenly, Yangbyeon turned to her father and said that it was... Without letting her finish, Yang Chong shouted that failure was failure and that he would not tolerate any excuses. Under Yun-sung's gaze, Yanbyeon was forced to agree with her father. Yang Cheon once again proposed to Yun-sung to be his son-in-law. Yun-sung asked if there was a reason for that, to which Yang Cheon replied that the point was that this child wouldn't be able to lead the Red Dragon Society. Hearing this, Yanbyeon bit her lip and mentally tisked. Yun-sung wondered why that was so. After all, he himself is convinced that Ms. Yanbyeon is an amazing hunter. Yang Cheon was surprised by Yun-sung's words, and after chuckling, he assumed that he was just joking. Could someone who Yun-sung defeated in one move really be called amazing? After which, Yang Cheon recalled what he had said earlier about the reign of the strong. After all, the strong is absolute. Only a strong mind and the drive to compete can lead comrades to success. Whereas this child doesn't have any aspiration, which is the reason why she can't lead the clan. Yanbyeon was forced to continue to endure her father's words time after time. Yang Cheon confessed that he had instructed his men to investigate everything about Yun-sung, which he managed to get him interested in. Yang Cheon said that Yun-sung's hometown calls him a bombshell in the industry. He is a catalyst for colleagues and comrades, as well as an important figure and a stimulus for internal growth. That's exactly what they need in a Red Dragon Society. Yansen said that, as he has said this before, he has no reason to do this. Yang Cheon chuckled and agreed with Yun-sung's opinion. He suggested that Tens had probably made him an offer he couldn't refuse. After all, the Jin family has more influence than him. Yun-sung was surprised that Yang Cheon knows the identity of the head of the Tenzi, and the latter revealed that he had known the Jin family since a long time ago. And of course, he's willing to admit that they're stronger than he is. That's why he's willing to make the appropriate sacrifices. Yang Cheon told Yun-sung that he could keep his last name. Yansen was stunned by what he heard. Is a group as big as the Red Dragon Society not going to make him a successor husband? Is it that they want to make him the successor of the organization himself? Yun-sung admitted that he didn't expect such an offer. Yang Cheon said that he was willing to make sacrifices, even though his family's legacy would disappear along with her family name. The bloodline and the Red Dragon Society would still remain. The control, influence, and technique of the Red Dragon Society. He had planned for this child to take a portion of it, but he himself had about half of his maximum left. Yanbyeon was confused by what she heard. She asked her father, "Is he really the one Yang Cheon said he is? He's going to give his ki, Yun-sung. With his current strength and the addition of his energy to it, Yansen would become a true monster, a man capable of overpowering even Jin Wei Beck. If only Yunsen says this word, he will become much stronger than he is now. While the Red Dragon Society will be with him like a pillar, will grow even more." Yang Chong inquired, what did Yun-sung think of his proposal? Yunsen wondered aloud at the words, stronger than Jin Wei Beck. Yang Cheon said that he was fully confident that no one on this mainland could give Yun-sung what he had just proposed, and he was willing to guarantee it. Yanbyeon mentally tisked. Her father had suddenly made such an unexpected and generous offer. And most importantly, Yun-sung will probably accept him, because he has no reason not to. And then, as originally planned, she'll be able to bring him into the organization. Except why was she so upset about it? Yanbyeon wanted to know why. Suddenly, however, Yun-sung refused Yang Cheon's much-appreciated offer. Yang Cheon asked Yun-sung to repeat what he had just said. Oh Yun-sung turned to Mr. Yang Jong-cheon and said that he felt as if the latter had misunderstood something about him. Everything that has been offered to him is actually not even of any value to him. Screams could be heard throughout the headquarters, and flames were in the air. As the clan members approached the door to find out what was happening there, they were thrown back by the flames. They didn't know what was going on inside and couldn't get in because of the flames. Suddenly, the commander appeared in the passage and ordered them to disperse, as it was too dangerous. The clan members asked the commander about what was going on inside, but he ordered everyone but the warriors to leave the place. The trio of clan members were then forced to leave the scene. As the commander originally thought, it was the president's Psy fire members of the Yang clan, who have led the Red Dragon Society for generations. A powerful, but at the same time, very dangerous force. Just for what reason did Mr. President suddenly start releasing so much Psy? What's going on inside the room right now? If Mr. President is injured, that's a very serious problem for them. And that's even though it's just flammable. The whole place will turn to ash in the blink of an eye. Yambyun asked her father to calm down, for there was no need for them to. Yang Jong-cheon asked the young man if he was willing to do it again. Oh Yun-sung was surprised to hear Yang Jong-cheon's voice in his head. He assumed it was voice transmission. Voice transmission is a Chinese esoteric qi that transmits a voice even if you don't move your lips. Oh Yun-sung didn't even think about the fact that there really is such a qi in China. Oh Yun-sung asked Yang Chong-cheonu, what exactly should he repeat? To which the old man replied that he should repeat what he had just told him, word for word. Oh Yun-sung couldn't help but think that this was really amazing key. Does it appear that Yang Jong-cheon has attached his aura to his ears and is transmitting his voice through it? Oh Yansen recognized that this was truly amazing aura control. That's exactly what he turned out to be, the president of the Red Dragon Society, ruling over half of Shanghai. Number 2 of the Elite 10 is Yang Jong-cheon. Yang Jong-cheon demanded that Oh Yun-sung speak right away. Oh Yunsen assumed that if the old man didn't like his answer, he would simply turn him into ashes through the attached aura. This was almost impossible for Oh Yunsen, which made him think that possessing qi was cheating. Oh Yun-sung said that his answer was no different, and what Yang Jong-cheon offered him had no value to him. Yang Byun was startled by Oh Yun-sung's answer. She explained that you can't say that. Suddenly, Yang Jong-cheon interrupted his daughter by shouting to Oh Yun-sung that he was an arrogant boy. Immediately afterward, he intensified his Psy-fire pressure. From such an onslaught, already Yanbyeon was forced to cover herself with her hands. Yang Jong-cheon was not happy to give everything to this boy, even though he was very talented. But he dared to refuse him. No, he dared to humiliate him. Although he had internalized something in order to achieve and master something greater, just as suddenly, Yang Jong-cheon mentally cringed, remembering Oh Yun-sung's words of value. Yang Jong-cheon asked, Oh Yun-sung, how dare the latter say that what he proposed had no value? Oh Yun-sung asked Yang Jong-cheon Thruki if he could hear him well. Surprised to hear Oh Yun-sung's voice in his head, Yang Jong-cheon suddenly stopped. Oh Yunsen admitted that he didn't even know that such a principle worked here, and that it was much easier than he had realized. Yang Jong-cheon was surprised to hear easier. Is voice transmission really easy? After that, he noticed that there was a thread of Kai Oh Yunsen attached to his ear. But how and when did he have time? It's not hard to put your voice into an aura, but it's not easy to quickly attach an aura to another person's ear. Even his genius daughter, who has been practicing since childhood, is still learning this Kai. Oh Yun-sung said that the thing is that he already owns one key with a similar operating principle, which surprised Yang Jong-cheon. He used a technique called Kai parasite, and undoubtedly it works well. Yang Jong-cheon finally put away his Psy flame, after which Oh Yun-sung said that it's pretty rude to talk like that being his hubei. But President Yang was the first one to start threatening him. Right after that, Oh Yun-sung cut off Ki's thread, and he said that when he's threatened, he doesn't just let it go. Yang Jong-cheon mentally recognized that Oh Yun-sung was strong, even aside from his experience and talent, to understand the principle of instantaneous action. Oh Yun-sung was able to instantly concentrate under such conditions and apply this key the first time. Yang Jong-cheon admitted that maybe he should stop measuring his Kai, or else he would use up all his energy. And from the looks of it, Oh Yun-sung was clearly born at the wrong time, because he's more suited to be a warrior than a hunter. Oh Yunsen said that he wouldn't call those words pleasant to him. That's why he refused Yang Jong-cheon's offer, because he doesn't consider his words as praise. Yang Jong-cheon asked him what he meant by that. Oh Yunsen replied with his hands up, saying that he didn't mean to say anything like that. He probably wouldn't understand even if he told him why. He had nothing more to say to the old man. Yang Zhongcheon said that if it was really like that, then there was only one thing left for them to do. Yang Chong kicked his foot on the ground while reactivating his flaming sai, and said that since they were confident in each other's strength, would Yansen guess what he was about? Yunsong refused Yang Zhongcheon and said that he would rather give up the fight. These old men are at it again. Yang Zhongcheon asked, so why did the man refuse? Is he afraid of him? Does he only fight in fear of death? Yunsong explained that Yang Zhongcheon would have to kill him, which clearly surprised the old man. Yansen said it's hard to explain. There's no way he can talk about his auto-hunting. Yunsong revealed that if a fight breaks out between them, he will train all his ki, just like with the voice transmission. But if Yang Zhongcheon is satisfied to use the ki of the Red Dragon Society everywhere, it will be a pleasure for him to join the fight. Yunsong stood and asked Yang Zhongcheon if he was ready to start the fight. Silence once again hung in the room. Yanbian looked incredulously towards Yunsong, picking a fight. Even Yang Zhongcheon was stunned by his insolence. How dare he play with his trust? As the ground suddenly shook, Yansen wondered if this was the one. Immediately afterward, he ran out the window. Yanbian wondered what was going on there. Looking out the window, Yansen saw a huge rift open up above them. Residents ran screaming from the huge snake-like monster begging for rescue. But the blue-headed blackbird wasn't about to let go of its victims. Just as suddenly, one man ordered everyone to disperse and jumped on a black body. He then struck the snake with a metal object. After a single blow, the metal pipe was in disrepair. The townsfolk took heart, for it is a hunter, which means they are finally saved. Except that the blue-headed blackbird was still alive. Thanks to that blow, the hunter had managed to inflict a wound, albeit a shallow one, which was to be expected with an improvised weapon. After that, another hunter came up to them and explained to the others that it was too dangerous here and that they should take shelter somewhere. Taking off his tie, the hunter cursed at the snake because this was happening here, and even on his day off. Who would have thought that a blue-headed Dunlin would suddenly appear here, and even a 7-level one at that? An unforeseen rift is a real curse. And just what do those bastards at the observatory do? The Dragon Slayer's commander explained that the rift appeared suddenly, and so it was not predicted. It was like a downpour on a cloudless day. The second hunter reprimanded, as the entire city was now in true chaos. The commander asked if the emergency communications were okay. He replied that there were no instructions from the headquarters, and that even if they contacted them, it wouldn't make much difference as they would only be informed of the meeting place. The commander cursed because everyone was in a panic. And besides, so did they, whereupon he threw away a piece of pipe. For starters, the most important thing for them is to stay alive. The blue-headed blackbird opened its mouth and lunged at the hunters. Meanwhile, Yunsong and Yanbian donned their protective gear. Afterward, Yunsong asked about the situation at the moment, to which Yanbian replied that the situation was dire. All communication in the city was lost due to panic. Yunsong turned to Yanbian and said that he had a request for her. Yunsong asked if she could bring his secretary from the hospital. Yanbian asked why her, to which Yansen replied that the city was in chaos due to the sudden rift, and that taking her driving skills into consideration, only she would be able to bring the secretary. Yanbian asked if it would be better if they hunted the monster that got out together. Yunsong replied that it would be too late then. Yanbian asked what he meant by late? And Yunsong said that there was something more important than hunting a monster right now, and that's why he asked her to do it. Yanbian wondered, what could be more important than hunting? Then she looked at her father. Yang Zhongcheon said to let her do as Yunsong asked. After all, he apparently has something he wants to show her. He's the president of the Red Dragon Society, and he can handle all the monsters in the vicinity by himself. Yanbian had to agree with her father's words, after which Yanbian climbed into the car and looked over to Yunsong, and then she pressed the gas pedal and drove away quickly. Yansen told the old man that in that case, he would also start acting. Yang Zhongcheon admitted that he doesn't know what Yunsong wants to show his daughter, but he's willing to see what he's worth. Yansen smiled and said that he couldn't vouch that he would enjoy it, but he would give it his best, like a real hunter. Immediately after saying those words, Yansen rushed to the battlefield. Yang Zhongcheon wondered what was going to happen there, since he might not like it. This kid was proving to be too mysterious. Yansen thought, what would happen if he tried to call Seo Yu using the transmitter in the suit? After answering the call, Seo Yu immediately asked where he was, and began to tell her that he had just suddenly appeared. Yunsong said he was aware of it and that he was already running there, which for once didn't surprise Seo Yu. Yansen said he actually had something to ask, namely, does the control headquarters have an emergency hotline, so that all the hunters can be in touch with each other in case of an emergency? To which Seo Yu replied that they do not have such a line. Oh Yansen wasn't even surprised at what he heard, for something like this to happen in a place where hunters on a common mission only compete with each other, Seo Yu asked why he was asking about it. To which Oh Yun-sung replied that the point was, just as suddenly Oh Yunsen spotted a blue-headed Blackfoot. The hunters were already barely holding their own against such a powerful monster. And the whole problem is that they can't do any damage to the monster with those weapons. Just as suddenly, the second hunter noticed something in the distance and asked the commander to take a look at it. Jumping down from the roof of the building, Oh Yunsen rushed straight at the blue-headed blackbody. Noticing the new prey, the blue-headed blackbird opened its mouth to catch its food. But, unfortunately for her, Oh Yunsen swept through, slicing her head in two. In the blink of an eye, Oh Yunsen dealt with the seven-star monster. The hunters were amazed at what they saw, for this legendary technique is called energy sword. So how did he manage to do that? This hunter turned out to be pretty damn strong. They fought hard, and in the end, for good reason. Seo Yu asked if something had happened, to which Oh Yunsen replied, nothing unusual. He also told Seo Yu that he had an important assignment for her. After finishing his explanation, Oh Yun-sung said that was the end of it. Seo Yu shouted that this was outrageous and asked him to wait, but Oh Yun-sun passed out. After which, Oh Yansen glanced at the two hunters that had just fought with the blue-headed blackbody. The Dragon Slayer's commander whispered, asking what they were going to do now, to which the second hunter asked that this guy was unusually strong and suggested that they act together. But he refused because they need to leave the place. There are monsters everywhere, and if they are going to hunt them, they should split up. Afterward, he thanked Oh Yunsen for saving them and said that they were leaving, and therefore, looking at him being told something, Oh Yunsen couldn't understand a word as he doesn't know Chinese. Hearing no response from Oh Yunsen, the hunters assumed that he did not speak Chinese. Suddenly, Oh Yun-seong hit the ground as if he was going to run away. The hunters were trying to figure out what he was going to do. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsen burst out and pulled his hand towards them in a threatening manner, after which screams were heard. Meanwhile, Yanbyeon had picked up Seo Yu from the hospital and was on her way to her next destination. Tapping her finger on her hand, Seo Yue said that there was something she didn't understand. I've gotten Yangbyeon's attention. Yangbyeon recounted Oh Yun-song's words. Urgently get into Yangbyeon's car and go to the place where he sent the signal from. And what did he want? Why should she go where Oh Yun-song tells her to go? Seo Yu asked Yangbyeon, wasn't she right? Yangbyeon is so strong while she's weak. In such an emergency situation, there's much more help from Yangbyeon. Just as suddenly, Yanbyeon abruptly turned the steering wheel without dropping speed at all for the turn. After such a prank, Seo Yu was afraid to be in the car driven by that woman. Yanbyeon asked, so what? Seo Yu replied that it was nothing, and that she had nothing to say. She was creeped out by how impressive Yangbyeon's driving skills were. Yangbyeon said that because people are fleeing the city, all the roads leading out of the city are crowded. And since the place sent by Oh Yun-song is in the center of the city, all the roads are free for them. The communication network was lost due to the sudden overload, and even if they wanted to contact the central control center, it would be impossible. Seo Yue noticed that the city had fallen further into chaos because of this. The appearance of an unforeseen rift hadn't occurred to them yet. But what about the direct line of communication between the hunters? If it existed, they could take more effective action. The only question that still haunted Seo Yu was, why did Oh Yun-sung call her? After all, the biggest thing she can help with is translation. Looking at Yanbyeon's face, Seo Yu had noticed that she was clearly surprised by something, then looked forward. There was a huge pile of blue-headed blacktails stacked right in front of the building. Seo Yu wondered if Oh Yun-sung had done all of this by herself, and Yangbyeon admitted that it was really impressive. How did Oh Yunsen manage to deal with so many snakes in such a short time? Seo Yu pulled out her phone to look at Oh Yunsen's next message that they needed to. Oh Yunsen wrote that they need to climb to the roof of the hotel. After climbing up the stairs to the top, Seo Yu and Yanbyeon saw Oh Yunsen standing at the edge. Seo Yu asked what he was doing. He summoned her, here without even giving any reason. When Oh Yunsen looked at her, Seo Yu noticed that he looked tired and blood was flowing from his mouth. Seo Yu asked why he was so pale and what had happened to him. It could be a sign of a sudden drop in the energy level of the core. Wiping away a trickle of blood, Oh Yunsen said that there was nothing wrong with it. He was just exploring the area. Why did Seo Yu surprise him? Because why would he do that? Especially since it's not the time for this kind of thing. Seo Yue asked, what should she do next? Although she knew that if she figured everything out, it would turn out to be a mere waste of time. Already knowing how she would react to that, Oh Yunsen smirked. Then he held out his palm and asked her to accept it. Not knowing what he was talking about, Seo Yu asked what she should accept. After which she took Oh Yunsen's hand and saw a blue flash emanating from him. After examining the item she received, Seo-yu assumed that they were threads from the aura, except where did they all lead to? At first she assumed that they led to 10 places, immediately after which she refuted it, and thought of more than 20 places. Seo-yu wondered if that meant that Yanbyeon turned to Oh Yun-sung and said that if her hunch was correct, he did. Without letting her finish, Oh Yun-sung said that she was right. He made these threads by combining her father's voice transmission and his own technique, which amazed Yanbyeon. After listening to Oh Yunsen, Seo-yu realized that her assumption was correct. Oh Yunsen said that as he moved around the city, he connected these threads from the aura of all the hunters he crossed paths with. Seo-yu couldn't just believe what she was hearing. After all, voice transmission, connecting more than a few dozen people, already sounded like some kind of nonsense. And even Yanbyeon was mentally in agreement with this. But if this was indeed the case, she would only be more enraptured by such a technique. Oh Yunsen explained that he didn't call Seo-yu for a fight. The point was that through these communication lines, it was possible to communicate directly with the hunters. And since that was the case, Seo-yu's task would be to give them orders and assess the situation based on their reports. Meanwhile, he himself would act as a temporary direct line, namely a control tower. If it was Yanbyeon, the head of the Red Dragon Society's combat department, or if she was the representative of TENZ, the hunters would be more willing to give their consent and obey. Oh Yunsen suggested that Seo-yu try using the link. Excited, Seo-yu asked, what exactly should she do? Oh Yunsen told her not to worry as he would tell her everything, what to say and how to command, which wasn't that hard, and that she could get used to it quickly. After hearing this, Seo-yu was panicking, because Oh Yunsen wants her to start commanding the Shanghai hunters right now. She still didn't fully believe it was possible, and was trying to figure out what the hell he was. While Seo-yu was drowning in her own thoughts, Oh Yunsen assumed that she basically understood everything, and that in that case she should start leading and giving orders. A multitude of blue-headed blacktails attacked the city, but they were opposed by the hunters. The hunter told the commanders that there were too many monsters and that they should retreat first. But the man asked his subordinate not to make him laugh, because if the monsters broke through here, they would have a direct path to the civilians' hideout. The subordinate tried to object to the commander, but the commander shouted that reinforcements were on their way. The commander asked the subordinate if he understood that, because the honor of the Dragon Slayer was at stake, except looking at the blue-headed black bodies. The commander mentally reprimanded himself, as everything was fine only in words, but they were really too lacking in hands. Help would arrive soon, they were told to hold on a little longer. In reality, this was just lip service. Also, that person identified himself as a representative of TENZ, but judging by the voice, it was clearly a girl. And so the commander wondered again, could they really believe these words? Just as suddenly, a whirlwind of fire headed towards the head of one of the blue-headed black bodies, which instantly set the monster on fire, incapacitating it. The newcomer assumed that the Dragon Slayers were just in the midst of a heavy battle that he had intervened in. The man then said that they were from the advance party, from the Red Dragon Society, and that they had come to reinforce the Dragon Slayers as ordered by their vice president. The commander of the Dragon Slayers was amazed that the Red Dragon community had come to their rescue. After finishing his greetings, the commander of the Red Dragon Society's advance squad rushed forward to attack. Immediately afterward, he chopped down one of the blue-headed black bodies with a single blow. The commander from the Dragon Slayers smirked because of who acted as their reinforcements. He then asked his subordinates why they were standing like stumbling blocks, and asked if they wanted to give all their loot to the Red Dragon Society. The commander approached his newfound ally and asked which of them would have previously thought that such a day would come, when they would be hunting side by side, to which he agreed. He then asked, this representative of TENZ and stuff, is it related to that Korean? Anyway, compliments to them should be left for later. Now it's hunting time. Sector 13 has been cleared. Now the hunters must head out to find the citizens. Sector 2, the Red Dragon Society has come to the aid of the Dragon Slayers and have begun to hold the monsters. Sector 7, the monsters have been encountered again and are fighting. Seo-yu ordered a constant search for civilian survivors. The hunters accepted the order and asked for reinforcements, immediately after which Seo-yu called for help. Seo-yu could hardly believe what she was doing now, as it was truly unbelievable. The situation in the city was normalizing right before her eyes. Meanwhile, Oh Yunsen was running toward his new goal. Seo-yu reported to Oh Yunsen that the support group from the Red Dragon Society had arrived at the second sector. Oh Yansen replied that they would protect the most dangerous sector with that, after which Seo Yu said that they could take a breather for now. Initially, Seo Yu had no idea that the situation could be brought under control so quickly, some time ago. Oh Yunsen explained that they would divide Shanghai into 15 sectors, starting from the first sector, the place where the rift was formed, to the 15th sector, depending on the urgency of the action needed. After that, they would start sending out groups of hunters according to the sector number. That way, they could save the lives of residents who couldn't find shelter and hunt monsters. Oh Yunsen asked if she had memorized the order of the hunters. Afterward, he noticed her expression on Seo Yu's face and asked, "Is something wrong?" Seo Yu asked if Oh Yunsen had really developed a plan of action right at the preparation site, right after the rift appeared. Seo Yu wondered if Oh Yunsen could be a genius. Oh Yunsung replied that this would have been impossible, and that he was simply using knowledge from the teamwork organization manual he had once studied in Korea. Oh Yunsen said that even though he works alone, hunting is a team endeavor. Seo Yu wondered where he was going while leaving her here to run things alone. After climbing to the roof of the building, Oh Yunsen replied that he had already arrived at his destination. As he looked down, he saw blue-headed blacktails crawling all over the street, and some of them even wrapped around buildings. Oh Yunsen replied that he had arrived at the site of the fault formation. Seo Yue was amazed at what she heard. After all, how was it that he had arrived at that place? And had he done it alone? Meanwhile, the blue-headed black bodies had already spotted their prey and were targeting him. Seo Yue asked if he was out of his mind. After all, the rift is swarming with hundreds of monsters while he is all alone there. Oh Yunsen said that the third phase would soon begin, after which Seo Yu asked, "What is this third phase?" To which Oh Yunsen replied that it was the stage of development when an unforeseen rift occurs. Phase 1. Monsters come out of the rift and spread across the area. Phase 2. The monsters stop their spread while they eat their prey. And Phase 3. The monsters re-emerge from the rift, after which the second wave begins. Although they have a line of defense at the moment, they won't be able to cope if the third phase suddenly arrives. To buy them some time, they need to start acting now. And to do that, he needs to strike straight to the heart. Seo Yu tried to oppose Oh Yun-song's plan, but he didn't let her finish, reminding her that she, like him, was aware of their current situation, and that she should understand what would happen if the third phase began. Biting her lip, Seo Yu said she understood since he explained everything. Oh Yunsen said he was taking the case. Lastly, Seo Yu asked Oh Yun-song lest he die there. Oh Yunsen smiled and asked Seo Yu to better worry about himself. Oh Yunsen had to admit that Seo Yu could be cute when she wanted to be. Well, since he was done with that, now it was his turn. It's time to start the hunt. Oh Yunsen threw himself off the roof, flying straight into a meeting with the blue-headed blackbirds. And as he landed, he chopped off some of the black bodies' heads using his wrist blades. Immediately afterward, the largest of all the snakes in the area reached for him, opening its jaws. An airplane flew over a city besieged by monsters. The commander said they arrived on an emergency plane in just 2 hours, which is basically very fast. Although he's not sure if it's appropriate to say it. The destruction in the city was far less than he had originally thought. This person is the current member of the Elite 10. 10th rank, Liu Tian. One of the subordinates asked, did he really think so? To which Liu Tian replied that he didn't even know what might be the reason for that. Liu Tian was sure that they were practically defenseless. It was good that they were anyway. Liu Tian wondered if the Shanghai hunters were much more capable than he had expected. In any case, he would find out as soon as he came down. Liu Tian asked if any of the Elite 10 had already arrived, to which the subordinate replied that 3 were already there, except they are out of town and it will take them a while to get to the center. Liu Tian suggested that in the end, they would be the ones to penetrate the rift and close it, to which the subordinate agreed. Liu Tian thought that this was a great opportunity to take all the laurels for himself, so he ordered all his men to head for the rift, after which they all jumped from the plane with parachutes. After landing on the ground, Liu Tian said that everything was going great as everyone landed successfully. He then ordered his subordinates to be on guard, as they would soon arrive at the rift. Liu Tian didn't care at all what kind of monsters might be there, because in any case, he was no match for them. As a subordinate stood in his way, Liu Tian asked the one what had happened, whereupon he glanced forward and asked dumbfoundedly what had happened here. Just in front of the rift lay a multitude of dead blue-headed blacktails. After examining several bodies, a subordinate reported that the blackfellas had been mutilated, and a second hunter asked who could have done such a thing. Plus, given the size of the biggest one, it's clearly a 7-star. Liu Tian wondered what had happened here. After which, he asked his subordinates how things were with the rift itself, to which those replied that everything was quiet for now, and that no new monsters were seen anymore. After listening to the subordinates, Liu Tian suggested that this was all a bad omen. Liu Tian told his subordinates that there was a possibility that the huge monster had just devoured the others. And most importantly, he likes it. It's very interesting. Preparing for battle, Liu Tian pulled out the Violet Dawn sword, a legendary sword that was the pride of the Huashan Mountain clan. The subordinates exclaimed, for it was the same legendary Violet Dawn sword. Liu Tian was almost completely certain that their enemy was a huge monster, and since that was the case, no one from the Elite 10 would be able to take away his prey. For now, he doesn't know where that monster is, but there's no way that monster can escape from his sword. Suddenly, a figure jumped out of the rift, creating a cloud of dust as it landed. This was probably the target that Liu Tian should be hunting. Therefore, Liu Tian immediately rushed towards the monster. Instantly reducing the distance, Liu Tian chopped down the monster. With only one strike of his blade, he managed to bifurcate it. Just as suddenly, the monster began to blur into a cloud of dust. Liu Tian was astonished at what had happened, as the monster simply couldn't dodge his attack. Afterward, he managed to get a glimpse of the person who had just been behind the veil. This guy had just managed to dodge his sword, so who was he? It's probably some unremarkable hunter. Liu Tian asked the hunter what organization he was from and what happened here. But instead of answering, Yansen simply pointed at one of the hunters, after which he moved his finger to the rift above them. After tracing his finger, Liu Tian noticed that it pointed at their liquidator, after which he wondered if he wished them to take the liquidator and head upstairs. The liquidator from Liu Tian's team asked, how did this insolent person dare to poke at them? Hayugel introduced himself to Yansen, whereupon he assumed that Yansen already knew his name. Hayugel suggested that Yansen was a very capable hunter and said it would be good if he helped them close the rift. And most importantly, if he helped them, he was willing to share the glory with the stranger. Hayugel wanted to know what this hunter would reply. After all, he is a member of the Elite 10, calling him to hunt with him, which is simply an exceptional offer as a no-name hunter. Not knowing what the man was talking about, Yansen only hummed in response, after which he turned around and was about to leave. The liquidator assumed this guy was simply ignoring them. Just as suddenly, Yansen looked back and glared threateningly in their direction, after which he said he was going upstairs and disappeared. The liquidator asked, what could that mean? After all, the man had clearly said something in a foreign language, and from the looks of it, it was Korean. The hunter asked Hayugil if they should catch him and teach him a lesson, but Hayugil replied that they shouldn't do that, and that they should close the rift instead. Hayugil was angry at this insolent man who dared to ignore him. If it was indeed Korean, then it is probably the very same Yunsung. This man dares to ignore the 10 once he has gained some fame. After they kill all the monsters in the rift, he won't leave it like that and talk to Yunsung. But upon entering inside the rift, Hayugil opened his mouth in shock. After all, the battlefield strewn with the bodies of blue-headed blacktails stretched out in front of him. Hayugil simply refused to believe his eyes, for that hunter had exterminated all the monsters in the rift. Hayugil wondered if that was really what he wanted to say then. At that moment, he told them, close up quickly and come down, for they had nothing more to do here anyway. Did Yansen really manage to exterminate all those monsters by himself? It was 3 days after the event dubbed the Shanghai Shock. An unforeseen rift has formed in the center of a metropolis of 20 million people. The whole world sympathizes with this catastrophe. According to the TENZ report, Yansen, a hunter from their country, played a big role in resolving this difficult situation. Although they don't have any details about what happened at the moment, but their special correspondent will soon report in detail about Yansen's contribution. Since Yansen had already arrived, Seo Yu said that they should go. Yansen assumed that since she was saying that, lunch was already over. Workers were clearing away the ruins of buildings that had been destroyed due to the monsters. But when they saw someone, the workers were shocked. Yansen assisted them in clearing the rubble by carrying huge chunks. After getting rid of a piece of the wall, Yansen asked, does he just need to clean up all that debris? To which Seo Yu replied, that was exactly what he should do. One of the hunters said that the hunters were really striking, and his comrade agreed, then asked the question, what did Yansen forget here? Closing her eyes to what was happening, Seo Yu turned to Yansen. She then asked why they came to clear the rubble. Yunsung was surprised that Seo Yu was asking that. Seo Yu replied that of course she was interested in it, because hunters help with disaster relief in emergency situations. But still, it's not in their purview. Seo Yu explained to Yunsung that there's no reason for him to do this, because there are no reporters or anyone here to appreciate it. On the contrary, the whole thing seems even stranger. Then the workers asked him why he was doing it. They couldn't understand how the hunter had come to them, but he couldn't hurt them. Yansen replied that he doesn't care who thinks what he thinks about him. Then he asked, "Isn't it customary in this country to do what you want without regard to the opinions of others?" Seo Yu tried to protest, saying that the point was this. Yansen wondered how much longer he had to keep repeating that he was doing this because he wanted to. It would be better for him to stretch out here than to just lie in the ward and do nothing. Seo Yu said there's no one around anyway. But in the end, she decided to give up, as it's unlikely that she'll be able to talk Yansen out of it. There's no point in her telling Yansen anything else. Yansen picked up another huge piece of rubble, after which he carried it. After the official TENZ report, rumors spread around Shanghai about Yansen's huge contribution when fighting near the rift, about his amazing technique by which he connected all the hunters to each other with long aura threads transmitting voice waves. This allowed them to coordinate the hunters to rescue civilians and eliminate monsters, about how he single-handedly dealt with all the monsters in the rift, and the effectiveness of his actions beyond any explanation. A catastrophe that sent everyone into a state of semi-panic. He managed to unite the hunters and stop the monsters from spreading. However, according to official reports, he is just one of the participants in the operation, and no one here cares about him, a foreigner. Seo Yue clenched her fists thinking about the fact that it was because of Yansen that they were able to significantly reduce their losses. But right now, there was no one but her by his side, and it's all because he's an outsider. Their industry has proven to be so unadaptable and conservative, and she's the same way. She lives like a warrior, and she'll die like one. She had previously thought that was what was most important in life, but he's not. Seo Yu approached Yansen and told him that he would be fully rewarded for the hunt, and that no matter if it's security footage or black boxes, she'll find all the evidence to make sure he gets what he deserves. Yansen said he would trust Seo Yu. Afterwards, Seo Yu said that she had something else. She would help him. Yunsung was surprised to hear this and asked what she meant, to which Seo Yu replied that she had nothing to do anyway, and it's because she's also a hunter. Covered in blush, Seo Yue took her gaze to the side and suggested to the boss to do it together. Yunsen was amazed by Seo Yu's actions, after all. It was worth it just to look at her now. Just as suddenly, Yunsen started laughing with that, and Seo Yu confusedly asked, why did he suddenly start laughing? Yunsen explained that she was so tiny and said boss with such a serious face. Immediately afterward, Yunsen felt uncomfortable because of the look. Seo Yu. Yunsung turned away and wondered if he had stepped on the same landmine again. After all, who could have known that such a proud little girl would suddenly say such a thing? Suddenly, Yunsen and Seo Yu saw something that even surprised them. The hunters from the Red Dragon Society, led by Yanbian, were walking towards them. Yunsung greeted Yanbian and asked what fate had brought her here. As suddenly, they all greeted Yunsen as Grand Master Yunsen. Yunsen asked why all of a sudden such in greeting, and why all of a sudden this. To which Yanbian replied that it was because he, the great master, was the savior of all of Shanghai. Yunsen asked, is that really the case? And also, why are they suddenly here? Could it be that there is evidence of a new fault? To which Yanbian replied that it wasn't that. They had come by order of the president to help the great master. Jansen was surprised to hear that they had arrived by order of the president, though they normally don't do such things, but they couldn't stay away while the Grand Master was dealing with it personally. And even though it's an executive order, many came here of their own volition. News of Mr. Yunsen helping to rebuild the city spread throughout Shanghai. After a while, hunters from the Dragon Slayer clan came to the ruins and also volunteered to help them. Not only them, but other hunters would soon arrive to help. Picking up one of the pieces of buildings, the hunters were amazed at what they saw, after which they shouted that there were people here. There was a woman and a child in the basement. It was a true miracle that they were still alive. Yanbian admitted that she thought about the fact that there were a lot of things Yunsung might have been disappointed about when he came here. But according to their orders, without further ado, everyone follows the one who has won their respect. After which Yanbian said that she would take care of clearing the rubble elsewhere, and bowed out. Seo Yu asked Yunsen if he had seen it. After all, this is the power of China. Yunsung asked if it was really true. Then Seo Yu asked him not to make such a serious face, and afterward she confessed her own thoughts about the stupid things she'd done. Although Seo Yu actually wanted to say something else to Yunsen, for surely what they are now witnessing is a miracle wrought by him. The work was carried out until late at night. The work of clearing the rubble, which was estimated to take 10 days, was completed in just one day, and Yunsen's reputation rose even higher. Chonghae Hotel. Yunsen summarized that his body, was finally back to normal, while his energy was also almost restored. And then he was on schedule, when suddenly there was a knock on the door of Yansen's room. As soon as Yansen opened the door, the strange man said it was a pleasure to meet him. He then assumed that Yansen was more comfortable communicating in Korean and introduced himself as Lee Hwim. Lee Hwim is a top 4 Elite 10, a representative of the Ancient Dragon Company, and the man behind the attack on Yunsung in Korea. This man is also known as the Pain Doctor. Lee Hwim laughed and then said that he would like to talk to Yunsen, who played a big role in saving Shanghai. Yunsen asked what he wanted to talk about, and Lee Hwim revealed that, as of today, Yunsung was ranked 10th in the Elite 10, which he decided to congratulate him on. Lee Hwim asked if they could have a word in honor, but Yunsen hurriedly covered the door with a backhanded reply that there was no need. Just as suddenly, another man appeared and grabbed the door. Liu Tian said that Yunsen is just as arrogant as last time, whereupon he asked, "How dare the latter interrupt Master Lee Hwim? Since Liu Tian is here, he cannot allow Yunsen to act as arrogant as he did back then." Ignoring Liu Tian, Yunsen added his strength to open the door as he suddenly remembered that Liu Tian had said something about last time. Yunsen asked Liu Tian who he was, which surprised him. Smirking, Yunsen explained that Liu Tian was acting as if they had already met. Liu Tian was furious, for the scoundrel dared to neglect him. Suddenly, Yunsen flicked something with his finger, thanks to which he was able to throw Liu Tian away from his door. Immediately after that, he quickly closed the door. Not willing to tolerate this kind of attitude, Liu Tian began to knock on the door and demand that Yunsen open it. Yunsen sighed as he was spared unnecessary trouble. And besides, that guy was just too impatient. Lee Hwim, who was sitting on Yunsen's couch, said that no matter how it was, Liu Tian didn't necessarily need to be present during their conversation. Dumbfounded by Lee Hwim's sudden appearance, Yunsen wondered when he had just managed to enter. After all, he was definitely outside the door when he closed it. Just as suddenly, Yunsen noticed a strange odor hovering in the air, smelling as if someone had fired a firearm. Yunsen asked Lee Hwim if he used tech to enter the room. Lee Hwim replied that it was incredible if Yunsen was able to see his power, and yet managed to analyze it in cold blood. After which, he admitted that he was indeed using tech. If Ki is something that can be compared to an extension of the body, utilized by the core energy released in the form of an aura, the Te activates a mechanism, like a magic system that uses the energy of the core as fuel. Therefore, Te, unlike Kai, makes it possible to use paranormal power that surpasses the laws of physics, like magic. Except that unlike Kai, very few people have Te abilities. Lee Hwim told Yunsen that he was thinking correctly, thinking that this odor is the trigger of those, but more accurately, it is his trace. Yunsen wondered how Lee Hwim had managed to read his mind, after which he bluntly asked if this was a type of Te, to which Lee Hwim replied that it's just a logical inference. Even though Yunsung looks calm, he sniffed his nose while his pupils run from place to place. The whole secret is that the human body sends out different signals all the time. Pupils, facial expression, trembling in the legs, and so on. And if you follow these, it is not difficult to read someone else's thoughts with their help. Lee Hwim said that Yunsung's body is no exception, and that there are two thoughts in his mind right now. The first thought is whether he should call security, or better yet, the police, on Lee Hwim, bypassed all the protective measures of the hotel and went up to him. Well, the second thing was the real Lee Hwim sitting in front of him? Yunsun didn't expect that he could read even that thought. Lee Hwim suggested that Yunsun was now thinking, right before the door closed, Lee Hwim didn't even move or burn anything, so maybe he didn't even teleport, but instead used those deceptive sensation cheating techniques? Lee Hwim asked, is he right? Because of how well Lee Hwim thinks he is, Yunsung wondered who this person even is. Lee Hwim explained that creatures like humans are very simple, and that if you show them a slightly rational path, they will, of course, choose that path. A way to anticipate thoughts is integral to him. Users of those ways to survive. Yunsen recognized that Lee Hwim was very talkative, to which the latter, of course, agreed, and explained that this was the first time he had encountered entertaining material in a long time, and that's why he was interested. What's particularly interesting to him is that Yunsen didn't react in any way to the phrase Elite 10 he mentioned. Yunsen asked how he should have reacted to that, whereupon Lee Hwim asked if the latter thought it might have been an honor, to which Yunsen replied not at all. And admittedly, he doesn't really believe it. And even if it is true, he doesn't think it would be right to change the ranks of the Elite 10 in one day. Lee Hwim suggested that Oh Yun-sung simply underestimates their Elite 10, to which Oh Yun-sung replied that it's because they simply don't deserve it. Lee Hwim said that wasn't true, and that in fact Oh Yun-sun had already earned that title when he caught one of those dangerous monsters, except that at that moment, he was only a foreign guest, so it was taken for granted. Lee Hwim got up from the couch and said that everything had changed now, because Oh Yun-sun had become the hero of Shanghai. Oh Yun-sun asked about it, and Lee Hwim told him that the spot in the Elite 10 had actually been vacated 6 months ago, but that the guy under the door was personally recommended by him. Liu Tian was his subordinate, whom he had trained for a long time, and he also inherited the Huangshan martial techniques that he had refined himself. A young hunter in perfect mastery of the Huangshan martial qi, this is exactly the kind of person that Liu Tian is. Suddenly, like a thunderous day, Oh Yansen is announced, who for only the second hunt becomes the hero of Shanghai, which confuses him all the cards. Oh Yansen apologized for what he had done, then asked if he meant to say by this that he had already put him in a difficult position twice. Lee Hwim suggested that we count it. First, that wonderful medicine, obtained by blood and sweat, which coincidentally passed into Oh Yunsen's hands. Secondly, his subordinate who has strategic knowledge of their organization is in a Korean prison, and also his much-loved apprentice whom he trained in Huangshan's improved martial techniques, who got disgraced thanks to Oh Yunsen. If you do the math, it turns out that Oh Yunsen has interfered with him at least 3 times already. As Oh Yunsen suddenly noticed the burning odor in the air again, it could only mean that right now Lee Hwim had used his tech again. And since that was the case, Oh Yunsen decided to be proactive and sped off. But all of a sudden, he was suddenly sprawled on the floor without being able to move his body. Lee Hwim squatted down in front of Oh Yunsen and then said that now they would be able to find common ground. Lee Hwim complained that Oh Yunsen's actions were making him waste his energy by deceiving his senses. He then said that even if Oh Yunsen wanted to move a part of his body, the other part would move. Lee Hwim snapped his fingers, and Liu Tian, who was still recently left at the door, immediately rushed into the room. Immediately afterward, the latter walked over to Oh Yunsen and lifted him up by his shirt. Lee Hwim said that since they had talked enough, it was time to get down to business. He offered Oh Yunsen a choice. Oh Yunsen may naturalize in this country and become his subordinate, or else, correcting his glasses, Lee Hwim said that otherwise Oh Yun-sung would just be eliminated by him. Oh Yun-sung must choose one of 2 things. Lee Hwim admitted that this time, Oh Yunsen had acted even too well, making him the hero of Shanghai. The person who bothered him in every way suddenly becomes one of the Elite 10, which is very unpleasant for him. And even though he wants to get rid of Oh Yun-sung right now, Lee Hwim signaled, after which Liu Tian lifted Oh Yunsen higher. Lee Hwim recognized that destroying a new rising star would be too horrible. But if Oh Yun-seong obediently acclimatizes to this country and becomes one of the Elite 10, he might be able to calm down. More importantly, the other members of the Elite 10 have also come to the same conclusion. That was why he had come in person, to convince Oh Yunsen, even though that would normally be the job of that damned old man. But strangely enough, that old man wasn't really interested in the incident. He simply gave Oh Yunsen his freedom. But whatever the damned old man thought, he didn't care about it at all. Lee Hwim suggested that Oh Yunsen should choose soon. Will he decide to take root in this country, submit and live with his head proudly raised as a member of the Elite 10? Or would Oh Yunsen prefer to be trampled right here and now for personal revenge? Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsen was able to regain control of his body and unhooked himself from Liu Tian, punching him in the face. Liu Tian clutched his nose, from which blood began to flow, after which he asked the bastard how he dared and immediately attacked Oh Yunsen. But as soon as Liu Tian hit Oh Yunsen, the latter dodged his attack and swung his fist. Right after that, Oh Yunsen dealt with Liu Tian with one punch, sending him straight into one of the hotel walls. Even Lee Hwim was amazed at what was happening, for Oh Yun-sung had already managed to break his spell. Looking at the battle-ready Oh Yunsen, Lee Hwim wondered what was going on right now. He had definitely completely confused Oh Yunsen's senses, and even if he wanted to move a limb, another limb would move. Was it possible that Oh Yunsen had dispelled his techniques? If that was indeed the case, then it was a shame, because then he would be at a disadvantage because Liu Tian had been taken out first. Currently, this hotel is completely under his influence, causing this room to be like a separate world, completely isolated from the outside. But the problem is that it also eats up a lot of his strength, causing his defenses to weaken. It was for this reason that Lee Hwim had brought Liu Tian along with him to protect him before he attacked Yansen. But there was no way he could expect Liu Tian to be defeated so easily. Even if it was Jin Wei Beck, he wouldn't be able to break these enchantments in such a short time. Without attacking Lee Hwim first, Yansen gestured for him to attack first. Lee Hwim became furious over something like this. Because with a gesture like this bastard is trying to provoke him. Without thinking long, Lee Hwim released his aura, preparing to teach the boy a lesson. As suddenly he decided to stop for a while. For on reflection, there was clearly something wrong here. It's rather strange to think about it calmly, since Yansen is asking him, the master, to approach him first. Kai extracts the core energy itself in the form of the aura and uses it, while spells use the core energy as a kind of fuel. In contrast to the aura, which is like an extension of the hunter's body, spells are like pouring gasoline in the form of core energy into cars. That's why spells are supposed to recharge. But Yansen provokes him to attack just during this very recharge, instead of trying to attack him himself. And that's even after Liu Tian, who was protecting him, was defeated. After thinking about it, now Lee Hwim was completely convinced that it was a bluff. He's sure of it since Yansen probably can't even move right now. Even if he succeeds, it will only be for a short time. Looking at how Yansen continued to stand straight with an occasional twitch, Lee Hwim was once again convinced of his hypothesis. His paralysis spell is the strongest anti-paralysis spell that mixes all the senses throughout his body. Except, theoretically, if Yansen knew all his nerves in his body, he could break the spell. But that's just a theory, and nothing of the sort can happen. Lee Hwim reached under his jacket and pulled out a talisman. Since Yansen is so willing, he's ready to deal with him. In addition, he is in no danger, as Lee Hwim himself is only a virtual image. In fact, he is now in a place where no one can ever find him. Lee Hwim snapped his fingers, after which the talisman lit up, and a few seconds later, the entire hotel room was already engulfed in flames, from which emerged a golem that Lee Hwim called the power of 1,000 gods. How suddenly Yansen started to move, which was in Lee Hwim's expectation. But even if the latter is able to move, it was already too late for Yansen, as there was another golem behind him. In fact, Lee Hwim and his power of 1,000 gods that Yansen is seeing right now is just a virtual image. Yansen will not be able to dodge this attack, and after that, he will be floundering in his illusions. Suddenly, instead of panic, a smirk appeared on Yansen's face. Immediately afterward, he turned in the other direction from the virtual image. Lee Hwim was astonished by such an action, and wondered if this meant that Yansen had managed to see him. What confirmed his speculation even more strongly was that Yansen ran straight towards his real body. In order to protect himself, Lee Hwim summoned the power of 1,000 gods and ordered them to protect him. Immediately after, one of the golems jumped out right in front of him, preventing Yansen from harming his master. But Yansen managed to dodge Lee Hwim's follow-up punch and punched the latter in the face. There was no way Lee Hwim had expected that this brat would be able to detect the real him. Except, how did he do it? After being hit by Yansen, Lee Hwim spat on the ground. Yansen looked at his channel and suspected something was wrong here, causing him to wonder if it wasn't enough. Lee Hwim got up from the floor and unleashed his aura and shouted at Yansen that he was a bastard. Lee Hwim pointed at Yansen and demanded that he tell how he did it now. Yansen smirked and said, "It's all about that." Lee Hwim said that he was a user of those, which means that right in front of him right now is not the real Lee Hwim. But then where's the real Lee Hwim? He can't win until he knows where the real body is. Could it be outside this room? No. Lee Hwim himself said that the smell of burning paper is the trigger of those. And you can definitely hear the smell of burning paper in this room, which means he's lurking around here somewhere, being invisible. In that case, he should definitely check it out. First, he should pretend to provoke Lee Hwim to distract him. Yansen called out to Lee Hwim with a gesture, hence the plan. Next, he used the threads of ki, releasing them in all directions, through which he discovered Lee Hwim in the corner of the room. Lee Hwim was amazed by Yansen's story and could hardly believe such a thing. Judging from what Yansen said, this provocation was not just to buy time, but was also used as bait to try to find out his location. Lee Hwim clenched his teeth in anger as this bastard managed to trick him. Suddenly, Lee Hwim started laughing loudly. Afterward, he agreed that he would have to change his opinion of Yansen, as the latter had indeed turned out to be a brave and cunning man. Yansen honestly admitted that he didn't care about Lee Hwim's opinion, then said that the latter should take responsibility for the mess. Lee Hwim corrected his glasses and asked Yansen if he wanted to say that he just wanted to make the pain professor take over. To which Yansen replied that of course he wants to, because if someone starts a fight, they better be ready to take responsibility for it. Lee Hwim chuckled and said that this was exactly what was expected from Yansen, except that he's also not such a lenient person to those who oppose him. Lee Hwim took out 3 more talismans from under his jacket and said that he would get rid of Yansen right now. Lee Hwim smirked and said that he would really like it. Just as suddenly, Lee Hwim flicked, burning another talisman to use space compression, immediately after which he disappeared from his seat and appeared right beside Liu Tian. Lee Hwim said that he would back off for now, because it was not his thing to fight when the chances were slim. Yes, and besides, if he left Liu Tian here, it would be a direct proof that he had made a move towards him. Hence he should take Liu Tian and escape. Without waiting for Lee Hwim and Liu Tian to leave, Yansen rushed towards them. Except that Lee Hwim was ready for the chase, and so he clicked using the shortened distance. Suddenly, Yansen used an attack form, thanks to which he was able to destroy Lee Hwim's spell form. Lee Hwim was astonished by what had happened, for something like this shouldn't have happened. Things were bad, and thus Lee Hwim prepared to use the spell again, for it could all be over now. After using another spell, Lee Hwim glowed yellow. Just as suddenly, Yansen pierced the wall with his blade at the place where Lee Hwim had just been. Apparently, Lee Hwim had managed to escape, except that he hadn't managed to take Liu Tian with him. Meanwhile, Lee Hwim appeared on the roof of the building, and he was very angry because of the recent battle, for he had failed to take Liu Tian with him. Hearing the commotion, Seo-yu burst into Yunsong's room and asked if he was okay, after which she saw that Yansen was sitting not far away from Liu Tian, who had hit the wall a while ago. Yansen raised his hand and said hello to Seo-yu, who had come in. Seo-yu immediately identified Liu Tian and asked Yansen to just not talk about the fact that there was an assassination attempt on him, whereupon Yansen said that she was right. Just as suddenly, Seo-yu shouted that they were scum and hit Liu Tian with all her might. The man regained consciousness and sobbed in pain. Seo-yu grabbed Liu Tian by his jacket and started to cowardly call him a bastard. Seo-yu asked how those dared to attack the boss, after only learning a couple of paltry martial arts skills of licking Lee Hwim's ass. She asked if they were too fearless since trash like Lee Hwim dared to attack him. As it turns out, Seo-yu is quite violent, except that when they first met, Seo-yu almost immediately seemed quite testy to him. Yunsong asked if it's really that obvious that this guy is subordinate to Lee Hwim, to which Seo-yu replied that everyone who is even a little bit knowledgeable knows about it. This is the guy that the pain professor, that Taoist bastard, had been supporting up until now, which was very unpleasant. It was unpleasant to see the pain professor along with this guy, walking around with this guy, which was too condescending. Liu Tian mewled in pain. So Yu raised her hand in preparation to hit Liu Tian once more, and ordered him to at least open his eyes if he woke up, since no one would let him close them. Liu Tian begged to be allowed to breathe as he couldn't breathe. Seo Yue was angry, because apparently this bastard had not fully regained his senses yet. Yansen asked Seo Yu to stop and leave this guy alone, because his body was clearly having a hard time right now, as Liu Tian had recently received a pretty strong blow, which meant that he definitely couldn't escape. Since the boss ordered her, Seo Yu agreed to let Liu Tian go, after which the man was finally able to cough. Liu Tian said that they clearly lacked self-control, which was expected from the subordinates of that old monster Jin Wei Beck. Seo Yu demanded for Liu Tian to repeat his words if he wanted to get, of course. Yansen asked Seo Yu to stop. Seo Yu asked why she should do it. And should they beat those scum half to death until they repent? Yansen explained that he didn't forbid her to do it, except that he had something to ask Liu Tian. Seo Yu asked what the other one was about, and Yansen asked if it was all coordinated together with TENZ, to which Seo Yu replied that there was no such thing yet. And slapping her hand on her chest, Seo Yu asked Yunsong not to worry about it, because this guy was caught red-handed like some criminal attacking the boss. That's why they can ask for a huge compensation from Hua San's group and the Taoist bastard. But Yunsong immediately dismissed it and said it was not necessary. After which, Yansen crouched down beside Liu Tian and said that they shouldn't report it to TENZ or the authorities, but instead they can come to a great agreement with the people who are directly involved in all of this. Seo Yu was unpleasantly surprised to hear about the agreement with these. Yansen explained that only then would this man accept his terms, which surprised Liu Tian himself. Liu Tian asked Yunsong what the man wanted from him, and the latter replied without much thought that he wanted the secret key technique of Hua San's group, after which he asked if he could give it to him. The headquarters of the Red Dragon Society. Sitting on the pier, Yang Zhongcheon waited for the fish to bite his rod. until none other than Oh Yunsun arrived at his door. Yang Zhongcheon asked if he had come to join him for this activity. Oh Yunsung said that his father was very fond of such things, but since he was a child, he had been taught by his mother never to pick up fishing rods. Yang Zhongcheon didn't expect to hear such an answer and laughed. Afterwards, he admitted that Oh Yunsung always looks a head better than before when he dresses like this, and that it would be even better if from now on Oh Yunsung always dressed like this. Oh Yunsung asked if that was really true, to which Yang Zhongcheon replied that Oh Yunsung would become very popular wearing such clothes, and started laughing again. He then said that he had heard from the commander that Oh Yunsun was coming and asked if Oh Yunsun had a request for him. Oh Yunsung replied that he was right and held out his phone and said that it was a text containing the secret Kui technique of Hwasan's group. He wants to ask Yang Zhongcheon to translate it correctly and teach him how to use it, especially Koyai referring to breathing techniques. Yang Zhongcheon was clearly interested after hearing about the breathing techniques. Oh Yunsun said that there was a brother who taught him how to control his CI, and he also told him that when he was dropped off with a Chinese hunter, there was something there that inspired him to his core. The Chinese hunter was definitely someone who lacked skills compared to his brother, but he used different variations of Kui Ui. But although PSI is usually used under tremendous pressure and in a large range at once, and fatigue is immediately felt in their veins, however, he was not affected by all of this. Seeing this, the brother had a hypothesis. Maybe Chinese hunters know a form of vein training that they didn't even know existed. Yang Zhongcheon recognized that this brother was an amazing person, and then asked him to continue. Oh Yunsun said that since he came here, he has also been able to find several similarities among Chinese hunters. They all have instant breath, and every time they breathe, their qi level rises. In that case, doesn't that mean that qi in breathing is a method for vein training? Yang Zhongcheon recognized that it was what he expected. Oh Yunsung was able to come up with all this with just a little bit of information, which is pretty amazing. However, Oh Yunsung said that he got that breathing technique from Liu Tian, a guy in Hwasang's group. Yang Zhongcheon asked what kind of face he had when he had to give this technique away, to which Oh Yunsung replied that it was something to see, as it said, "You don't think you can get it all out of me, do you?" This made Yang Zhongchun laugh again. Yang Zhongcheon explained that the thing that's written here is the heavenly harmonic art of Hwasang's group. It's a legendary QE technique that no other can compare to, and if Oh Yunsun can learn it, he will definitely become stronger. However, the legendary technique of the heavenly harmonious art had been lost, and even the professor of pain was unable to recover it. Therefore, it would be impossible to learn it by simply interpreting the texts. Now, most importantly, why would he even agree to Oh Yunsun's request? They're not that close, are they? They almost fought in a duel once. Oh Yunsung replied that it's a matter between him and Yang Zhongchong, not between him and the Red Dragon Society. In the past disaster, he resolved the situation of joining the Red Dragon clan, and, as Yang Zhongcheon knows, the Red Dragon Society benefited greatly from it. Oh Yunsun asked, "Isn't it obvious that he and the Red Dragon Society are on good terms in the hunting community?" Oh Yunsun bowed and promised that he would try to be a good partner for the Red Dragon Society from now on. Oh Yunsun once again asked for Master Yang to help him with his technique. Yang Zhongcheon tells Oh Yunsung that he's being shameless. But since he's pointing out a favor to them, those aren't the words a martial arts hunter would say. But Oh Yunsun will make a good partner for the Red Dragon Society, and he really likes that part. It will be a good relationship among hunters, which made Yang Zhongcheon laugh. Yang Zhongcheon said that they would train Oh Yunsun, and that he had actually already prepared something in advance when he heard that Oh Yunsun was coming. Oh Yunsun thanked Yang Zhongcheon and was about to suggest to him to get started. Yang Zhongcheon asked Oh Yunsun not to hurry so much, after which he asked who told Oh Yunsun that he would be the one to teach him. Just then, Yang Bion arrived, and Yang Zhongcheon said she was just in time. Yang Zhongcheon told Oh Yunsung to greet his new teacher. Embarrassed, Yang Bion looked away. Afterwards, she still looked at Oh Yunsun and said that she hoped that they would work well together. The Red Dragon Society Castle is a building built by the Red Dragon Society to study martial arts. This is the place where the masters of the Red Dragon Society have collected thousands of martial arts books over the years, and it is a secret place in the Red Dragon Society where only masters and their successors can enter. But this time, they had specifically welcomed Oh Yunsun as a guest of the Red Dragon community, assisting him in learning the qi associated with breathing techniques. Yambian said she was done with translating the text, and Oh Yunsung was surprised at the speed at which she did it. Yanbian told him that they usually have a lot of text in them. First, she would tell him about breathing techniques, kui, and the generalities of the instant breathing method. Oh Yunsong thought about the fact that Yang Byun looked very worried when she was told to be in this room with him alone. But when they started talking about martial arts, those signs disappeared. Could it be because she's into martial arts? Yang Byun said that she should start by informing her that instant breathing is not used to strengthen veins. But they train the veins using the same methods as the hunters in Korea, repeatedly running PSI through them to strengthen them. Oh Yun-sung asked how the breathing techniques are used then. Yang Byun held out the pendulum and asked Oh Yunsen if he knew what it was. Oh Yunsen replied that it was a pendulum used for out-of-body aura practice and asked if he was right. Yang Byun said that he was right and that it is indeed used for such practices. Oh Yunsen should convert a small amount of core energy into aura and then move the pendulum. If he only strains his aura, the pendulum only moves a little, but Yan Byun inhaled. She then touched the pendulum with her finger and it bounced. Immediately afterward, the pendulum began to swing around her hand. Oh Yunsen was sure that he could only sense a small amount of aura, while Yan Byun could cause such a strong impact if she just used the breathing technique. Oh Yunsen said he now understands the general method is not used to strengthen veins. But this is the method of operation of PSI itself. Yan Byun said that the one is absolutely right. The general way maximizes the efficiency of the core energy. Oh Yun-sung said that he understood. After that, Yan Byun started talking about that heavenly harmonious art she had just translated. Yang Byun handed Oh Yun-sung the notes and asked him to try to read it. As soon as Oh Yun-sung took the sheet, Yan Byun suddenly sighed loudly, which surprised him. He then shifted his eyes to the text and surprised himself with the technique. Heavenly harmonious art. It was said to be a divine art that contained the 1,000-year history of the Hwa-san group. But that's all there is? They did mark the locations of the veins that are needed to use the technique, but Yan Byun already knew what Oh Yunsen wanted to say. It's too simple. As for a complete method called ultimate technique. Oh Yunsen was okay with that because this text is on a level with the one that basically says things like, soccer is played with the feet. And besides, what is this part that talks about yin and yang, mind and body? It all sounds like some kind of poem. Yan Byun explained that it was usually like this, because that was what all the original texts for the hidden technique of a clan with a long history were like. And to top it off, all the original martial arts texts that are called divine are written in figurative form. Instead of explaining them in detail, they are learned by memorizing them in short phrases, as if you were singing. All the books in this library are also books that have been studied by the Red Dragon Divine Arts for over 100 years. Oh Yun-sung assumed that Yang Byun was hinting to him that it required more research, and so he said he understood. Yan Byun confessed that she could not recommend Oh Yun-seong to study celestial martial arts because it was too dangerous to learn them by training from these original texts. Oh Yun-seong was interested in why this was dangerous, and Yan Byun told him that as Oh Yun-seong could already see, all the training methods described here were too simple. He could definitely learn divine arts if he trained accordingly. But as he should already know, humans have countless veins, and among all these veins, Oh Yunsen must find the veins necessary for the work of the teaching method. However, if he uses the wrong veins for the work of Sai, eventually he may get a momentum of force and destroy his body with it. Yang Byun suddenly grabbed Oh Yun-song's hand and asked him to stop there, because it was too dangerous. Suddenly, she noticed that she had inadvertently grabbed Oh Yunsen's hand and blushed dramatically. Immediately afterwards, she let go of him and apologized for her sudden grabbing of his hand. Yang Byun did it without even realizing, which made her feel very embarrassed. Oh Yun-sung, on the other hand, smiled as Yang Byun is indeed a very shy lady, after which he thought about the fact that this technique could destroy his body. And most importantly, learning it wouldn't even end within a few days. The problem lies with the professor of pain, for that person is definitely not going to back down just like that. And in order to keep Oh Yunsen's mouth shut, he's going to make a move sooner or later, either grabbing or attacking again. To make sure he surpasses his skills, there is no other way but to learn breathing techniques. Except, what does he have to do it? Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsen saw a blue light that could answer his question. The auto hunt button appeared in front of Oh Yunsen, but why did it appear? After all, there were no enemies nearby that could threaten his life. Perhaps the auto hunter is asking to press a button if he wants to learn the divine art. In that case, Oh Yunsen agrees to push the auto hunt button. That guy was always like that. It was like he was saying, Oh Yunsen, if you don't give up, you will bear all the pain and patience, and if you can guarantee you can accomplish anything. Noticing Oh Yun-song's strange behavior, Yang Byun turned to him, trying to get his attention. Just as suddenly, Yanbian realized exactly what Oh Yun-sung was trying to do right now. Yang Chong Cheon, along with the commander, rushed to the library of their Red Dragon Society. Yang Jong Cheon asked, did the child urgently call him? To which the man replied that it was, after which he stood near the entrance and bowed, waiting for the master to step inside. Opening the door, Yang Jong Cheon saw Oh Yun-sung sitting in the middle of the room and meditating. The commander asked Yang Byun about what was going on here, to which he replied that Oh Yun-sung had suddenly started practicing the heavenly harmonious arts, and she's sure that he's in a state of power impulse right now. Yang Byun asked her father to help Oh Yun-sung. Meanwhile, Oh Yansen was sweating profusely. But upon looking at Oh Yun-sung, Yang Jong Cheon suddenly started laughing, during which he said that it was indeed a daring kid since he had done something like that. Yang Byun turned to her father, not understanding what he meant, and Yang Jong Cheon asked, doesn't she stupidly see that? Afterward, Yang Jong Cheon advised her to look at Oh Yun-sung's face. Looking at Oh Yunsen once again, Yanbian was surprised to see his energy. Yang Jong Cheon confirmed that this is the legendary technique of the heavenly harmonious art. Oh Yun-sung opens new veins and takes a completely different path, because of which Yang Jong Cheon called him a reckless guy. The commander was amazed at what he heard and asked if it was even possible. Yang Jong Cheon replied that it was possible. It ends up happening right in front of their eyes, which is truly amazing. Yang Jong Cheon admitted that he's already wondering what new horizons he'll open up to them when his training is over. He's already looking forward to this moment. A short while later, looking at the process, Yang Jong Cheon assumed that Oh Yun-sung was already finished, whereupon energy began to flow to him. Even Yang Byun and his commander had to shield themselves from the torrents. But after a few seconds, Yanbian smelled a scent from Oh Yunsen like plum petals. Oh Yunsen had finally completed his training in breathing technique, which had taken a whole night. Yang Jong Cheon assumed that Oh Yun-sung had acquired a divine art, and so he congratulated him on such a weighty achievement. The others were still astonished by this. After all, how had he managed to learn the heavenly harmonious art in just one night? Oh Yunsen bowed and thanked Master Yang, Ms. Bion, and the Red Dragon Society, as this was only possible because of their support. Yang Jong Chong admitted that he was glad since he felt that way. Besides, did Oh Yunsen come up with a name for his new technique? Yang Byun was surprised to hear about the new technique. After all, Oh Yunsen was studying the heavenly harmonic art. Oh Yun-sung asked how he knew this, to which Yang Jong Cheon replied that he could easily tell just by looking at Oh Yun-sung's complexion. He didn't have a unique purple glow on him, like the heavenly harmonious art. Even though he himself only has theoretical knowledge, he understands the qualities that this technique should have. He saw that Oh Yunsen was able to come to an understanding while he was trying to restore the divine harmonious art. Oh Yunsen recognized that this was indeed the case. While he was trying to recover the heavenly harmonious art, he realized this when he was looking for the right vein. Although it was an excellent divine art, there was a better method for it. And it all came to a divine art that fits his body much better, which is why we can say it's a new art. Yanbian was amazed at what she heard, for it was simply impossible that in the process of recreating the heavenly harmonious art, someone would create something completely different. Yang Jongchong asked, is it true? After which he started laughing. Oh Yun-sung said that he owed Master Yang Jong Cheon and Mission Yanbian a debt of gratitude, and promised that he would definitely repay them. Suddenly, Yang Jong Cheon put his hand on Oh Yun-sung's chest, surprising him, after which he asked if the man was just going to leave. The commander came into the room and told the ruler that he had brought what he had asked for. Yanbian was surprised to see it, for what was brought to her father. It's a red dragon's double fang, except why are they here? The commander asked, wondering if it could mean. Yang Jongchong smirked and said that he was in a great mood today, as he had finally met a worthy opponent. Yang Chongcheon grabbed the red dragon fang, immediately after which he pointed it at Oh Yun-sung and said the fight they couldn't make earlier, can they make it right now? Yanbian shrieked in surprise and asked her father if he really wanted to fight Master Oh Yun-sung, to which Yang Jongcheon replied that he really wishes for it. Oh Yunsen admitted that he couldn't understand why he suddenly started acting like that. After all, he said before that Yang Jongcheon said that he knows very well the fact that Oh Yun-sung is a hunter. While he's Yang Jongcheon, and he's not a hunter, he doesn't even have a title. He might not be able to understand Oh Yun-sung, but he can perfectly understand the power of this technique to test it. Yang Jongcheon asked Oh Yun-sung if he wanted to check out where all that hard work had gotten him. After all, he probably doesn't mind it himself, the test of strength. Oh Yun-sung replied that this was indeed the case, and therefore he accepted the offer to fight Yang Jongchong. Right after the conversation, Oh Yun-sung and Yang Jong-cheon entered the arena of the Red Dragon Society. Yanbyeon still couldn't accept that her father would fight Oh Yun-sung. Earlier he had said he would retire. Then why was he here? Yang Jong-cheon turned around, realizing how much Yanbyeon was worried right now. Afterward, he chuckled and told Oh Yunsun that the child was worried about him. She's worried that Oh Yun-sung might hurt herself while fighting him, even though he raised her. Oh Yunsun asked if that was true. But in any case, Ms. Byung is very caring, and so it makes sense. Yang Jong-cheon asked Oh Yun-sung what he meant by that, but he decided it wasn't important to him. Yang Jong-cheon knew that if anyone would get hurt in this fight, it would be himself. Since they had prepared for battle, Yang Jong-cheon suggested that they start. Oh Yun-sung asked if there was something he could find out before they got hitched. Yang Jong-cheon asked what he wanted to know. After that, Oh Yun-sung said that he had heard that Yang Jong-cheon had previously been a member of the Elite 10, and that he knew that he was a second ranker. Yang Jong-cheon replied that that was the case back then. Oh Yansen asked, how strong is Jin Wei Beck compared to him? Yang Jong-cheon's face changed dramatically because of his comparison to Jin Wei Beck, while the members of the Red Dragon Society were amazed at how rudely Oh Yunsun behaved under their head. Yang Jong-cheon released his sigh and laughed, after which he asked if he really wanted to know that. And pointing with the Red Dragon's double fang, he asked, why wouldn't he? Realizing where this was going, Oh Yunsun quickly activated the auto hunt. Immediately afterward, Yang Jong-cheon tore towards Oh Yunsun, destroying the arena floor at the starting spot. But at the last moment, Oh Yunsun still managed to dodge the Red Dragon's fang. Yang Jong-cheon suggested that Oh Yun-sung look at himself and all the power he possessed. A smirk stretched on Oh Yunsun's face, and he was ready to do it. Watching the fight, Yangbyeon became more and more worried that her father might injure Oh Yun-sung. Yang Jong-cheon hit Oh Yun-sung with the Red Dragon Fang, but he managed to dodge the old man's blow. Immediately after, Yang Jong-cheon took advantage of Oh Yun-sung's moment of weakness and charged in with a double Dragon Fang. Oh Yunsun's business was not good because this old man was really fast, and his second strike followed immediately after the first, even without delay. Yang Jong-cheon swung the Red Dragon's double fang trying to deal with Oh Yun-sung, but he managed to dodge and started to break the distance. But unfortunately for Oh Yun-sung, immediately after his attack, Yang Jong-cheon rushed after him and accelerated, reaching forward with the twin fangs of a red dragon. Immediately after, Oh Yun-sung bounced back again, dodging another attack. But he had to bend out while doing so, lest Yang Jong-cheon put his double fangs on him. After a few strikes, Yang Jong-cheon manages to push Oh Yun-sung to the other side of the arena, although the fight had just begun, but the spectators were already standing dumbfounded with their mouths open. The commander recognized that Oh Yun-sung was really amazing. Plus, he had never thought that Oh Yun-sung's skills before were so great, after which Yangbyeon recognized that he was. The commander smiled and asked the vice president to let her not worry about Oh Yunsun, since Master Yang would definitely hold back during the battle. But Yanbyeon said that it wasn't about that at all, which surprised the commander a little. Yanbyeon asked, did he really not know that? Her father hadn't actually passed on his divine art to Oh Yunsun. The commander became uneasy, for if one thought of it that way, it could only mean that Yanbyeon realized that his father didn't see Oh Yun-sung as a junior or subordinate. He looked at him as his equal, and that means he's going to use it. Oh Yun-sung appreciated that Yang Jong-cheon's punches are really sharp, and every punch he throws is incredibly powerful. As expected from the former number 2, Yang Jong-cheon freely stabs and slashes, smoothly and without delay, while the flow of his attacks keeps him constantly in suspense. When Oh Yun-sung makes an effort to create some distance between them, Yang Jong-cheon immediately uses his legs to follow him, which makes it hard to dodge and hard to keep your distance, however. Yang Jong-cheon grinned and praised Oh Yun-sung for how well he was dodging his attacks, and slapping the Red Dragon's fang on the ground, he asked Oh Yunsun what he was doing and why wasn't he trying to answer. If it's Oh Yunsun, he should have found his weak spot by now. Oh Yun-sung was mentally agreeing with Yang Jong-cheon because it really wasn't an attack that an auto-hunting attack wouldn't be able to resist. And when it comes to weapons that are long in length like twin spears, he could hit a blind spot using spider steps. Except if the auto-hunter didn't attack, that meant... Oh Yunsun felt uncomfortable at such a thought. Yang Jong-cheon smirked, assuming that since Oh Yun-sung wasn't answering, he had already guessed everything. Immediately after, he released his fiery sigh once again, which was a true demonstration of the application of divine arts. By controlling Psi and Qi together, a certain special phenomenon could be awakened, and the blazing heat was proof of that. If Oh Yunsun blindly rushes into that area, he will immediately get burned. With a smirk, Yang Zhongchong admitted that he wouldn't care even if Oh Yun-sung continued to dodge his attacks. But would he be able to dodge it? While pondering what he should do next, Oh Yunsen turned his attention to the large tree behind him. Yang Zhongqian announced that he was starting, immediately after which he rushed towards Oh Yun-sung at full speed. But he immediately dodged, pushing himself off the ground and flying outside the arena. Immediately afterward, Oh Yunsen ran up the tree using spider steps, after which Oh Yunsen jumped off the top of the tree and rose into the air. Yang Zhongchong admitted that it was a really good idea, and in that case, he is ready to show Oh Yun-sung his true strength. Yang Zhongchong slid the red dragon's double fang behind his back, after which he struck a blow, instantly setting the huge tree on fire. He's forced Oh Yunsen back into the arena. Seeing this kind of power, even Oh Yunsen couldn't help but say that it was simply ridiculous. Yang Zhongcheon told Oh Yun-sung that he made him wait too long, but he had already finished warming up. This is the true strength of the red dragon double fang. Yang Zhongcheon explained to Oh Yun-sung that he had to be able to be satisfied with this weapon that recklessly absorbed heat, all in order to awaken the red dragon's double fang. Oh Yunsen said that it was the least he could do to be recognized as a master of the Red Dragon Society. Yang Zhongcheon announced that the warm-up was now over, and that at this point, their fight was over. Yang Chongcheon rushed towards Oh Yun-sung, and the flames from his double red dragon fang took the shape of his wings. The commander recognized that, as expected earlier, their master was excellent, and even Yan Bion was in agreement. After that, the commander said that the last time he had seen Master Yang in this state was about 10 years ago. Only now, he was much stronger than before. Yan Bion agreed that he was much stronger now. She now fully understood just how strong he was, considering he would give her half of his energy. Closing her eyes, Yan Bion pleaded for Oh Yun-sung to be more careful. Yang Zhongchong quickly approached Oh Yun-sung, so fast that even Oh Yunsen didn't expect something like this. Yang Chongchon was damn fast, except how could his speed be that fast? Yang Zhongcheon wanted Oh Yun-sung to feel it, so he used the seasons of the Red Dragon Gate, the breath of the twin dragons that will burn the world. Yang Zhongcheon cleaves Oh Yun-sung, unable to dodge, and from the attacks of the Red Dragon's twin fangs, even pillars of flames rose into the sky. The commander wondered, was it really over? And Yanbion continued to pray for Oh Yun-sung's safety. Just as suddenly, Yang Zhongcheon noticed that there were plum petals in the air, and looking at Oh Yunsen, he was amazed at what had happened. Besides using a breathing technique, Oh Yunsen also released a blade of ki from his hand, thanks to which he was able to block the attack. Just as suddenly, the aura near Oh Yunsen began to swirl, channeling peach petals. Everyone was amazed at this. The commander asked, what was it? Seeing the sakura petals, Yanbion wondered if it could be. Reflecting the attack, Yang Zhongcheon Oh Yun-sung threw back the red dragon's double fang. Immediately afterwards, Oh Yunsen rushed to the attack for the first time in the fight. After Oh Yun-sung dared to attack Yang Zhongcheon, the latter asked how dare he and attacked Oh Yun-sung back. Immediately afterward, Oh Yun-sung attacked Yang Zhongcheon, ending up at his back. And a second later, a cut from Oh Yun-sung's blade appeared on Yang Chongcheon's clothes. Yang Zhongcheon asked after which he smirked and asked Oh Yunsen how many aces the latter was still hiding. Meanwhile, Oh Yunsen sighed, after which a realization suddenly came to him. Just like Ms. Bien said, instant breathing is not only necessary to strengthen veins, and it doesn't just increase stamina, it also changes the physical characteristics of the user's aura. It's very similar to Psi, but with a completely different concept. This is the reason why Yang Chongcheon didn't feel all that heat, and is able to use the Red Dragon Divine Art to control it. The Divine Art allows you to use QI by changing physical energy. Thus, the new Divine Art that AutoHunt had created using the Heavenly Harmonious Art was only a foundation. Although it's still incomplete, if he uses it, Oh Yun-sung abruptly turned around and ran towards Yang Zhongcheon, surprising Yang Zhongcheon with his speed. Oh Yunsen was confident that by using his new art, he would be able to win this fight. Yang Chongcheon laughed while clenching his blade tighter and said that it wasn't bad, after which they faced each other equally in a scrimmage. The commander couldn't help but acknowledge the fact that Oh Yunsen was simply amazing, and that no one could even think of him fighting on an equal footing with Master Yang. He then noticed that something was bothering Yangbyon, and asked her what was wrong, to which she replied that everything was fine. She didn't say what she thought about how strange it was. After all, if the enemy came into contact with the heat of the red dragon's twin fangs, he would be pierced by it and surrounded on all sides. And even with an aura, it's impossible to block such a flame. There are simply no exceptions. Then, how did Oh Yunshin block it? While fighting Oh Yun-sung, Yang Zhongchong thought of something strange, namely that Oh Yun-sung had somehow managed to block his spears, but he couldn't figure out how. This is impossible even if Oh Yansen uses heavenly harmonious art, which only makes the situation weirder. One of Oh Yun-sung's plum petals flew toward Yang Chong-cheon's flame, as suddenly the flames dissipated, touching the petal. Yang Chong-cheon was startled by what he noticed. His flame simply extinguished because of the petals. Yang Chong-cheon applied more force and attacked Oh Yun-sung again, but he blocked the attack again. Consequently, Oh Yunsen was pushed back due to the force of the attack. Once again noticing something amiss, Yanbian was even more surprised at how Oh Yun-seong blocked it. Like her father, she knew that the heat from the red dragon's twin fangs could not be blocked by the aura. But not only did Oh Yun-sung do that, he also got rid of the flames. Yang Jong-cheon wondered if this could be the result of the heavenly harmonious art, and then he refuted the hypothesis because it didn't make any sense. Yang Jong-cheon smirked and said that it was really interesting, after which he rushed towards Oh Yunsen, while shouting out that he would be able to figure out what this skill was if he encountered Oh Yunsen again. Oh Yun-sung once again created an aura blade and blocked one of Yang Chong-cheon's blades, after which Oh Yun-sung and Yang Jong-cheon's forces collided. But almost immediately, Yang Jong-cheon's flames began to visibly weaken. Yang Chong-cheon was astonished, for this simply didn't make any sense. Oh Yun-sung bounced away from Yang Chong-cheon, breaking the distance, and one of the old man's blades slammed into the ground. Thanks to the last skirmish, Yang Jong-cheon finally realized what the big deal was here. During the skirmish, Oh Yun-sung manipulated the energy of Yang Jong-cheon's blade as if it were a flower, plucking off each petal one by one until its flame was extinguished. That's how he dissipates the heat, which means all those petals are controlled by his aura. Oh Yun-sung noticed that Yang Jong-chong had opened up while thinking about something, and so he took the opportunity to attack him. Yang Jong-chong mentally chided himself for what had happened, for he had let his thoughts wander during the battle. As soon as Oh Yun-sung's aura blade collided with Yang Chong-cheon's blade, the heat of the flames at the point of impact once again began to dissipate. Looking at this, all the spectators were already confused by what was happening and were trying to understand how such a thing was possible. Oh Yun-sung attacked Yang Jong-cheon, but he blocked the attack with the shaft of his weapon. Immediately afterward, Yang Jong-cheon counterattacked, finally managing to hurt Oh Yun-seong. Just as suddenly, his eyes shone, and Oh Yunsen began to blur into the air. Immediately afterward, Yang Jong-cheon's face was hit by a small amount of petals from Oh Yun-sung's image. Oh Yunsen was already at his back and preparing for another attack. Oh Yun-sung attacked Yang Jong-cheon as he suddenly raised his blade sharply and blocked Oh Yun-sung's attack. Right after that, Oh Yunsen once again broke the distance with his opponent. Realizing what that bastard was up to, Yang Chong-cheon roared, strengthening his aura, after which he was covered in more heat from the Isai flames. With a calm sigh, Yang Jong-cheon said that he had a rough guess of what Oh Yun-sung was getting. And since that's the case, from now on he won't hold back any longer anyway. Now Oh Yunsen is warned. Not startled by the words, Yang Jong-cheon, Oh Yun-sung calmly waited for him to act. And a second later, Yang Jong-chong once again rushed towards Oh Yunsen, covering the red dragon's double fang with his peace eye. Yang Jong-cheon made a vertical slash, but Oh Yun-sung jumped up thanks to that, managing to dodge. Immediately afterward, Yang Chong-cheon accelerated, inflicting more and more flaming cuts. But even so, Oh Yunsen dodged all of the old man's attacks. But it couldn't last long, and small cuts from the blades began to appear on Oh Yunsen's body. After a series of strikes, Yang Chong-cheon swung his blade, releasing a wave of heat at Oh Yun-sung, which he already had to dodge. Two members from the Red Dragon Society swept in. The battle was now one-sided. The apprentice with the shaved head admitted that he was starting to worry about the master when his flame suddenly went out, to which the other replied that he was just attacking head-on, and that at this rate, their master would win. Suddenly, the surrounding temperature began to rise. The apprentice with the shaved head asked if he was the only one who felt like it was getting hot in here, to which his fellow student replied that it was because of their master's attacks. The heat from his attacks spread throughout the area, except the commander realized that wasn't the point. It wasn't that the heat had spread, it was that it had dissipated. Realizing what was happening, Yanbian knew that even though her father's aura was filled with PSI, it was being blown to pieces. And that means Oh Unsen is aiming for, just as Yang Jong-cheon suspected, Oh Yun-sung wasn't aiming at him at all. In reality, Oh Yun-sung is aiming for the Red Dragon's twin fangs. He tries to drain Yang Jong-cheon's strength by attacking the flames of the spears. While it may seem from the outside that the father has the advantage, he is actually in quite a predicament. And if they keep this up, the winner will be obvious. Yang Chong-cheon mentally chuckled because he had already realized everything. At this rate, his strength would be depleted, and this bastard would probably be able to defeat him. Right now, Oh Yun-sung is not competing in strength or skill. He is moderately aiming at his prey as if it were a hunt for him. Oh Yunsen is a calm and collected hunter who slowly corrals his prey. Yang Chong-cheon suddenly laughed, realizing just how terrifying this creep was. Just as suddenly, he began to retract his aura of flame. Yanbian wondered what her father was trying to do. Extinguishing his aura, Yang Jong-cheon told Oh Yun-sung that if he was going to act like a hunter, then he's going to act like him and go after Oh Yunsen. Previously, Yang Jong-cheon believed that he was completely invulnerable, the power of Sai flowing in the veins of the Yang family. Incorporating the divine arts of the Red Dragon, Kwai brings true potential. Even possessing the dual Red Dragon Fang, created by absorbing a few fished monsters, the dominance of the Red Dragon Society was created by combining the trio. But it wasn't perfect either. Yang Jong-cheon recognized that Oh Yun-sung was an excellent hunter. He surprised even his daughter by recognizing Oh Yunsen. This is no longer just a battle between two people. It's now a fight between a hunter and a martial artist. Yang Jong-cheon told Oh Yun-sung that from now on, the person he fights against is no longer the leader of the Red Dragon Society, but Yang Jong-cheon, after which he suddenly became serious and sharply attacked Oh Yunsen. Oh Yun-sung blocked Yang Jong-cheon's attack, but something surprised him because the commander was surprised to note that the master's flame had disappeared and assumed that the master had stopped using the breathing technique. After fending off an attack from Yang Jong-cheon, Oh Yun-sung attacked back, but his kick was blocked. Yanbian was surprised, for her father's style had suddenly changed. What she saw was not the martial arts style of the Red Dragon. Yang Jong-cheon made quick attacks with his blade, forcing Oh Yun-sung to block the attacks. Oh Yansen noticed that the old man's aura had disappeared, and his movement style had also changed. And while it all looks like he's swinging nonchalantly, it's only getting harder to block his lunges now. Yang Chong-cheon quickly attacked Oh Yun-sung, and his blades seemed to split into several more. But Oh Yunsen managed to repel all attacks with his ki blade and deflected backwards because of the old man's strength. The commander asked the VP about what was going on, to which she replied that she herself had no idea, as this was the first time she had seen her father's style in combat. Father had discarded the Red Dragon martial art form and was now wielding the spear, relying only on his senses. Just why did he change his style so suddenly? Oh Yun-sung suggested that the old man wasn't just relying on his feelings. It may seem like he's just waving his spear aimlessly, but there's actually a hidden agenda behind it. Besides, he doesn't have any weak point. All the experience he had absorbed from years of training in battles and exercises had developed in him a great sense of battle, and that's exactly the reason it's the worst fight for auto-hunting. Yang Jong-cheon believes his heart and his feelings, but at the same time, it is impressive to realize his strength that he has worked on for a lifetime. Yang Jong-cheon once again swung his blade, causing an even greater heat than before. The disciples of the Red Dragon Society immediately noticed that the master's Psi had begun to release recklessly. Yang Chong-cheon thought about the fact that if he had looked at himself a few moments ago, he would have been surprised because of his terrifying style. For this is simply the pinnacle of inefficiency. In addition to his Psi, he also wastes his core energy, but even so, his future, his pride, his confidence, and even the very society of the Red Dragon. In fact, he was glad to have put it all back. The only thing he's thinking about right now is his blades. With a shout and a smirk on his face, Yang Chong-cheon swung his blade, sending a wave of heat towards Oh Yun-sung. Oh Yunsen was surprised to see such a swift wave. But without giving in to panic, he bounced back and tried to disperse the wave of flames thanks to his ki blade. Oh Yunsen began to pour sweat because of the heat and fatigue. Unexpected movements on the old man's part and extreme heat. Oh Yunsen was forced to admit that this old man was actually pretty damn strong. Just as suddenly, the flames around the old man began to expand even more, which made the Red Dragon disciples shriek, for they were too hot, and by the feel of it, their skin could soon begin to melt. Even the commander of the Red Dragon Society was amazed by their master's strength. He asked Yanbian if it could be. Without letting him finish, Yanbian said that it was like this. This extreme heat is too dangerous for Mr. Oh Yunsen. The fever's literally sucking Oh Yunsen's stamina, and if this continues, Yang Jong-cheon said that it's already safe to assume that he won, after which he raised one of the flame-covered blades into the air, and its heat intensified, rising many times higher than the trees. Yanbian shrieked, for the heat was so intense that it was capable of harming even her and her commander. Yang Jong-cheon mentally asked Oh Yun-sung, what was he going to do now? After all, the moment he tried to block this attack, he would be struck and captured by the whirlwind of heat. And even if he somehow managed to avoid it, the red dragon's twin fangs would split the air and spread heat, causing him to lose his stamina. Knowing that he would win with this, Yang Zhongcheon rushed towards Oh Yun-sung to finish the battle. After the last attacks, Oh Yun-sung moved closer with his back to the tree, and even so he stood still, waiting for Yang Zhongcheon's attack. Suddenly, a smirk appeared on Oh Yun-sun's face. Immediately after that, he pushed off from the tree and rushed towards Yang Zhongcheon, after which Oh Yun-sun's blade clashed in a strike with Yang Zhongcheon's blade, spreading heat around. Due to the heat exuded by the master, Yanbion and his commander could barely be near the arena anymore. Yang Zhongcheon was surprised that Oh Yun-sung had decided to just block his spears, because in that case, the heat should. Just as suddenly, Oh Yun-sung's sakura petals began to absorb even Yang Zhongcheon's so much heat. Immediately afterward, Oh Yun-sun snuck behind the old man's back. Noticing that Oh Yun-sung's blade had disappeared, Yang Zhongcheon wondered if it could be that. Meanwhile, the sakura petals were successfully managing to absorb Yang Zhongcheon's flames. Suddenly, they were colored blue. Immediately afterward, they flew deep into the flames. Yang Zhongcheon realized that all this time, the cherry blossoms had been Oh Yun-sung's ghostly sword. Yanbion was amazed at what she saw, for all those flames her father had poured out were almost gone. Yang Zhongcheon smirked, because even if Oh Yun-sung's ghost sword got rid of all of his flames, his strength would not be affected in any way. Therefore, with a shout, Yang Zhongcheon once again tore towards Oh Yun-seong. The blue sakura petals headed towards Oh Yun-sun, after which, Oh Yun-sun created his strongest blade by concentrating the ghost sword into its densest form, the attack form. Oh Yun-sung and Yang Zhongcheon rushed out, each other throwing final punches, after which the severed blade of one of the red dragon's twin fangs flew into the air, just like Yang Zhongcheon, who was left without one of his arms. A few seconds later, the red dragon fang landed near Yang Zhongcheon's hand. Yanbion and his commander were stunned that the master had lost, and covering her mouth in shock, Yanbion wondered, could he really lose? The students behind wondered how could this even happen? I mean, it's just not possible. Oh Yun-sun crouched down, trying to catch his breath after using his last strength. But Yang Zhongcheon didn't give him a chance to rest, and approached Oh Yun-sung. Gasping from exhaustion, Oh Yun-sun raised his fists, preparing to fight on and on. Yang Zhongcheon raised his one hand and looked at the destroyed red dragon fang. Afterward, he smiled and told Oh Yun-sun that he was awesome, and that he lost that fight. Also, Yang Zhongcheon thanked Oh Yun-sung. Yanbion was amazed that her father suddenly thanked Oh Yun-sung. Realizing that this was the end of their battle, a tired Oh Yun-sun finally turned off the auto hunt. Immediately afterward, Oh Yun-sun passed out and collapsed to the arena floor. Seeing this, Yanbion cried out due to excitement, as he might have gotten hurt for this fight. Hence, Yanbion, along with the rest of the members of the Red Dragon Society, ran to Oh Yun-sun. Yang Zhongcheon was amazed at what had happened and asked, how could a winner just faint like that? At this point, the fight between the hunter and the martial arts master ended with Oh Yun-sun winning. A while later, in Lee Hwim's office, the secretary bowed to her president and reported that she had just contacted TENZ about the proposal. Lee Hwim said that it was good and suggested that, if that was the case, they should also start preparing, because it would be the best show of all time. Lee Hwim wondered how Oh Yun-sun would react to this, although it didn't matter much to him. All that matters now is that he can finally finish off Oh Yun-sun. 3 days after the duel, the training center of the Red Dragon Society. Oh Yun-sun was studying the books in the archives of the Red Dragon Society, looking for something, and it was worth it to find what he wanted. As Yang Zhongcheon came to him, who said that he heard that Oh Yun-sung was leaving soon. And since that's the case, why is he here now? To which Oh Yun-sun replied that he was looking for something, which interested the Red Dragon Society master. After examining Oh Yun-sung's body, Yang Zhongcheon swept up that he had already recovered from their fight. And if you think back, just 3 days ago, Oh Yun-sun's body was completely covered in bandages due to multiple burns. Oh Yun-sung said that it was all thanks to the Red Dragon Society's medicine, and Yang Zhongcheon didn't pick on Oh Yun-sung's flattery and laughed a little. After which, Oh Yun-sung looked at the place where Yang Zhongcheon's left hand had been a short while ago. Noticing the look on his face, Yang Zhongcheon asked Oh Yun-sung not to keep such useless thoughts in his head, which surprised Oh Yun-sung. After that, Yang Zhongcheon lightly punched Oh Yun-sung in the stomach and said that if he hadn't chopped off his hand, Oh Yun-sung would have definitely lost that fight. Besides, the duel was fair and without dirty tricks, so he's satisfied with it. Yang Zhongcheon asked Oh Yun-sung if he felt the same way. Oh Yun-sun nodded and agreed with the old man. Afterward, Yang Zhongcheon gloomily remarked that his daughter had left her father alone and was glued to Oh Yun-sung, not even a step away from him. This could mean that her entire upbringing had gone to waste. Oh Yunsen awkwardly chuckled at that. Yang Zhongqian repeated his question again. Oh Yunsen is looking for something here? After which he admitted that he didn't think that Oh Yunsen would turn out to be a bookworm. Oh Yun-sung replied that it wasn't like that at all. Afterward, he thought about how hard it would be to explain it. After all, he had actually come here because the auto hunt button had suddenly flashed as he passed by. As he passed by, Oh Yunsen wondered if anyone was here. As it turned out, it happened when he passed by a certain book. Oh Yunsen reached for the unknown book, wanting to understand what the matter was. Sometime later, Shanghai Hotel. Oh Yunsen walked to his room thinking about Seo Yu's reaction. After all, he hadn't even been in contact with her since he disappeared for 3 days, and she was probably furious now. Be that as it may, he probably needs to apologize to her. After all, it's all just his fault. Entering the room, Oh Yunsen was surprised to see a clearly disgruntled secretary beside the bed, after which Seo Yu greeted the returning boss. Oh Yunsen felt uneasy and wondered if she had been here all this time. Immediately after, he bowed and said that he was sorry for not contacting her in the last 3 days. After which, he explained that he had a very important matter to attend to, but unfortunately, it was taking much longer than expected. And if she wanted an explanation, then he... Suddenly, Seo Yu said that everything was fine, which surprised Oh Yunsen, after which she said that she didn't need an explanation, and if that was what the boss needed to accomplish, then she was sure it was important. Oh Yun-sung thought about the fact that Seo Yu had reacted much more calmly than he had expected. Suddenly, Seo Yu said that, actually, she has something to tell Oh Yunsen. Oh Yunsen asked what she wanted to say. Seo Yu revealed that Oh Yunsen had received a dive offer, which surprised him again. Father Yunsen clarified if she meant by immersion the kind of work where you have to specifically stay in the crack to investigate it. Seo Yu replied that that was it, and the problem was that the job was offered by Goryeo Company. Oh Yunsen tried to remember what kind of company it was, as he suddenly odd. This meant that the pain professor, Lee Hwim, or someone from his company was involved. Seo Yu said that if they stick to the contract they made with 10Z, then the possibility of working with other companies then depends directly on the decision of TENS themselves. And as long as there is a certain reason why he can't do it, he will still be obligated to do it. Oh Yun-sung confirmed that Seo Yu is right, after which he asked what TENS themselves are going to do about it. Seo Yu tried to come up with an explanation, but after never hearing an answer, Oh Yunsen realized what the matter was. Oh Yun-sung suggested that TENS wanted him to agree to it, which is not a bad thing. Seo Yu was surprised to hear that. Then Oh Yun-sung turned around and stretched and said that he agreed to the proposal and asked Seo Yu to report to Goryeo that he would go. Seo Yu was astonished that Oh Yun-sung really agreed to go for it and asked him to stop. Seo Yu explains that it doesn't matter how Oh Yun-sung reacts to this, because it's completely obvious that this scheme is Lee Hwim's plan to kill Oh Yun-sung. It's a trap, and Lee Hwim is trying to lure him into the enemy's lair. Diving has too many consequences, and all because one person or a small group of people enter a terrifying world teeming with monsters. And even if someone takes the plunge, while being fully prepared for everything, even so, the chance of survival is practically zero. Since Lee Hwim sends someone to dive, it's a dangerous job even for the boss. Seo Yu asked Oh Yun-sung to turn down the Goryeo offer, because it would be tantamount to... Oh Yun-sung admitted that he didn't care, which simply stunned Seo Yu. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsen smirked and approached the nervous Seo Yu. Afterward, Oh Yun-sung reminded that he was talking about immersion, and that he had to follow the contract with TENZ, and besides, he had no good reason not to go. Therefore, he asked Seo Yu not to be so angry anymore, because after all, this is an obligation between him and TENZ, and she has no reason to worry about it. Oh Yunsen turned around and said that since they had dealt with everything, he would go rest. Seo Yu couldn't just let it go, and knowing what he was getting into, Seo Yu asked Oh Yun-sung to stop, and asked if he really didn't realize what he was walking into because he could die there. Oh Yunsen admitted that he already knew something terrible could happen there, except what should he do about it? After all, if you want something, you have to work for it. That's why he's not going to back down. Walking out of the room, Oh Yunsen covered his ears so he wouldn't hear, "Wait, boss, and listen to what I have to say." Whereupon, Oh Yunsen took his fingers out of his ears and thought of diving. Oh Yunsen took out a book he found in the archives of the Red Dragon Society from the inventory box. Immediately afterward, Yang Chong Cheon's old man's laughter broke out in his ears. Realizing that Oh Yun-sung wanted to take the book, Yang Jong Cheon asked if he was interested in it. Oh Yun-seong asked what kind of book it was, and if it was related to martial arts, to which Yang Jong-chung replied that it wasn't related, and that apparently this book is passed down in the Red Dragon clan from generation to generation, and that it has quite an interesting history. Oh Yun-sung was curious to hear it. Yang Zhongqian revealed that it was assumed that there was a brother and sister among the previous leaders of the Red Dragon clan. Their names were Yang Wuran and Yang Wujin. As usual, the eldest child, Yang Wuran, was supposed to be the leader, but he was born without Pisai, so the second child, Yang Wujin, became the heir. Jan Wuran, who was tormented by being born without Pisai, tried all the weird ways to get Sai. Oh Yansen became interested when he heard about the weird ways, and Yang Jongcheon confirmed that this was indeed the case. Said to have tried everything from hermit training all the way to harmonizing yin and yang with the five elements. He even worked with cults and demons. All the bizarre methods one could find in Chinese mythology, plants and animals, and even visions where he mentioned the possibility of gaining skill through lineage. It says that by doing all these things, he still managed to change his fate, and all he left behind was this book and a phrase, and it sounded like this. One day, when my karma awakens again, I will become the leader of the Red Dragon clan. After that conversation, Oh Yunsen and received Master Yang's permissions, as well as this book. When he tried to put the book away, however, a certain phenomenon occurred. Instead of one inventory box, there were now 5, as well as the ability to combine ingredients in the video blink-looking toolbar. Oh Yunsen wondered if that's what auto-hunting was for, if that's what this book was for. But since there was a new skill, so be it. He should test it on something. Thinking about the dive, Oh Yunsen knew for sure that Lee Hwim was up to something wrong. But at the same time, Lee Hwim owed him something. Oh Yunsen agreed that he should see to it that Lee Hwim repaid his debt from the last dive. A short time later, in the conference room, Yanbian sighed, thinking about the fact that this day had finally come, after which she turned towards the direction where Pain Professor Lee Hwim and the others were. Liu Tin, who was still in the Elite 10 not too long ago, a man who shares Shanghai's hunting industry with the Red Dragon Society. Leader Doran Jin Chung is the leader of the Dragon Killer clan. Then there's Wan Ken Qian from the Last Ghost, ranked 6th in the Elite 10. What's more important is that all of these guys are in cahoots with Lee Hwim. Yang Byun wondered if he had invited Oh Yun-sung to dive in with these people. From what she heard, Lee Hwim and Oh Yunsen's relationship wasn't good even before he came to China. And in that case, it's an obvious conspiracy, and these people are preparing a trap. Meanwhile, Oh Yun-sung hadn't even fully recovered yet. So Yanbian was mentally praying that Oh Yun-sung wouldn't come here under any circumstances. Lee Hwim smiled and said that it was really pathetic. Yanbian asked if he had said that to her, after which Lee Hwim raised his hands and apologized for it being too rude of him. After which he explained that he was talking about Master Oh Yunsen, for he had always wanted to run an operation with him. But unfortunately, the latter wasn't that interested in participating in the dive. Yanbian wondered why Lee Hwim was telling her all this, to which Lee Hwim replied that it was because she was the one who planned the operation with the master in this city. And he also heard that there's no one in Shanghai who doesn't know about the close relationship that the Red Dragon Society has with Master Oh Yunsen, because it's all just because of her. Yanbian was angry at this guy, especially the way he speaks. It always annoys her. Just as suddenly, someone intervened in their conversation and said he agrees with Lee Hwim and was thinking the same thing. One Ken Qian admitted that he too wanted to meet Master Oh Yun-sung, but unfortunately, it wasn't going to happen. But at the same time, he is very grateful that he can conduct this operation with a person like Yanbian, a person he is usually interested in. One Kyung Cheon asked if Yanbian would like to have dinner with him after this conference, to which the latter replied that she was honored, except that she already had dinner plans. One Ken Cheon admitted that he understood everything. After all, a beautiful flower like Yanbian probably communicates with just as many butterflies. After which he said that he was free anytime, and so he asked Yanbian to let him know as soon as she had time. Yanbian agreed with Wan Ken Cheon and shook his hand, but at that moment, all she could think about was how disgusting he was. At the same moment, the media in the room started taking pictures of the handshake between the two hunters. Yanbian noticed that there were a lot of reporters gathered here today, so she asked if dives were usually considered secret, to which Lee Hwim replied that it's usually like this. But this dive is special, which got Yanbian interested in him. Afterward, Lee Hwim looked at the stage and said that he was sorry since Master O couldn't make it. Lee Hwim smiled grimly and said that now was the time to start. Under the camera flashes, Lee Hwim introduced himself and said he was the one in charge of this diving operation. Yangbyeon, who was standing nearby, was sure that Oh Yun-sung would never fall into such an obvious trap, but she just wanted to know why was Lee Hwim putting on such a show. Lee Hwim said that when the government asked him and his company to lead the dive, he immediately agreed. It was because it was his duty to participate in this operation, and regardless of the circumstances, it was an honor he would never refuse. Lee Hwim suggested that people would want to ask, why is this such an honor? And he replied that it was because the purpose of this dive was to uncover the cause of the Shanghai disaster. Closing his eyes, Lee Hwim said with sadness in his voice that the disaster in Shanghai was a real tragedy and that many people died. And that was why they had to find the reason for the sudden opening of the rift. Lee Hwim promised that Goryong, as well as he, will investigate the cause so that nothing like this happens again, and he believes in that it will help them survive the disaster that happened in Shanghai. In this operation, they, together with Goryong, will do everything that is possible with their strength. The media started discussing among themselves that Lee Hwim was right, and as expected of Lee Hwim, he went for it. Raising his fist, Lee Hwim promised that they would take care of it so that such a tragedy would never happen again in their land. Yanbyeon thought about the fact that Lee Hwim's words were not wrong, and that they were exactly the words people needed to hear now. Just as suddenly, Lee Hwim decided to add a but, which intrigued the people present. Lee Hwim explained that since this diving was taking place in Shanghai, he decided to invite 3 of the best hunters from here. Luckily, the 2 next to him agreed without the slightest hesitation, but Yanbyeon was already anxious to find out what was it that Lee Hwim wanted to say. Bowing his head, Lee Hwim said that the person of participation they all wanted was unfortunately unable to do so. He assumed that they all already knew about it, but that person was a foreign hunter who had contributed to resolving the disaster in Shanghai. Lee Hwim revealed that he himself wanted to recruit this person as one of the members of this dive. But according to the temporary agent TENZ contracted with, it seems that she suddenly lost contact with him. Correcting his glasses, Lee Hwim said that he was sorry that he was unable to attend this critical operation due to the loss of contact. After hearing that it was a foreign hunter, the media already assumed that Lee Hwim was talking about Oh Yun-sung and began to ask why he couldn't contact Oh Yun-sung. Lee Hwim spread his hands apart and replied that he wasn't sure about it himself and that he didn't want to make any assumptions, since Oh Yun-sung might indeed have a reason for it, but after all, the point may be that Oh Yansen is a foreign hunter bound to his contract, and he probably thinks of the whole, this is not my country, or a dangerous operation like diving is not my responsibility. The media was stunned to hear this, and they immediately started discussing whether it could be that Oh Yun-sung is not participating just because he won't get any benefit from it. After all, if that's the case, then Oh Yunsen is really disappointing everyone. And isn't he ashamed of such a thing as a hunter? After all, he's just a foreigner. Lee Hwim smiled as he looked at the media, discussing Oh Yunsen, after all. Everything is going as he had thought out. Watching what was happening, Yanbyeon realized what the point of this conference was, and what Lee Hwim was trying to do. If Oh Yunsen takes part in the operation, he will be killed, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't. The media began to wonder if there had been any trouble in the past between Oh Yun-sung and Goryong, in which case, it could be that Oh Yun-sung is deliberately ignoring them and not participating because of it. Lee Hwim's plan is to use the fact that Oh Yun-sung is a foreigner to undermine his reputation, and the reason why he invited those reporters is because of that. Lee Hwim is trying to convey to the people that Oh Yun-sung is not the hero of Shanghai, but a coward who avoided the plunge. Fixing his glasses with a smile on his face, Lee Hwim mentally laughed, for before he taught Oh Yunsen a lesson, he would completely destroy his reputation, and afterwards he would make sure that there was no more honor around his name, and then finish him off with his bare hands. Yanbyeon was trying to figure out what to do in a situation like this. After all, if she continued like this, Oh Yun-sung's reputation would suffer. But if she dared to say anything, there was a possibility that the situation would only get worse. Just as suddenly footsteps were heard in the conference room. Lee Hwim and Yanbyeon immediately noticed Oh Yunsen walk inside the building. Lee Hwim was amazed that Oh Yunsen had arrived here and wondered why he was here. With his arrival, Oh Yunsen began to sprinkle ashes on his freshly made fox. The media discussing Oh Yunsen still hadn't noticed his arrival, and since that was the case, his men should hide him now and get him far away from here. Upon seeing Oh Yunsen, Liu Tian immediately rushed towards the bastard, knowing that it was too late for him to come, hence he had to get rid of him. Looking at Liu Tian's approaching fist, Yansen said that he was too slow, and no sooner had Liu Tian approached, Yansen evaporated from where he had just stood. Immediately afterward, a torrent of wind rushed through the entire conference room, blowing media papers around. And a moment later, everyone saw a man suddenly appear on the platform. The media was trying to figure out when this man had time to get here, and who was he anyway? Lee Hwim was astonished by this bastard after all. Yunsen's movements a second ago. Even he couldn't see them. Yunsen extended his hand to Lee Hwim and asked him to give him the microphone. Yanbian was glad that he had come, for it was the only way they could save his reputation right now. Upon receiving the microphone, Yunsen greeted everyone and then introduced himself, and he was immediately photographed. The reporters immediately wondered who the man was, but since he spoke in Korean, they assumed it was Yunsong. Just as suddenly, Yunsen remembered that he needed a translator here, and Lee Hwim covered his face with his hand because of what had happened. Lee Hwim kept trying to figure out what it was just now, for he didn't even notice any movement from Yunsen's side. It was only for a moment that he managed to see the cherry blossoms. As suddenly Lee Hwim realized that it could really be all about them, and it had to do with Hwa-san. Yunsen apologized for being distracting and turned to Lee Hwim. Suddenly the man shouted, "What does he want?" And he said he was thinking, after which he realized he'd snapped right in front of the reporters he'd gathered here. Seeing the reaction of the Goryeo president, the woman asked what Yunsong had said. Lee Hwim laughed and apologized, after which he explained that he was deep in thought, and then asked what was their situation. Lee Hwim mentally complained about the situation as Yunsen had caused him to be on edge, and he had forgotten where he was. Yunsen apologized to Lee Hwim and asked for help in translating his words, which surprised Lee Hwim. Yunsong pointed his finger at the gathered people and explained that no one here speaks Korean. Suffering this kind of humiliation, Lee Hwim stretched a smile and agreed to translate Yunsong's words. But mentally, he cursed him for daring to give him orders. And after all, he can't even refuse Yunsen's request since they are being watched by reporters. After receiving the microphone, Lee Hwim asked Yunsen to start talking. Mentally, he was cursing because he was the one who had called all these reporters here, and he had done it to crush Yunsen. But now, they were all just in his way. After sorting out the translation, Yunsen introduced himself to the reporters again, and this time, Lee Hwim translated his words. There was an immediate uproar from the reporters' side, because the person on the stage was indeed Yunsen, the same person who was actively involved during the Shanghai disaster. Yunsong apologized for not being able to respond for the past 2 days, as he was unable to do so for personal reasons. Yunsen said that he was busy with his training, but came here immediately after hearing the news. After calming down a bit, Lee Hwim began to hope that Yunsen would continue speaking, because while he was translating all of this, he would have the opportunity to twist Yunsen's words a bit. Lee Hwim assumed that Yunsong had purposely made him translate his words to insult him, but now he had the opportunity to make Yunsong regret that decision. Just as suddenly, Yunsong turned around to Lee Hwim and thanked him for the translation, which surprised Lee Hwim once again. Yunsen explained that the longest part is over at this point, and so he will handle it from here on out on his own. Afterward, Yunsen said he would participate in this dive. The reporters were surprised to hear him speak in Chinese, as Yunsen had just used Lee Hwim's translation services. Even Lee Hwim didn't expect the fact that this bastard would suddenly start speaking Chinese. One, Ken Cheon picked up on the fact that Yunsong's pronunciation was a little off, but he turned out to be not so bad at it. Yunsen said he sees this operation as a good opportunity for him, because once this hunt is over, everyone will know that he is the most outstanding person here. Clenching his teeth in anger, Doran Jinchung called Yunsen a bastard for his ego, while Wan Kencheon smirked and called Yunsong a chatterbox. Yangbyun, on the other hand, started to worry because of the way Yunsong started to turn everyone against him. The reporters shouted and stood up, wanting to ask Yunsen what he wanted to say. They started questioning if this was too rude behavior as for someone who had just arrived late for a conference. Yunsen admitted that he was indeed late, and he couldn't even respond in time. If he is not allowed to participate in the dive because of this, he is ready to accept it. Except that he's not afraid of anyone or anything. Yunsen turned to Lee Hwim and said that the president will decide if he can participate in this dive. Lee Hwim was at a loss, for Yunsong had completely defeated him. Clenching his fist, he cursed the brat standing beside him, for his plan to turn Yunsen into a coward had gone awry. The reporters turned to President Lee and began to ask him to say a few words as the person in charge of all this. Lee Hwim admitted that he was just as surprised as the others at how suddenly Oh Yunsun had appeared, but Lee Hwim knew that if Oh Yunsun took part in the operation, he would have him in the palm of his hand. Lee Hwim once again vowed that he would finish off Oh Yunsun at the first opportunity. Lee Hwim said that as the person in charge of the operation, he sincerely wishes Oh Yun-sung would take part in it. Just as suddenly someone shouted out that there was no way he would tolerate Oh Yunsun in their dive, and that he was against it. Liu Tian shouted out that he objected to this as a member of this operation. And on top of that, this person was late without even warning them beforehand. So why should they then allow him to join right now? Things were bad, Li Huiming mentally shouted to Liu Tian. This idiot to shut up, after all. The media was looking at them. And if that one continued, then Oh Yunsun. Oh Yunsun smirked and said that he understood. And in the next instant, Oh Yunsun was right next to Liu Tian. After which Oh Yun-sung said that if the one has any problem with him, in such a case it is worth to show it with your skill, and you don't need to make any excuses for it. Liu Tian agreed with Oh Yun-sung, and after accepting the challenge, he immediately broke the distance with him. The reporters immediately focused on filming all of this, because right in front of them, Liu Tian, who is a former Elite 10 member, is starting a battle against the current Elite 10 member, Oh Yunsun. Lee Hwim, who was watching this, couldn't get a word in and only mentally cursed the whole thing. Liu Tian shouted that he would show Oh Yunsun his place and snatched his sword. Immediately after, he pulled it out of its sheath and used True Ki, and sakura flowers appeared around his sword. Immediately after that, he used the blood rain of the sakura flower, and its petals turned into thorns, then rushed towards Oh Yunsun. The reporters were impressed with Liu Tian's techniques, and yes, his aura was like cherry blossoms. Liu Tian smiled, realizing that now Oh Yunsun would take a bite out, as his sword aura attacked in 6 directions at once. Of course he wasn't going to kill. Oh, he was going to make him a laughingstock instead. As the petal spikes flew towards Oh Yunsun, just as suddenly a blade of ki was released from his hand, immediately after which the spikes once again stood petal-like and stopped. Immediately after that, Oh Yunsun swung his blade, just like Liu Tian, using the blood rain of the sakura flower, during which Liu Tian's flowers began to turn blue, turning into a multitude of blue thorns. Oh Yunsun's sakura petals attacked Liu Tian from all directions. Liu Tian simply couldn't believe what he saw. After all, Oh Yunsun had used the same technique. A moment later, Liu Tian came under the attack of Oh Yunsun's spikes. The surrounding people were trying to figure out what the hell had just happened because Liu Tian had just used the same thing. But Oh Yunsun had somehow managed to overpower him. Thanks to the battle between Oh Yunsun and Liu Tian, Lee Hwim was able to verify that these were indeed petals from Hwasan's martial art. So did this mean that Oh Yunsun had just used the heavenly harmonious art? Oh Yunsun told Liu Tian that there was no point in them continuing this any further, after which he asked the confused Liu Tian if he now understood it, whether one of them realized which one was stronger. Liu Tian took his gaze away from the overpowered Oh Yun-sung, not wanting to look the man in the eye. Thinking things over a bit, Lee Hwim came to the conclusion that this was indeed Hwasan's martial art. Except how could Oh Yunsun do this? The reporters began to discuss the fact that the movements shown by Oh Yunsun were the same as Liu Tian's movements. Goryong had always said that Liu Tian was the reincarnation of Hwasan's martial art. So, why then was the aura that Oh Yunsun created more pure and powerful than Liu Tian's aura? Could this mean that Oh Yunsun? Lee Hwim clearly remembered that during their last battle, Oh Yunsun had not used Hwasan's martial art, because of which he assumed that it was Liu Tian who had passed down the heavenly harmonious art. But even if that was indeed the case, it didn't make any sense since it was only a few weeks ago. And even he himself wouldn't have been able to finish his training in the heavenly harmonious art. Oh Yun-sung turned to President Lee Hwim and again asked the latter to give him a microphone. Unable to refuse him, Lee Hwim held out the microphone to Oh Yunsun, whereupon Oh Yunsun explained that all those present here should have seen the evidence, proof that he's the true Hwasong. Right after that, the conference room was abuzz with excitement, as everything hinted that Oh Yun-sung might actually be the true reincarnation of Hwasang. Everyone wanted to find out as much as they could because it would be a great exclusive. Lee Hwim was trying to figure out how such a thing could happen. After all, instead of lowering Oh Yun-sun's status, he had only helped him attract even more attention. Lee Hwim was so angry at this bastard that veins began to swell on his face. Finally finished with everything, Oh Yunsun walked out of the conference room. On the way out, Yanbian asked why he was leaving so soon, since President Lee Hwim still had a briefing to give. Yanbian admits that she was surprised when Oh Yun-sung appeared out of nowhere. Though she's a little disappointed that he's leaving, without even saying goodbye. Oh Yun-sung apologized for making Yanbyeon worry. Afterward, he asked if it was worth it to watch it. Yanbyeon laughed and said that it was definitely worth it, especially when she saw President Lee Hwim's face. Oh Yun-sung said that he was glad that she enjoyed it. Yanbyeon asked if this was all planned. After all, Oh Yunsun had appeared out of nowhere and suddenly started speaking Chinese. Afterward, Yangbyeon pulled out his phone and asked if he knew how the internet reacted to live announcements. Oh Yun-sung was interested in this, and Yanbyeon replied that it's massively explosive. After that, Yanbyeon started reading comments. I see him for the first time, but he's so courageous. His skills are amazing, and his confidence is charming. There are also some negative responses, but still most of them are compliments. Ho Yun-sung said that he understood that, after which he admitted that it was indeed planned, but he also didn't even think about the fact that it would actually work. Yangbyeon exclaimed due to the fact that he wasn't sure himself. Afterward, Oh Yunsun said that he had noticed how people in China preferred to show their spirit and display their spirit rather than humility. That was why he behaved that way, but he was still glad that it had worked. Yanbyeon was surprised to hear this, after all, to calculate something like this. Oh Yun-sung explained that he had taken into consideration the fact that this conference would be Lee Hwim's trap, and so he came in the midst of the conference in order to thwart his plans as well as to... At this conference, it was clearly seen that he was opposing Lee Hwim. He also challenged the Elite 10. People who see this show will be curious as to what will happen next. So because of this, it will be hard for Lee Hwim to do anything with immersion. Yanbyeon's eyes glistened as she listened to Oh Yunsun in surprise. Noticing her reaction, Oh Yunsun blushed slightly and reminded her that this was all planned after all, and that he didn't even think that Liu Tian would want to fight him. He was only lucky that it had gone so smoothly. Yangbyeon admitted that even if that was the case, she didn't even think that Oh Yunsun would calculate things so far ahead. Oh Yunsun reminded her that even now they couldn't let their guard down, causing Yangbyeon to ask why. Oh Yun-sung revealed that Lee Hwim is definitely planning to kill him during the dive, and it all comes down to the fact that he has suggestions for Yangbyeon. Oh Yunsun said that he needed her cooperation for this dive, and so he bluntly asked if she wanted to team up. Yanbyeon smiled and said that of course she wanted to. She would gladly want to help him in this. Oh Yunsun thanked Yangbyeon and said that if she had any conditions about their cooperation, he wanted her to let him know. But Yangbyeon immediately said that she didn't have any conditions. And after thinking about it for a bit, she remembered something. Just as suddenly, Yangbyeon blushed, after which she said in that case, Yangbyeon asked, how about going on a date after the dive is over? Back in the room, Oh Yunsun was finally able to exhale calmly. He had never imagined that Yangbyeon would say such a thing to him so suddenly, which surprised him quite a bit. Remembering her face at that moment, Oh Yunsun told himself that it would be nice. But right now, he has to focus completely on what's in front of him. A list of various materials appeared in front of Oh Yunsun. 12 fangs of the 3-star shredder bird, 3 kilograms of the stems of the kaki baobab dwelling beyond the rift, 20 grams of 1 to 3-star bee utopia, and 230 by 30 centimeters of cow skin. All of these ingredients he was able to buy through SEOU. And it's worth Oh Yunsun pressing the button with his hand holding the instrument as, after a second, the message, combination complete, appeared. And with a bright flash, an object appeared in front of Oh Yunsun. The item that resulted from the material combination was called the Absolute Glove of Destruction. After the test, Oh Yunsun summarized that by combining ingredients in this way, he can create equipment. And if he knows the recipe, he can make any equipment from 5 ingredients or less. If he wants to make an item from a book that Ian Woodzyne wrote, there is definitely a Red Dragon Law recipe for it. And Oh Yunsun is going to get that ingredient in the next dive. That's what his goal is for the next operation. Suddenly, the door of Oh Yunsun's room was opened by Seo-yu, and Oh Yunsun inquired what had happened. With a slight hesitation, Seo-yu said that he had a visitor. Looking at the expression on her face, Oh Yunsun wondered who it was, since Seo-yu was afraid. Suddenly, Oh Yunsun heard a familiar chuckle, after which his guest confessed that he had no idea that Oh Yunsun had a hobby in crafting. Jin Wei Beck asked Oh Yun-sung how he was doing. Afterward, he took off his glasses and told Oh Yunsun that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Oh Yunsun immediately activated his blade key in auto hunt. He was going to hit Jin Wei Beck first, before he attacked him. Jin Wei Beck took off his glasses and let out a chuckle. Moments later, Oh Yunsun jumped up from his seat and attacked Jin Wei Beck. But the latter said it was quite nice and used a bit of ki to reflect Oh Yunsun's ki blade. Right after that, he counterattacked Oh Yunsun, but at the last moment he managed to put a block. Their blows were so powerful that Seo Yu couldn't resist and collapsed to the floor. While in the air, Yansen pulled out a Galler pistol and fired immediately. But as soon as the bullet was near Jin Wei Beck's head, he simply tilted his head to the side, letting the bullet fly further away. Unsun landed on the ground and sliding immediately withdrew his Galler gun. Jin Wei Beck wasn't going to give Yunsun a chance, and so he rushed forward to attack. Jin Wei Beck laughed and suggested Yunsun experience this one. Just as suddenly, Yunsun used spider steps, causing him to seemingly vaporize, but he actually bounced off the walls and ceiling of the room a few times, thanks to which he managed to instantly be at Jin Wei Beck's back. Moments after the last attack, Jin Wei Beck noticed that Yunsun was at his back, after which he blurted out that it was interesting. No sooner had Yunsun attacked Jin Wei Beck than Seo Yu jumped out in front of him and closed down his master. Yunsun wondered what she was doing, and if she had lost her mind by any chance. Worried about what might happen next, Yunsung punches Seo Yu in the side to get her out of the way. Although she tried to resist, but still Seo Yu flew off to the side, and vomiting blood, she immediately made an effort to get up. Yunsung was in pain from hitting Seo Yu himself, but it was necessary in order to save her as soon as possible. Except he was left with a major and very big problem. Frowning, Jin Wei Beck said that he had a lot of fun and that it was just amazing. Yunsun abruptly became not comfortable at all, because he felt a powerful killing intent from Jin Wei Beck. And if he didn't kick Seo Yu right now, Jin Wei Beck would probably do it. Jin Wei Beck approached Seo Yu and asked if this looked like a situation where she could intervene. Not daring to raise her gaze to her master, Seo Yu apologized to him for interfering in the fight. Jin Wei Beck said it's okay, since she can act on her own will, except she must pay the consequences of ending his pleasure. Even though she is afraid to die, Seo Yu humbly closed her eyes waiting for her death. Yunsun intervened in their altercation and wondered what the consequences were for saving his own boss's life. Sitting comfortably on the bed, Yunsun said, "This is just ridiculous." Gradually losing all his fervor, Jin Wei Beck asked, "What was the man talking about?" Yunsun admitted that he doesn't know who he is, boss or cult leader, but he certainly can't help but laugh when his subordinate covered him with her own body to save, and instead of praising her for it, he suddenly became angry with her. Yunsung explained that Seo Yu came running in trying to help Jin Wei Beck because he can't trust her as a boss. Afterward, Yunsun admitted that it looks pretty unpleasant because it looks like he's taking out his anger on her. Yunsung asked if Jin Wei Beck realizes this. Seo Yu wondered what Yunsung was carrying in the first place. What kind of ridiculous remarks is this stupid person making in front of the head? This time, Yunsun will die for real. Suddenly, Jin Wei Beck started laughing from what was happening. With that, he completely confused Seo Yu as she couldn't understand what was wrong. Through laughter, Jin Wei Beck said that it was simply adorable, then started tapping himself on his leg with laughter. Since everything had gone smoothly, Yunsun was finally able to exhale. Wiping away the tears that came from the laughter, Jin Wei Beck assumed that Yunsun was in some kind of trouble here, since he already knows how the people of this country should be treated. For trying to provoke his opponents by touching their egos with words and diverting his attention, Yunsun admitted that it had all happened somehow. But in his mind, he cursed it all, because it was all the fault of that fickle old man. Even Yunsung didn't expect him to give up his desire to kill so easily. Seo Yu wondered what was going on right now. And could it be that she was sleeping right now? And what is she looking at right now? Yunsun asked why he decided to come back, to which Jin Wei Beck replied that it was obvious because he had some business with Yunsun. Jin Wei Beck then pulled out a box and said that it was the consequences of making a deal with him, and he was just here to talk about that deal. Korea, Seoul, Sungwook Building. Hurrying to the training room, Dr. Chang Hong shouted, asking what on earth is this bastard doing? Abruptly opening the doors, the doctor asked Kim Sunguk what he was doing here, but seeing everything, he was suddenly confused. In the middle of the room, Kim Sunguk was lying on the floor covered in veins because he had overstretched his body. Kim Sunguk said hello to the doctor and told him that he came in pretty quickly after the call, but the doctor shouted back at Kim Sunguk that he was just a complete idiot. Dr. Chang Hoon asked if he was crazy. After all, if he wanted to die, he could just slit his wrists in the bathroom of his house or something like that. Kim Sunguk chuckled and said that those were pretty harsh words, but Dr. Chang Hoon ordered the man to shut up. Afterward, he looked over Kim Sunguk's arm and said that his body was practically begging for death as he kept overdoing it. Kim Sunguk asked Chang Hoon not to fuss so much about it, because in just a day, he'll be perfectly fine. Chung Hoon suggested looking at the things that Kim Sunguk says in his condition. Dr. Chung Hoon asked why he keeps doing these crazy stunts. And besides, Kim Sunguk had made up his mind a long time ago. He's a teacher and an agent, so why? Looking up, Kim Sung-guk replied that it was all because he had made a promise. Dr. Chang-hoon assumed the latter was talking about Oh Yun-song, and Kim Sung-guk confirmed it. Hearing this, Chang-hoon clenched his fist, thinking of a cure for Kim Sung-guk's vein problems. Sung-guk and he had been searching for this method for 4 years, but had never found anything. And therefore Kim Sung-guk should be the one who knows the most about how small the probability of a cure existing is. Chang-hoon corrected his glasses and said that it wasn't really a matter of not trusting Oh Yun-song, but until this treatment method starts to work, Kim Sung-guk can just focus on training his body. To which Kim Sung-guk replied that he is already doing enough of that. After that, Kim Sung-guk explained that he can't continue to play during the warm-up. And in addition, this guy's also going through a lot of problems. Dr. Chang-hoon was fully confident that Kim Sung-guk had also seen that broadcast. According to the latest news, Hunter Oh Yun-song, known to the public as Park Gangkan, is participating in a dive in China. The question is it a loss for them or a gain? Trying to get back on his feet, Kim Sung-guk suggested that Oh Yun-song is suffering a lot in China because the people there are extremely principled, but Oh Yun-song is still doing a great job. He distinguished himself even during the Shanghai tragedy. It is for this reason that he can't just sit back here. Kim Sung-guk asked Chung-hoon, "Isn't that clear?" Chung-hoon asked, "Is that why Kim Sung-guk did something like this to the training room?" To which Kim Sung-guk replied that that's exactly how it is, and that he finally finished it. Dr. Chang-hoon asked if he was referring to that thing he heard about last time, and had Kim Sung-guk already completed it in this body? To which Kim Sung-guk replied that it was exactly like that. With a smirk, Dr. Chang-hoon admitted that Kim Sung-guk was indeed a crazy bastard. Kim Sung-guk smiled broadly and thanked the doctor. Looking at Kim Sung-guk's determination, the doctor tried to hold back his tears, and looking up he let out a curse and mentally pleaded. Chung-hoon told Oh Yun-song that it's fully counting on him, and so he's asking for Oh Yun-song to perform a miracle so they can restore this guy's body. Jin Wei Beck said about the deal, about the contents of this box, and that he came here because he had something to say about it. Then Jin Wei Beck opened the box, and Oh Yun-sun immediately recognized the exact same pill as the one he had eaten. Jin Wei Beck said that it was the promised object, the object for which Oh Yun-sun must participate in the hunt 5 times. That was the condition of the deal made between him and Oh Yun-sun. Oh Yun-sun recalled that he had just spent one of them in Shanghai. Jin Wei Beck agreed and explained that under normal circumstances, it wasn't time to show this to Oh Yun-sun yet. But since he's here, the situation is a little different now. Oh Yun-sun asked what he wanted to say in words. Has the situation changed? Jin Wei Beck admitted that he hadn't expected it himself, for that Taoist bastard to suddenly invite Oh Yun-sun to a party. Oh Yun-sun was surprised to hear about the party, but after a second, he realized that Jin Wei Beck was talking about that very dive. Jin Wei Beck said he had something for Oh Yun-song. Oh Yun-sun asked what would happen if he succeeded, to which Jin Wei Beck replied that he would consider Oh Yun-sun to have completed all 5 of his hunts, and then the contents of the box would also belong to him. Or perhaps he should say that it would belong to this young man. Oh Yun-sun asked if he had to kill someone, even indirectly, but Jin Wei Beck replied that it wasn't that. Afterwards, Jin Wei Beck asks Oh Yun-song to let him say it differently, so that it suits Oh Yun-song's tastes. He promises that it won't be something a hunter shouldn't do. Oh Yun-sun said that in that case, he was willing to accept the offer and asked, what should he do? But as soon as Jin Wei Beck told everything, Oh Yun-sun opened his mouth in shock. Oh Yun-sun directly told the old man that he was crazy. Then Jin Wei Beck asked, so what? Isn't Oh Yun-sun going to do that? To which Oh Yun-sun replied that it's not that. But even so, he'll do it. Since that was the case, Jin Wei Beck headed towards the exit, assuming that the date for the surgery had already been set, in which case he could only hope for Oh Yun-sun when the time came. After which he said that if Oh Yun-sun needed anything, he could tell everything to that child who had fainted. Besides, it's late at night, and he's hoping for Oh Yun-song to get a good night's rest. Suddenly releasing his killing intent, Jin Wei Beck asked if he agreed with him. Oh Yun-sun was surprised at how abruptly such a strong killing aura reached him. But a moment later, he had already used his attack form and attacked Jin Wei Beck from the back. Moments before Oh Yun-sun injured Jin Wei Beck, the latter suddenly turned around, after which Jin Wei Beck smirked and his murderous aura seemed to evaporate. Having never reached Jin Wei Beck, Oh Yun-sun stopped abruptly, ending his attack. Jin Wei Beck licked his lips, after which he said that he hadn't seen something like this in a long time. Such pure sakura petals. Suddenly, a scratch appeared on Jin Wei Beck's face, from which a trickle of blood began to flow. Jin Wei Beck recognized that, as one would expect, Oh Yunsun was proving to be skilled with his hands. After all, the speed of reaction with which he had just stopped, right after he gave up his desire to kill, was also absolutely fantastic. Oh Yunsun told the old man that he was really out of his mind. Jin Wei Beck asked if he was really out of his mind. After all, he had just trusted Oh Yunsun, wiping the blood off his face. Jin Wei Beck admitted that he hadn't seen blood in a long time, and the last time was probably in the city. Jin Wei Beck suddenly remembered something and asked Oh Yunsun if he knew the people from the Red Dragon Society. Oh Yunsun explained to the crazy old man that if he hadn't shown his desire to kill, they wouldn't have needed to see blood here at all. Jin Wei Beck agreed and reminded Oh Yunsun that the man himself knew very well that he wouldn't have taken that step of his own free will. After that, Jin Wei Beck smiled widely and told Oh Yunsun that he could start bragging about it anywhere, bragging about how he was able to make Jin Wei Beck give up his forfeit against him. Oh, and besides, the Yang family's child couldn't do that much even when he was at his peak. Jin Wei Beck returned his sunglasses and said that in that case, they would see each other again when Oh Yun-sung returned from the dive. He also advised him not to get too much into this side, after which he finally walked out, slamming the door behind him. Oh, Yunsun wasn't very pleased, as every time they meet, that crazy old man becomes very annoying. Yeah, and when you think about everything that's happened, he may have grown attached to the place by now. Oh Yunsun mentally turned to Jin Wei Beck and said that the condition he had set. Oh Yunsun raised his fist and promised that he would still get the smirk off his face. D-Day has finally arrived for the rift dive. Seo Yu wondered what would happen to her after all this. And since she had fallen into disfavor with the principal, she would probably be disciplined. And because they don't need her anymore, she could easily be kicked out of TENZ. Seo Yue refused to give up so quickly and told herself to focus. After all, what could be more important now than the success of her boss's dive? Seo Yu opened the door and reminded her boss that today was the D-Day for diving, and asked if he was done with his preparations, when suddenly she stopped talking when she saw something unexpected. Oh Yunsun stood in the middle of the room clad in black and white gear. Noticing that Seo Yu had entered his room, Oh Yunsun motioned for her to pass. Seo Yu noticed that it was the same outfit that Oh Yunsun had gotten yesterday, and then said that it looked good on him. At that moment, Seo Yu was trying to figure out why Oh Yunsun was starting to seem more polite to her. Oh Yunsung asked if it really suited him that well, and added that after all these years, it feels pretty special to him. Oh Yunsung asked Seo Yu if she was okay. He then added that she probably should have stayed in the hospital for a few more days to rest. Seo Yu replied that her body was fine, and that she had no problems. Oh Yunsun suggested that if forced to do something, she might make a mess again, saying something like, I can't do my work when I have an important task in front of me. Unable to bear this awkwardness, Seo Yu directly asked why Oh Yunsun suddenly started addressing her so politely. Realizing what was going on, Oh Yunsun asked if she thought it was so strange. Afterwards, he admitted that he himself had not expected this, but if this operation was successful, it would be the end. So he didn't need to be important anymore. Oh, and besides, refusing to be polite doesn't suit him just because she's younger than him. Seo Yu asked if that's the case. Oh Yun-sung replied that he was, and what her president said might be right. Without realizing it, he had become too passionate about this country. Seo Yu was surprised at what he said, but after a second she realized it all. Seo Yu realized that the Oh Yun-sung in front of her was his true identity. While the attitude he portrayed when they first met and came face to face with Lee Hwim, it was all an act that showed the image of the hero that was expected of him. Only crazy old man Jin Wei Beck could see that Oh Yun-sung was playing the hero. And even he himself didn't realize it, but Oh Yunsun said that from now on, what he has to deal with is inside the rift. With only a few hours left before the dive, Oh Yunsun asked Seo Yu if he could leave the finalization of the details to her. Seo Yu immediately agreed. As she started to work, Seo Yu thought about the fact that Oh Yunsun had already prepared everything for her. And though he could have done it all himself, the reason he had asked her to do it was to tell her that he recognized her work and was doing his best until the end. Tears came to Seo Yu's eyes, and she thought about what she had been doing until now. In the clan, she was like a piece of metal, unable to function properly. She had acted so disrespectfully towards the principal, and she had also heard that she was no longer needed. But this man, Oh Yunsun doesn't just sympathize with her, but he also recognizes its value. Just as suddenly, Seo Yu heard from Oh Yun-sung, "Thank you for all the work you've done up to this point." Seo Yu immediately turned around to see Oh Yun-seong, but he was no longer in the room. Covering her face with her hands, Seo Yue mentally called him an idiot because she was the one who had to say goodbye. She was the one who should have thanked him and told him that it was an honor to work with him. After mentally yelling, Seo Yue was finally able to calmly exhale, after which she called herself an idiot. Now she was ready to continue her job. First of all, she needs to do what her boss asked her to do. When suddenly Seo Yu saw something she didn't expect. Near the documents related to the dive and return was a document labeled Read Me. The document said that if she was fired because of what happened recently, changing jobs wouldn't be the worst option for her. And he was thinking of hiring her after a rigorous background check and interviews, given her fervor. Seo Yu smiled widely and asked, "What is this?" After which she laughed, as Yansen really knows how to impress people. Lee Hwim explained that whatever the results were, it wouldn't change anything. After all, when the operation begins, it will take away all his rights. Liu Tian did not react in any way and would continue to stare at one point. Lee Hwim tisked and thought about the fact that this is what it's all about. This guy's eyes felt as if they were inanimate. The problem is that guys motivated by their ambition are always like that. And when their spirit is broken, they go like this. Raising his tone, Lee Hwim explained to Liu Tian that if he didn't want to end up like those guys who had set an example for him, it would be best if he tried to cooperate with them in the process of change. After which, Lee Hwim asked, "The one didn't want to live the rest of his life without his veins, right?" Liu Tian fell to his knees and bowed down and shouted that he would do whatever Lee Hwim said, hence his request. He pleads with him. Lee Hwim said he understood and asked Liu Tian to calm down. Wan Ken-cheon reminded Liu Tian that no matter how soundproof this trailer is, he has to think about the countless people watching them outside. The trailer with the hunters arrived at a huge rift, near which cameramen were already filming them. Wan Ken-cheon says that the surgery is about to start, then asks Liu Tian if he's going to come out with that expression on his face when everyone is looking at him. Personally, he himself doesn't think it would be in accordance with etiquette towards the people cheering for him. Is Wan Ken-cheon correct? Liu Tian abruptly stood up and shouted out that this was not the case at all. Just as suddenly, an arrow fired by Wan Ken-cheon gave Liu Tian a cut, then hit the window of the van. Wan Ken-cheon asked Liu Tian if he had told him to shut up. After which, Liu Tian meekly mumbled. Liu Tian was shaking with terror because he couldn't even see Wan Ken-cheon's arrow. To make matters worse, he hadn't even seen him shoot the bow. So when did he have time to do that? Looking at Wan Ken-cheon, Liu Tian could only think that this particular person was a member of the top-level Elite 10, the demon archer, Wan Ken-cheon. Lee Hwim said that this would be enough, as Liu Tian should have already understood everything. He then asked Wan Ken-cheon to keep in mind what their real goal was. Wan Ken-cheon replied that since President Lee was saying that, he would stop, and as long as Liu Tian managed to hold his prey properly, his arrows would never miss. Doran Jincheng, quietly sitting in the van, smirked upon hearing such a threat. Lee Hwim was in agreement with him, because even though Wan Ken-cheon has problems with self-control, even so, he's calm and his skills are frighteningly accurate. This guy's skills are already at the highest level among the Venerable 10. The marvelous art of archery reaching its limit, the most successful attempt among all the things he had invested in. Lee Hwim licked his lips as he thought of his most prized acquisition, demon archer Wan Ken-cheon. Lee Hwim walked to the exit of the van and asked if they could go in that case, to which the others immediately agreed. All his preparations are now complete, and it's probably time for them to meet their prey. Seeing the president of the company, Lee Hwim, getting out of the van, reporters immediately started filming him. On the other hand, Oh Yun-seong and Yang Byung had been waiting for Lee Hwim to come out for a long time. Lee Hwim suggested that he made Oh Yun-seong wait, and the preparation on Oh Yun-seong's part was very delayed, for which he was sorry. Lee Hwim extended his hand and said that he would look forward to working with Oh Yun-seong during today's operation. Lee Hwim had already anticipated his victory and grinned widely for the moment Oh Yun-seong shook his hand. Lee Hwim mentally wished that Oh Yunsen would let him hunt him down. Looking at Oh Yunsen, Wan Ken-cheon was surprised at how cool his armor was, after which he mentally laughed at the thought that he would be able to keep that armor if he hit Oh Yunsen in the head. Lee Hwim said that they will attack Oh Yun-seong as soon as Oh Yun-seong extends his hand for a handshake. Everyone was surprised that Lee Hwim was going to meet Oh Yun-seong right after they met. Doran Jincheng asked if it would be too reckless since there would be reporters around them. Lee Hwim said that it was for this reason, after which he assumed that everyone should have already noticed how cunning that one was. And that's why they won't have to give him a single opportunity. With a crowd of reporters around them, it will be their best chance. After all, there's no way Oh Yun-seong can expect them to attack him where everyone is standing. Also, it's worth noting that the way he works his legs is also something they should pay attention to. After all, there is a chance that they will lose him if he risks running. Doran Jinchung voiced his worries about reporters filming them. Lee Hwim chuckled, and finding himself at Doran Jinchung's back, said that they just might do so. Doran Jinchung asked, when did the latter only have time to do that? After which, he started applauding Lee Hwim, saying how amazing it was. Doran Jinchung said that President Lee's spellings do match his name. After which, he speculated that Lee Hwim was just going to trick the reporter's senses, to which Lee Hwim replied that he was absolutely right. And that's why they shouldn't worry about other people. Their chance will come after only Oh Yun-sung extends his hand for a handshake. Once that happens, they should all attack him. That was what their president said at the time, but was it really necessary? In fact, from the looks of it, no one could even notice Oh Yun-sun's movements as he walked around the stage, and only his eyes didn't miss Oh Yun-sung, causing Won Ken-cheon to start mentally laughing. If he had a bow that day, he would have been able to pierce Oh Yun-sun with his arrows. Lee Hwim had already cast his spell, and thus, one had to wait for the moment when Oh Yun-sun took his hand. He wasn't going to kill Oh Yun-sun in an instant. He had to catch him first to find out where he had learned the heavenly harmonious art. After thinking about it for a bit, Oh Yun-sun told Lee Hwim that everything was as expected of him. Lee Hwim was surprised not understanding what the other person meant, after which Oh Yun-sun smirked and said that he could clearly see all of his intentions. Oh Yun-sun thought it was funny how Lee Hwim asks to shake his hand, when the four of them exude such a strong, killing desire. Smiling, Oh Yun-sun reached into his back pocket while telling Lee Hwim that he had something to show him, after which, Oh Yun-sun pulled out a talisman exactly like the one that Lee Hwim had used to escape. Lee Hwim was astonished when he saw the talisman and asked, where did he just manage to get it? To which Oh Yun-sun replied that he had found the talisman when he was searching the body of the man that Lee Hwim had abandoned. Hearing this, the three hunters looked at the culprit, but Lee Hwim realized that it was also his fault, because he had put the talisman on Liu Tian when he was unconscious so that he could escape. But Oh Yun-sun had managed to find him. Oh Yun-sun suggested that in that case, Lee Hwim should already know how he was using the talisman, immediately after which Yang Byung looked at the talisman and her eyes sparkled, and the talisman that was between Oh Yun-sun's fingers immediately burned. Immediately after which, Oh Yun-sun and Yang Byung disappeared from their seat. Seeing those swam upwards, Won Ken-cheon reprimanded because of how high those were. Thanks to Lee Hwim's talisman, Oh Yun-sun with Yang Byung managed to instantly climb straight up to the rift. Lee Hwim realized that things were not good, as those two started to run away. But Won Ken-cheon couldn't let that happen. He took out an arrow from his quiver, after which a green aura began to emanate from his body. Just as suddenly, his muscles began to swell, causing Won Ken-cheon's equipment to barely support his muscles. Liu Tian cried out in surprise upon seeing something that Won Ken-cheon pulled out. Upon seeing Won Ken-cheon's bow, Lee Hwim immediately identified the 9 Collections bow, a masterpiece made from 3 different metals and tendons from 6 different giant monsters. It was the best bow in all of China, and it was rumored that this bow could hold a ton of weight with just 1 string. Won Ken-cheon stood up in a stance and drew the bowstring while releasing a huge amount of aura. Liu Tian coughed out in pain and hurriedly covered his ears, because with just a single pull of the bowstring, Won Ken-cheon was able to cause such a powerful shockwave, and even the reporters behind us dropped their equipment to cover their ears because of the unbearable pain. Liu Tian shouted out, "Die!" and released the bowstring shooting at Oh Yun-sun. Immediately afterward, the arrow still struck the nearly submerged Oh Yun-sun in the rift. Yang Bian cried out, worried because Oh Yun-sun had just been injured, and Liu Tian clenched his fist, rejoicing that they had finally managed to catch him. Just as suddenly, Won Ken-cheon ordered him to shut up, which surprised Liu Tian. After which, Liu Tian noticed that peach blossoms were flying around Won Ken-cheon. Barely containing his rage, Won Ken-cheon shouted at Oh Yun-sun that the latter was a bastard. Oh Yun-sun smirked after being shot and admitted that it was indeed dangerous. It was dangerous as he was almost killed, but luckily he managed to catch an arrow. Won Ken-cheon was furious with this guy, because the moment he released his arrow, in that split second, Oh Yun-sun thwarted his shot by attacking from the back. Since Oh Yun-sun sensed the killing intent from this four as soon as he entered the rift, he activated the auto-defense on himself, and after that, the arrow hit him with the accuracy he had intended. Oh Yun-sung told Won Ken-cheon that, as expected, he has really great skills. He then added that the name Demon Archer suits him perfectly. Smiling because of the destruction of the enemy's plan, Oh Yun-sung asked Miss Byung, should they maybe go inside already? And hearing her reply, Oh Yun-sung threw out Won Ken-cheon's arrow. Immediately afterward, they plunged into the rift together. A few seconds later, Won Ken-cheon's arrow reached the ground, creating a huge shockwave. The reporters covered their ears again, But even so, they could hear the loud noise, causing them to start screaming from the pain in their ears. Lee Hwim said that Oh Yun-sung had entered the rift, and that they should hurry if they wanted to catch up with him. Just as suddenly, one of the reporters apologized to Lee Hwim for interrupting him. A second later, a crowd of reporters surrounded Lee Hwim and began to ask, what was that noise? And what was that arrow that had just fallen from the rift? And where did Oh Yansen suddenly disappear to when he was right next to Lee Hwim just a second ago? Not knowing what to say to all these reporters who were attacking him with questions, Lee Hwim asked them to calm down first. But at the same moment, Lee Hwim was mentally cursing as the noise from the falling arrow had just broken the spell he had cast on the reporters. Lee Hwim replied to the reporters that Oh Yansen had entered the rift right in front of them and chuckled. Mentally, he shouted as they should find Oh Yansen, but it was worth it just to think about him being stuck here like this. Doran Jinchung clenched his teeth angrily because of the way Oh Yunsun had treated them. Meanwhile, Wan Ken Cheon was just seething with rage as Oh Yun-sung managed to catch his arrow that he released, which clearly means an insult to him. Wan Ken Cheon swore that he would be the one to kill Oh Yun-sung. Meanwhile, Oh Yunsun and Yang Byeon were running in the world on the other side of the rift. Oh Yunsun suggested that Lee Hwim and his hunters should have lost them by now, whereupon he said that they should continue running until they reached the forest ahead. A short while later, Oh Yunsun and Yang Byung slowed down, walking deep into the forest. After such a long time, Yang Byung was already tired of running and was pouring sweat. Realizing how she was feeling right now, Oh Yunsun took out a water bottle and offered Yang Byung a drink, saying she needed it more since she had been running at the limit for over 2 hours. Yang Byung took the bottle and thanked Oh Yunsun, to which he replied that it was no problem for him. After which, Yang Byung started drinking water to ease her thirst. Oh Yun-sung assumed that they had managed to get some distance away from Lee Hwim's group. But even so, they must not let their guard down. Yang Byung thought about how amazing Oh Yun-sun was. After all, he was probably also tired because he was running at the same pace as her, but it was as if his breathing had not slowed down. Yang Byung wondered if it was because he had amazing stamina and aura, but she immediately rejected that option, putting it down to his mental control, not showing any signs of discomfort. Just as suddenly Oh Yun-sung turned to Yang Byung, and opening her eyes, she saw that he was right in front of her. Yang Byung shrieked in surprise and asked what he wanted. The way Oh Yun-sun approached her was too much of a surprise, as she was too absorbed in her thoughts to notice anything. Oh Yun-sung said that he had a request for her, which intrigued her, as realization suddenly began to come to Yang Byung. Yang Byung blushed, wondering why Oh Yun-sun had come so close to her. And when you think about it, they are in another world, which means the only people in this place are her and Oh Yun-sun. Yang Byung came to the conclusion that Oh Yun-sun was now going to... Oh Yun-sun said it's about video cameras, after which he asked if he could take a look at her video cameras that were installed in her suit. Yang Byung was surprised to hear about the video cameras, and Oh Yun-sung said that's exactly what he meant. He explained that he was talking about the video cameras in their suits that were installed to record this dive. The thing is, they were installed by Goryong. After the explanation, Yan Byun realized what the matter was. Oh Yun-sun explained that it could end up with Lee Hwim tracking them down, which was why he thought it would be better if they got rid of them right now. A little disappointed at the topic Oh Yun-sun had started, Yang Byung chuckled and said that was right. Noticing her expression, Oh Yun-sun asked Yang Byung if she was okay. Yang Byung mentally pinched herself for the things she was imagining, and then she replied that she was fine. Oh Yun-sun told me that if they took those cameras down, the people on the Goryong side could use that to pick on them. Something like, how can you get rid of the video devices used to document precious dive recordings? Oh Yun-sun said that it doesn't concern him since he's a foreigner, but the Red Dragon clan and Yang Byung might be worried about it. Yang Byung said that it's fine, and that it's just fine, but Oh Yun-sun said that's exactly the point. After that, he held out 3 devices and said that he had prepared them in advance, and that there would be no problem if they took cameras with them. Yang Byun said that she understood everything. After which, Oh Yun-sun asked if she could turn around in that case. After all, he has to stand behind her to put it on. And of course, Yang Byung agreed to it. But after a few seconds, she realized how much she had rushed things. Looking at Yang Byung, Oh Yun-sun recalled that the cameras were on his right shoulder, on each elbow, and on his left knee, if he remembered correctly. Increasingly flushed red, Yang Byung wondered why Oh Yun-sun's gaze was making her feel embarrassed. Oh Yun-sun touched Yang Byung's shoulder to set up the device. From surprise, Yang Byung covered her mouth with her hands and mentally screamed. Noticing her reaction, Oh Yun-sun asked if something was embarrassing her, to which Yang Byung replied that nothing special had happened and asked him to continue. Oh Yun-sung was surprised, but agreed to continue. Afterward, Yang Byung closed her eyes and tried to calm down, telling herself that Oh Yun-sun had only touched her to put the device on her. Yang Byung held back and tried to focus so as not to explode and start a fire like she had in the hospital. Finished with the video cameras, Oh Yun-sun said he was done, after which he noticed smoke coming out of Yang Byung's head. Yang Byung finally breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't even notice when Oh Yun-sun had time to finish. And when it was her turn to outfit Oh Yun-sun, it was like a wife tying her husband's tie, just like in dramas. Yang Byung mentally shouted with joy as she pictured the scene. When Yang Byung finished, Oh Yun-sun felt relieved, because fortunately, Yang Byung didn't even show that she was uncomfortable. He had some problems with Yang Byung's equipment when the heat of the flames transferred to his body from the tips of her flames. Oh Yun-sun wondered if her health was all right, after which he assumed that Yang Byung was just in a very good mood. Oh Yun-sun said it was time to talk about how they would proceed with the operation from now on. He asked Yang Byung to work with him, but it looked like they would have to change plans. Yang Byung asked what he meant by that, to which Oh Yun-sun replied that it would probably be hard for them to stay together during this dive, after which he revealed that he would remain here even after the appointed time was over, without going through the exit. Yang Byung asked what the man was talking about, and why would he be here to stay. Oh Yun-sun promised that he would help her get to the exit safely, since it shouldn't be that big of a problem. As Yang Byung suddenly shouted, "No!" After which she explained that it wasn't what she was worried about right now, which puzzled Oh Yun-sun. Yang Byung revealed that she was concerned that Oh Yun-sun wanted to do such a reckless act, after which she asked, why would he want to do such a thing? While trying to think of a response, Oh Yun-sun thought about the fact that earlier, he hadn't even expected Yang Byung to react like this, except he can't explain it to her. Jin Wei Beck asked Oh Yun-sun if he had ever heard of such a thing. Jin Wei Beck said there in the other world inside the rift, after which he wondered why they didn't know anything about the other world. Oh Yun-sun asked what exactly he wanted to say with that, to which Jin Wei Beck replied that it was nothing special, except that's what that Taoist bastard was blabbing about on TV during the immersion speech. Then he said, we don't know anything about the beyond. After hearing that, Oh Yun-seong realized what was going on. That day, he left in the middle of the speech. Jin Wei Beck asked, isn't that funny? Jin Wei Beck asked, isn't that funny? What uncharted land in human history had not been explored in 20 years? Furthermore, the number of people who had experienced immersion in this world would not even reach a 3-digit number. If this is all the Taoist bastard wants to know, then he has the mindset of a thief. It's as if this era itself has fallen into impatience. Oh Yun-sung admitted that it could be true, and Jin Wei Beck agreed, then added that it was at least 400 years ago. Then the minds of men were more like to set foot in this world. Hearing something like this, Oh Yun-sun raised his gaze to Jin Wei Beck. Seeing Oh Yun-sun's face, Jin Wei Beck was even a little surprised that Oh Yun-sun was not at all surprised at what he heard. Oh Yun-sung admitted that he really doesn't know how he should react to something like this. It was only a few decades ago that there was a crack in this world, but now Jin Wei Beck tells him that they've been around for centuries. The book Yang Woo-jin had gotten from the Red Dragon clan definitely had something like this written in it. There was information about the world above the rift, and when he first read it, he could not help but be surprised. If he hadn't read it then, he would be shocked now. Jin Wei Beck thought about how to explain it to him, after which he said that it was very simple because the entrance had formed quite recently, but it wasn't that the place beyond the entrance didn't exist. They don't know exactly how, but this world was called by many different names, from Xianjie, or Heavenly World, to the Dao Yuanjin, Kunlun Mountain, and Penglai. And even if Oh Yun-sun was not from this country, he must have heard of these places somewhere. They were all considered legends or myths, but they were actually records explorers made, at the expense of precious lives. Oh Yun-sun admitted that he didn't expect it to be so simple. It was only to think that a crazy old man would spend so much money to prove his fantasies. Jin Wei Beck said it's not fantasy, it's reality. And taking out the flash drive, he said there was already enough evidence for that. What Oh Yun-sun should do is just take the things he talked about from the place he had already told. Oh Yun-sun suggested that it probably wouldn't be over in one day, and asked if it would be something that took about 30 hours. Jin Wei Beck laughed, then praised Oh Yun-sun for how quickly he had figured it out. Oh Yun-sun reminded the old man that this hunt belongs to the #1 hunting group in China, and now he tells him that the man who can handle the risk that comes with this fact is him. Usually, 2 rifts that appear 30 hours apart are used for diving, like an entrance and an exit. And if you miss the exit rift, which opens 30 hours later, you will be trapped in the netherworld. When this happens, by rule, the hunter is considered dead until he gets out of there. Jin Wei Beck said it was like this. The skills needed to survive immersion for a long time, and an outsider whose disappearance from this world would have no repercussions, as well as the position that the government would also allow diving Oh Yunsen fits all the criteria. He originally intended to send Oh Yunsen only after he had trained him by sending him on 4 other hunts. But in the end, doesn't this dive benefit everyone? Oh Yunsen did well, and in that case, he might get a bonus. Oh Yunsen said it was okay, and then reached for the flash drive. Just as suddenly, Jin Wei Beck said that if Oh Yunsen suddenly gets scared during the dive, he could just go out through the weekend at once. Jin Wei Beck promised that he wouldn't mind that, after which he mentioned that this flash drive was also very valuable and that it was kind of a waste of time to give it away for nothing. Oh Yunsen wondered if this man was trying to read his mind again, whereupon he said that he did not think so. He doesn't think about the fact that Jin Wei Beck is the kind of person who makes unfavorable deals. Jin Wei Beck chuckled and asked, "So what?" To which Oh Yunsen replied that what he would bring back would probably cost many times more than this flash drive, and that Jin Wei Beck probably thought he would keep it and wouldn't want to give it back. Jin Wei Beck admitted that he might think about it, which puzzled Oh Yunsen. Jin Wei Beck asked, "Isn't that an obvious cause for concern? After all, people even in this place who look like they are full of pride on the outside are bad on the inside if you look at them closely." It seemed to Oh Yunsen as if Jin Wei Beck made a different face that had a different meaning than usual. Jin Wei Beck told Oh Yunsen that he was clearly not one of those people. Afterward, he admitted that he didn't think that Oh Yunsen was the kind of person to think something like that. Of course, he doesn't consider himself righteous either. Except, didn't Oh Yunsong say he was... The hunter said Jin Wei Beck and Oh Yunsong at the same time? Jin Wei Beck smiled and said that it was exactly like that. Now, Oh Yunsung understood why Jin Wei Beck believed that he wouldn't betray him. Jin Wei Beck tossed Oh Yunsen the flash drive with a thumbs up, then he caught her. And with a thumbs up, Jin Wei Beck said he was leaving everything to him. Oh Yunsen couldn't explain it, and so he is left with only one option. Oh Yunsen asked, why did he have to explain this to her? With that, he surprised Yang Byung, after which he asked, isn't it obvious that they are entrepreneurs to some extent? And he has obligations to ensure the security of his business, so why should he disclose them to her? Not expecting such words from Oh Yunsen, Yang Byung became nervous and said that it was true, but if she knew what was going on, she would be able to help. Oh Yunsong said that if she's really a professional, she should also know that taking risks is part of his job. Except why is Byung, who has nothing to do with this at all, trying to interfere? Oh Yunsen admitted that he was aware that they could create emotional bonds with each other when they worked together. But isn't it disadvantageous for a professional to mix their emotions with their work? Lowering her gaze, Yang Byun admitted that she had no such intentions. Afterward, Oh Yunsen noticed how she clenched her fists. He was sure that he had no choice but to tell her that. And if he doesn't draw the line here, Byung could be in even more danger. And unlike him, Yang Byung is related to the Red Dragon clan. Even though it was cruel to Yang Byung, he really had to do it. As Yang Byung suddenly said that in that case. With tears in her eyes, Yang Byung asked, the promise he made to her that he would help her, would it change? Oh Yunsen asked what she meant, and Yang Byung reminded her that he had promised to help her get out of here safely. It would mean that they would be together during the dive, and as long as they were around each other, she would have no problem doing the tasks he would do. Yang Byung asked if that was the case, to which Oh Yunsen replied, no, of course that's true, but it's still too dangerous a job. Yang Byung explained that she wasn't interested in it. What kind of work would Oh Yunsen be interested in? And she wouldn't question him. But as he promised, he would complete the task with her until she left through the rift exit. Is he ready to keep his word as a professional? Oh Yunsen didn't expect Yang Byung to say such a thing to him. Oh Yunsen agreed with Yang Byung, then added that as long as he traveled with her, he would also receive her help. Yang Byung agreed to this and made a promise. After agreeing, Yang Byung asked if they could leave right now. And had he already decided where he was going to do his business? Although Yang Byung was stubborn, there was no way Oh Yunsen expected her to suddenly catch him off guard. That's good, but it's still not a bad feeling. A short while later, a battle broke out in the forest on the other side of the rift. Yang Byung went to break through to the viper monkeys, and they leaped towards her. But a moment later, Yang Byung dealt with all the viper monkeys she encountered. Catching up with her, Oh Yunsen admitted that it was amazing. After which, he told Yang Byung that her skills had grown significantly. Yang Byung was embarrassed by Oh Yunsen's praise, and waved her hands to explain that she was still too far away compared to him or her father. But Oh Yunsen said that she wasn't completely right because her footwork technique was particularly impressive. Yang Byeon revealed that it's a technique that has been passed down in their family from generation to generation, and it's called dragon chasing step. It's a key that utilizes the PSI flame passed down in the Yang family's blood. Stomping in place, Yang Byeon explained that she was using the PSI inside her body to move fast, and that even her father said that in terms of speed, it would be one of the best footwork techniques in this world. However, as fast as she is, the flaws in the technique include only straight movements, and the inability to change direction freely, as Oh Yunsen does. Oh Yunsen said he understands it all. And even come to think of it, he also got into some trouble in that fight. Yang Byeon admitted that although she wasn't as good as Mr. Yunsen or her father, she had improved her skills compared to back then. And so Yang Byung asked Oh Yun-seong to let her help in his hunt, but Oh Yun-seong immediately refused her. Yang Byung started to sulk at Oh Yunsen, but he insisted and said that he would still say no matter how much she insisted on it. Afterward, he recalled that she had just made a promise to him. Oh Yunsen explained that he would be hunting alone because it was his job, whereupon he asked if she hadn't told him that she would only accompany him when he was diving. Oh Yunsen asked if that was what she had promised him. Yang Byung looked away and agreed with him with sadness in her eyes, whereupon she turned away from him and walked forward. Oh Yunsen sighed after another difficult conversation, and Yang Byung's stubbornness was really something with something, except here he has to keep his cool and draw the line clearly. Doran Jinchung said that he agreed with what he was told and was willing to join him, to which Wan Ken Cheon replied that it was a wise decision, which was to be expected from someone like Master Jin. After which, the two of them looked in the direction where Liu Tian was guarding the meditating Lee Hwim. Lee Hwim has been sitting like this for 2 hours after they entered the rift. One Ken Cheon wondered what the man was up to. After all, they should go after that bastard Oh Yun-sung as soon as possible. But be that as it may, from now on, there was no point for them to follow Lee Hwim. One Ken Cheon headed towards Lee Hwim, but Liu Tian got in his way and reached for his sword. One Ken Cheon asked Liu Tian who he thought was standing in front of him. He then ordered him to get out of the way. Liu Tian explained that he had to protect Representative Lee. Just as suddenly, Lee Hwim intervened, saying that everything was fine, and asked to let Wan Ken Cheon pass. As he approached, Wan Ken Cheon offered to talk to Lee Hwim, which interested him. Lee Hwim asked, what was it that the latter wanted to talk to him about? Wan Ken Cheon tells Lee Hwim that he doesn't need to look at him with those eyes, because it doesn't mean he made a mistake. He then revealed that he was considering working separately from Representative Lee from now on. Lee Hwim asked, what is the man going to do? And Wan Ken Cheon asked, what else can he do? Of course, it's the hunt, the expedition, and above all, the contract, because that's what Lee Hwim brought them all here for. He's already sorted everything out with the castle master, Du Ren, and they're going to spread out 2 by 2 to explore the surroundings. And once they're done, they'll all meet together at the expected exit point. Lee Hwim reminded that he has a plan, and Master Jin, along with Wan Ken Cheon, factors that can't be excluded from that plan, because of which he can't let it happen. Wan Ken Cheon asked if the man was bullying him. If so, he'll clear it up now. Wan Ken Cheon asked what results they've gotten since they executed Lee Hwim's plans, and didn't they disgrace themselves after succumbing to that bastard's influence? Wan Ken Cheon explained that the only reason he lent his time and name to this worthless show was because he wanted to. But what were the results? Now he would go after this guy, this bastard Oh Yun-seong, who grabbed his arrow and dared to insult him. Taking out his bow, Wan Ken Cheon said, repeating his words again, he would act separately from Lee Hwim, which is why he should think about it now. Without thinking long, Lee Hwim replied that he could do whatever he wanted. He clearly surprised Wan Ken Cheon, after which Lee Hwim asked, did the latter not hear him? After all, he could do whatever he wanted. Wan Ken Cheon still didn't fully believe what he had heard, because he didn't think that Lee Hwim would let him do this so easily. He thought that he would have to try harder. Suddenly, Lee Hwim asked if he needed another person to do this. This puzzled Wan Ken Cheon once again. Lee Hwim revealed that, in his case, he could always ensure his safety with spells, and he wasn't going to go exploring right now, and therefore, it would be better for Liu Tian if he also explored the rift more actively. And above all, this is the other world, and you never know what might happen here. There may be a situation that 2 people can't handle. Wan Ken Cheon asked what the man was trying to do, but after a second, he changed his mind about asking and said it was fine, and that the 2 of them would go first. He was already starting to mentally curse that Taoist bastard. Lee Hwim asked, is that so? But since there was nothing to be done in such a case, he wished them luck. Wan Ken Cheon hummed as he walked away, not wanting to stay by Lee Hwim's side. No matter how hard he tries, He can't understand what the man is thinking, except now is not the time to fight Lee Hwim at all. At this point, they were able to get the freedom they dreamed of, which means it's time to focus on the hunt for Oh Unsun. 2 days had already arrived since they arrived at the rift. Yi Oh Yunsun began to wonder if they had begun to approach the place that was written in Yang Wu Jin's book. Just after they passed through the forest in a northwesterly direction, he said that it lives right in front of this huge cliff. Oh Yunsun has already felt it. It is down there, and it has such tremendous pressure. It is the highest level predator among monsters. It is said to be the 9th child of the creature of legends, the dragon. This creature is none other than Chiwin. Oh Yunsun and Yang Byung stopped near the precipice of a huge gorge, where only darkness could be seen. As soon as they got closer, Yang Byung felt uneasy about the creature from below. Oh Yunsun wondered if they could be so cold because of the freezing winds. But he immediately dismissed that possibility, for it was clearly something else. That frightening and terrifying energy that makes him shiver is definitely the lust for killing a predator, and it should definitely come from the monster named Chiwin. Oh Yunsun told Yang Byung that he would start hunting alone from now on. But hearing no response, Oh Yunsong turned to the frightened Byung. Through her fear, Yang Byung said that she also wanted to help, and so she asked if he would let her hunt with him. Oh Yunsun was surprised that Yang Byung was saying such a thing, even after she felt the killing lust coming from below. Oh Yunsun turned to Byung again and explained that it would be dangerous, to which Yang Byung replied that she would be fine. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsun asked Yang Byung to apologize, immediately after which he gave her several point punches. After that, he caught Yang Byung, who once again can't move due to Oh Yunsun's point-ki-point punches. Taking Yang Byung in his arms, Oh Yunsun carried her to safety. Yang Byung asked Oh Yunsun why he was doing all this, to which he replied that from now on his job was to hunt, and that was clearly not something she could interfere with. Oh Yunsun asked Yang Byung to listen to him carefully. The paralyzation should disappear after a while, and when it does, she should leave this place as soon as possible. She should explore the netherworld for the remaining time and return as soon as the exit rift opens. Not intending to leave Oh Yunsun alone, Yang Byung was about to contradict him, but Oh Yunsong said that she's making a stubborn face to the end, so he's willing to tell her once. Oh Yunsun said he didn't like it when she clung to him like that, after which he asked if she realized it. He then said that her presence wouldn't make much difference to the outcome of the hunt, but if she went with him, she would just be a nuisance. Yang Byung was going to change Oh Yunsun's mind, but immediately gave it up, realizing she wouldn't be able to do it. Oh Yunsun turned around and looked away in shame at what Yang Byung had said. Oh Yunsun asked that she stop worrying about him and come back, whereupon he added that they would not see each other again, and said goodbye to her one last time. Running away, Oh Yunsun told himself that it was the right decision. Though it wasn't easy, he had to stop her or she could be in danger. What he now has to hunt is a monster that is even more powerful than Gongyi. Back at the gorge, Oh Yunsun almost dropped his eyes from shock. He wondered when only this monster had time to get out. It was definitely the same Chiwin, except he didn't sense this monster's presence here at all. Not a single sound came from here that could hint that something so huge had appeared from under the rock so suddenly, like a ghost. Oh Yunsun assumed that Chiwin had already noticed their movements, since they were much smaller than him. Even auto-hunting shouts, "Run away" to him. So does this mean that Chiwin is too strong even for the current Oh Yunsun? If someone else saw Oh Yunsung trying to hunt this big guy, Oh Yunsung would look like a crazy person. And even though he doesn't particularly like the sound of it, Oh Yunsun closed his visor and shouted that he agreed to be the crazy one. Oh Yunsun jumped on Chiwin's body, then started running towards his head. Reaching his head, Oh Yunsun jumped, about to give the man an attack. Just as suddenly, Chiwin opened his mouth, and steam began to flow from it. Realizing what this could lead to, Oh Yunsun immediately rejected the opportunity and began to retreat. Oh Yunsun accelerated at top speed using spin and cut. Meanwhile, Chiwin carefully watched the gradually receding Oh Yunsun. After a while, Oh Yunsun turned around and noticed that Chiwin was no longer in sight. Therefore, Oh Yunsun Wall jumped out of the gorge and ran on the ground. Suddenly, a crack in the rock appeared right in front of the flush. Realizing where this would lead to, Oh Yunsun immediately jumped as high as he could. Immediately after which, Chiwin pierced through the rock formation and immediately rushed after Oh Yunsun. And a second later, Oh Yunsun was right at the beast's mouth. Realizing that the beast was just going to devour him, Oh Yunsun used the plum blossoms to create a platform and bounced to the side while continuing to dodge Chiwin. And just when Oh Yunsun thought he had dodged Chiwin's attack, as he realized that he was about to die, Chiwin opened his mouth and violent flames began to come out of his mouth. Oh Yunsun pleaded, lest it mean what he was thinking now. Just as suddenly, Chiwin exhaled a sea of flames straight at Oh Yunsun. By some miracle, but still, Oh Yunsun managed to dodge Chiwin's flaming breath and was now in free fall. The moment he met his gaze with Chiwin, Yansen immediately noticed that the latter was about to exhale a flame, and so Yansen instantly activated the harmonic art, the Iron Curtain, thanks to which he barely had time to change the direction of his jump, and if he had jumped even an instant later, he would have instantly vaporized in the pillar of flame exhaled by Chiwin. Yansen didn't even realize that this monster would be stronger than the one described in the books. This monster is a whole different level compared to the ones he had fought before. Chiwin has such a massive body and an ultra high speed of movement that matches a monster like this. A huge mass, moving at such a speed, this monster even gives off an overly terrifying impression, and even the strength of Chiwin's flame is far beyond what he could imagine. The flame pillar emanating from this flame pillar is simply insane, and it is enough to burn everything around it with his breath. As expected, it would be impossible to hunt Chinwanef in a power battle. Even though this monster was indeed stronger than the one he had read about in the books, this beast is not as strong as he expected, and if he follows his plans, he can surely win. Yansen created a platform of plum blossoms to stop the fall. Now he resumes his hunt for this monster. After preparing to hunt, Yansen once again jumped toward Chiwin's head. After that, he used harmonic art, an iron curtain to create platforms in the air that he can bounce off of. Spinning and cutting, he uses this to confuse Chiwin at the end. No sooner had Yansen gotten close than Chiwin once again exhaled a huge pillar of flame capable of burning Yansen in an instant. Yansen was just waiting for this. As soon as he spewed fire, Yansen was going to take advantage of what he got by combining the two techniques at once. Suddenly, Yansen split into several other Yansens. This was his new skill, to make his residual images caused by traveling at high speeds look like his clones. Now, Chiwin saw the two hunters in front of him, and he was already preparing for his new attack. Chiwin opened his huge mouth wide. He then tried to eat both Yansens, but they managed to avoid his mouth. Immediately after that, Yansen suddenly sped up, and instead of two hunters, there was now a whole squad of identical figures against the dragon. There were dozens of clones running at high speeds around Chiwin, and Yansen wondered if Chiwin would be able to tell which one was the real one. Not intending to waste time on all these hunters, Chiwin exhaled a pillar of flame, but Yansen once again managed to dodge Chiwin's flames. What Yansen is aiming for was the beast's only weakness, and for that, he's going to create a loophole in the defense. Yansen devised this plan after he read about Chiwin's location and weaknesses in Yang Wujin's book. These eyes that seem to speak have pure energy with a harmonic essence unmatched by anything on this earth, and he is about to pierce them. Of course, it would be difficult to face dozens of clones one after another, but even so, the dragon's breath was getting closer and closer to him. Chiwin once again exhaled flames, catching the moment to burn several Oyunsongs at once, and a moment later, those were completely engulfed in a pillar of flame. Luckily for him, Yansen had managed to transfer Chiwin's attention to his clones. But those were just illusions, and the real him had been here from the beginning, right above the top of his head. Everything is going exactly according to Yansen's plan. Yansen activated the Queen's Embrace Blade immediately, after which he tore towards Chiwin's head. But unfortunately, at the same moment, Chiwin managed to spot him. But even if Yansen was spotted, it was already too late, as he was much faster. Only Yansen came close to Chiwin's eye as an arrow hit his blade and broke Yansen's weapon. Yansen was startled when he suddenly saw the arrow, for it only meant one thing. One Kenshian who was standing below laughed madly, for he had finally discovered his target. He finally found Yansen. The demon archer drew the bowstring and once again released an arrow at Yansen. Yansen mentally reprimanded himself, for with his last shot, the demon archer had destroyed his blade, preventing Yansen from gouging out Chiwin's eyes. And what was worse was that Chiwin already knew which Yansen was the real one and was preparing to attack. A second later, Yansen felt a shiver as Chiwin began to charge his breath again. And on the other side, Wan Kencheon's arrow flew at him, blocking his escape route. Things were bad, with no way for Yansen to cross his arms to at least block the attack. But a moment later, it was destroyed, caught between Wan Kencheon's arrow and Chiwin's flaming breath. By some miracle, but Yansen managed to survive after facing two attacks from his opponents. And even Yunsung himself was amazed that he was able to get out. Right in front of him was Chiwin preparing his flaming breath, while on the other hand, the demon archer Wan Kencheon was aiming at him. Yunsung was cornered. Yunsung was sure that he had gotten away from them in such a way that they wouldn't even think of chasing him. So, how did Wan Kencheon manage to detect him? Meanwhile, Wan Kencheon was laughing, because he could clearly see the guy in the air, panicking over his appearance. One Ken Cheon asked Yansen if the man was curious about how he tracked him down in the rift. After breaking up with Lee Hwim, Doran Jin Cheng asked Wan Ken Cheon how the latter plans to find Oh Yunsung. After all, this is the netherworld, and they can't even get the direction right. Finding a guy who has long since escaped would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. One Ken Cheon replied that he has his own methods for that. He then opened the box and explained that this guy would do all the work of finding the bastard instead. Doran Jinchung inquired about what kind of beast was in the box, whereupon the beast appeared from the box, and Wan Ken Cheon asked if he had ever heard of the 1,000-mile fox. Doran Jinchung was surprised by what he heard, and asked if he was referring to a creature that existed in the legends. This fox is said to track its prey by smelling it from 1,000 miles away. One Ken Cheon then corrected that it was a fox of half 1,000 miles, and revealed that the Goryeo Company had tried to create the legendary 1,000-mile fox by experimentally breeding razor fox monsters. But as Doran Jincheng could already see, they had not succeeded. A fox of half 1,000 miles has an extremely short lifespan, and they are also quite ferocious, making them almost impossible to tame. When the project was scrapped, he secretly took a few foxes for himself, expecting to still need them for hunting. One Ken Cheon held up a container of musk scent to the fox. Doran Jinchung asked why One Ken Cheon was using it, to which the latter replied that he was a rather meticulous man, and therefore he always applied a small quantity of musk from the vessel of 1,000 miles to his arrows. And as it happened at that moment at the entrance to the rift, Oh Yansen caught an arrow smeared with musk. Just as suddenly, the fox started shouting, which was a good sign, because it meant that it had managed to smell Oh Yansen. One Ken Cheon drew the bowstring and asked Oh Yansen what he was going to do now. Oh Yansen couldn't help but recognize that the power of the demon archer's arrows was definitely very great, but the one couldn't release them consistently. This means that he can't attack with them in succession, and that Wan Ken Cheon is waiting for the critical moment to shoot him. And if that's the case, suddenly Oh Yansen started running towards Chiwin, after which he jumped up to his head and split into two Oh Yansens once more. Even if Chiwin could kill one of his clones, Oh Yansen would be able to easily dodge his attacks. And then there would be no problem if he hunted Chiwin, wary of Wan Ken Cheon's arrows. Wan Ken Cheon praised Oh Yunsong for his footwork technique, as Oh Yunsong is even capable of creating his own clones. After which he added that Oh Yunsong is certainly talented, but Oh Yansen clearly had no idea that his movements were fully visible to him. A second later, Wan Ken Cheon's arrow approached Oh Yunsong again, then struck Oh Yunsong, and there was only enough time for Oh Yansen to block the arrow. Oh Yansen was trying to figure out why the arrow had hit him and not his clones. The situation was more dangerous than he had originally thought, and more importantly, he must make a stand before the arrow hit him. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, an axe flew into Oh Yansen, which was enough to break through his block. Doran Jincheng recalled Wan Ken Cheon telling him to throw his axe in the direction of the arrow, after which he recognized that the demon archer was indeed a very meticulous person. Meanwhile, Wan Ken Cheon has already prepared his new arrow, and tells Oh Yansen that this is the end of him. And a second later, Wan Ken Cheon's arrow still managed to hit its target. Wan Ken Cheon cried out as he even felt his arrow hit straight into the bullseye. Afterward, Wan Ken Cheon shouted out that they were finally able to catch this guy. Wan Ken Cheon continued, tauntingly shouting that the bastard deserved this sort of thing, and how great he felt right now. Wan Ken Cheon told Master Jin to go and check on Oh Yunsen's corpse as soon as possible, to which he replied that it didn't matter. And besides, he was just cooperating with Wan Ken Chong, not his subordinate. So he told Doran Jin Cheng not to dare to give him orders. Trying to hold back his laughter, Wan Ken Cheon agreed with Master Doran, but at the same moment he mentally tisked, thinking about how selfish this old man was. Doran Jinchung said that they could check on Oh Yunsen's corpse later, then asked if he saw that they still had a problem to deal with, losing the target he had hunted so much for. Chiwin headed towards the two new hunters. One Ken Cheon went to deal with that thing, after which he explained that he didn't notice it because he was too focused on his goal. But if you take a good look at this monster, it's absolutely gorgeous. Doran Jinchung agreed with Wan Ken Cheon's words and said that such a creature was definitely a big shot in this world. If one examined the creature's features, they could even determine that it was a dragon creature that was only told about in legends. Master Doran smiled, so this was exactly what he needed. After all, if he managed to hunt this down, he would definitely be ready. Doran Jinchung clashed with Master Yang on blades, then shouted that today would be the day they would settle things. But the man smirked and said it was too boring, which amazed Doran. Immediately afterward, Yang Chong Cheon struck Doranjin Cheng's axe and managed to push the latter back, immediately after which, Doranjin Cheng gripped the hilt tighter and rushed towards Master Yan. Just as suddenly, the man raised his hand and asked Master Doran to stop. They should stop there as they have no point in fighting. To get him off his back, Yang Zhong Cheon offered to let them have the right to hunt for the first time in the newly formed rift of Do Ren Castle, after which he again said that they had no reason to quarrel because they met by chance, and so there is no need for them to shed blood here. Yang Chong Cheon said that the Red Dragon Society would come with the second wave of hunting and turned around to say goodbye. Doran Jin Cheng ordered Master Yang to stop and asked who was he to decide when they should stop. Yang Zhong Chong turned around and asked if the other person really wanted to fight. Feeling Master Yang's aura, Doran Jin Cheng panicked, causing him to panic, which could not escape the eyes of the master. Yang Zhong Cheon said that the Red Dragon Society would leave for now, and wished Du Ren Castle good luck in the hunt. When Master Yang left him, Doran Jin Cheng felt a growing anger towards him, and clutching the hilt of his axe, he told himself that everything was right, because Yang Zhong Cheon was always ahead. It is said that the two groups of hunters that separate Shanghai are the Castle, Du Ren, and the Red Dragon Society. But all this time, Doran Jin Cheng suspected that all of Shanghai was judging him. When Master Yang spread his name far and wide throughout China, rising to second place in the Elite 10, and in the end, Jin Cheng would always be the second in Shanghai's team. Although he could share his power over Shanghai, his skills would never be able to surpass Yang Chong Cheon's. He couldn't handle these judgments, and so there were times when he would visit the Red Dragon Society to request a battle with Master Yang, but the latter would always refuse him. Doran Jin Cheng asked why the man didn't want to fight him. He wanted to know why. However, if he succeeds in slaying this dragon, then he would then be honored to be the first hunter to defeat the dragon. And with that, he would be able to achieve even more than what Yang Chong Cheon was able to achieve. The huge dragon Chiwin towered over the two masters from the Elite 10. One Ken Xian mentally laughed, for today was clearly his lucky day, for he was able to track down this bastard and shoot him, after which he tracked down such a big shot, Castle Master Du Ren beside him. Although he's annoying, but still his skills are something with something. Jin Chong, who was called the strongest hunter in Shanghai, along with Yang Chong Chong. If that man ever swings an axe, then it would deal such tremendous damage, especially if it used the overwhelming power of its aura to destroy everything around it. If Jin Chong took a position in the vanguard, and with the support of the bow, there wouldn't be any monsters they couldn't hunt. Doran Jin Chong released his aura and ran straight towards Chiwin. One Ken Cheon drew the bowstring and shouted that everything was going just perfectly. He had already hunted countless monsters, such huge monsters. One Ken Cheon shouted die to Chiwin and released the bowstring, shooting the dragon in the head. One Ken Cheon was confident of victory, as the dragon's size turns its weaknesses into bigger targets. And since the one is slow, as evidenced by its size, there was simply no way Chiwin would be able to dodge. The demon archer's arrow struck the dragon, but it failed to penetrate its scales, causing the tip to break off. One Ken Cheon couldn't believe what he saw. He tried to understand how such a thing was possible. After all, there was simply no way that his arrows could be reflected in any way. Meanwhile, Doran Jin Chong caught up to the dragon and jumped with a shout, after which he landed right on top of the dragon's head. Doran Jin Chong swung his axe, preparing to smash the dragon's head thanks to the fact that he had climbed onto its head. There was no way the dragon would be able to dodge the axe. Using the immense power of his aura, Doran Jin Chong struck the dragon on the head, but to his surprise, Jin Chun's axe shattered into splinters. Clutching the remnants of the hilt in his hand, Doran Jin Chong wondered how such a thing could happen after all. Such a thing was practically impossible. One Ken Xian realized the situation they were in and asked that what he saw not be true, but no matter how much they tried to deny it, the monster in front of them could use aura. Doran Jin Chun's hands trembled and he dropped his weapon. Immediately afterward, he jumped off the dragon head, and when he returned to the ground, he immediately began to run away. If the monster was able to use aura, the attacks would be practically useless against it. He realized that there was no way he could defeat this monster alone, and therefore, he must run. They needed other hunters, not just him. They need a whole group of hunters to defeat a beast like this. As he ran away, Doran Jin Chong turned back and saw Chiwin raising his paw. Jin Chong wondered when the latter only had time to get close to him. Doran Jin Chong mentally started shouting that he didn't want to die. And why did he even get into a fight with this monster? All because he wanted to defeat Doran Jin Chun. That was why he was trying to hunt down this monster. But did he really want to fight Master Yang? After all, that wasn't the point at all. In fact, He just wanted to pretend that he wanted to fight. The Red Dragon Society was a business rival in Shanghai. That was why he pretended to fight Master Yang in order to get a place there. He didn't really want to fight with that person, Yang Chong, but Master Yan had long since realized his thoughts. The fact that he was trying to challenge him was just a pretense. And when he had already realized that Yang Cheon had found out, looking at the approaching death, Doran Chong said, "These monsters are bastards." And in the next instant, Chiwin crushed one of his victims with his paw, after which he raised his head to the sky and roared loudly. One Qian was terrified by what had happened, as not a single sound could be heard from the monster's movements. He killed Doran Chun like a ghost with such speed that his movements were almost impossible to see. This dragon is definitely not as slow as it was originally thought to be. Chiwin remains stationary, only because he only moves when necessary. And as it happens, what was the bastard aiming at, Yunsen? As Wan Qian suddenly realized, these were the monster's eyes. They should be the monster's weak point. Chiwin towered over Wan Chong, slowly approaching him. "Aiming at the dragon," Wan Qian shouted. "It's a bad move for hunters to aim at the eyes, just because they are the weak point. After all, it would be better to aim between the victim's eyes and take care of it with a single shot." These were the first things he learned from his father when he was learning to hunt. Wan Qian frowned upon seeing that he was already being waited for ahead. His father asked him if he was going to that guy, Lee Hwim or what. Wan Qian admitted that he was indeed going to him, whereupon his father said that the man was dangerous, and as he thought he had previously talked about Qian not getting too close to him, Wan Qian told his father that it was much better than chasing animals in a deep forest like this, which surprised his father. Even though he knows that Lee Hwim is dangerous and that he plans to use him, the world has already changed. Wan Qian asks his father if he agrees. If one hunts monsters, they will be paid. Is Lee Hwim going to use it? In that case, he will use it himself. Wan Qian said that he's not going to live as poor as his father. Instead, he's going to put the whole world under his feet. As Qian passed his father, he suddenly turned to him and asked his son to take care of himself. He has since managed to do so. He had risen to 6th place in the Elite 10, having only 10 participants in China. And he had grown to the point where he was equal to Lee Hwim, who wanted to use him. All the energy he had absorbed in the past, he would now put it into this arrow. Wan Qian shouted that he couldn't just die here and fired. Immediately afterward, it went straight into the eye of a mighty opponent. Wan Qian was pleased that he was able to hit the target in a weak spot. But as soon as he saw the outcome of his shot, he mentally shrieked as it was impossible. It was an arrow, carrying all his energy, but it melted away before it reached its target. Since he can't do anything to this thing, Wan Qian decided to run away. And the best way out is to hide in the forest nearby, and then he will be able to hide from the dragon. It wasn't that bad because, unlike Jin Chung, there was enough distance between him and the monster. Chiwin's eyes glittered, and flames began to flow from his mouth. Without turning back, Wan Qian convinced himself that he would be able to escape. Just as suddenly, Chiwin once again exhaled a pillar of flame, destroying the ground on his way to Wan Qian. Feeling uneasy, Wan Qian realized what was wrong and cursed. For now, he would really be the end of him. In the last moments, Wan Qian remembered his father's request for him to take care of himself. Remembering his father, Wan Qian shouted his name one last time, and in the next instant, Chiwin destroyed everything ahead, overtaking the forest. After dealing with all the goosebumps, Chiwin rose to his feet and roared loudly. Just as suddenly, Yansen woke up after hearing the roar of a beast. Afterward, he assumed that he had lost consciousness when Wan Qian's arrow hit him. Yansen raised his arm, but he gave it to him with difficulty, making his hand shake. The paralysis caused by the arrow still lingered. Meanwhile, Chiwin had already returned to Yansen, who was lying upright by the cliff, after which he once again began to prepare his fire breath. The button to activate Auto Hunt appeared above Yansen, but instead of joy, he mentally cursed, because his hands weren't listening to him, and he just needed to press the button. Noticing the temperature starting to rise due to the dragon flames, Yansen mentally shrieked that at this rate, he would fall under those flames. No sooner had Chiwin exhaled a flame than Yang Bion suddenly landed beside Yansen. Immediately afterwards, she rushed over to Yansen and tried to lift him up. But it was already too late, for the flames of Chiwin had already almost caught up with them. Chiwin unleashed another pillar of flame, with which, along with his victims, he pierced through the rock and set another part of the forest on fire. After which, Chiwin raised himself up higher, giving a look around the forest in case anyone managed to escape. Meanwhile, Yang Byung and Yunsen were right beside Chiwin, and since he hadn't noticed them, they had a little time to prepare to escape. Yang Byung was able to save Yunsong, but things weren't going so well. After all, while dodging, Chiwin managed to hit her leg, reducing her mobility. Because of this wound, Yang Byung was no longer confident that she would be able to carry Oh Yunsun at least one more time. Just as suddenly she heard Oh Yunsun let out a whimper of pain. Yang Byung asked if he was okay, to which Oh Yunsun replied, more or less. Yang Byung was amazed by Oh Yunsung's stamina, for he was still trying to get up after being injured like that, and so she told herself that she should help him. Since it was hard for her to move because of her leg, Yang Byung laid Oh Yunsun down and tried to lift him up. Afterwards, she asked him how he was feeling. Oh Yunsung replied that he was fine and thanked her for saving him, except he decided to ask why she had saved his life. After all, he's pretty sure he told her to come back then. Yang Byung recalled that Oh Yunsun had actually said something like that to her, and Oh Yunsun was interested in what she would say next. Suddenly, Yang Byung apologized, because she had ignored what he was telling her. But Oh Yunsun said that he didn't blame her for that, and if she hadn't saved him, he would have already been fried to a crisp at this place. After that, Oh Yunsun admitted that he was genuinely curious. Yang Byung smiled and replied that her body was just moving without thinking. After she somehow managed to get rid of the paralysis and get out of the forest, she saw this monster chasing the recumbent Oh Yunsun. As her body suddenly started to move on its own, at that moment, she only thought of saving Oh Yunsun. Oh Yunsun was surprised at what he heard and wondered if she really had such a good opinion of him. And most importantly, it was mutual. Meanwhile, Chiwin had discovered his victims and was about to attack them. Seeing this, Oh Yunsung told Yang Byung that their affairs were bad, for they had been discovered. After that, Oh Yunsun mentally tisked, because the paralysis still hadn't passed, so he couldn't control his body. Right now, all he has to do is push that button. Just as suddenly, Yang Byung touched Oh Yunsun's paralyzed hand. Oh Yunsun was surprised and asked what she was going to do, to which the latter unexpectedly replied that she knew about it, because whenever Oh Yunsung was going to fight. In those moments, he always stretches his hand forward, making such a gesture. Bringing Oh Yunsun's hand to the button, she asked, "Is that right?" As soon as Yang Byung pressed the button, peach blossoms reappeared in the air. Thanks to auto-hunting, Oh Yunsun overcame his paralysis and managed to get back on his feet. Yang Byung expressed her excitement, for if Oh Yunsung were to fight in such a state, but Oh Yunsung asked that she shouldn't worry about it, because everything would be fine from now on. Oh Yunsun picked up Yang Byung's blade and said that he would borrow her blade, since the blade he had prepared had broken. Yang Byung said that he could certainly take the blade, except that they should hurry up and escape since Oh Yunsun's body was fine. Unexpectedly, Oh Yunsun refused to let Yang Byung escape. Then he explained that it would be hard for them to escape with her wounds, and he himself was not in such a good condition right now. Besides, this monster can be destroyed, so she shouldn't worry and wait for it here. Yang Byung blushed and said that she was willing to wait. Armed and ready to fight again, Oh Yunsun raced toward Chiwin. When Chiwin saw the creature rush at him, he remembered that it was the same creature he had already seen a while ago. After all, this was the same creature that made him feel his fear for the first time in hundreds of years. Knowing that it was the same creature, Chiwin immediately exhaled a new wave of flames to get rid of it as soon as possible. But Oh Yunsun dodged the pillar of flame while simultaneously splitting into three. Immediately afterward, the dragon Chiwin attempted to knock down a few Oh Yunsongs, but they easily dodged his paw. The real Oh Yunsun took advantage of this to get as close to Chiwin's eye as possible. This creature is small and very agile, making it hard to catch. And this creature is incredibly annoying. Chiwin assumed that it would attack him directly in the eyes, just like he tried to do last time, except it won't work anymore since he's already ready for it. And a second later, Oh Yunsun had caught up with the dragon unhindered. But instead of the joy of victory, surprise broke out on his face as the dragon used aura as well as flame chi. Chiwin knew that there was nothing in this world that wouldn't melt from contact with his fiery ki. And of course, the creature that attacked him would melt from contact with him. Except it was all really going according to Oh Yunsun's plan. No matter how much Chiwin's flames tried to destroy Oh Yunsun's weapon, he couldn't do it. Realizing that his opponent was surprised at the moment, Oh Yunsun revealed that this weapon, the Red Dragon Double Fang, was quite special, for they could absorb fire ki. And since that was the case, Oh Yunsun was able to break through Chiwin's aura with ease. Immediately after that, he pressed the blade harder and finally slashed Chiwin's eye, causing him to roar loudly with laughter. And only Oh Yunsun was the last to smile as he won. Well, since he has started, in that case, he should do what he needs to do right away, and it will be applied to his Queen's Embrace gear. The double red dragon fang as well as Chiwin's eye, he only needs to collect them. And unite, Oh Yunsun blinked, and a blue light immediately flashed in Chiwin's eye. After creating the gauntlet of absolute destruction, Oh Yunsun roughly understood how unification worked. In the book left behind by Yang Woo-jin, it was written that Chiwin's weakness was his eyes. And since the eye could exude flame ki, it meant that Chiwin could utilize the aura of flame. Even though the aura can be penetrated by the attack blade, the problem is also what happens afterwards. Even if he overcomes Chiwin's aura, he would need a stronger method to destroy his eyes. And that method is in absorbing a huge amount of aura with his equipment to remove Chiwin's defense, and the only way to do that is through skill combination, roughly the way he made that gauntlet. To do that, he needs to check the extent to which it is possible to use his armor skill. According to the text, he has an even better catalyst in this situation in the form of the Red Dragon Double Fang. The challenge is only to unite Chiwin's eye and his aura, and this task is completely doable. Watching from below, Yang Byung tried to figure out what was going on. After all, right after the blue flash, Yansen's equipment suddenly transformed, which was simply amazing. Meanwhile, someone everyone had forgotten about approached Yang Byung from behind. Chiwin continued to scream loudly in pain. He was in absolute shock. For along with the pain experienced with the disappearance of his eye, was the fact that even the vast amount of heat he had stored in his eyes had been absorbed by this insignificant creature. Chiwin told himself that he must run. It was the first time in his life he had experienced such fear. Realizing what the latter was experiencing, Yansen told Chiwin that he was also very tired. Except he can't let this opportunity pass. And so, Yansen once again raised the Red Dragon's Double Fang. Once again, he stabbed it into Chiwin's eye, once again making him suffer in pain, after which Yansen made his way inside the dragon's body. Walking deeper, Yansen discovered a huge blue organ, presumably Chiwin's heart. This insignificant creature had entered Chiwin's body, and he wasn't going to forgive it, and therefore Yansen would have to die. The heat energy he coughs out, now he's going to shoot it straight at the creature. Immediately, a dark purple flame spurted out from Chiwin's heart into Yansen. But once he was dangerously close to it, an insurmountable barrier suddenly appeared, preventing it from burning him. Yansen smirked as Chiwin's eye aura, combined with his queen's embrace, was capable of even stopping a dragon's breath. But Chiwin wasn't going to give up, and with a new shout, he summoned more and more dark purple flames inside his body. As expected, Chiwin fights to the very end, and it's going to be hard to break through that kind of defense now. And in that case, there's only one way to go. Getting close to Chiwin's heart, Yansen began to twirl his blade through the air. As it suddenly stopped and unleashed a huge amount of its parasitic ki, it immediately shot out in all directions. The dragon was in indescribable agony due to the pain coming from inside his body. As suddenly the parasitic ki broke through his flesh and scales, then shot outward, making him suffer more and more. Because of all this, Chiwin's heart began to pound unusually fast, as suddenly a huge hole was formed on him, from which dragon blood immediately began to pour out. Raising his head upwards, Chiwin's shout began to fade away. He then began to fall into the gorge until his body was completely lost in the darkness. A few seconds later, a red hand grasped the edge of the cliff. After that, Yansen finally made it out of the gorge and would finally be able to take a little break. Yansen thought that he was very lucky, as his aura had also reached rock bottom, and if he couldn't use all of his parasitic kai at once. Though he wouldn't have been able to succeed by following the original hunting plan. But now he had defeated Chiwin. Now he has to meet Byeon and travel with her to the exit point. Just as suddenly, a familiar voice told Yansen that it was amazing. After all, slaying a dragon is truly an amazing feat. And for someone like Yansen to achieve it? Behind the backs of these people, Yansen noticed Yang Byung unconscious. A wide smile stretched across the face of Professor of Pain, Lee Hwim, and he said that he heartily congratulated Yansen on his feat. These two knocked out Yang Byung, and at this moment, Liu Tian was protecting Lee Hwim. And if he could find a loophole between them, then Yansen would be able to save Yang Byung. Just as suddenly, Yansen heard another familiar voice. Moving closer, Wan Ken Cheon asked the bastard Lee Hwim how dare he use it. Lee Hwim replied that he just sent him ahead because that was what he wanted, and all he did was just follow him. Afterwards, Lee Hwim explained to Wan Ken Cheon that he was not the only meticulous person in this world. So Lee Hwim had to take some precautions by secretly placing the talisman in his equipment. Wan Ken Cheon asked, how dare the latter still talk about such a thing? Lee Hwim assumed that the latter was very angry because of the secret hidden talisman in his body. And so he explained that if he hadn't used Shikuchi, the space reduction technique, he would be conversing with Master Jin in the other world right now. Also, Lee Hwim asked if they had more important things to do than arguing right in front of him. Wan Ken Cheon agreed with him and said that they would discuss it some more right after taking care of Yunsung. Suddenly, Wan Ken Cheon kicked Yang Byung, flipping her over onto her back. Immediately after, he raised his foot above her and surrounded her with a green aura. Wan Ken Cheon shouted out to Yansen that the rule is simple. If Oh Yun-sung takes one step in their direction, he'll just crush that woman with his foot. Lee Hwim agreed and explained to Oh Yansen that it was easier for him to surrender. After all, Oh Yansen himself should know that it would be difficult for him to shorten such a distance in an instant, even with the speed of his footwork technique. And as he should have realized by now, the demonic archer's true power lies in his keen eyesight. Whether he activates his harmonic arts and uses his clones, or tries to distract him, there's no way for Oh Yun-song to escape Wan Ken Cheon's eyes. And if he tries to make a funny move, unfortunately, at the same moment, Yang Byun's life will be cut short. Oh Yun-song told Lee Hwim that he was a sneaky bastard, but the latter said that what they want to do is simple. Lee Hwim noticed that Oh Yunsen's equipment that he was wearing had suddenly improved, as well as the other dragon eye. Lee Hwim suggested that Oh Yun-seong probably wanted to take the other eye as well, but he had no idea how he did it. If Oh Yunsen gives them both dragon eyes, then Yang Byung will be safely returned to her homeworld. But they can't promise that for Oh Yun-sung himself. Oh Yunsen asked what kind of nonsense is he talking about? After which Lee Hwim said that it actually sounded good considering the situation Oh Yunsen was in right now, in which case, what would he say about it? What if they forget everything that had previously happened between them? And Oh Yun-sung will just join him. Only then, Lee Hwim agreed to guarantee the safety of both Yang Byung and Oh Yun-sung. And most importantly, it sounds much better than the first option. Wan Ken Cheon was surprised to hear this and asked Lee Hwim not to rush things like this. Afterward, Wan Ken Cheon asked Lee Hwim to explain his words, but the latter simply ordered him to stop. After all, he is the one speaking now, and therefore Ken Cheon should shut up for a while. Not daring to contradict whether or not Hwim, Wan Ken Cheon still fell silent, after which Lee Hwim turned to Oh Yunsen again and noticed that Oh Yunsen looked surprised. But he realized it himself. Lee Hwim assumed that right now Oh Yunsen was thinking, why now? Lee Hwim admitted that he also gets furious when he thinks about what Oh Yun-song did to him, but he still thought about it clearly. Oh Yun-song assumed that that's when Lee Hwim came up with that option. Lee Hwim admitted that it was like this. When he lost Oh Yunsen in the netherworld, the thought suddenly popped into his head. And as for Oh Yunsen's skill increase, he felt that it was even happening too fast. The reason why all his plans to get rid of Oh Yunsen had failed was because Oh Yunsen's skills had always increased beyond what he could only predict. Therefore, he wondered, what was this incredible growth rate? And after studying it, he found that there was something special about Oh Yunsen. Something that couldn't be explained by ki, spells, or thoughts. Oh Yunsen's secret, that's what he wants to know, because he feels like it's what he's been chasing his whole life. Oh Yunsen asked what he wanted to say, after which Lee Hwim explained that he was talking about the Rift world. Because how could there be such an incredible world like this? Lee Hwim suggested that he might not look like a mediocre scientist, but he still brought countless experiments to learn about this secret, and this led him to think that perhaps the path that would lead him to this answer might be in the hands of the enemy he so greatly despised. Whereupon he asked Oh Yunsen, was he not curious to learn of the truth behind this world and the secret of the talent he possesses? Oh Yunsen said to himself that the identity and mystery of the world are inside the rift. And when you think about this man, he knew nothing about him. Lee Hwim revealed that he continued to investigate the mystery, and he did everything he could. He studied the martial arts that had existed since ancient times, spying on Jin Wei Beck, ready for conflict, and he discovered unique talents like those of Liu Tian and Wan Ken Cheon, and researched them. Back then, he raised Wan Ken Cheon, who was just an unknown hunter, into the elite high-level 10, and also made Liu Tian, who was just a martial artist, one of the 10. The reason why all of this was possible was only because he analyzed their talents, told them the truth, and guided them. And if it wasn't for him, it wouldn't have been possible. If only it wasn't the Taoist professor of pain, then who would be able to accomplish such a feat? And if Oh Yunsen wants to also hone his talents, he should join them. Hyugal asked what he thought about it. Should they put the past behind them and start over? After all, Oh Yun-sung should also be wondering. Suddenly, Oh Yunsen interrupted Lee Hwim by saying that he wasn't really interested in this, which surprised him, after which Oh Yunsen explained that he wasn't interested in it, and he was talking about this secret or something else. Lee Hwim asked Oh Yunsen to repeat what he had said, and Oh Yunsen said that truth and secrecy don't matter to him. More important is what he wants to do now, and what he must do now, and what he must do as a hunter. Besides, he now understands those words about the Taoist old man. Join forces with him? He doesn't need an old crook like Lee Hwim as a business partner. Lee Hwim was stunned by what he had just heard. And since the latter didn't agree to a good outcome, suddenly a stray arrow flew past Oh Yunsen's face. One Ken Cheon laughed and told Oh Yun-sung that this was the first time he had said something he liked. The reward would be death. One Ken Cheon shouted to Oh Yunsen to start dancing and started shooting him quickly. But as soon as he fired, Oh Yunsen immediately moved. Lee Hwim mentally complained what a fool he was, after all. He wanted to let Oh Yunsen live, but he preferred to die. Oh Yunsen's chi had reached its limit, and if he continued like this, his stamina and strength would run out. If they leave Oh Yun-sung like this, he will die, because Oh Yun-sung will simply not be able to leave. One Ken Cheon praised Oh Yun-sung for how well he danced, then asked how long he could dodge arrows with such a tired body. 3 minutes or maybe 5. Just like Lee Hwim said, he can't just shorten the distance with spider steps. And to make matters worse, he can't escape Wan Ken Cheon's eyes. Except that's when he used spider steps, and if he uses that footwork, which is known to be the fastest in the world, and also that fiery key that is integrated into his Queen's Embrace. Using all of this, he manages to use the Baeon technique and the Red Dragon Society, a step in the dragon chase. Suddenly, Oh Yunsen simply disappeared from his seat, and a moment later, he was already right in front of Wan Ken Chong. Not seeing any movement from Oh Yun-sung, Wan Ken Cheon wondered if he had simply disappeared for a split second. Oh Yunsen asked the bastard who he thought he was trying to stomp on. Immediately afterward, he punched Wan Ken Cheon straight in the face, giving Wan Ken Cheon a painful blow at tremendous speed. Wan Ken Cheon steadied himself on his feet but was still pushed back. He wondered how Oh Yun-sung had managed to escape his sight. Besides, he must keep some distance between them. He must get away from... Suddenly, Oh Yun-sung caught up with Wan Ken Cheon again and punched him in the chest with all his might. Immediately afterward, he punched him with an uppercut. One Ken Cheon refused to believe what was happening. After all, he is the demon archer, One Ken Cheon himself, and it was so easily arranged in a few moments. Liu Tian cried out that it was simply impossible, after all, for someone to put Wan Ken Cheon down so easily. Oh Yunsen sat down beside Yang Byung and put his ear to her to see if she was all right. Suddenly, she made a sound in her sleep. Yang Byung's breathing as well as her pulse were normal, which reassured Oh Yunsen. And in that case, all he has to do is... Oh Yunsen told the guys next to him that all he had to do was beat the hell out of them. Immediately afterward, he released his ki aura. Liu Tian mentally cursed and wondered why they weren't running away. After all, it was already clear that it was over, as suddenly Oh Yunsen asked them to let him say something, namely, that it was pointless for them to run away. Because after he entered the netherworld, he replaced the video camera and everything they said and did to him is recorded. Once he leaves through the rift exit and uses that as evidence, their hunting careers will be over. Liu Tian was stunned by what he heard. Their matters were suddenly even worse than he thought. Just as suddenly, Lee Hwim started laughing and applauding, shouting that this was simply amazing. After all, as expected this time, Oh Yunsen has completely exceeded his expectations. Therefore, he has to admit that Oh Yunsen is amazing. So what can he expect from him next time? Oh Yunsen asked what next time is he talking about. After all, this will not happen again, as they will all be behind bars after he deals with them. Liu Tian reprimanded, and Lee Hwim was a little surprised at this feeling of suffocation from Oh Yunsen. After all, right now, he felt as if he had been given a checkmate, after which he put his hand behind his back and admitted that he neither wanted to run away from here nor go against Oh Yunsen. But there was nothing that could be done about their situation. After which, Lee Hwim extended his hand in which a talisman appeared, and with a motion of his hand, he split it into several more talismans. Immediately after which, the power of 1,000 gods golem appeared behind him. After which, Lee Hwim revealed that direct confrontation was not something he preferred, but nevertheless, he offered to fight with everything they had. Liu Tian mentally agreed with Lee Hwim. After all, once they were cut off their escape route, nothing else would stop them. If he can't kill this guy now, it's over for him. Oh Yansen chuckled and said that wasn't the case at all, which puzzled his opponents. After which he explained that what he was about to do could not be called a fight. After all, from now on he'll be after them. Suddenly, Oh Yunsen completely vaporized from his seat. Liu Tian shouted that Oh Yunsen had disappeared, but Lee Hwim ordered the man not to panic. Immediately afterward, the ground nearby began to crack, and Lee Hwim said that Oh Yunsen had gone underground and ordered Liu Tian to follow him. Lee Hwim assumed that Oh Yunsen was using the tunnel that the dragon broke through as a passage. Lee Hwim said that if Oh Yunsen popped out, they would be able to catch him thanks to Liu Tian's talisman and blade. So he told him not to panic, because there would surely be a sound. He told Liu Tian not to panic, for there would surely be a sound. Immediately after that, Liu Tian started screaming even louder, for he could feel Oh Yunsen trying to drag him under the ground. Liu Tian ordered Oh Yunsen to get out of here and struck the rock beneath him. Lee Hwim mentally called Liu Tian an idiot after all. The latter still panicked. Afterward, he wondered, is Oh Yunsen really down there or is it a decoy? Definitely, Oh Yunsen is using a decoy, and just as he knew he would, someone's presence was suddenly felt behind him. Lee Hwim shouted that Oh Yunsen was here and immediately turned around. But upon hitting it, Lee Hwim was surprised as it was only a rock. Immediately afterward, Oh Yunsen once again grabbed Liu Tian's legs and squeezed them, causing a cracking sound to come from Liu Tian's legs. Lee Hwim was dumbfounded, for this guy actually did a double bait, and at the same moment, Oh Yunsen popped up from the ground. Immediately after, he punched Liu Tian in the chin. Standing in front of Liu Tian's body, Oh Yunsheng said one was already ready. Correcting his glasses, Lee Hwim summarized that Oh Yunsen had withstood Liu Tian's attacks with his powerful reinforced armor, and had even broken his legs. And with that, he once again managed to exceed all expectations. He can clearly see now that Oh Yunsung has become a monster he can't handle. And if it continues like this, Oh Yunsung will kill him. However, the fact that Oh Yunsung will exceed his expectations is already part of the prediction. Lee Hwim glanced with the edge of his eye at Yang Byung, saying to himself that she was still too far away. Oh Yunsen said that he would end it now and rushed over to Lee Hwim, except that Lee Hwim couldn't let him get close to him, and so he displayed the power of 1,000 gods in front of him. Immediately afterward, he hit Oh Yunsen, but at the last moment, Oh Yunsen disappeared. He then used the same method and went underground. Being prepared for something like this, Lee Hwim threw out a mound of talismans from his pockets. He was going to lay out all the knowledge and spells he had gathered up to this point. Immediately after which, the power of 1,000 gods, Golem, began to increase in size. Liu Tian ordered the power of 1,000 gods to smash everything under the ground he's standing on and get rid of Oh Yunsen, and he started pounding the ground. Except that Lee Hwim suspected that it wouldn't be enough, because the strength of Oh Yunsen's armor was beyond all expectations, and it would be too difficult even if he put in all his effort. But through this, he will be able to distract Oh Yunsen and hide his true intentions. His latest Shikuchi talisman. He can't escape as long as Oh Yunsen has the dirt, and therefore there is only one thing he must strive for. And it's Yang Byung's loser. He'll use her, because that's the only way he'll be able to win. A moment later, Lee Hwim was right above Yang Byung, just as his plan had been followed, after which he smirked, for now it was over. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsen said that he knew that Lee Hwim would do that, right after which he appeared and kicked Lee Hwim in the face. Oh Yunsung had already realized that from the beginning, the one who was hunting was not him, but Byun. Oh Yunsen explained that finding out the habits and behaviors of the victim, also predicting their movements, is the basis for becoming a hunter. Lee Hwim cursed loudly after all, he had failed. Suddenly, Oh Yunsen was called out by Yang Byung. Oh Yunsen was surprised at how quickly she woke up, which Byung herself agreed with, then headed over to Oh Yunsen. Oh Yunsen said that it was almost over, and so he asked her to rest. But that one put her hand on his shoulder and refused to rest. For Oh Yunsen had evidently, meanwhile, a wide grin surfaced on his face. Yang Byung asked Oh Yunsen to let her fight as well. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsen turned around and punched Yang Byung in the stomach. A stunned Yang Byung asked, "How? And why did he—" So also her? Oh Yunsen recalled that he had already mentioned that a hunter always has to predict the movements of his prey. Yang Byung turned into Lee Hwim, after which the latter holding his stomach let out a curse, and he immediately fell to the ground unconscious. Lee Hwim couldn't believe that Oh Yunsen had figured him out again. After all, this wasn't supposed to happen. Lee Hwim asked Oh Yunsen how did the latter know about it. Oh Yunsong said that Lee Hwim tricked Wanken Cheon, who was on his side, and that he set the whole thing up from the beginning, using a cognitive transfer spell to swap between the real Byun and the fake. However, Byun had injured her leg on today's hunt, so for her to suddenly walk up to him? Oh Yunsong admitted that he really almost fell for it, except that Lee Hwim left out one small detail that makes him look like a fucking incompetent crook. Lee Hwim couldn't believe what he was hearing, for it all just didn't make any sense. He revealed his ultimate plan, which he had hidden until the very end, figuring out the loophole in a matter of seconds. Oh Yunsong said that it was really possible to wrap things up now and advised Lee Hwim to prepare for his fate. Lee Hwim still refused to accept it, after all. Oh Yunsong had managed to reveal his ultimate plan that he had hidden until the very end. Assuming what the latter was thinking, Oh Yunsen explained that it was an obvious pattern, given all that Lee Hwim had done up to this point. Predicting his actions are basics written in Chinese hunting manuals. Of course, Lee Hwim isn't a hunter, so there's no way he would have guessed something like this. Lee Hwim told himself that now was not the time to panic at all, and that he should buy some more time by saying something. Lee Hwim asked Oh Yunsun to listen to him, because now he was going to talk about. Before he could say anything, Oh Yunsun was already dangerously close to him and ordered him to shut up. Immediately afterward, he punched Lee Hwim's hamstring fossa with all his might. The man grunted in pain, for his leg was obviously broken. After which, Oh Yun-sung said that this was the end of all his chatter and started beating up Lee Hwim at full speed. Lee Hwim fell to his knees and blood flowed out of his mouth, whereupon he cursed and fell and hit his head. One Ken Chian was unconscious. Liu Ting couldn't do anything because of his broken leg. Oh Yunsun reminded them that he was a hunter, and therefore he wasn't going to kill them himself. That said, he's not such a nice guy, and to save the people who tried to kill him, and also to touch the person he cares about. If he makes it to the exit, the biggest thing he'll do is let everyone know the coordinates of their location, but until then, while they are injured and isolated in the middle of this monster-filled world, it's not his problem whether they can survive or not. A short while later, opening her eyes, Young Byung wondered where she was. Oh Yunsun told the hunter to tell Jin Wei Beck's boss that he thanked him for listening to his request and that he was going to do one more thing. Yang Byun realized that she was already in a different place, and that not too long ago, she was fighting alongside Oh Yun-song. Yang Byung tried to get up, but feeling the pain in her leg, she suddenly started mooing. Hearing that Yang Byung had woken up, Oh Yunsun walked over to her, whereupon Byung asked where they were. They were in a tent, and many hunters were wandering around them. Oh Yunsun said that they were safe outside the rift, and that the TENZ rescue team he had contracted was waiting here. He then said that it would be better if she lay down again and didn't overwork herself. But Yang Byung refused, saying that she was already fine, and more importantly, Yang Byung asked if he would fulfill one more thing for her, after which she asked, what did that mean? She asked, granting that he would only not talk about that, to which Oh Yunsun replied that it was exactly as she had heard. The assignment he got from Jin Wei Beck of TENZ is still pending. Yang Byung asked, what is he talking about? After all, it was too rash, and besides, he was probably very tired. She then told the commander next to her that if he was also a hunter, he should realize how reckless this was. So she asked him to stop Oh Yunsun. Hunter tried to find the words to answer, but Oh Yunsun said no. He can't help but go, as that's his job as a hunter. Yang Byun said, it just can't be, and closing her eyes, she agreed to herself, for there was no way this man would give up. Oh Yunsun said her safety would be guaranteed by the TENZ hunters, and asked her to return home safely. As he left, Oh Yunsun promised that someday he would definitely repay her for what she had done for him and said goodbye to her. Suddenly, Yang Byung asked him to wait. She said that if he really felt he owed her a debt of gratitude, he should definitely keep his promise. Oh Yunsun asked what she meant. Yang Byung asked if he could keep that promise they made to each other to make sure he would come back and go out with her. Realizing the promise that Byung was talking about, Oh Yunsun smiled, after which he headed for the exit of the tent. Receiving no reply, Yang Byung bowed her head in sorrow. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsun raised his fist, which was clearly an answer. Yang Byung glowed with happiness and reminded Oh Yunsun that he had made a promise. Thus, Oh Yunsun remained in the rift, leaving a promise to return 6 months after Oh Yun-sung disappeared into the rift. Mapo District, Seoul. The streets of the city were quickly filling up with crowds of gay saints who had come from the rift, and only a few hunters could hold them back. Realizing that things were bad, the hunter began to run away, for the goth saints were too many for him alone. The world has begun to change, and rifts have started to appear more frequently lately. Now, countless rifts began to open up across the world, forcing more and more monsters to raid, to the point where soon there were not enough hunters to protect them. Even if hunters spent 2 or 3 shifts to hunt, they couldn't help but feel the accumulated fatigue when facing so many enemies. As the hunter was running away, suddenly a blow traveled down his leg, which caused him to immediately fall to his knee, and the 3 gaze saints descended in front of him. As he looked back, the hunter realized he was surrounded, and so he wondered, was this really his end? Would this really be the end of the world? And if only they had that guy with them. Hunter Oh Yunsun, who was said to be the only one who stayed in the rift until the very end. He was simply awesome. And so, he wanted to be fit to be a great hunter. Saint Gay gradually approached the hunter, growling at him. Meanwhile, the hunter had already accepted that he was going to die like this. Just as suddenly, someone reprimanded him and said he expected something different here. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw a hunter in black and red armor. The hunter could hardly believe what he was seeing and wondered if it was really real. After all, he had returned. Oh Yunsun reached for the auto hunt button as usual, after which the button turned red. The hunt was on.